In the realm of tumultuous love stories that have captured the hearts of Jiangnan, Go Yaoxing found herself critiquing the most popular tragic romance novel. Upon awakening, she discovered that she had been transported into the narrative, assuming the role of the unfortunate heroine destined to donate blood and bone marrow to the male lead, who was likened to a radiant moon, adhering to the book's ethos, where the male protagonist torments her endlessly, while she remains devoted to him like a first love. She scoffed and resolutely turned to cling to the leg of the ailing villain boss. However, as time passed, Go Yaoxing became perplexed. How was it that the villain, destined for demise, was still very much alive? Unbeknownst to her, the villain had caught wind of her thoughts. A smile curled at the corners of his lips as his dark, enigmatic gaze fell upon her, his long, cool fingers caressing her face. His voice, imbued with a sickly sweetness, murmured softly, "My dear, next time you insult me, do not look me in the eye, for I may be unable to resist the urge to devour you whole." Go Yaoxing trembled, her body quaking in fear. All she sought was to preserve her life SOS. In the end, amidst the tender embrace of night, the villain's soothing voice whispered in her ear, "While they all adore the moon, I have eyes only for my star." Chapter 1. Awakening to being choked. Go Yaoxing was roused from her slumber, stifled and bewildered. In her dream, she felt a hand resting upon her neck, squeezing her like a mere plaything. Suddenly, it tightened. Gradually, she found it increasingly difficult to breathe, struggling to dislodge the hand that continued to constrict around her throat. With a start, she opened her eyes, meeting a gaze filled with cold malice, the irises tinged with a bloody hue. In that instant, she felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her body instantly chilled, yet still she fought against her restraints. The man, rather than feeling any remorse upon realizing she was awake, seemed intrigued by her agony. His voice, low and sinister, inquired, "Awake, are we? Isn't that an obvious statement? Can't you see my eyes wide as saucers?" Go Yaoxing nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation, fixating on the unfamiliar man before her. He paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion surfacing in his dark, brooding gaze, still laced with an unsettling crimson, as if he reveled in her suffering. "What a pity! Had you not awakened, Qin Mingyu would have forever lost you." Abruptly, the man relaxed his grip, and a rush of air flooded toward Go Yaoxing. She gasped for breath like a fish out of water, her flushed face gradually returning to its natural hue as her breathing steadied. Her mind raced to piece together the fragments of this surreal situation. Qin Mingyu? Wasn't that the name of the male lead from the tragic romance novel she had read the previous night? It dawned on her, albeit slowly, that not only was this man a stranger, but everything around her was foreign as well. Her hands, her body, even her garments were unrecognizable. With trepidation, she scrutinized the man before her. Though he wore a smile, it failed to reach his eyes, and the depths of those dark orbs, there was only an abyss of chilling darkness. He resembled a smiling tiger, yet infinitely more enigmatic and perilous. He regarded her with an air of curiosity, as if she were a plaything fallen to the depths of despair, while he appeared to be a deranged lunatic. The atmosphere was dim, punctuated by the occasional sound of water droplets falling with a crisp plop onto the floor. The air was thick with a dark, damp atmosphere. The ground was exceedingly uneven, resembling a desolate factory. Yaoxing pondered whether she had offended anyone in the past month, leading someone to hire an assassin to capture her. After much contemplation, she recalled an incident from a couple of days ago when a dog snatched away her bread. Unable to contain her frustration, she had promptly retrieved it from the dog's mouth, only to discard it afterward. Beyond that, nothing else seemed to come to mind. With this in mind, Go Yaoxing hesitated and inquired, "Are you sent by the dog?" The man's smile faltered momentarily. Aside from that, his expression remained unchanged, though his eyes glimmered with a faint amusement. He soon chuckled again, leisurely straightening the wrinkled cuff of his shirt, which had been disheveled during her struggles. His long lashes fluttered slightly as he said, "Do not attempt any tricks. I am rather curious to witness the expression on Qin Mingyu's face after your demise. It promises to be quite entertaining, and your expression is equally amusing." He revealed a devilish grin, dark and sinister, sending chills down her spine. However, his gaze lingered with keen interest on Go Yaoxing's neck, as if he genuinely desired to experiment once more. A man who treated life as a mere plaything. Upon hearing the name Qin Mingyu, Go Yaoxing instantly recognized the man before her. He was none other than the antagonist from the novel she had been reading. Yu Yen. Go Yaoxing was utterly convinced that she had truly traversed into the pages of that book. Moreover, she had found herself in the most clicked and exasperatingly tragic role of the protagonist, who shared her name. The male lead, Qin Mingyu, had a beloved, a white moonlight afflicted with leukemia. Upon encountering Go Yaoxing, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his beloved, he became momentarily stunned. He approached Go Yaoxing and proposed a contract. She would become his contractual girlfriend, assisting him in navigating social gatherings and warding off relentless marriage proposals. Meanwhile, each time the protagonist provided cover for him, he would be in a room with his beloved, exchanging tender affections. Initially resolute, the protagonist eventually fell for Qin Mingyu, becoming inseparable from him, enduring inhumane torment. Qin Mingyu even took her to give blood transfusions to his beloved repeatedly, and even sought a bone marrow transplant from her. I end the original narrative. After the protagonist underwent surgery, disheartened, she departed from the male lead. By the time he realized the full extent of his actions, he embarked on a long journey to reclaim her from the crematorium. At that moment, the protagonist remained steadfast, only to be unexpectedly softened later on, leading to a blissful conclusion for the two. To her astonishment, it ended with a happy resolution. After finishing the book, Go Yaoxing was left in disbelief, having expected the protagonist to escape the clutches of this scoundrel. It felt as though she had been force-fed a heap of excrement. The aftertaste lingered, leaving her unable to swallow her displeasure. Consequently, she composed an 800-word essay to debate with the author. To her astonishment, upon awakening the next day, she found herself within the story, inhabiting the role of the protagonist she had despised the most. Upon realizing this, Go Yaoxing suppressed the inexplicably bubbling excitement within her. Yu Yan, the most formidable antagonist of the tale, was ruthless and unscrupulous, devoid of compassion. In his world, only his desires mattered. Possessing immense wealth and power, he was the current head of a prominent financial conglomerate. Only he could engage in a fierce struggle against the protagonist of this world. However, he was the antagonist, and his opponent was the fated child of this realm. He was destined to be outmatched by the world's hero, even if the latter was not his equal. In the end, he would sacrifice everything, including his very life, and his heart. Go Yaoxing harbored both scorn and sympathy for Yu Yan, yet remained oblivious to the growing darkness in Yu Yan's expression, which bore down upon him like a storm cloud, stifling his breath. It dawned on Yu Yan that Go Yaoxing's earlier words were a reflection of her innermost thoughts. He could hear the musings of the woman before him. He had comprehended the very sentiments she had just expressed. Wager everything on that ineffectual man? How intriguing. Yet one statement resonated with undeniable truth: was ruthless and unscrupulous. A slow, sinister smile crept upon Yu Yan's lips, his gaze sharp and menacing. He suddenly felt that seizing her was indeed the most astute decision. If her assertions held any validity, then the world he inhabited was but an illusion, merely a narrative. The individual standing before him was no longer the original Go Yaoxing. Go Yaoxing finally grasped the implications of her own words. She hastily fell silent, cautiously lifting her gaze to meet Yu Yan's dark, profound eyes, her mind racing back to the descriptions of him within the text. His methods were brutal, regarding lives as mere trifles. Those who dared to provoke him rarely met with favorable outcomes. He had once dismantled his uncle's body with his own hands. Go Yaoxing dared not pursue the thought further, promptly shutting her eyes, which spared her from revealing her thoughts to him. Otherwise, she might find herself lifeless in the wilderness by nightfall. With a quick flick of her eyes, she resolved to cling to Yu Yan's leg and send Qin Mingyu flying. A tale of tormented love? More like tormenting pain. She was determined to grasp the villain's leg. Esteemed one, if I were to declare that I only wish to be your leg accessory and would unconditionally assist you against Qin Mingyu, would you permit me to cling to your leg? Go Yaoxing, a foreign male voice reverberated through the spacious chamber, deafening in its intensity. Yaoxing instinctively shrank back, recognizing that it was not the voice of the antagonist, which immediately bolstered her spirit. She mumbled, "Who calls you my grandaunt?" A light chuckle wafted into Go Yaoxing's ears. She wished to rub her somewhat numb ears, but her hands remained immobile, leaving her to furrow her brow. She glanced at Yu Yan, who had finally allowed a smile to break through, his refined features revealing a hint of harmlessness. Has the great antagonist lost his wits? Yu Yan's smile gradually faded, his eyes devoid of warmth. Chapter 2. Stay. The male voice resonated with a deeper anger, as if she had committed an act intolerable by the heavens.
Yaoxing.
Whether you sought out Yu Yan or not is of no concern to me, but disregarding our agreement and allowing Wanfu to suffer, how do you intend to repay that? At that moment, Go Yaoxing realized that the speaker was the male protagonist of the book The Cold CEO's Pampered Wife. Oh, so he's a fool. Was this term not more palatable than idiot? Go Yaoxing was precisely that sort of person, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Of course, in her eyes, Qin Mingyu was the weak one, while Yu Yan was the formidable presence. She pouted defiantly, retorting without a care. Well, then go ahead and call the police. Qin Mingyu furrowed his brows, his star-like eyes glinting with a sharpness that suggested he could annihilate her 1,000 times with just a glance.
Damn.
What was wrong with this woman? Had she truly been frightened? She had even disregarded their agreement. Go Yaoxing, have you forgotten what you once said? His voice was icy, as if he had managed to regain his composure. That was the former Go Yaoxing speaking. What does that have to do with the current Go Yaoxing? Go Yaoxing rolled her eyes, completely oblivious to the ominous glint in the antagonist's eyes. In that moment, she felt as though she were naked before Yu Yan, exposed under his watchful gaze. Turning her innocent eyes toward Yu Yan, her voice trembled with a fragile sweetness. Big boss, can we hang up? This voice is making me nauseous. If I hang up, where will you find another loyal accessory like me? Yu Yan averted his gaze, his tone languid yet laden with meaning. Mr. Qin, do not play tricks. Once we reach the luxurious cruise ship, whether you stay or leave will be your decision. Go Yaoxing lowered her head, realizing why the antagonist had chosen this cruise ship as their meeting place. The male protagonist possessed something he needed. After the call ended, his gaze fell upon Go Yaoxing like a flickering light in the darkness, inscrutable and profound. His lips curled slightly, forming a sinister arc, as if he were observing a toy that could be dismantled at any moment, igniting a flicker of interest within him. It became clear that only by gazing into her eyes could he hear the whispers of her heart. As Go Yaoxing lifted her gaze, she was met with a pair of abyss-like eyes, seemingly intent on drawing her in and crushing her soul, devoid of warmth and compassion. A shiver ran down her spine. Then, she noticed his fingers twitch slightly. Despite the dim surroundings, she could still discern the elegance of his long fingers, their joints exquisite as if on display. From the shadows, a figure agilely entered the scene. Go Yaoxing barely registered any sound before a dark silhouette appeared before Yu Yan. Clad in tight black attire, the figure possessed an alluring silhouette that melded almost perfectly with the darkness, her cold, striking eyes particularly frigid in the gloom. Yu Yan's voice was low and indifferent. Take her back. Upon hearing the command, the woman approached Go Yaoxing, who was bound to a chair, expressionless, as she drew forth a dagger that gleamed with a faint, cold light. In an instant, Go Yaoxing's bravado melted away, fear gripping her as she attempted to retreat, yet found herself unable to move an inch. With sweet words, she called out, "Beautiful sister, wait. I still want to live a few more days. Can you see to that?" A pair of soft, luminous apricot eyes blinked pitifully. The woman, undeterred by the sound, deftly brandished her dagger. Go Yaoxing instinctively closed her eyes, but not before casting a resentful glance at the stationary Yu Yan. You despicable villain. I have been treating you with kindness only because your days are numbered. I am truly at a loss for your audacity. Even your subordinates lack any sense of honor. The next moment, she felt an unexpected lightness as her restraints fell away.
Oh.
It turned out she was not here to silence her, but to free her. Go Yaoxing lifted her gaze and met Yu Yan's inscrutable smile, causing her to involuntarily shrink back. With an awkward chuckle, she exclaimed, "Haha, from now on, I shall be your most loyal accessory. Did you presume I would keep you?" Yu Yan replied, the corners of his lips curling as he casually adjusted his sleeve, his gaze cold and detached. "Surely, I am of some value?" His eyes, filled with a chilling malice, scrutinized her with a veneer of amusement. "Even without you, I will attain all that I desire." Go Yaoxing held his gaze, which was laced with feigned warmth, and felt a flicker of dark intrigue as she contemplated mortality. Her heart seethed with indignation. Yet she could not help but be captivated by Yu Yan's striking appearance. What of a strong woman standing tall? What harm is there in appreciating beauty? In stark contrast, her expression bore a smile that could only be described as obsequious. Surely, the esteemed Yu Yan would not stoop to quarrel with someone of my lowly stature. Hearing her unspoken thoughts, Yu Yan's penetrating gaze swept over her face adorned with a false, gentle smile. With a smirk rather than ire, he warned, "You would do well to pray that Qin Mingyu truly arrives. I only keep those of use." Go Yaoxing shivered slightly, already having mentally dissected Yu Yan into 1,000 pieces. "Look at that little mouth. It seems to be laced with poison." She inwardly grumbled, maintaining a facade of composure. Having navigated the professional realm for years, she could easily manage such trivial matters. Yet, she vividly recalled the plot of the novel. At this juncture, the male lead, Qin Mingyu had yet to develop feelings for the female lead, though he was already aware of her significance. Her rare blood type and bone marrow compatibility with Qin Mingyu's beloved made her a veritable mobile blood bank. Without value, she would garner no favor from the antagonist, let alone from the male lead, a classic case of being used and discarded. As her thoughts whirled, her gaze fell upon those ink-black, profound eyes that seemed to carry a hint of amusement. She shuddered instinctively. With a tentative lift of her hand, her voice quavered. But, great adversary, I truly am of use. Oh, pray tell? Yu Yan leaned against his hand, his indifferent gaze slowly traversing every inch of Gu Yaoxing's exposed skin. Akin to a serpent tasting the air, his vertical pupils radiating a chilling indifference, as if in pursuit. Gu Yaoxing closed her eyes momentarily, a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind until they settled upon a particular segment from the novel. I can join forces with you against Qin Mingyu. Together, we could dominate the world. The man's soft, fragmented hair cascaded down as his pair of pitch-black eyes fixated on the taut little face of the girl before him. Betraying no discernible emotion, Gu Yaoxing found herself engulfed in uncertainty. What was happening? Could it be that her previous efforts had not been sufficiently striking? Alas, she thought, I have deceived him. A model citizen such as myself would never engage in such heartless acts. Seizing the moment, she continued, I am resolute. You could poison my blood, and once Qin Mingyu uses it for his beloved, he will immediately suffer the pangs of loss. What do you think? Yu Yan slowly curled his lips into a smile, a delicate laugh escaping his throat like a gentle stream. Indeed, that proposition held considerable merit. Chapter 3. The beautiful sister Gu Yaoxing was at a loss as to what amused this man, feeling inexplicably cold all over. Though the antagonist's time in the narrative was fleeting, the tribulations he inflicted upon the protagonists were undeniably the most harrowing moments of the tale. For her, blood transfusions and bone marrow transplants hardly constituted suffering. It was merely a matter of mutual consent. The true torment lay with the villain, whose childhood misfortunes were briefly recounted in the novel. Orphaned at the tender age of 7, he lost everything to an uncle, who wore a facade of virtue while orchestrating his parents' demise. Yu Yan's relentless defiance was met with unending domestic abuse, leaving him barely clinging to life after a brutal winter at 8. This harrowing past forged in him a character that was anti-human, plagued by a twisted psyche, cruel and decisive in his methods, devoid of empathy, and guided by whims rather than principles, armed with remarkable intelligence, yet almost entirely devoid of vulnerabilities. Ironically, it was such a being who ultimately succumbed to the frailties of his own body, the seeds of his lifelong affliction sown in his youth. As Gu Yaoxing pondered these matters, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt. Upon her exit from the abandoned factory, she had been shrouded in a thick black blindfold, rendering her blind to her surroundings. The beautiful sister would lead her away. Initially, the sister's movements were swift, and on several occasions, Gu Yaoxing nearly stumbled. Despite her blindness, she endeavored to navigate toward her guide, pouting in a voice tinged with vulnerability. Beautiful sister, could you please slow down? My hands and feet ache. Yu Yan had brought with him 2 vehicles, never allowing his subordinates to accompany him in his own. Just as he was about to enter his car, he heard the voice and cast a fleeting glance at the girl. The pale skin beneath the dark silk ribbon appeared particularly tender, her soft lips slightly pursed, exuding an air of innocence and grievance. He casually averted his gaze, idly toying with the jade ring on his thumb as he entered the vehicle, indifferent to the situation behind him. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he had already gleaned much about his companion's character. Skilled in deception, she was almost the antithesis of the Gu Yaoxing depicted in the earlier intelligence reports. Intriguing, he found himself increasingly eager to see how events would unfold. Chao Shui's expression was stern, but upon noticing the bruises adorning Gu Yaoxing's skin, coupled with her soft, plaintive tone, she began to reconsider, thinking that perhaps the girl had endured too much. Her voice remained as cold and detached as ever, then slowed down. As Gu Yaoxing's ears were graced by the low, enchanting voice of a woman, she instinctively lifted her head and, following the gentle pull of Chao Shui, successfully settled into the vehicle. With a radiant smile, she remarked, Sister, your voice is truly delightful. I'm still acclimatizing to this place. Could you keep me company and chat a little longer? I promise I won't divulge anything to your boss, all right? Unbeknownst to her, each vehicle was equipped with a listening device, connected directly to the car occupied by Yu Yan. This meant that any action or utterance made by anyone was instantly perceived by him. Oblivious to the palpable tension in the air, Go Yaoxing continued to unabashedly inquire, "Sister, what is your name? How old are you? Are you married?" The driver remained silent, while Chao Shui held her tongue. Go Yaoxing, undeterred, persisted with her chatter, "Sister, the men in this world are quite treacherous. Trust me, you must avoid falling in love." Chao Shui found herself rubbing her temples, unable to tolerate the incessant chatter any longer. With a frosty retort, she managed to utter two chilling words, "Be quiet." Instantly subdued, Go Yaoxing complied. Once they arrived at their destination, Chao Shui guided her through an enveloping darkness that obscured any hint of light. Go Yaoxing could distinctly sense that the pace at which her sister walked had slowed considerably, ensuring she could keep up. Time passed, and she felt them turn several corners and ascend a few flights of stairs before entering a door that led to an even darker space. "Here we are." Chao Shui's cold voice resonated in her ear, and in an instant, the blindfold was removed from Go Yaoxing's eyes. As she had surmised, she found herself in a bedroom, where a small window on the far wall allowed a gentle beam of light to filter in, soft and not glaring. It was oddly cool and damp inside, an environment clearly unsuitable for habitation. Still adjusting to the light, she instinctively rubbed her eyes. "Sister, am I to reside here? The surroundings appear rather uninviting." "Of course. I do not mean to imply that your boss lacks taste, nor do I wish to seem ungrateful for having a place to stay. I merely wish to inquire if it is possible that this environment is not suitable for human living." Chao Shui's gaze momentarily faltered, landing on the timid expression of the young girl. Just as she was about to respond, a familiar, deep voice resonated from behind her. "Chao Shui, return." Upon hearing the voice, Go Yaoxing immediately turned her gaze to the source, finding herself locked in the chilling gaze of Yu Yan, whose eyes held a hint of indifferent amusement. Chao Shui lowered her eyes towards the doe-eyed girl, her fingers instinctively tightening, yet she retained a respectful demeanor, responding, "Yes." Seeing her sister prepare to leave, Go Yaoxing's first impulse was to retain her presence. However, upon meeting Yu Yan's penetrating gaze, she hesitated and quietly withdrew her hand. Bowing her head, she heard the man's deep voice asking, "Do you truly wish to stay?" She quickly nodded, her eyes filled with hopeful longing directed at Yu Yan. At that moment, her silent plea echoed within his mind. "In this place, one might very well meet their demise, but should I venture to the male lead, I am certain I would perish from sheer exasperation. Regardless of whether he is the protagonist or the antagonist, as long as I can evade the confines of the narrative, they shall all be deemed benevolent in my eyes." Ah, how delightful it is to perceive her inner expressions. I remain uncertain as to how he managed to convey that subtle emotion upon Go Yaoxing's visage. With a smile gracing his lips, he declared, "Very well. If I have the fortune to see you again tomorrow morning, I shall keep you. Is that so?" Upon receiving Yu Yan's promise, Go Yaoxing finally exhaled in relief. Although she could not fathom the reason for her being brought here, nor did she possess the legendary grand abilities spoken of in tales, what she loathed most was a predetermined fate laid bare before her. Whoever is fond of this rubbish narrative may tread its path. As for her, she shall cling stubbornly to the antagonist and refuse to depart. Just before Yu Yan exited, Go Yaoxing wore a blissful expression. Who says antagonists are so malevolent? They seem rather amiable, indeed. Yu Yan stood at the doorway, gazing into her eyes, observing her tranquil delight, utterly oblivious to the impending events that would unfold. An uncanny thrill inexplicably surged within him, a sensation he only encountered when he personally dealt with those who sought to harm him. With a smile lingering upon his lips, he uttered but one statement before closing the door. "My pet, Albert, resides within. I wonder how his appetite fares tonight. I hope you two will enjoy each other's company." Chapter 4. A glimpse of brilliance. Go Yaoxing failed to comprehend the meaning behind his gaze, finding his words utterly perplexing. Why would a pet reside in her dwelling? However, since she was receiving it for free, she did not ponder further. Yet, as she turned, the significance of his final look before closing the door struck her with sudden clarity. Who on earth raises a python as a pet? She gasped in horror, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld the long, formidable figure coiled upon her bed. The python's body was adorned with diamond-patterned scales, perfectly camouflaged in the dim light. Its golden, slit-like eyes remained fixed, assessing the intruder, while its forked tongue flicked in and out. Go Yaoxing pressed herself against the door, silently swallowing hard as she marveled. Goodness, this is thicker than my thigh. Suddenly, she recalled Yu Yan's earlier remark, "I wonder how his appetite fares tonight." Trembling, she cautiously addressed the serpent, "So, Albert." The python flicked its tongue again, its golden eyes almost standing erect. She faltered, quickly altering her approach. "Oh no, dear brother. Let me ask you this. You don't eat humans, do you? I must tell you, human flesh is rather unpalatable, sour, and altogether undesirable. Chicken and pork are far superior. If you fancy, when I venture out tomorrow, I can procure a few chickens for you from your master. What do you think?" Albert's smooth, large head moved, swaying side to side, seemingly inclined to draw closer. Yaoxing clenched her fists, suddenly realizing that this novel was fraught not only with issues for the protagonist, but also for the antagonist. Who would keep a 7 to 8 meter long python as a pet? The antagonist would. She lowered her gaze to her delicate, almost boneless little hands, murmuring to herself that her body was too frail, uncertain if she could endure. In another room, pristine and immaculate, there stood only a single soft chair, devoid of any other furnishings. The atmosphere was serious, mysterious, and meticulous. Directly ahead, a large screen composed of several smaller monitors emitted a soft, gentle glow, displaying the situation within Yaoxing's room. This was surveillance. All other monitoring was directed towards that one room. Yu Yan sat in the center chair, his demeanor cool and detached, shedding the facade of perpetual smiles he wore outside. His pitch-black eyes were indifferent and remote, casually observing the screen in silence. His pale fingers, seemingly devoid of any color, lightly tapped on the armrest in a rhythmic manner. "Seventh Master, is this perhaps excessive?" Chao Shui inquired, gazing at the figure of Yaoxing pressed against the door on the screen, unable to restrain her suggestion. A subtle shift appeared on Yu Yan's otherwise expressionless face. His fingers stilled, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his tone was chillingly aloof. His dark eyes, akin to an unfathomable abyss, casually swept over Chao Shui. His voice, low and teasing, remarked, "It seems you have taken quite a liking to her." Chao Shui immediately lowered her head, feeling that she was merely a young girl who might not withstand the pressure. Yu Yan propped his chin on one hand, still gazing at the screen, his smile unwavering and his tone leisurely. Then let her nod endure. Chao Shui dared not voice any objections and continued to watch the surveillance. Yu Yan, observing the unchanged calmness of the monitor, clicked his tongue in disappointment. He had expected to witness something different. It now appeared somewhat tedious. Lowering his eyes, he tapped his fingers slowly on the armrest, leisurely adjusting his cuffs. "Let us return," he began, but suddenly, the monitor's display transitioned. Yu Yan's movements halted. Abruptly, Albert began to move within the frame, his target unmistakably Yaoxing. Yet in the next heartbeat, denying anyone a chance to worry, the girl darted away like lightning, vanishing in mere seconds. Yu Yan's gaze sharpened. How intriguing. Meanwhile, on the screen, the usually cold and ruthless serpent, with its slitted pupils, scanned the surroundings. Its tongue flicked out repeatedly, seemingly taken aback. Chao Shui finally relaxed her tightly clenched hands, maintaining her characteristic composure. A trace of amusement flickered across Yu Yan's lips as he waved his hand lightly. The person responsible for the monitoring immediately understood his intent. The surveillance footage rewound, slowing down to 1/20th of its original speed. In that very moment when Albert made his move, the girl had sprinted out from the side, pressed against the wall. Albert's room was connected by 2 bedrooms through an arched passage. The girl had dashed directly into the other room. The entire sequence lasted but a second or two. Her movements were as swift as lightning. Without the footage, one might hardly perceive her actions. Yu Yan's voice was languid as he declared, "We shall not return. Let us go take a look." He too was curious about where she had vanished. After several individuals departed, the surveillance footage continued to roll. Albert noticed that Yaoxing had ventured next door, moving his robust form in that direction. Soon, the door creaked open. Yu Yan entered, and upon observing the stillness of the room, he proceeded down the arched corridor, followed closely by Chao Shui and the others. As they approached the adjacent room, Yu Yan's steps faltered. His frigid gaze fell upon the enormous cage at the center. There sat the girl, swift as lightning, right in the middle of the enclosure. Albert coiled his entire body around the cage, reluctantly flicking his serpentine tongue and producing a hissing sound. His golden slit-like eyes fixated intently on the girl within the cage. Yu Yan suddenly chuckled lightly, his deep voice languidly remarking, "You are quite astute. This cage is custom-made, and Albert cannot enter." Upon hearing his voice, Yaoxing immediately lifted her head, and upon seeing Yu Yan, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, which inexplicably gave Yu Yan the impression that she was eagerly anticipating his arrival. Simultaneously, he caught wind of Yaoxing's thoughts. "Damn villain. If it weren't for my perfected escape skills, I would have become Albert's meal. Just wait until I learn more about boxing. I shall break your ribs. Yu Yan's expression stiffened, and the smile that adorned his lips faded significantly. Seemingly responding to her inner musings, he, without missing a beat, provided an unprecedented explanation. Albert does not indulge in random feeding. Thus, you were never in any real danger. To his surprise, Yaoxing grew even more incensed. What? Are you implying that I am not worthy of being the giant python's meal? Yu Yan, however, noted that in reality, she resembled a timid quail, merely whispering a soft acknowledgement, falling silent thereafter. She sat in the cage, knees drawn up, lost in thought. As her gaze remained averted, Yu Yan could no longer hear her thoughts. Chapter 5. The sixth brother in the narrative, the male protagonist does not rush to rescue the female protagonist. She has been taken by the antagonist and learns that the male lead's beloved, his white moonlight, has been recovering well during this period. Consequently, he has no leisure to concern himself with her plight, instead indulging in tender moments with his beloved in the confines of his chamber. The female protagonist, upon receiving this news, finds herself ensnared in the basement, consumed by sorrow. The evolution of the romantic dynamic between the protagonists begins to ascend during the luxurious cruise segment, where the male lead connects with the female lead, orchestrating a series of minor crises for the antagonist. Uncertain of how she had transitioned into this narrative world, Yaoxing resolved to extricate herself from the plot. With countless reprehensible men lingering about, she truly did not wish to regard such a man as a treasure, even in her current predicament. Contemplating this, Yaoxing hugged her knees, resting her chin on her arms as she gazed at Yu Yan, softly inquiring, "Yu Yan, may I stay?" The bodyguards behind Yu Yan exchanged glances, silently lamenting the sight of Yaoxing within the cage. Albert was the most cherished pet of the seventh master, having inherited his master's temperament with near perfection. His disposition was as unpredictable as the weather, cold and ruthless, instilling fear even in those who had been acquainted with him for years. Yu Yan's expression remained icy, a single acknowledgement escaping his lips, his dark eyes betraying an inscrutable train of thought. Yaoxing finally revealed a faint smile, her bright eyes sparkling with fragmented light, fragile yet serene. "Yu Yan, may I make another small request?" "Speak," he replied. "Could you ask Albert to step aside? My legs feel a bit weak, and I can't get out." As she spoke, Yaoxing displayed a smile more lamentable than tears. Her legs were so weak that she could scarcely rise, let alone exit. She harbored a profound fear of slippery serpentine creatures and soft, squishy insects. Yet now, a great python, with a granite-like exterior, incessantly circled the perimeter of its cage, its golden vertical pupils fixated on her as if she were prey. Only then did Yan's gaze drift down to her legs, and he understood why she had remained seated. "Albert, come here." His voice was cool and magnetic. Albert lifted its head, quickly grasping the command, and slowly released the cage, making its way towards Yu Yan. Yaoxing then turned her attention to Chao Shui, her eyes narrowing like crescents. "Beautiful sister, could you please come over and help me? I truly cannot stand." Chao Shui did not move. Instead, she cast a glance towards a certain brooding figure in the distance, seemingly seeking permission. Feeling Albert nuzzle against his palm, Yu Yan finally spoke. "Go ahead and arrange accommodations for her as well." Inside the cage, Yaoxing sat slumped as she watched Chao Shui unlock the cage and step inside. Just as she reached out to assist, she noticed Chao Shui's face was pale and devoid of strength. Thus, she opted to lift her entirely into her arms. Yaoxing blinked in confusion within Chao Shui's embrace. "This is more convenient," Chao Shui calmly explained. While en route to the newly arranged room, Chao Shui suddenly added, "Albert is quite intelligent. It can open cages." Yaoxing slowly clenched her fists. "So, it deliberately entangled itself with the cage just to see me make a fool of myself?" Chao Shui pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "One could say that." Yaoxing mused. No wonder Yu Yan said that. Albert is not only picky, but also has a peculiar sense of humor. After everything was settled, Yaoxing fell into a deep sleep. Upon awakening in an unfamiliar room, she glanced around in confusion, only to remember that she had entered a novel. Sitting on the bed, she surveyed the understated luxury of her surroundings and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She was aware that the antagonist was wealthy, but surely it could not be so extravagant? This appeared to be a maid's quarters, with carpets of exquisite Italian design. Wall sconces adorned the walls, and the room was a perfect amalgamation of Central European style. As she opened the door, She happened upon a maid in a hurried passage and called out to her sweetly, "Excuse me, may I inquire about your wages?" The maid's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion towards the unfamiliar woman, and she replied calmly, 50,000. 50,000? Yaoxing exclaimed. With such treatment, it is no wonder that a throng of doctoral graduates are eager to become maids. Thank you, dear sister. Yuyan had not restricted her movements, and with a clap of her hands, she promptly decided to explore. However, lacking a mobile phone, she resorted to conversing with the maid, only to find the staff impeccably trained, each one wearing a blank expression, resembling emotionless automatons. However, the thought of his benefits and salary caused tears of envy to stream from Yaoxing's lips. After some exploration, she began to understand a fraction of the circumstances in this world. This was Yuyan's private villa, situated in a remote area. Yet its security measures were reputed to be the strongest in the city. However, as Yaoxing wandered around, she discovered that the security did not seem as formidable as the rumors suggested. There were indeed gaps in the patrols. She furrowed her brow, but did not dwell on it. Not a single glimpse of Yuyan had crossed her sight throughout the day. She was aware that as long as she refrained from engaging in anything that might cross the villain's bottom line, she was the safest person in the entire villa. As evening fell, she fortuitously found herself outside the very room she had previously encountered. Ah, how deliberate. The door was unlocked, and typically, no one dared to disturb it. She felt confident that should the need arise, she could make her escape. Thankfully, under her master's guidance, she had honed her skills in evasion. Even if she had not taken the rest of her lessons as seriously. She pushed the door open. Inside, silence enveloped the room, instantly severing the natural sounds from the outside world. Excellent. She had not forgotten what Albert had done the previous day. Stepping lightly into the room, she carefully closed the door behind her. The room was almost devoid of light, as cold and shadowy as ever. With a faint light streaming through the small window, she could barely discern the furnishings, having not observed them closely the day before. The more she reflected, the angrier she became. As a seasoned wage slave, she was relentlessly oppressed by capitalists, yet a large python seemed to revel in life far more than she did, even toying with her. However, Albert was nowhere to be seen in this room. Yaoxing slowed her pace, her gaze falling upon the arched doorway. Albert should be in the cage next door, right? Yet, in this dim environment, she failed to notice that the bed beside her was not flat, the blanket was bunched up. As she moved about, the lump shifted slightly. Yaoxing continued deeper into the room, but just as she reached the midpoint of the doorway, she suddenly heard a faint sound. Instinctively, she lowered her head and glanced to the side, where a pair of golden slit-like pupils abruptly entered her view. The snake's tongue flicked out with a hissing sound. Her expression changed dramatically. Oh no! There was an old six. Just moments ago, this creature had not been present. She intended to flee towards the door, but Albert seemed to sense her thoughts and blocked her path completely. Slowly, Albert glided towards her. With every step it took closer, Yaoxing retreated, ultimately collapsing onto the bed, her gaze fixated on the other side, hoping to find an escape route. Yet at that moment, a pair of cold, pale hands silently clasped around her waist, pulling her backward. Chapter 6. Only more absurd, never the most absurd. A voice, harsh and cold as frost, echoed through the stillness of the room, starkly out of place. Do you wish to die? Yaoxing found herself ensnared by that hand around her waist, unable to move. However, upon hearing the voice, she froze, her eyes widening in panic. She unwittingly locked eyes with a pair of cold, humorless and piercing gaze, so dark and deep that it almost merged with the shadows of the room. This was a stark contrast to the state she had encountered last time. Her beautifully shaped lips were tightly pressed together, even tinged with a pallor, lacking any trace of color. Two words floated in her mind. It's over. Her brain momentarily malfunctioned, leaving her body to instinctively react. Run. The instant she moved, a hand fiercely grasped her neck. The more she struggled, the tighter his grip became. Yet the man's voice, almost a whisper, brushed against her ear, asking, why not run? How can I run when you're choking me, big brother? If the situation were not so dire, Yaoxing might have rolled her eyes at him. However, Yuyan's intent was not as it seemed. His gaze darkened, yet the pressure from his hand did not intensify. After a while, when he made no further move, Yaoxing felt a strain in her neck and decided to tilt her head back, staring intently at Yuyan. Addressing him in a conciliatory tone. Yuyan, if you could ease your grip, might you let me move a bit? My neck is quite sore. Yuyan gazed into her eyes, inquiring, Aren't you afraid I might kill you? It seemed a casual question, yet Yaoxing pondered seriously for a moment. In truth, she felt a mix of fear and intrigue, finding this experience rather novel. As if scrutinizing the truth of her words, Yu Yan maintained his gaze upon her. No thoughts were exchanged aloud. Just as Yu Yan was about to release his grip, Yaoxing's voice echoed in his mind. It feels somewhat thrilling here, so unfamiliar. Everything seems unreal. However, if I could steal a kiss from Yu Yan, it would certainly make it worthwhile. Yu Yan's grip suddenly slackened. Yaoxing shifted aside, quickly sitting up to rub her neck, alleviating some of the discomfort. A hand unexpectedly fell upon the back of her head, guiding her towards Yu Yan. With wide eyes, she inhaled a fresh, pine-like fragrance that was uniquely his. Her lips softened at once. Staring incredulously at Yu Yan, she revealed her most astonished expression in days. Yet, Yu Yan appeared uninterested in providing an explanation, continuing to press his lips against hers. Her hands, which had relaxed at her sides, gradually clenched. Moments later, unable to contain herself any longer, Yaoxing flipped over, pinning Yu Yan beneath her, and kissed him fiercely once more. Upon touching his porcelain-like skin, she instinctively grasped his chin, unabashedly deepening the kiss, as if she were a bandit pillaging for treasure. It was only after hearing his low, disordered breath that Yaoxing slowly opened her eyes. She was met with a pair of dark, cold eyes that, unlike before, now glimmered with a hint of moisture. The soft sounds of his breath stimulated Yaoxing's mind, as if reminding her of the peculiar events that had just transpired. What had she done? Oh no! What had Yu Yan done? Why had he kissed her? Wasn't that directly striking at her heart? She could hardly contain herself. She quickly snapped back to reality, releasing Yu Yan's hand and sitting up straight, shaken. It was only then that she noticed Albert, who had been lurking by the arched doorway. Despite possessing those vertical pupils, an inexplicable hint of shock seemed to emanate from its gaze. It appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why its master had not only refrained from ending a life, but was also entangled in a playful manner on the bed. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Yaoxing's mind. Albert had acted with intent. It had deliberately pushed her towards the bed, fully aware that Yu Yan was resting there. Wasn't it prohibited to become sentient after the establishment of the nation? Sensing movement behind her, Yu Yan also sat up. He raised a hand to his lips, an expression that suggested he had been taken advantage of, despite being the one to initiate the encounter first. Why was she the one feeling flustered? Yaoxing felt a chilling voice, as sharp as a guillotine, slice through her heart. She turned around abruptly, her presence commanding. What is it? You just stuck out your tongue. Initially, she had intended to forget the strange scene, but Yu Yan seemed intent on reminding her of that peculiar moment.
Yaoxing,
with her neck held high, retorted, I did not. You moved first. She immediately stood up, distancing herself from that uncanny realm of disputes. That hand executed its familiar maneuver once more, drawing her close, perilously near to Yu Yan's lips, stirring memories of their warmth. His beguiling voice echoed like a soul-stealing specter. Remember, you are the one who initiated this. Yaoxing was utterly perplexed by the implications of his words. Instinctively inclined to retort, I've changed my mind. Yu Yan uttered a cryptic phrase that left her struggling to grasp his logic. However, he merely chuckled softly, offering no clarification. You intruded upon my territory. Yaoxing defended herself. I came to find Albert. I didn't know you were here. Had I known you were coming, I would have stayed away. Yu Yan's pale hand grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Her thoughts, unbidden, flowed into his mind. If I had known you were here, I would have lunged for the bed the moment I entered. Yet, she would never voice such thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, her silence only made her intentions clearer to Yu Yan. I haven't encountered anyone as audacious as you in a long while. Was this a compliment or a slight? Suddenly, memories of their earlier kiss flooded her mind, noting the pale hue of his lips, reminiscent of someone gravely ill. Are you unable to sleep again? Only after she spoke did she realize the implications of her words. This was a trope she had encountered in a novel. Yet Yaoxing herself was blissfully unaware of such narratives. Insomnia was also one of the factors contributing to Yu Yan's ultimate demise. It seemed he had not caught the slip in her dialogue, responding with a soft acknowledgement. This inexplicably conveyed a sense of fragility emanating from him, fleeting like a mirage. She took the initiative to inquire, Where's your room? Let me take you there to rest. This environment is detrimental to your health and sleep. Yu Yan remained silent. his tone cool and indifferent as he remarked, "I never leave behind trouble, but I shall keep you until the day you become insipid." Initially, she believed that Yu Yen would not heed her words. However, after speaking, he unexpectedly took her outside. Before stepping through the door, Albert moved forward, seemingly incredulous that his master would venture out at such a moment. Chapter 7. Asleep yet, as Albert sought to follow and uncover the truth. The door closed behind them without a trace of reluctance. Yu Yan was curious to see what else she might conjure, a faint whisper of anticipation slowly unfurling within him. The servants resided in a separate area of the courtyard, a considerable distance from the villa. Yu Yan had always preferred solitude and tranquility. The maids adhered to this preference, steadfastly keeping their distance from the villa when there were no tasks to attend to. Yu Yan's room was disproportionately large, even by extravagant standards. The decor was lavish yet minimalist, predominantly adorned in shades of black, white, and gray, exuding an air of sophistication that paradoxically evoked a sense of oppression. Once she lay on the bed, Yaoxing astutely noticed the faint dark circles beneath his eyes, a testament to his fatigue and poor complexion. She promptly fetched a chair and settled beside the bed. "Yu Yan, close your eyes," she instructed. At her words, Yu Yan cast a neutral gaze in her direction. Devoid of any emotional resonance, he complied and shut his eyes. This afforded Yaoxing the opportunity to scrutinize his visage thoroughly. The novel was titled The Cold CEO's Pampered Wife, where the cold CEO was Qin Mingyu and the pampered wife referred to the female protagonist, Yaoxing. The notion of a pampered wife moving blood bags nearly made her laugh when she first encountered it. However, she held a particular fondness for one character in the book. Her eyes meticulously traced the contours of the now-closed Yu Yan, whose breathing was steady, giving the impression that he was asleep. Yet she knew this was a mere illusion. Yu Yan suffered from severe insomnia, reliant on medication to sleep. Ironically, he despised the very medication that granted him respite, opting instead to retreat to Albert's room in solitude whenever sleep eluded him. Only in the dank, cold embrace of such an environment did he feel truly alive. Compared to the male protagonist's unfounded oppression of the female lead, who repeatedly forgave her tormentors, she found herself drawn to Yu Yan's character, despite his divergence from conventional morality. Prior to her arrival in this world, she had read the novel in its entirety. Yet her fondness for Yu Yan compelled her to revisit the narrative solely for his presence. Just before her transmigration, she had paused at a particularly harrowing scene. The sinister youth, hands stained with blood that was not his own, exuded warmth. His lips, tainted crimson, curled into a twisted smile. A ghastly expression that sent shivers down her spine, his dark eyes devoid of warmth, resembling a specter from the depths of hell. Yaoxing found herself paralyzed with fear, her mind blank, her pupils constricting in terror. She clenched her hands tightly, yet her legs faltered, rendering her immobile. At that moment, the youth sensed her presence, tilting his head to gaze in her direction, like a marionette, his gaze locking onto Yaoxing. Excitement gradually infused his eyes, the pupils turning a vivid red. How could one not pause in awe upon witnessing a living apparition? Yaoxing slowly extended her hand, grasping the cool fingers of Yu Yan that rested beside her, sensing a chill akin to that of the room they had just left. Yu Yan's eyelashes fluttered briefly before his deep, onyx eyes opened suddenly, locking onto hers without prelude. He blinked slowly, as if pondering something. How do others lull someone to sleep? Counting sheep? Counting stars? Singing? Perhaps I should read a story instead? She had never been lulled to sleep by anyone, yet had witnessed others do so. Yu Yan, sensing her thoughts, noticed her expression bore no hint of deception, and simply closed his eyes. A cold smile flickered within him. How could he possibly sleep? Yet, she remained intriguingly amusing, so indulging her posed no harm. Yaoxing rummaged through her mental repository of tales, settling on a singular narrative, the fairy tale of the village girl in the land of Tuesday. A little girl selling missiles curled up in a corner, having sold none that day, leaving her without any income and forced to sleep on the streets. As night fell, the cold became unbearable, and thoughts of her grandmother flooded her mind, a longing that enveloped her. In desperation, she ignited a missile, and that night, the entire village beheld her grandmother once more. As darkness enveloped Yu Yan, his consciousness began to wane, failing to comprehend the sensation fully. The sounds around him grew increasingly indistinct, as if originating from a distant realm. Yu Yan thought he heard someone calling his name. Ultimately, his awareness faded entirely, his breathing steadying. "I am not afraid of you," Yaoxing murmured. expecting Yu Yan to open his eyes. Yet his expression remained tranquil, resembling that of a slumbering beauty. His long lashes brushed against his pale, fragile skin. Had he truly fallen asleep? Gu Yaoxing leaned over the bed, gazing at Yu Yan's face, still incredulous. Did the novels not proclaim that Yu Yan suffered from severe insomnia? Perhaps his body had reached its limits. She thought little of it. Attempting to retract her hand, she discovered their fingers intertwined, Yu Yan firmly holding onto her, rendering her efforts futile. Well, who could blame her for being enamored by his appearance, voice, and touch? Yu Yan alone managed to satisfy her little quirks splendidly. Meanwhile, Wei Jingqi, Yu Yan's personal physician, was preparing to call him regarding the management check scheduled for the following day when he suddenly observed improbable readings on one of the monitors. Yu Yan's heart rate and respiratory frequency had stabilized, albeit lower than usual. His heart rate typically remained steady at 60 to 70 beats per minute, with little fluctuation. Now, it had plummeted to 50. Goodness. Is something amiss with Yu Yan? He swiftly dialed Yu Yan's number. Upon hearing the sound, Gu Yaoxing turned her gaze to Yu Yan, noticing a furrow in his brow, as if discomfort. She instinctively hung up his phone. Wei Jingqi, undeterred, continued to dial. When the phone rang again, Gu Yaoxing assumed there was an urgent matter and answered. Yu Yan, you finally picked up. What on earth is wrong? Your heart rate is abnormal. We must conduct an examination tomorrow. There's no time to waste. Gu Yaoxing, unwilling to delve into personal matters, lowered her voice to interrupt. Apologies. But Yu Yan is currently asleep. Please call back when he awakens. Goodbye. After abruptly hanging up without allowing the other party a moment to respond, Wei Jingqi was left bewildered, staring at his phone in a daze. Like one gazing at a bizarre creature, he scrutinized his device for quite some time, eventually muttering to himself, "What on earth are you? The call I made to you, Yan, was directed to which woman instead? Are you not aware that one cannot transform post-reunification?" He earnestly implored, "Even if I were eager to find a girlfriend, there is no need for you to fret on behalf of your master, is there? It appeared that during tomorrow's routine examination, he must compel you, Yan, to cooperate. Otherwise, his heart would remain unsettled." With this thought, he turned to observe the apparatus that had meticulously monitored Yu Yan's heart rate and respiratory frequency. In a silent exchange of glances, no one could answer his queries. A familiar, clean, and refreshing scent wafted around his nose. Gu Yaoxing's eyes darted around, and as she opened her eyes, she was suddenly met with an enlarged, handsome visage. Alas, the antagonist's allure overshadowed that of the protagonist. This only strengthened her resolve to escape the confines of the narrative. When Yu Yan's eyes were closed, he appeared harmless and gentle, resembling a tender youth. Yet in the next moment, those eyes snapped open, revealing dark, sinister pupils that glinted with a bloodthirsty light. Chapter 8. Chao Shue's advice. In that instant, Gu Yaoxing felt all the hairs on her body stand on end, as if a lurking beast in the darkness had set its sights upon her. The more dire the situation, the less fear she felt. Gu Yaoxing lunged forward and landed on Yu Yan, catching him by surprise, causing his gaze to falter momentarily. "Yu Yan, you're awake?" Gu Yaoxing said in a casual tone, smiling. "You weren't just thinking of killing me, were you?" Yu Yan reacted instinctively, his vigilance heightened. Even if he had finally managed to doze off, any disturbance would rouse him instantly, preventing him from descending into a state of confusion. Just a moment ago, he had indeed harbored thoughts of murder, though he had not fully processed them. Gu Yaoxing's bold inquiry was something he had never encountered before. With a low, magnetic voice, he acknowledged softly yes. Gu Yaoxing, with her eyes crinkling in delight, leaned over Yu Yan, keenly examining his features. His earlier reaction had emboldened her, and she was curious to discover what might incite his anger. Meanwhile, a rhythmic knocking echoed through the silent room. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing a man and a woman. The man, Wei Jingqi, was about to rush in when he froze upon witnessing the scene before him. The two, having witnessed numerous grand spectacles and faced life and death, could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. "Oh my, is she the one on top?" Gu Yaoxing quickly descended from Yu Yan, slipped on her shoes, and tidied her somewhat disheveled hair, feeling an inkling that she recognized the man's voice from somewhere. Wei Jingqi's gaze fixated on her. "You wouldn't be the one who answered the call last night, would you?" Gu Yaoxing instantly recalled the phone call from the previous evening. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, yet Yu Yan remained unfazed. His expression calm, and a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he suggested, "Let us head to the study." Gu Yaoxing hurriedly made her exit. But just as she reached the doorway, she heard Yu Yan's voice behind her. "Return her phone." This dialogue is directed towards Chao Shui. Go Yaoxing glanced back at him, unable to discern any emotion, and quickly distanced herself from this contentious place. Upon returning to her residence, a knock soon echoed through the air. Opening the door, she found Chao Shui standing there. Instantly, a smile illuminated her face. Her voice sweetened as she exclaimed, "Sister, have you come to give me my phone?" Chao Shui replied, "Yes." She produced the phone and handed it to Go Yaoxing, her icy, captivating gaze scrutinizing her. With a voice devoid of emotion, she cautioned, "Although I am unaware of your intentions, I sincerely hope you steer clear of Qi Shao." Meanwhile, in another room, in the study, Yu Yan, adorned with a specially designed Bluetooth headset, felt a deeper smile spread across his lips the moment Chao Shui's voice resonated in his ears. Wei Jingqi, engaged in preparatory work, suddenly sensed a significant drop in the room's temperature, involuntarily rubbing his arms. When his gaze met Yu Yan's enigmatic and sinister eyes, he shuddered involuntarily, his mind swirling in confusion. What had transpired? Had he been caught daydreaming while working? Suddenly, Go Yaoxing's voice pierced through the headset. "Ah!" Reflecting on the numerous novels she had read, she noted that women often lacked solidarity and frequently indulged in rivalry. It seemed that regardless of how esteemed a woman might be, her allure would vanish the moment she became involved with a man. She couldn't help but wonder if the beautiful sister harbored feelings for Yu Yan. According to such novels, Chao Shui had concealed her affections while accompanying Yu Yan, only for an unfamiliar woman to disrupt the tranquility of their existence. Consumed by jealousy, Chao Shui became a vengeful figure, disregarding years of accumulated composure to target her. With fingers clenched, she inquired, "Do you fancy Yu Yan?" Upon hearing this, Chao Shui's brows furrowed, her icy gaze unwavering, her tone calm yet resolute as she declared, "No. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to Qi Shao, devoid of any romantic entanglement." Go Yaoxing exhaled in relief. Noticing Chao Shui's demeanor, she surmised her thoughts. With earnest eyes, Chao Shui advised, "You would not wish to experience Qi Shao's methods. You are merely an ordinary person, incapable of contending with him." Seated in a plush armchair, Yu Yan curled his fingers, tapping rhythmically on the armrest, his gaze darkening. The smile gracing his lips grew increasingly chilling and enigmatic. Wei Jingqi, having just retrieved a pocket watch to facilitate hypnosis, turned to find Yu Yan's terrifying expression intensified. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. Gasping for breath, he implored, "Yu Yan, I beseech you, spare me such expressions. You frighten your personal physician. Where will you find someone as intellectually gifted in the medical field as I am?" Yu Yan maintained a smile, yet the shadow lurking in his eyes seemed poised to engulf Wei Jingqi entirely. Upon hearing this, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since Yu Yan claimed innocence, it must not be his fault. If he had truly provoked Yu Yan, there would be no need for subtle intimidation. Go Yaoxing, upon hearing these words, immediately beamed with joy and leaped into Chao Shui's embrace. With a cheerful smile, she said, "Beautiful sister, you are truly wonderful. I know you must have pondered for a long time before coming to inform me, but honestly, I do not feel afraid." Chao Shui was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a response. Go Yaoxing's eyes sparkled brightly. "Moreover, I find it quite amusing. Thank you for sharing this with me. If I were a man, I would surely be enamored with you." Chao Shui, unaccustomed to such familiarity, subtly distanced herself, her tone cool and detached. "You've said enough for now. Please take some rest," she stated before turning and leaving without a hint of hesitation. Go Yaoxing watched her depart, her fingers lingering on her phone before she retreated to her bed to browse. Is Yu Yan truly so kind-hearted? He even gave me his phone, essentially granting me unrestricted freedom. She adored her phone. With air conditioning, ample food, and her device, she could remain in her room for an eternity. However, upon turning it on, she was greeted by dozens of messages and missed calls. WeChat notifications flooded in. Go Yaoxing thought, suddenly, "I have no desire to use my phone anymore." She scrolled through the messages, noting only a few from Qin Mingyu. His messages read, "Go Yaoxing, do not forget what you promised me initially. The wealth I pledged will be granted upon your fulfillment of that promise. Why do you insist on provoking Yu Yan? And what did you mean during our call? You are not deliberately attempting to entangle yourself with him to escape me, are you? I assure you, that is impossible." Just reading his messages conjured an image of a smug expression in her mind. She quickly replied, "Oh, my apologies, but Yu Yan is vastly more handsome than you. I am merely infatuated with him physically. I can only support your plans in spirit." Please refrain from disturbing our blissful life from now on. Best wishes. After sending, she swiftly blocked him. At the same moment, Yu Yan's phone chimed. Chapter 9. Punishment by whipping. Wei Jingqi wiped the sweat from his brow. Has Yu Yan's condition worsened? In the past, he could still sleep under hypnosis, but today, he simply cannot find rest. It's utterly ineffective. After delving into this field for so long, why had he never encountered such a situation? His heart rate remained steady at 70, showing no signs of fluctuation. Hearing the phone ring, Wei Jingqi instinctively glanced over. He saw Yu Yan pick up his phone, lazily lifting his eyelids to glance at the screen. His dark eyes shrouded in an enduring gloom. However, in the next moment, it seemed Yu Yan had stumbled upon something amusing as his lips curled into a subtle smile, surprisingly devoid of menace. This was precisely the unsettling aspect. Yu Yan set his phone down, pinching the bridge of his nose before rising from the soft, thin blanket. The darkness in his expression had lightened somewhat. Hypnosis is on hold. I already slept last night. Wei Jingqi had refrained from inquiring about the events of the previous night, but hearing Yu Yan state that he had indeed slept was enough to leave him astounded. He pressed further. Did you take your medication last night? Yu Yan replied, No, I did not take any medication. Wei Jingqi's eyes widened in disbelief. No medication? Could it be that you employed some advanced technology one am unaware of? Yu Yan responded, No. Wei Jingqi, how did you sleep last night? Yu Yan pondered for a moment and asked her to tell him a story. Wei Jingqi began to anticipate what it might be. Surely not a tale for the ordinary ear. Perhaps it could be a narrative woven from the insightful combinations of words crafted by a renowned contemporary psychologist. Beneficial for the mind's repose. The little girl selling missiles. Time stood still, and the air became heavy. Wei Jingqi found it hard to believe the information her ears had received. Her brilliant mind struggled to grasp it. She lowered her gaze, deep in thought, contemplating the feasibility of this matter. A flash of inspiration crossed her mind, and her expression brightened. I understand. Psychological issues require not only medication and counseling, but also the power of words. I shall return to study this immediately. Yu Yan, I have observed your data. Your physical condition is excellent today. Once I resolve this matter, I will return to renegotiate your treatment plan. Indeed. Yu Yan's severe insomnia was never due to a desire to remain awake, but rather a consequence of his underlying psychological issues. After so many years of habit, he ceased to seek sleep proactively, often needing Wei Jingqi to urge him. Once she departed, a shadow of inscrutability fell over Yu Yan's eyes, dark and brooding. As he exited the study, in the basement, the whip sliced through the air, striking flesh with a sharp, piercing sound. One after another. Although it was a basement, the surroundings resembled a sunlit day above ground. The illumination was ample, with power supplied continuously. The whip howled as it landed on the body, producing a resonant sound. Blood stained the white whip, grotesque and eerie. At the forefront, a tall young man reclined on a custom-made leather sofa. His porcelain-like skin appeared even paler under the intense light. His cold, malevolent gaze swept over the woman enduring the lashes, devoid of any emotion. A faint smile lingered on his lips, prompting one to wonder if he bore the same expression while committing murder. The young man's voice was languid. Chao Shui. Do you know what I wish to inquire? Chao Shui, already weakened and kneeling on the ground, her hair slightly disheveled, beads of sweat trickled from her forehead, face, and neck. Her once full lips had become pallid and feeble due to dehydration. Every muscle in her body tensed, her mind fluctuating between clarity and haze. Her expression a mask of endurance. Her voice was faint, struggling to maintain consciousness, I know. Yu Yan pressed his forehead, his voice harsh. When have I ever required your interference? Chao Shui clenched her palms to steady herself. I was wrong. Another lash struck. A whip crafted from the bones of traitors and assassins inflicted pain not through its severity, but its aesthetic appeal. The contrast of bone and blood provided an intense visual shock. Yet Yu Yan's gaze remained cold and indifferent. His pale fingers absently caressed the jade ring on his right thumb, glimmering with a sinister light. As the whip fell to the ground, Yu Yan raised his hand, and the executioner immediately ceased, bringing the punishment to an abrupt end. Chao Shui weakly lifted her gaze, her voice hoarse. Master Xia. Yu Yan withdrew his gaze and instructed to take her away for treatment. Once Chao Shui was carried off, the surroundings fell into silence. Yu Yan lazily lifted his eyelids and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired of his subordinate beside him, how did the interrogation go with the one captured yesterday? They had apprehended a spy, seemingly indicating that those old codgers could no longer remain still. Master 7, that person has yet to divulge anything. Yu Yan's voice floated lightly. Do you still need me to teach you how to extract confessions? The man dared not say more and quickly acquiesced. Yu Yan stood up, the smile at his lips gradually fading. Clean up a bit, lest you frighten the next one. Understood. When will Xieqing return? Probably the day after tomorrow. In recent days, Yaoxing had not only failed to see Yu Yan but also Chao Shui. Meanwhile, the luxurious yacht Isha was set to host the most extravagant gathering in all of Asia, with many striving to gain entry. The time was drawing near. Since Yu Yan had previously mentioned taking her there, he surely would not go back on his word. The female protagonist's social circle was rather limited, yet a noteworthy detail was that she was only 21 years old and still a university student. Fortunately, it was now July, the summer break, so she need not worry about her studies. In the novel, just as the female lead was being tormented to the point of wanting to leave, Qin Mingyu, this cunning character, suddenly discovered his special feelings for her and thus imprisoned her. She had no opportunity to return to school and directly suspended her studies. Ultimately, the two reconciled and returned to their previous state. The female lead let go of all past grievances and was cherished by Qin Mingyu. Indeed, cherish life and steer clear of the male lead. Every time Yaoxing pondered that chilling plot, an uncomfortable sensation washed over her. The antagonists were truly captivating. Suddenly, her door was knocked upon. Upon opening it, she was greeted by an unfamiliar maid, whose demeanor was calm and respectful as she said, Miss Ge? Master 7 requests your presence. Yaoxing was momentarily taken aback. Oh, all right. The maid then escorted her to Albert's door before departing, leaving her to stare blankly at the closed door. What could Yu Yan want with her? She exhaled deeply at the threshold. The door was not locked, and she easily pushed it open. As she stepped inside, she was met with a pair of familiar golden vertical pupils. Upon seeing its slick form, her legs suddenly weakened. Chapter 10. Yu Yan's injury. Yaoxing stood frozen in place, yet Albert flicked his tongue and gestured inward. It seemed to be urging her to enter. Was this creature truly sentient? What could it want from her? She remained hesitant at the entrance. To her surprise, a hint of disdain mysteriously flickered in Albert's eyes, as if saying, I wouldn't even look at the flesh on your body. Yaoxing felt a pang of embarrassment and recalled Yu Yan's words. Albert was not one to eat indiscriminately. Since the maid had brought her here, Yu Yan must certainly be within. Albert's gesture likely signified the same. Only then did she step inside, and indeed, she saw a mound on the bed, the already cold and damp environment now heavy with the scent of blood. She instinctively furrowed her brows, a sense of aversion rising within her at that scent. Yet, seeing Yu Yan lying motionless on the bed, Yaoxing felt an ominous premonition surge in her heart as she hastened towards him. Yu Yan's complexion was pallid, devoid of any visible blood, yet the stench of blood was increasingly pungent. She softly called out, Yu Yan? Upon hearing the voice, he lazily lifted his eyelids to meet her clear and bright gaze. Oh heavens, villain, please do not perish. You are my favorite character in this novel. If you leave me behind to face the others alone, I might as well go with you. Sob, sob, sob. His dark, brooding eyes drooped weakly, and an unsettling thought unexpectedly surged within him, that perhaps it would be better to die together. He managed a faint chuckle. Do not worry, I will not die. This state was indeed rare. Yaoxing frowned and surveyed him up and down. Are you injured? Just a minor wound. It will heal by tomorrow, Yu Yan replied. However, this hardly resembled a minor injury. She racked her brain, recalling whether the narrative contained any mention of Yu Yan's condition. After much effort, a fragment of memory surfaced. Tang family, Tang Lishuan. Yu Yan's movements faltered. He knew that the assailants were sent by the Tang family, but given that the patriarch had recently passed away, leaving them embroiled in disputes over inheritance, it was astounding that someone had the leisure to orchestrate an attack. So it was Tang Lishuan. Yaoxing was unaware that he had gleaned the information from her thoughts. She gently pressed her hand against his chest and noticed his expression shift slightly. The wound is here. She regarded him seriously. Yu Yan, your disregard for your health may lead to your demise without anyone needing to harm you. A smile curled at the corners of Yu Yan's lips, his dark eyes shadowed with a grim intensity, his voice low and enigmatic. Life and death are but indifferent. Before I die, I shall ensure you accompany me. Yaoxing blinked, then decisively sat at the edge of the bed, resting her chin in her hands while observing him. She felt no anger at his words, deciding to wait until the moment came when he truly took her away. Noticing her silence, Yu Yan turned his gaze toward the ceiling, as if to clarify, the wound has already been bandaged. Go Yaoxing responded with a soft "oh," her mind wandering. This world felt so unreal. It was merely a realm within a novel, where many things defied common sense. What happened to your assailant? Yu Yan's tone was calm, even carrying a hint of a smile. He is dead. This was stated as if it were a matter of utmost ordinariness. As if that were not enough, he continued to elaborate. I sliced thin strips of flesh from his chest, feeding them to the dogs. His bones, I removed one by one in public, soaking them in vinegar to soften. Go Yaoxing shuddered at the thought of that scene. In ancient times, you would surely be the Minister of Justice. Yet, she soon realized that Yu Yan's weakness was not the only peculiarity. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his breath quickened. Just as Go Yaoxing was about to inquire about his state, she was taken aback. The novel never mentioned that tormenting others would elicit such excitement in him. His breath was unsteady, a relentless tease that made the air in the quiet room thick with heat. Her heart raced, caught at the very edge of her being. Help! She was utterly entranced. How could she possibly maintain her composure? Instinctively, she turned her head away, yet that breath persisted, amplified to an irresistible allure. The man's deep, husky voice sent shivers through her, whispering two words into her ear. Go Yaoxing's face flushed a vivid crimson. The low timbre of his voice, entwined with a subtle disarray of breath, was utterly intoxicating. She felt as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. She was captivated by his presence, yet surely she wasn't so reckless as to lose her mind entirely? However, the moment her memory returned, she found herself staring blankly at the absurd situation, blinking in disbelief. Albert had somehow returned to his cage. Her mind was a blank slate as she hurried to hide in the restroom, her face still flushed with no sign of fading. Internally berating herself, she thought, what a fool I am. After steadying herself, she ventured out and discovered that Yu Yan had returned to his usual self. Propped up against the edge of the bed, a smile lingering on his lips that was far less unsettling than his usual demeanor. Come here. The man's lips parted slightly, his tone devoid of any unusual inflection. Go Yaoxing approached, standing beside him, stammering, what's wrong? She quickly averted her gaze, her mind replaying the image of his slightly reddened eyes as though he were vulnerable. The echoes of his dangerously seductive breaths lingered in her thoughts. Suddenly his cool, pale fingers landed on her chin, gently yet firmly grasping it. She followed his lead, locking eyes with him. In the next moment, Yu Yan's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his dark eyes. His other hand had found its way to her waist, applying a subtle pressure that drew her closer to him. His lips were soft, brushing against her ear. A low, husky voice spilled from his throat, and under Go Yaoxing's gaze, his Adam's apple bobbed enticingly. In that instant, she felt utterly bewitched, her mind blanking as her gaze fixated on that alluring throat. In the next moment, she leaned in, kissing his Adam's apple. She distinctly felt his body tense beneath her, and suddenly, his hands gripped her head, kissing her fiercely. Soon, the day of the extravagant yacht party arrived. A sleek, understated black Maybach smoothly parked at the opulently decorated dock. Outside, groups of people engaged in animated conversation, when suddenly someone in the crowd asked, "Whose car is that? I've never seen it before." Chapter 11. The Lavish Yacht. Another person followed the gaze, gasping in surprise. It's the seventh young master's car. Instantly, everyone's attention was captured. Conversations halting as they turned to the vehicle, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Everyone present understood the stakes of the gathering, keen to forge connections and pave the way for future endeavors. Yu Yan, known for his ruthless demeanor and decisive actions, had risen from nothing to firmly claim his position as the foremost figure in the capital. Many regard him as a thorn in their side, yet none dare to question his capabilities. A resplendent red carpet unfurled gracefully from the car door to the cruise ship. As the door opened, a striking figure clad in a bespoke black suit emerged. He descended the vehicle with an air of nonchalance, his thin lips curving into a subtle smile, while his deep, dark eyes held an enigmatic chill. His hair was slicked back, a rare sight, exuding a cold and aloof demeanor. A serious-looking businessman observed Yu Yan with a glint of interest in his eyes, prompting him to remind a nearby elegantly dressed young lady to be astute. Be clever, will you? If you manage to entice the seventh young master, I shall handle everything concerning your mother. The young woman appeared anxious, yet the businessman's proposition compelled her to bite her lip. Her mother awaited life-saving funds, while her father insisted she seduce others to secure assistance. It was indeed a farcical situation. Several others had been waiting for Yu Yan for quite some time, eager to discuss project matters. A group of individuals adorned with smiles approached to greet him. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the unfolding scene. The car door remained ajar, revealing a pair of porcelain-white feet adorned in delicate black strappy heels. The shoes, made of black velvet, shimmered subtly against her snow-like skin. Her calves were flawlessly sculpted, devoid of any excess flesh. With a playful bounce, the young woman leapt from the vehicle, revealing a stunningly ethereal visage. A touch of makeup enhanced her beauty, radiating vibrancy and charm. Her black strapless dress flared gracefully, enveloped in a layer of sheer black tulle. A cinched waist accentuated her silhouette, while intricate patterns added a hint of mystery to the otherwise simple design. The edges bore a golden trim, and a crown-shaped motif was intricately woven into the bodice. Around her neck lay several strands of small pearls, enhancing her graceful neckline and alluring collarbone. Her hair was elegantly styled in an updo, with two playful curls framing her cheeks. As she descended, she wobbled slightly, but before she could falter, a pair of long hands swiftly steadied her waist. Go Yaoxing felt the warmth of that touch and met Yu Yan's dark gaze. She murmured a soft thank you, but the hand withdrew just as quickly, his demeanor remaining composed. Go Yaoxing obediently followed in Yu Yan's wake. Soon, the crowd regained their composure, tacitly concluding that she was indeed Yu Yan's companion for the evening. Seventh young master, it has been quite some time. How have you been lately? Seventh young master, I never imagined you would bring a companion. This is truly rare. Seventh young master, regarding our previous discussion on collaboration, I wonder what your thoughts are. Numerous individuals approached, greeting Yu Yan with familiarity. Go Yaoxing found herself nearly jostled out of the way, struggling to maintain her footing amidst the throng. Ultimately, a circle of people formed around Yu Yan, seemingly oblivious to her presence, and she was inadvertently pushed aside, as if her existence were an inconvenience. Unaccustomed to high heels, she faltered once more, only to be pulled back by a steadying hand. As Go Yaoxing steadied herself, she beheld the appearance of the individual before her, recalling the moment in the car when she had seen her standing beside a portly man, her expression far from pleasant. Thank you, the young girl said, clad in a beige long dress, her demeanor apathetic. It's nothing. Once reassured that she was unharmed, the girl released her grip and departed, as if her act of rescue had been merely incidental. Go Yaoxing remained entranced by the beauty of that person when, suddenly, she heard Yu Yan's chilling voice behind her. I have recently taken a liking to collecting eyeballs. Would you like to be the first? If you desire an eyeball, seventh young master, I can procure one for you through other means. Go Yaoxing sensed an unsettling tone in his voice. Upon turning, she was met with a pair of bloodthirsty, sinister eyes, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Addressing the individual who had just spoken, he enunciated, "What if I were to say, I want your eyes?" The man, under the weight of that gaze, felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming upon him. Wiping his brow, he cautiously responded, "Seventh master, is this perhaps a new form of dark humor?" However, Yu Yan paid them no mind, instead gazing through the crowd towards the luminous eyes of the woman in the distance. "Come here," he commanded, his voice resplendent and commanding. Initially bewildered, the crowd soon realized he was addressing the woman. Instantly, a path cleared, granting Go Yaoxing passage. This was Go Yaoxing's first encounter with such a scene. Upon sensing Yu Yan's intense gaze, she hurried towards him. "What's the matter?" Yu Yan's hand rested upon her waist, pulling her closer. His tone was languid, yet menacing. "This is the person I brought." "Who just pushed her?" "Who was it that pushed the young lady?" "Seventh young master. I assure you it was not me. I doubt anyone intended harm." "Perhaps we should let this matter go," someone ventured. Indeed. Everyone was simply too excited upon seeing seventh young master. It was likely unintentional. Yu Yan let out a light chuckle. "Oh, is that so?" Go Yaoxing, initially indifferent to the situation, now felt uncertain about Yu Yan's intentions and chose to remain still. "Who pushed you?" he inquired, and Go Yaoxing's gaze swept the crowd, finally landing on a rather rotund man whose demeanor was markedly uneasy, his eyes betraying guilt. She pointed at him. The portly man instantly broke into a cold sweat. "Young lady, please do not speak recklessly." Yu Yan, unfazed by the man's protests, maintained a smile, which, despite its outward appearance, evoked a sense of chilling dread. He gestured with his fingers, and immediately, a razor-sharp dagger was presented to him. Yu Yan took the knife, offering the hilt to Go Yaoxing. Go, return it. Go Yaoxing stared at him, bewildered. Return it?
How?
Before she could voice her confusion, Yu Yan seemed to perceive it through her eyes. He leaned slightly closer, his lips brushing against her ear as he tenderly instructed, wherever you were touched, use the dagger to reciprocate. His voice was not deliberately hushed. Yet everyone in the vicinity heard him. The portly man turned pale. You madman? It's just a woman. I merely brushed against her. She seems perfectly fine. Yu Yan merely smiled, resembling a devil from hell, his dark eyes devoid of warmth, exuding an air of relentless cruelty. Indeed, he is quite mad. Chapter 12. Theft of documents. Upon finishing his statement, the man dared not to gaze at Yu Yan any longer, hastily fleeing as though pursued by a flood or a beast, desperately seeking escape. Yu Yan straightened himself, and the others, not wishing to provoke mischief, swiftly dispersed. He made no motion to pursue the man, seemingly content to let him go. Go Yaoxing promptly returned the dagger. This world is but a fabrication. She could observe others engaging in mutual slaughter. However, she could not bring herself to partake, even in this fictive realm. Only later did she learn that Yu Yan had not truly let the man escape, but had instead allowed him a brief respite before his fate caught up with him. That hand ultimately did not remain intact. Before boarding the cruise ship, there was a thorough inspection, and all knives and firearms were strictly forbidden. Go Yaoxing glanced at the confiscated items, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Once inside, she was immediately astounded by the opulence of the decor. Poverty had limited her imagination. The chandelier was grand and dazzling. Was it made of glass? Oh, it was crystal. This painting, so profound and incomprehensible, could not possibly be a mere imitation, could it? It turned out to be an authentic masterpiece, valued at a staggering 100 million. Her aspirations soared to the stratosphere. Wait, who is dancing on that platform, and quite well at that? Oh, it is the former leading actress, who has since retired. Go Yaoxing had never encountered such a scene before. It was simply extravagant. Outside, the heat intensified, yet within the cruise ship, a refreshing coolness prevailed, devoid of any trace of summer swelter. Yu Yan was engaged in conversation with others, and she felt a wave of boredom wash over her until, suddenly, her eyes sparkled. It was the beautiful sister. She eagerly called out to her. Chao Shue's response was characteristically subdued, her lips adorned with an alluring crimson hue, exuding an icy beauty. Beautiful sister, I haven't seen you around these past few days. Go Yaoxing was, of course, unaware of her absence. As Chao Shui had been recuperating at the rest area, not even at the Jingwan villa, Chao Shui revealed nothing, merely indicating that she had been preoccupied. Go Yaoxing, oblivious to any peculiarities, nodded in acknowledgement. Chao Shui was not free to roam as she wished. Xiaqing was, in essence, Yu Yan's right-hand person, accompanying him wherever he went, never straying far. Just days prior, when Yu Yan had been attacked, both Chao Shui and Xiaqing were absent from his side. After reminiscing with Chao Shui for a while, Go Yaoxing reluctantly watched her depart. She had already informed Yu Yan about her desire to step outside for some fresh air. The luxurious cruise was set to sail across the sea for 3 days and 2 nights, meandering into international waters before returning. It was now nearing noon, and the cruise was scheduled to embark at 1 p.m., with some guests yet to arrive. In recent days, she had not received any harassment from Qin Mingyu, yet she remained skeptical that he would change his ways. The purpose of her presence here was to ensure that Yu Yan acquired what he sought, compelling Qin Mingyu to keep his distance from her. Ultimately, she wished for him to remain with his cherished white moonlight, preventing him from causing harm to others. Suddenly, her phone chimed. She opened it to find a message from an unknown sender. Have you arrived at the luxurious cruise? Though unfamiliar, Go Yaoxing could easily infer who might be aware of her presence and why they chose to message her. She typed with a smile, replying, "Yes, do come soon. I've been waiting for you." He possessed something essential that Yu Yan needed, so he had no choice but to come. Upon seeing the message, Qin Mingyu suddenly smiled. He was aware that Go Yaoxing would not relinquish the matter of the contract. With Wan Fu's health deteriorating over the past few days, he was overwhelmed with concern. He planned to bring Go Yaoxing back after the banquet concluded to provide Wan Fu with a blood transfusion. Qin Mingyu sent, "In that case, would you be willing to assist me?" "Do tell," came the reply. "I need you to steal that document that Yu Yan always carries with him." Go Yaoxing's lips curled into a smile, In this segment of the narrative, she indeed complied with Qin Mingyu and managed to procure the document. She cheerfully responded, sure. However, on the other side, upon reading the two messages, Yu Yan's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a cruel amusement in his eyes. Those nearby sensed a sudden drop in temperature. Noticing Yu Yan's dark expression, everyone instinctively fell silent. After sending the message, Go Yaoxing put her phone away and felt a wave of hunger. Thankfully, there was an abundance of food around, allowing her to momentarily forget about Yu Yan's earlier admonition not to wander too far. She meandered through the food area, sampling desserts, Japanese cuisine, and fresh soups, each dish exuding delightful aromas and of exceptional quality. She savored each delicacy, pondering that she would accompany Yu Yan to such events in the future. One must never forsake exquisite food and handsome men. Perhaps she was too exceptional. While others merely sampled, they were not there solely for the food. Only she lingered in the food area, engrossed in her culinary adventure. Just as she intended to grab another drink and depart, a man suddenly blocked her path. Looking up, she found herself face to face with an unfamiliar man. She remained silent and attempted to change direction. However, after taking a few steps, she found herself flanked by two others. Frowning, Go Yaoxing politely inquired, "Is there something you need?" The four young men, appearing to be in their 20s and of above-average looks, failed to impress Go Yaoxing, who was accustomed to Yu Yan's unparalleled beauty. The man who initially blocked her stepped closer, displaying a self-assured grin, and leaned in, as if intoxicated by her presence, asking nonchalantly, "Beauty, which family do you belong to?" Go Yaoxing did not respond but returned his question with a harmless smile. "And you? Which family's duck are you?" The man's expression faltered, his smile waning. "Please don't be like that. Let us be friends. I'm Joshua. My family runs a mining business. And these two are my brothers. We mean no harm. While those in the mining business may not wield power, they are undoubtedly wealthy. However, in this fictional realm, such wealth appeared to Go Yaoxing as mere paper money, impressive in quantity, but ultimately unredeemable. She maintained her composure and replied, "Oh, then continue mining. I shall take my leave." These men had intended to charm women at the banquet. They were notorious for their carefree demeanor, having ventured out together before. Once accustomed to the allure of sensuality, it had been quite some time since she encountered someone resembling a little princess. A curiosity stirred within her, prompting her to consider the experience. "Do not depart. We have observed you for quite a while. You have always been alone. Have you not sought assistance from others to gain entry? Should you choose to accompany me, I shall ensure that you grace various gatherings as my companion, promising you a life replete with lavish splendor. What say you?" Another individual cast her a flirtatious glance, adding, "If he does not captivate you, perhaps you might contemplate us, his brothers." To Go Yaoxing's ears, this sounded akin to someone proclaiming, "The offerings of the underworld are abundant. Should you wish to partake without cost, I shall share them with you." Just as she resolved to leave, a pair of hands firmly grasped her shoulders. Her expression shifted abruptly, fingers curling into a tight fist. Chapter 13. Reporting the incident, however, Joshua remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. As the entanglement continued, the surrounding conversations abruptly stilled, as if muted by an unseen hand, faintly echoing the call of seventh young master. Go Yaoxing raised her eyes to behold a familiar silhouette, momentarily disregarding his expression. With an innocent demeanor, she pointed at the hand upon her shoulder, as if presenting evidence to Yu Yan. "Yu Yan, they are bullying me." Yu Yan's gaze, traversing the distance, fixated on Go Yaoxing's shoulder. Her skin, as flawless as freshly fallen snow, resembled fine porcelain, smooth and untainted. Yet now, a hand of starkly contrasting hue rested upon that pristine surface. A deeper smile graced his lips, his dark eyes resembling a deep well, cold and merciless. He halted momentarily, then continued towards Go Yaoxing. Joshua, momentarily distracted by Yu Yan, sought to ingratiate himself, only to hear a woman audaciously call out the seventh young master's name. A sense of foreboding washed over him. As if answering his unspoken thoughts, Go Yaoxing seized Joshua's hand, stepping back to leverage her weight, executing a deft shoulder throw. Unprepared, Joshua collided with the ground, pain radiating through him, his expression contorted in surprise at the strength of the seemingly delicate girl. Dusting off her hands, Go Yaoxing felt a surge of triumph. Noticing the ire of the other two rising, she swiftly darted into their line of attack, flashing a grin as she fled to hide behind Yu Yan. Grasping his garment, she defiantly glared at them, feigning intimacy as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, they are bullying me." The commotion had drawn considerable attention, and onlookers began to converge, eager to discern the unfolding drama. Among the spectators, a voice of disdain emerged. "Ah, it's those three. How unsurprising." Others, still oblivious to the situation, questioned why such sentiments were expressed. A well-meaning affluent lady elucidated, "Those three are the notorious rascals of the capital. Frequently harassing respectable women, they have caused quite the stir before. However, their wealth has often allowed them to evade consequences, as their fathers simply pay to brush matters aside." Recalling a previous incident, "I remember the last time the precious jewel of the Zhou family was teased by those three, creating quite an unpleasant scene." Indeed. Had the Xian and Zhou families not had any business ties, it could have led to mutual destruction. But what prompted this occurrence? What else could it be but the teasing of that young lady? Suddenly, someone gasped in astonishment. Wait, did that young lady just call him seventh young master? A well-dressed, elegant, and sophisticated woman displayed a look of surprise. "My dear, has the seventh young master found himself unattached? What? Are you envious?" The person sighed and replied, "To say I am not envious would be a lie, but who doesn't know how reckless the seventh young master can be? While he is undeniably handsome, I wouldn't lose my reason over mere looks." "What do you mean you wouldn't? Have you seen how many women the seventh young master has encountered over the years?" "Oh, come on, I hold my own in the capital. Please don't expose me like that." Yaoxing was intentionally calling out like this. She blinked innocently at Yu Yan. In Yu Yan's mind echoed her unapologetic voice, "Yes, I did it on purpose. Who knows if this villain might go back on his word? If you manage to obtain something today, you might immediately send me to Qin Mingyu, and then I would have to match wits with that pair of scoundrels." Little did she know, her secret thoughts were conveyed to Yu Yan with every word she spoke. Her intentions were laid bare. The more she pondered, the more she felt justified in her actions, even thinking they were not shocking enough. A clear voice from above interrupted her thoughts. "My dear, how do you wish to punish them?" The term "my dear" seemed to linger on his lips, both sweet and peculiar. Yaoxing abruptly lifted her head and glanced at his smile near his lips, feeling an inexplicable sense that those individuals might be in for a tough time. However, she had overheard enough of their conversation to understand that Xian Jiasher's background was formidable. She did not intend to complicate matters for Yu Yan. She was merely drawn to his character and physique. Yaoxing bit her lip, hesitating in her tone. "Perhaps it's best not to. After all, I'm fine. I may be fine, but I refuse to back down. When the time comes, I will deal with them privately. With so many people around, I must leave a good impression." Her gaze was innocent and pure. Yet, she noticed something unsettling in Yu Yan's expression, accompanied by a smile. She questioned, perplexed. However, Yu Yan took her hand, saying, "Then it shall be as you wish." Behind Yu Yan stood several others, including Chao Shui and Xiaqing. Just as they were about to leave, Xian Jiasher had already been pulled up by the two brothers, nursing pain and harboring deep resentment. "I haven't even finished telling you." Before he could complete his sentence, Yu Yan suddenly paused, lifting his eyelids to look over with a smile that was neither here nor there. Despite the distance between them, Xian Jiasher found himself at a loss for words. In an instant, fear crawled up from his feet, chilling his spine, and his mind went blank, unable to recall what he had intended to say. He suddenly remembered the repeated warnings from his father. In the entire capital, you can provoke anyone, but never, under any circumstances, provoke Yu Yan. Yu Yan emerged from the depths of despair, a figure unbound by the constraints of our rules. Do not be deceived by his seemingly amicable demeanor. Should you provoke him, you may find yourself unaware of the manner of your demise. Even his father holds such sentiments towards Yu Yan. Yet, he never intended to provoke him. He was oblivious to the fact that the woman in question was one of Yu Yan's closest associates. As Yu Yan departed, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, their gazes towards Xian Jiasher and the others filled with schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Accompanying Yu Yan was a prominent figure with whom he had just been conversing. In mere moments, it became apparent that Yu Yan's expression had darkened, radiating an aura of malevolence and brutality. This shift was provoked by a remark from the individual named Chao Shui, who mentioned that Miss Go was missing. Subsequently, Yu Yan's expression grew ominous, and he left without a word. The other man instinctively followed, witnessing the scene that ensued. After Yu Yan took Yaoxing's hand and departed, he chose not to follow, instead retrieving his phone to send an ambiguous message to an undisclosed recipient. The soiree was set to unfold over 2 days, with events planned for both tonight and tomorrow evening, while the afternoon was left for leisure. The ship had already set sail. Accompanying Yu Yan, Gu Yaoxing entered the elevator, ascending to the 17th level of the vessel. Chapter 14. Your eyes speak volumes. The expanse before her exceeded her wildest imaginings, boasting 2 swimming pools, an amusement park, a cinema, a bar, and restaurants featuring culinary delights from around the globe, not to mention an underground casino of colossal proportions. The entire floor was a marvel. Confused yet intrigued, she trailed behind Yu Yan, unaware that Chao Shui and Xie Qing had long since vanished. Upon reaching his door, Yu Yan did nothing. It opened automatically. The room within was shrouded in darkness, revealing little of its interior. Without affording Gu Yaoxing a moment's hesitation, he wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her into the dimly lit chamber. The door closed silently behind them. Yu Yan, what troubles you? Gu Yaoxing inquired, unable to discern his features, yet sensing an unsettling glimmer in his eyes. The hand at her waist felt like a branding iron, both scorching and unyielding. His low, magnetic voice, deliberately hushed, dripped with seduction as he uttered her name, sending a shiver coursing through her.
Yaoxing.
What's wrong? She stammered, her back pressed firmly against the door. A sudden thought flickered through her mind, easing her panic. Yu Yan, is the door unclosable? It opened without you even touching it. How could her focus have strayed so? Yu Yan's hand slid upwards, resting on her chin, his cold, pale fingers absently tracing the delicate skin there. This vessel is equipped with the pinnacle of global technology. The door is not merely ajar, but operates on an iris recognition system. How sophisticated.
Yaoxing marveled,
realizing that most people would never encounter such advancements in their lifetimes. In light of this revelation, her desire to remain and explore the wonders of this place intensified. As her mind struggled to adjust, the dim atmosphere deepened Yu Yan's inscrutable gaze, rendering it even more enigmatic. He fixated on the spot where Xine Jiashi had touched her skin, the pale surface glowing like freshly fallen snow, untouched by the impurities of the world. Yu Yan. In truth, Gu Yaoxing contemplated deeply and concluded that she ought to consider Yu Yan's feelings. He was her favorite character in her book, and she wished to see him thrive. Before she could finish her thought, the young man before her suddenly lowered his head, grasping both of her hands and bringing them to his head. His other arm encircled her waist, drawing them closer together. His warm lips descended upon Gu Yaoxing's collarbone, lingering as they slowly traveled toward her shoulder, as if attempting to erase the imprint of another. Before long, Gu Yaoxing's legs began to tremble and weaken. Yu Yan? Yu Yan buried his face in the crook of her neck, his lips parting for a brief moment at her words. Just as Gu Yaoxing exhaled a sigh of relief, he surged back, kissing her neck, her collarbone, and the exposed skin on her body. The corners of her eyes flushed with a hint of crimson, her fingers, held captive by one of his hands, gradually curled inward. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She was a modern woman. She must assert herself. How could she allow herself to be so easily seduced? Yu Yan. In the instant his movements paused, Gu Yaoxing swiftly turned the tables, breaking free from his grasp and pinning him against the door. Without hesitation, she stood on her tiptoes to kiss his neck, mirroring his previous actions, but with a more teasing approach. Her voice, soft and sultry, deliberately brushed against his ear, exhaling like a fragrant orchid. My dear, why aren't you looking at me? She chuckled lightly, her tender lips grazing his earlobe. Not receiving a response from Yu Yan, she remained unperturbed. She could distinctly sense his body tensing slightly, yet his expression remained nearly unchanged as he averted his gaze. What were you about to ask? Yu Yan did not look at her. Gu Yaoxing intentionally toyed with him, and as he instinctively turned his gaze away, she suddenly rose on her toes, pressing her lips against his. Has anyone ever told you that your lips are incredibly soft? Gu Yaoxing relished the sensation, feeling as though this character had been crafted to align perfectly with her preferences. Yu Yan's voice trembled, yet he replied with measured decorum, no. Of course not. She had read the novels where Yu Yan, in his lifetime, had never touched a woman, having died young instead. Suddenly, a phone rang. Gu Yaoxing pulled back slightly. She remained clear-headed. If Yu Yan advanced, she would retreat a step, and if he remained still, she too would hold her ground, careful not to cross his boundaries. Such a highly intelligent and antagonistic character could be perilous if mismanaged. Yu Yan took out his phone and saw the name Wei Jingqi on the screen. He answered the call. Is there something you need? Yu Yan, what is going on with your heart rate? and your respiratory rate is significantly elevated. Go Yaoxing was not eavesdropping intentionally, but upon hearing this, she recognized the voice of the doctor from that morning. She pondered for a moment, slowly turning to Yu Yan, hesitantly pointing to herself. Is it because of me? Wei Jingqi's voice abruptly halted, pausing for several seconds without any reaction. Finally, he murmured in disbelief. Is this a science fiction film? Oh no, this is a disaster film. Yu Yan abruptly ended the call, dismissing the other person's disbelief with a languid tone. Go Yaoxing, why do you not resist? Did they not say you dislike mingling with women? After regaining his composure, Yu Yan replied, now I do. Does that mean you intend to start engaging with other women?
Yaoxing kujonet incredulously.
You villain! If you begin to pursue women because of me, I will certainly show you. Yet, Yu Yan appeared slightly puzzled upon hearing her thoughts. Show gratitude? Is that truly what you wish for me to do? Was everything before merely an act for my benefit? He couldn't help but recall a text he had seen not long ago. Yes, hurry here. I've been waiting for you. Waiting for him? Go Yaoxing was taken aback, realizing that this antagonist had an imagination that rivaled her own. She also never expected that a trending phrase could nearly cost her the man she was on the verge of claiming. Yu Haven T responded, will you engage with others? Yu Yan's gaze deepened. Never. Then what were you about to ask? Yu Yan paused. When I was following you, your eyes clearly indicated you had a question. Yet you never asked it. Yu Yan was momentarily taken aback, as if confronted with astonishing news. You can perceive that? Go Yaoxing candidly replied, your eyes speak volumes. I often discern what they convey. It was the first time someone had expressed such an observation. Usually, others struggled to fathom his thoughts. Yu Yan averted his gaze, his dark eyes fixated on Go Yaoxing. Your current expression is somewhat frightening. He suddenly chuckled softly. I wish to ask, do you ever contemplate leaving? Chapter 15. The first encounter with Qin Mingyu. Go Yaoxing's eyes widened. Why would you ask that? Of course not. Isn't my desire for you abundantly clear? It would take a significant level of persuasion to make me leave. The flicker of murderous intent that had briefly surged within Yu Yan dissipated in an instant, as if it had never existed. His hand settled on Go Yaoxing's waist, idly caressing her. Then he leaned closer, his voice husky as he urged, continue. Within her gaze, he gradually lowered his head, deliberately deepening his beguiling tone. A soft laugh escaped his lips, tantalizingly close to her ear. This time, let us do it your way. With intention, he exhaled gently towards her, skillfully igniting her curiosity.
Yaoxing.
Chao Shui and Xiaqing remained on the first floor, exchanging glances for a considerable time. Xiaqing, having just returned, was taken aback by the scene before him. He turned to Chao Shui. What on earth is happening? Chao Shui honestly replied, I have yet to grasp the situation. Xiaqing, with a smirk, retorted, you at least? Hail from the Unzao, how can you not gather any information? Chao Shui shot him a look, and what about you? A prominent figure from Unzao. Yet you are still in the dark? They both emerged from Unzao Mountain, a place renowned for training assassins and spies, and were both exemplary graduates. Named after Unzao Mountain, it seemed designed to distance itself from the realm of ordinary people. In this gathering of exceptional talent, those who emerge are indeed the CR de la CR. Just as the conversation began to flow, the two noticed their esteemed seventh young master accompanied by Go Yaoxing. Despite Go Yaoxing having reapplied her lipstick, the remnants of her earlier ordeal were still evident. Although she was permitted to join the festivities, it was imperative that she brought along Chao Shui. As long as she could avoid the tedium of idleness, Go Yaoxing felt indifferent about the arrangement. Why do you never smile, beautiful sister?
Yaoxing museet.
Captivated by the allure of striking women, particularly those who resembled ethereal flowers atop lofty peaks, she almost found herself willing to bend over backward for such beauty. Chao Shui, however, maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any superfluous expressions, troublesome and unappealing. How cold it was, indeed, a fitting reflection of her persona. To align with the theme of the soiree, Chao Shui had donned a fitted dress in place of her usual attire, showcasing her figure to perfection. The hem of the gown swayed gracefully, her enchanting gaze exuding an icy elegance. Yet, soon enough, she was confronted by an unexpected visitor. Go Yaoxing. The somewhat familiar voice resonated from behind. As Go Yaoxing turned, she was met with the visage of the legendary male protagonist. A flash of insight struck her. This must be the man of the tale. With a jawline as sharp as a sculptor's chisel and features that seemed meticulously crafted by divine hands, He emanated an aura that was both formidable and aloof. His lips, thin and unsmiling, betrayed a simmering ire. Clad in a traditional bespoke suit, he exuded an air of cold authority, every movement radiating a sovereign grace. Though undeniably handsome, he did not align with Yaoxing's aesthetic. She felt indifferent toward the male lead. Sensing the tension, Chao Shui instinctively shielded Yaoxing, her frosty gaze locked onto him. Qin Mingyu narrowed his eyes, casting a chilling glance at Chao Shui before commanding, Yaoxing, come here. Yaoxing, disregarding his silent cue, innocently inquired, is there something you need? With a scoff, Qin Mingyu retorted, I can overlook your previous transgressions, provided you come to me now. We can bury the hatchet. Chao Shui's expression remained frosty as she interjected, please conduct yourself with dignity. Nevertheless, Yaoxing stood behind Chao Shui, sheltered by her presence, gazing at Qin Mingyu with a subtle smile, mouthing, I haven't received the documents yet. Qin Mingyu's cold eyes narrowed further as he averted his gaze, realizing that Yaoxing had not changed. Her words were clearly intended for Yu Yan, and thus untrustworthy. To avoid drawing attention, Yaoxing gently grasped Chao Shui's arm, attempting to soothe her. Oh, it's nothing. Beautiful sister. Fame often attracts unwelcome attention, and some pests are hard to shake off, but isn't it fortunate that you're here to protect me? With a playful demeanor, Yaoxing skillfully navigated the situation. Qin Mingyu's expression darkened at her words, his mood as grim as a stormy sky.
Yet.
This was all part of his strategy. As the ancient said, one must endure hardship to achieve greatness. Though Yaoxing had changed somewhat, he had long since tested her resolve and had no illusions about her intentions. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, Mingyu. Subsequently, Yaoxing noticed a woman in a resplendent gown nearby, who, upon spotting Qin Mingyu, hurriedly lifted her skirt and rushed over. Breathing lightly, she wrapped her arms around Qin Mingyu's, her smile radiating a possessive charm, as she playfully complained, Mingyu, you ran too fast just now, I almost couldn't keep up. Qin Mingyu feigned impatience, his gaze subtly drifting to Yaoxing, scrutinizing her expressions and micro-expressions as if seeking something amiss. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Yaoxing's eyes darted several times to the area where they were intimately connected, yet she remained silent. Only then did Qin Mingyu slightly retract his concern. His voice was cold and distant as he stated, I apologize for my abruptness earlier. With that, he took his companion and departed from the scene. Once they had walked some distance, the previously charming companion's demeanor instantly shifted. She began to cautiously and curiously survey her surroundings. President Qin. The person beside Yaoxing just now was Chao Shui. Qin Mingyu replied in a hushed tone, I am aware. Why did President Qin hesitate earlier? Without looking back, Qin Mingyu's mind was suddenly flooded with Yaoxing's visage, as if something about her had subtly altered. His eyes remained impassive. She had yet to procure the documents. Miss Ji can no longer endure. She requires a blood transfusion urgently. Qin Mingyu spoke firmly. Find someone. Have all the blood in the city transported here. Have we found a suitable bone marrow match? No, the only one that matches Miss Ji's bone marrow is Yaoxing. Understood, Qin Mingyu replied, his cold gaze revealing no emotion. Yaoxing, seeing the individuals depart, gave little thought to it and continued to allow Chao Shui to guide her in familiarizing herself with the surroundings. In an elegant room on the upper floor, a window was positioned perfectly to observe the happenings below. A distinguished middle-aged man savored his tea, his keen eyes fixed on a young man beside him. His voice steady. He inquired, is this the person you brought? The young man leisurely withdrew his gaze, lightly pinching the knuckles of his other hand. Indeed. His pitch-black eyes betrayed no discernible emotion. However, the middle-aged man cast a glance at his hand, slowly setting down his teacup, and spoke earnestly. Old 7. Some matters should be approached with caution. Neither of us needs to be immersed in any romantic entanglements. Yu Yan raised his eyelids, his enigmatic gaze unfathomable. His voice was slow and frigid as he replied, Old 2, I am quite aware of my boundaries. Chapter 16. A labored scheme. The middle-aged man suddenly chuckled softly, shifting the conversation. In a few days, it will be the anniversary of our stepfather's passing. I wonder if Old 2 will concoct any schemes again. Yu Yan subtly lowered his gaze. Haven't you already arranged for someone to keep an eye on him? Old 2's fingers hesitated momentarily before he laughed, teasingly remarking, Nothing escapes your keen observation. He sighed, reminiscing about their past. Time has flown. Of the 10 of us, only 6 remain. Old 9 and young 10 still give us trouble, but this life holds some promise. Perhaps our stepfather would find solace in witnessing this scene. What kind of spectacle does he wish to see? Do you not know? Yu Yan took a delicate sip of tea, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Yet a faint smile graced his lips. The gaze of the second elder, Wen Chun, fixed intently on Yu Yan, resembling that of a patriarch. Seventh, you seem a bit impatient. We need not rush, the second elder replied calmly. The prey will inevitably be ours. Where does Yu Yan wish for me to go? Go Yaoxing inquired, as she was taken away by Chao Shui without further ado, merely stating that Yu Yan wanted her to see something, without divulging specifics. Accompanying Chao Shui, they ascended to the 10th floor, an entertainment venue. The entire floor was filled with private rooms and bars, vast beyond imagination. A scene hard to fathom aboard a cruise ship. Finally, they halted before a private room. Chao Shui's voice was serene. We've arrived. She paused at the entrance, seemingly expecting Go Yaoxing to open the door and enter on her own. As Go Yaoxing pushed the door open, a heavy stench of blood assaulted her senses. She instinctively furrowed her brow, and upon seeing the scene within, her steps faltered, nearly causing her to collapse. A man was bound to the wall with rope, his limbs restrained, and a noose around his neck kept him tethered to the surface. His chest bore a multitude of whip marks, bloodied and mangled to the point that the original color of his clothing was unrecognizable. Blood seeped from his wounds, slowly trickling down his body. Even though she felt as if she were in a fictional world, it was her first encounter with such a grotesquely violent spectacle. Her feet seemed rooted in place, her eyes unsure of where to rest. In that fleeting moment, the sound of another whip cracking against flesh echoed through the air. The executioner was none other than Xiaqing. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Yu Yan's face. Despite the gruesome scene, his expression remained utterly impassive, a smirk gracing his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. His fingers caressed the jade ring on his right thumb, as if he cherished it dearly, his obsidian eyes observing the man's wounds with keen interest, cold-blooded and merciless. This was the most authentic version of him. Suddenly, an absurd thought crossed her mind. Yu Yan had done this deliberately. He had intentionally summoned her to witness this horrifying tableau. Clenching her fists, she steadied her emotions and seemed to finally notice Yu Yan's presence. He looked over casually, unfazed by the unfolding scene. Upon seeing Go Yaoxing, his voice turned dark and low, commanding, "Come here." Go Yaoxing tightened her grip, forcing herself to regain focus, and approached, standing beside Yu Yan. What's wrong? Yu Yan's gaze deepened, fixed upon her. Go Yaoxing obediently returned his stare. Though undeniably handsome, could he perhaps allow me a moment to compose myself? Yu Yan interlaced his fingers, resting them on his thigh, his long and elegant knuckles poised as he inquired, "Is it beautiful?" Go Yaoxing was momentarily perplexed by the abruptness of his question. Suddenly, one of his hands grasped her chin, the jade ring pressing coolly against her skin. She instinctively sought to distance herself as she gazed into Yu Yan's sinister eyes. However, his other hand had, unbeknownst to her, found its way to her waist, pulling her closer. Caught unawares, Go Yaoxing found herself seated on Yu Yan's lap, feeling the robust muscles concealed beneath the fabric. Her eyes widened in shock. "You actually have muscles?" Her tone carried a profound astonishment. After all, his days are numbered, and coupled with his afflictions, it is all too easy to mistake him for a frail figure. Yu Yan's voice emerged slowly and deliberately whispering into Go Yaoxing's ear in a manner that was both teasing and low. "Would you like to see? If so, I shall show you." There seemed to be a hint of amusement in his tone. Go Yaoxing nearly branded him as a hopeless romantic, almost succumbing to the seduction of that enchanting voice. Fortunately, the sound of another whip cracked through the air, jolting her back to reality as she dismissed his advances with a wave of her hand. Noticing Yu Yan's gaze upon her, she weakly asserted, "I respect the diversity of the world and the preferences and inclinations of others, but I do not share such proclivities." Yu Yan's eyes turned cold, scanning the mindlessly ignorant individual. "Do you know who he is?" "Who?"
Dan Lixun.
Go Yaoxing pondered for a moment before recalling that this was the very person responsible for Yu Yan's grievous injuries last time. In an instant, she found herself at an impasse. While she considered herself a model citizen, she was acutely aware that in this fictional realm, Yu Yan was one who would repay enmity with enmity. It would be impossible to prevent his retaliation, yet she could not endorse his actions. In her distress, she seemed to devise a compromise, staring blankly at Yu Yan and contemplating, "What if you strike him while I offer my contrition?" Yu Yan's hand remained unmoved as he caught her unvoiced thoughts and lowered his gaze. His eyes fell upon her slender waist, leisurely caressing it, before abruptly shifting to the window as he uttered cryptically, "We have reached international waters." Yaoxing was puzzled, huh? His voice, deep and magnetic, seemed to tempt her, suggesting that all illicit dealings were about to commence. "As long as you express fear and obediently follow me, I can shield you from witnessing those things." The novel mentioned this cruise ship, where the protagonists almost face life and death apart, marking a pivotal moment for Qin Mingyu. It also detailed the perils that lurked within the vessel. Yaoxing resolutely shook her head, declaring that she was unafraid.
Why?
"Because you are here." Yaoxing's initial unease began to dissipate. When the moment called for courage, she would indeed be brave. She spoke candidly, her smile radiant. "You are my pillar of support. Did you not stand up for me when others sought to bully me today?" Yu Yan paused, taken aback. "That does not necessarily imply anything." "How does it not?" Yaoxing beckoned him closer. Yu Yan leaned in slightly, and in the next moment, she beamed at him with her eyes sparkling, enveloping his waist in a bold embrace, unperturbed by the scene they were creating. "Look, we are not separated, nor shall we ever be. As your loyal companion, I shall always follow you." The girl's voice resonated like an incantation, lingering in Yu Yan's heart. He furrowed his brow and then relaxed, his expression inscrutable, a vague smile escaping his lips. "You had best keep your promise." Yaoxing daringly asked, "What if I don't?" With a smile playing at the corners of his lips, Yu Yan replied, "I shall make your existence a living hell." Yaoxing rather disruptively inquired, "Can we go outside?" "I cannot bear this scene." Chapter 17. Has the matter been exposed? Beside them, Xiaqing dutifully played the role of a mere backdrop, occasionally raising a hand to deliver a lash to Tang Lishuan. He felt that this might be the most challenging directive he had received in the past 2 years. Chao Shui was right. His investigative skills had evidently diminished. After returning for 2 days, he had failed to notice the significant changes in Seventh Master. When Yu Yan heard Yaoxing's impartial observations about Tang Lishuan, the dark emotions that had been swirling in his heart began to dissipate considerably. He lifted Yaoxing into his arms. Her height of 1.67 meters made her appear particularly delicate within his embrace. Exiting the private room, he addressed the calm-faced Chao Shui at the door, instructing, "Handle it discreetly, but do not kill her." As Yaoxing watched Chao Shui's figure gradually recede, she found herself cradled in the elevator by Yu Yan. Silence enveloped them, yet her thoughts echoed incessantly. "What is wrong with Yu Yan? Why is he silent? I shouldn't be too heavy, right? Oh, wait. This is the female protagonist's body, not mine. It's so late, I wonder what activities await on the first night. Tomorrow, I must explore the entire cruise." Yu Yan listened attentively throughout, allowing her mind to wander freely. Upon reaching the 17th floor, he suddenly heard her next thought. "However, that guy named Xiaqing is quite handsome. Why was he so quiet just now?" Yu Yan abruptly halted, while Yaoxing, still lost in her own world, blinked up at him, puzzled. Her heart continued to revel in thoughts of, "But Yu Yan is even more handsome. If only I could stay by his side forever." Yu Yan averted his gaze, dismissing the moment. Once inside their room, they took turns washing up. It was only then that Yaoxing recalled. Weren't they supposed to partake in the nightlife that was just beginning? After Yu Yan finished washing his hair, the slicked-back style was replaced by soft, tousled locks. "Tonight seems rather dull," he remarked. Glancing at the sole bed, Yaoxing hesitated, asking, "Where do I sleep?" Yu Yan fixed his gaze upon her, speaking deliberately. "Sleep with me. This time, let us change the story." It seemed he wanted her to narrate a tale. Yaoxing did not object, for not long ago, Qin Mingyu had messaged her again, urging her regarding the critical document. Why did they insist on having an outsider steal it? She concluded that Qin Mingyu was indeed a bit unhinged. As she lay on the bed, Yaoxing was rummaging through her mind for fairy tale content. Suddenly, Yu Yan's arm encircled her waist, drawing her closer. His lips, soft and gentle, brushed against her ear, as if he regarded it as a cherished toy. Yaoxing's mind raced, and she abruptly inquired, "Why weren't you the one whipping people earlier?" Yu Yan's breath tickled her ear, eliciting a tingling sensation. "Why do you ask?" he replied. "I thought you would enjoy it." "Indeed, I do." Suddenly, Yu Yan began to nibble on her earlobe, sending shivers through her. Not painful, but certainly intense. "But I want to lay a hand on anyone myself." Her breath hitched slightly, questioning, "Why not?" "Because it becomes addictive. One cannot help but lose control." His voice, reminiscent of a sinister specter from the abyss, was chillingly enigmatic. Those people still needed to breathe. Go Yaoxing found herself captivated by his words. The implication is that he will ruthlessly torment anyone who crosses his path. She quickly shifted the topic, eventually finding a fairy tale suitable for storytelling, beginning to lull him to sleep. Although she did not believe that reading a story could cure Yu Yan's affliction, she narrated the tale of Beauty and the Beast. During a journey, a merchant lost his way and inadvertently stumbled upon a magnificent castle. Through the magic mirror, Bella learned of the beast's grave condition and hastened to his side, using her love to break the curse that bound him. The beast transformed back into a handsome prince, who wed Bella, and they lived a life filled with happiness. Go Yaoxing endeavored to tell the story vividly, her voice soft and gentle, like the soothing dialect of Wu. Yu Yan had fallen silent, his breathing steady. Just as she thought he had drifted off to sleep once more, he spoke in a hoarse voice without opening his eyes, questioning why Bella feared the beast, yet ultimately chose to return. Because of love, she replied. Could love truly dispel fear? Go Yaoxing had never experienced it herself and vaguely responded, perhaps. In a moment of unusual clarity, he said, "Then you love me? Do not fear me." He had once claimed he would rid himself of her on the day he found her uninteresting. Yet, as the days passed, a burgeoning desire within him seemed to have not diminished. Rather, it rendered his demeanor more akin to that of a normal person. Go Yaoxing found herself captivated by his alluring voice, confronted by such a visage, speaking in a manner reminiscent of her favorite character. It was utterly against the rules. Her heart quivered uncontrollably, and she thought, whether true or not, in this world, I genuinely hold you dearest, unmatched by anyone else. For I cannot help but lean toward you unconditionally. Yu Yan's lashes fluttered slightly before settling back into tranquility. Soon, he slowly opened his eyes and casually mentioned that there was a document requiring attention in the morning, instructing her to retrieve it from the nightstand in the adjacent room. Go Yaoxing, having obtained the key, was momentarily taken aback. She intended to return it, but Yu Yan had already closed his eyes again, his pallid skin strikingly noticeable in the dim light. She fell silent, only then realizing that the emerald ring on his finger had vanished, its whereabouts unknown. How peculiar. At a glance, he did not seem to possess such an attachment to it. Sometimes he wore it, sometimes he did not. Quite strange indeed. The last time Yu Yan had awakened was around 7 in the morning, so this time Go Yaoxing rose an hour early. Upon awakening and seeing Yu Yan still with his eyes closed, she breathed a sigh of relief. The document indeed needed to be given to Qin Mingyu, for it contained issues that had caused him significant financial loss unbeknownst to him in the narrative. At this juncture, Ji Wanfu added fuel to the fire, as Qin Mingyu had just begun to open his heart to Go Yaoxing when this incident occurred. She pushed away Go Yaoxing, who was incessantly explaining, determined to ensure Qin Mingyu's wishes were fulfilled. She quietly slipped on her shoes, making not a sound as she exited, the door left ajar. However, just as she stepped outside, the figure on the bed, who should have been asleep, abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of ominous light illuminating his gaze. Go Yaoxing stepped into the adjacent room and beheld the cabinet that Yu Yan had mentioned. She unlocked it with a key, casually flipping through the documents to ensure their accuracy before sending a few photos to Qin Mingyu. Just as she snapped the second picture, her movements abruptly halted. She had forgotten the most crucial detail. The catalyst for unfolding events had never been the villain or the male lead, but rather herself, the female protagonist. With Yu Yan's extensive experience in the business world, if the documents were of paramount importance, he would never have entrusted them to her so easily. It was all a deliberate ploy. From the very beginning, he had orchestrated this scenario to compel her to steal the documents. An alarm blared in her mind, prompting her to hastily finish taking the pictures and put her phone away. A tall figure loomed behind her like a demon, having materialized without her notice. Chapter 18. The misunderstanding is resolved in that moment. Go Yaoxing dared not turn around. A sinister, low laugh echoed behind her, the voice akin to a wraith from hell, chilling and malevolent. Why not turn around, my dear? The words my dear were uttered as if subjected to repeated torment. The sound was almost life-threatening. Go Yaoxing felt her heart racing, as if it might leap from her chest. Perhaps it would be safer outside her body. In this suffocating atmosphere, Go Yaoxing slowly turned to face him, extending the document toward him with a conciliatory smile. Yu Yan, didn't you ask me to bring you the documents this morning? I woke up and saw you still asleep, so I took the liberty of retrieving them. His face shrouded in the dim light, Yu Yan appeared diabolical and enigmatic, a devil incarnate. With a smirk, he replied, "Is that so? I also asked you to take some pictures last night, didn't I?" Yet, confronted with such a tense situation, Gu Yaoxing's anxiety dissipated almost instantly. In the next moment, seemingly losing control, she boldly reached out, cupping Yu Yan's face. "Yu Yan, how could you be so reckless? There are issues with this document. And yet you are still using it. Yesterday, Qin Mingyu insisted I hand it over to him, but I kept delaying him. However, when I retrieved this document just now and casually glanced at it, the problems were glaringly evident. Yet I knew Qin Mingyu would not discern them. I only learned of them from overhearing your remarks a while ago. The moment I realized there was an issue, I thought perhaps I could use the document to my advantage with him. He would certainly believe me, and besides, didn't you have something you wished to obtain from Qin Mingyu? This could serve as a safeguard." Without a shred of hesitation, she mentally filtered out the knowledge she possessed as a result of being in this narrative. Everything else she spoke was the unvarnished truth. Navigating a relationship akin to walking with a tiger, a blend of truth and deception was not the optimal solution. She did not want what she perceived as a minor misunderstanding to create a rift between them. However, Yu Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. He even dismissed the notion of reading her thoughts, deliberately avoiding her eyes. To Gu Yaoxing, this subtle gesture felt as though Yu Yan was on the verge of relinquishing her. She frowned. Just a few days have passed since she began to revel in the company of her most cherished character. How could it all come to an abrupt end? She seized Yu Yan's collar, instinctively smoothing his slightly disheveled hair. Then, adopting a fierce demeanor, she demanded, "I've explained everything to you. Why don't you believe me? Have my stories been in vain? Do you think I'm like everyone else?" She was simply eager to voice her inquiries. Yu Yan's heartbeat quickened, though he was perplexed by the reason. Gazing at the fierce expression of Gu Yaoxing, he felt an unusual emotion stirring within him, one that he believed should not be present. Amidst the heated confrontation, he suddenly picked up his phone and made a call. It caught Gu Yaoxing by surprise. No way, is he really doing this? However, as the call connected, Yu Yan's voice turned cold. "My heart rate is irregular. Why is that? The other end still groggy?" Took a moment to register, glanced at the data on the monitor and murmured, "Did you commit murder?" Yu Yan, no. So did you witness someone being killed?
No.
I just woke up. Wei Jingqi, now a bit more alert, rubbed his eyes and quickly sat up. "Wait a moment, let me check the data." Gu Yaoxing observed him, seemingly oblivious to her presence as he continued his phone call. Wei Jingqi's voice came through the receiver again. "Regarding your heart rate, I've filtered the data according to time and events, excluding the 2 points you just mentioned. It seems the only instances of such a rate occurred during your car accident and the time you were attacked. Oh, and also that incident on the afternoon of July 10th. He still had no idea what had transpired then. After a brief pause, he continued his analysis. "But you've just woken up. Could it be that you had a dream?" Before he could finish, a somewhat familiar female voice interrupted from the receiver. Gu Yaoxing leaned in, eager to confirm, muttering, "Stop analyzing, just look at the data." Wei Jingqi, momentarily taken aback, instinctively replied, "Oh, okay." It dawned on him that he was the doctor. Why should he heed the words of a mere girl? Yet in the next moment, the values on the monitor began to fluctuate, gradually rising. The heart rate, which had been steady between 50 and 70, was suddenly disrupted. He emitted a sound of astonishment. Meanwhile, Gu Yaoxing continued to grip Yu Yan's collar and drew closer under the intense gaze of his dark eyes. Her gaze slowly descended, akin to a fluffy little comb, bringing a tingling sensation wherever it landed. It ultimately settled on his neck. Rising on her toes, she abruptly leaned in. The instant her lips brushed against his neck, Yu Yan's voice turned unexpectedly husky. Wei Jingqi gasped in surprise. "What's going on?" Yu Yan's heart rate has skyrocketed to 90. "I've never seen this before." Only then did he realize that Yu Yan had not yet ended the call, diverting a fraction of his attention to hang up. Wei Jingqi, seeing the now darkened screen, felt exasperated. "You guys are completely disregarding decorum." Meanwhile, in this whirlwind of passion, Gu Yaoxing was remarkably assertive, maintaining the upper hand throughout. Her hand traced along Yu Yan's clothing, and after so many days, she finally fulfilled her dream of touching the abs she had long coveted. When Zhao Shui and Xie arrived, they were met with a most unexpected scene. The bright lights of the living room seeped through the partially open door, illuminating the dim bedroom. Gu Yaoxing, whom they recognized, dominated the situation, while the notoriously ruthless seventh master found himself pinned beneath a woman, offering no resistance and seemingly reveling in the moment. It was inconceivable that anyone could engage him in such a manner against his will. Go Yaoxing's heart raced fiercely, her body tingling as every nerve prepared for the intensity of the encounter. She felt both soft yet assertive, maintaining her position atop him. When she heard the noise, she turned to see two bewildered faces and quickly scrambled to her feet. Yu Yan slowly sat up, a faint blush gracing the corners of his eyes. His gaze was deep and cold as he glanced at the two standing at the door, who, upon regaining their senses, hurriedly positioned themselves properly at the entrance. Go Yaoxing cleared her throat and said, "Yu Yan, I've sent the images to Qin Mingyu. You needn't use that document anymore. Let him bear the consequences alone." Yu Yan replied, his voice hoarse, "All right, as you wish." Chapter 19. Capturing attention to her surprise, Yu Yan had suddenly become quite agreeable, and Go Yaoxing found herself gazing into his eyes in astonishment. "Yu Yan, you seem to have become so much more endearing. Utterly adorable. Especially with the faint blush adorning his pale cheeks, his swollen lips, and those deep, dark eyes now exuding a hint of innocence. His hair, already unkempt, had become even more disheveled. He resembled the most beloved little puppy online. For the first time, he had been described as cute, and he did not seem to mind." Go Yaoxing, still puzzled, mused, "Though I know it sounds rather narcissistic, Yu Yan, I don't wish for my existence to become your weakness. Individuals like him, with a soft heart, risk falling into irretrievable depths with the slightest misstep." Yu Yan's tone was nonchalant as he replied, "No one can pose a threat to me." After clearing the misunderstanding, Go Yaoxing felt that everything was unfolding as she had envisioned. Once the cruise ship reached international waters, the atmosphere grew increasingly decadent. The vessel boasted 18 decks, with the 18th level being off-limits. The higher the power, the greater the space available, leaving many ordinary elites confined to the lower 5 decks, which sufficed for most entertainment. Having exceeded 50%, Go Yaoxing had already witnessed much alongside Yu Yan. Some individuals wore increasingly scant attire. Go Yaoxing, wary of drawing attention, dared not look too closely. Yet, her curiosity surged behind Yu Yan, her eyes eager to explore everything, scrutinizing everyone who passed by. She even began to compare them. Suddenly, Yu Yan's emotionless voice broke through. "Go Yaoxing." She was being called. Go Yaoxing quickly focused her gaze, not daring to look around recklessly. She nudged Yu Yan ahead of her and asked, "Why are these people dressed like this?" Yu Yan's pace remained steady, his low, magnetic voice responding, "Now that we are in international waters, the real transactions are just beginning." Go Yaoxing pondered for a moment, and before she could fully grasp the situation, the perpetually aloof Chao Shui suddenly offered an explanation. "Most transactions in this world are inextricably linked to the color green. It may not be the most advantageous, but it is undoubtedly the simplest. Consequently, many individuals tend to take an alternative approach, opting for this particular solution. This practice has almost become a tradition aboard the extravagant cruise ship." Below the 5th floor, the scene remained unchanged from the previous day. Only those granted permission by the ship's owner could ascend to the upper levels. Once Yu Yan entered, Go Yaoxing and her companions settled in their exclusive lounge to await his return. Bored, she initiated a conversation. "Sister, do you know about Yu Yan's health condition?" Chao Shui replied, "Seventh Master has a dedicated physician." "Is it Wei Jingqi?" Go Yaoxing inquired. Chao Shui had dealt with countless emergencies, yet none had been quite like this. Xia Qing's expression momentarily faltered. "What is it that Miss Go wishes to inquire about?" Go Yaoxing stated, "I simply feel that Yu Yan's health is rather concerning. He suffers from chronic insomnia and has been living in a damp and dark environment, which is detrimental to his well-being." The two exchanged glances, surprised that Go Yaoxing knew more than they had anticipated. They refrained from elaborating further, and Go Yaoxing casually engaged in light chatter, discovering that Chao Shui had once danced and that Xia Qing possessed a remarkable talent for painting. When Yu Yan emerged, he had matters to attend to and instructed Chao Shui to accompany Go Yaoxing throughout their exploration of the lower floors. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Go Yaoxing, observing Chao Shui's unchanging expression, sought to uplift the atmosphere. "Sister, it seems there is an extravagant stage on this level. Shall we take a look?" Chao Shui's gaze flickered momentarily before returning to its frigid demeanor. "As you wish." Go Yaoxing cheerfully grasped Chao Shui's hand, beaming, "In that case, your time now belongs to me." The extravagant stage indeed embodied the ship's theme, opulence and wealth. It resembled a genuine performance venue, vast enough to captivate Go Yaoxing's attention. This was merely a whimsical indulgence for the affluent. No voting was required, and anyone willing could take the stage. The current act featured two young women, both beautiful, adorned in exquisite attire, and the stage itself was breathtaking. However, their performance lacked substance, offering little more than hollow vocalizations. After watching two more acts, one being a solo dance, Yaoxing noted Qiao Shue's lack of response. For her, this experience was perhaps not a reprieve, but rather an alternative form of torment. Just as she planned to lead Qiao Shui away, another pair of affluent performers took the stage. One of the women, microphone in hand, announced, "Hello, everyone. We are not performing a traditional dance, but rather a. However, we are currently short two dancers. If there are any willing souls, please join us. If not, we shall complete it ourselves."
Yaoxing abruptly halted.
Clutching Qiao Shue's hand. "Sister, can you dance this?" Qiao Shui replied honestly, "I am not proficient. The purpose of coming here is to revel in the joy of dance." With such enthusiasm for dancing, Qiao Shui seizes the opportunity to grace the stage once more. It matters not. Yaoxing, beaming with delight, takes her hand and dashes forward. Qiao Shui stands momentarily transfixed, gazing at her spirited figure, carefree and jubilant. The two sisters on stage, initially expecting no one to join them, had already resolved to perform as a duo. Just then, two unfamiliar faces rush onto the stage, eliciting a spark of joy within them. Upon reaching the stage, Yaoxing recognizes one of them from the previous day and warmly greets her. What a coincidence! We are so fated to meet. This performance is surely destined for success. The other girl, smiling, has long hair and an oval face, and is somewhat reserved. Named Xia Yan. The girl with shoulder-length hair is called Heroine. Their styles are distinctly different. After a brief exchange, as the prelude begins, the four take their respective positions. Yaoxing willingly steps aside to stand at the far edge, with Xia Yan on the opposite side. Suddenly, the lights dim completely. As the music begins, four beams of light illuminate them from the front. Initially, the audience is somewhat indifferent, merely glancing over out of boredom. However, after they sing 5 lines of lyrics, the crowd quickly becomes engaged. Suddenly, the lights blaze forth, and the backdrop transforms to align with their song. One after another, their voices harmonize seamlessly, their positions arranged, without the need for discussion. As the music softens, Heroine thrusts her foot forward, raising an eyebrow, smiling, and swaying her hips. She controls her strength with remarkable finesse. The four synchronize effortlessly, as if they have rehearsed countless times before. Even the strands of their hair seem to cooperate, flowing gracefully in unison, illuminated by the dazzling lights, exuding an ethereal charm. Like celestial beings, they are divine and beautiful. Yaoxing feels her soul's memories gradually returning, and she glances over at Qiao Shui, who has also become adept. They share a knowing smile. The audience below gradually shifts their attention, beginning to focus on this captivating performance. One exudes an air of cold elegance, another innocence, one poise, and the last radiance. Each shines in their own right. Not far from the audience, a familiar yet aloof figure passes by, suddenly halting in his tracks. Chapter 20. The plot falls into place. His companion displays a look of curiosity. They both turn to the massive screens flanking the stage, clearly observing the unfolding performance. The man's gaze settles on the figure standing in the far corner. The girl's voice, delicate and charming, evokes an image of her speaking softly in daily life. As they crouch face to face, Yaoxing lifts Qiao Shui's chin, moving to the rhythm as they rise. With a flick of hair, a twist of the waist, and a gentle smile, the four of them, clad in casual attire that obscures their silhouettes, prepare for the crescendo. In that moment before the climax, they exchange glances, instinctively lifting their hems to reveal a hint of their waists. As they turn, Yaoxing inadvertently catches sight of the audience below. The man's presence is strikingly distinctive, standing out brilliantly even amidst a crowd. Her visage resembled that of a celestial being, yet her gaze, shrouded in the dimness of the surroundings, bore an enigmatic quality, exuding an air of aloof grandeur. With deliberate grace, she adjusted her sleeves, her eyes piercing through the vast sea of onlookers, as if drawn by an invisible magnetism. Upon noticing Yu Yen, who was fixated upon her from the audience, she endeavored to maintain a teasing smile, with a gesture akin to aiming a firearm towards him. Her movements were crisp and decisive, an impeccable shot. Her slender waist, illuminated under the stage lights, appeared even more delicate as it swayed in rhythm with the music. Cheers erupted, and cameras clicked as the audience became wholly engrossed in the performance. There was no sense of dissonance. They did not seem like first-time collaborators, but rather like old friends who had danced together for many years, their synergy flawless. Yu Yan's gaze lingered on the exposed curve of her waist, his long fingers inadvertently kneading the fabric of his tie, seeking to alleviate an inexplicable restlessness. A sudden dryness enveloped his throat, leaving him inexplicably parched. He unconsciously tugged at his tie, finding a momentary release. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyu, situated in front, sensed that Go Yaoxing's eyes seemed to penetrate through the crowd to him, stirring an unfamiliar tumult within him. His chest felt constricted, a weight lodged in his throat. This was the first time he had witnessed an ordinary girl shed her quiet demeanor, radiating brilliance upon the grand stage. The elegance of her waistline was not new to him, yet never had he felt such an urgent thirst. He recalled the document that Go Yaoxing had painstakingly unearthed that morning and sent to him without delay. Qin Mingyu, unusually silent, was interrupted by his female companion, who speculated that Go Yaoxing's gaze was indeed directed at him. It seems Go Yaoxing still has feelings for you, President Qin. I wonder if she might accompany you back this time. The thought of Qi Wanfu, alone in her hospital room, gazing out at the world with a shroud of solitude, tugged at his heart. His voice was cold as he replied, "Yes, I know." Soon the two departed. On stage, Go Yaoxing radiated a bright smile, blissfully unaware that the narrative she had fought so hard to escape was gradually falling into place in its own way. As the four concluded their performance, their breaths were slightly unsteady, yet smiles adorned each of their faces. Even the typically impassive and aloof Chao Shui bore a hint of a smile. Go Yaoxing stood beside her, lowering her voice to say, "Sister, your dance was truly exquisite." While everyone else posed with flair and charm, Chao Shui stood apart. Her eyes, subtly arched, held a chilling beauty that, under the stage lights, resembled that of a regal queen. Go Yaoxing now believed that Chao Shui must have practiced dance extensively in the past. Her flexibility was exceptional, and her physical prowess surpassed that of everyone present. During this time, Xia Yan had been driven nearly mad by her so-called father, yet after such a spirited dance, she felt invigorated, as if her once cold limbs were suddenly enveloped in warmth. She had discovered the very essence of existence. After Heroine concluded her performance, she took the microphone on behalf of everyone, her face radiant with a smile. She expressed her gratitude for the audience's support, acknowledging that their preparations were somewhat lacking this time, yet she hoped everyone could find a suitable partner for collaboration in the vast realm of luxury. The group quickly exited the stage, and Heroine's smile persisted, her excitement uncontained as she praised Go Yaoxing and the others, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. After years of dancing, I never imagined I would have a stage like this or companions so harmoniously in sync with me. When we were in need of partners, you came to our rescue. I genuinely believe you, our angels sent to us." Initially, she had felt disheartened the previous night upon learning about Yu Qishao bringing a female companion, but now her spirits had lifted. However, Go Yaoxing's smile abruptly transformed into one of discomfort. How should she articulate this? Was she, in fact, the partner of Yu Yan that Heroine had mentioned? Before she could ponder this too long, Yu Yan appeared behind her, having seemingly materialized from nowhere. Before long, he stood behind Go Yaoxing, who was yet to register his presence. Suddenly, Chao Shui's expression shifted, her voice turning cold and respectful. "Seventh young master." Yu Yan's demeanor remained icy as he responded with a curt, Go Yaoxing immediately turned around, her face brightening as she greeted him with enthusiasm. "Yu Yan." He merely acknowledged her with a dispassionate sensing something amiss. Go Yaoxing then noticed that his tie was no longer as meticulously arranged as it had been before their separation. It appeared somewhat disheveled. Meanwhile, Heroine stood nearby, her expression frozen in shock. Coming from a wealthy background, she had never anticipated encountering someone like Yu Yan, a figure who seemed to exist only in legend. She had dressed elegantly for this event, having heard that Yu Yan would be present. However, she had not seen him the previous day, only to hear whispers of him accompanying another woman, rumored to be quite intimate with him. She had spent the night in quiet sorrow, only to recover enough to seek some amusement today, finally encountering a few like-minded companions. Yet now, she was informed that one of them was her rival. Heroine's heart sank further. She had thought herself the only brave soul to have set her sights on Yu Yan, only to discover that someone had already beaten her to it. Go Yaoxing found herself caught in a dilemma, torn between a friend she felt a connection with and her favorite antagonist, Yu Yan. She felt a gentle touch on her waist, the coolness of his fingers brushing against her. As she glanced down, She saw his hand silently resting on her waist, seemingly caressing it. Then, his fingers moved to tug at the hem of her dress, covering her delicate waist. Instinctively, she turned to look at Yaoxing, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Her previously uplifted lips now drooped, trembling. Yet, Yu Yan appeared oblivious to the tension, his low, melodic voice inquiring gently, "What's the matter?" Chapter 21. The basement level opens. Yaoxing felt a silent anguish, musing that perhaps age was catching up with her, as her eyes betrayed her emotions, threatening to spill tears of sorrow. Yet the voice within resonated in Yu Yan's mind. "Woa Dogecoin villain, return my friend." Yu Yan seemed oblivious to any peculiarity, his delicate lips subtly curving upwards. His mood appeared quite pleasant. Beside him, Chao Shui felt a pang of anxiety. She had indeed acted recklessly by allowing Yaoxing to bring her on stage. Also troubled was Xia Yan, her mind torn between the yearning for her friend and her father's admonitions, alongside the haunting visage of her mother in pain before her treatment. She clenched her fists tightly, grappling with her inner turmoil. Each of the four bore their own worries, yet they seemed to have developed an unspoken understanding. Yaoxing sensed the atmosphere was particularly strange and somber. She took the initiative to lighten the mood, suggesting, "How about we exchange contact information? We might have the chance to chat again in the future." The mere act of her speaking caused Yaoxing to lose her composure. With an expression of frustration, she exclaimed, "Yaoxing, have you forgotten what I just said? Although I had those thoughts, now that you're together, I won't compromise my principles for a man. I absolutely refuse to meddle in your relationship." Yaoxing blinked. "Huh?
So.
I must add this contact. I want to witness your love as a tribute to my lost affection." This young girl was undeniably adorable. Beaming with joy, Yaoxing promptly exchanged contact details with Yaoxing. Xia Yan followed suit. When it came to Chao Shui, the two eagerly looked at her, wishing to add her as well. However, she coldly declined. "I'm sorry, I don't use these things." Yu Yan could not comprehend such camaraderie.
To him,
No one in this world was devoid of ambition, and friendships were scarcely better than relationships with strangers. Yet, when he noticed Yaoxing looking expectantly at Chao Shui, he unexpectedly spoke up. "If you wish to add her, do so, but do not let it interfere with your tasks." This was not an expression of disapproval. Chao Shui was taken aback, and in the end, they exchanged contact information. However, Chao Shui did not have WeChat, so Yaoxing registered an account for her on the spot. They not only exchanged phone numbers, but also added each other as WeChat friends. This endeavor bore significant fruit, and Yaoxing's mood visibly brightened. In contrast, Yu Yan's demeanor seemed somewhat restless. Yaoxing, particularly perceptive in this regard, inquired, "Don't you all use WeChat? How come the beautiful sister doesn't have it?" Yu Yan replied, "The more information we leave on public platforms, the more detrimental it is for us."
Oh.
"So, Yu Yan, where are we headed now?" "The underground casino has opened. Someone invited me over." Yaoxing recalled from the novel that Qin Mingyu was also set to attend. As the male protagonist, his skills in the underworld were quite formidable. He was indeed a golden hand in the casino, capable of handling the majority of people without issue. Yaoxing suddenly became curious. "Yu Yan, do you gamble?" "To a certain extent." "Then, how do you measure up against Qin Mingyu?" The moment Yu Yan's gaze swept towards her, Yaoxing's mind conjured 100 possibilities. Among them was the notion that perhaps Yu Yan might not take kindly to her question and might even feel a twinge of jealousy. However, Yu Yan's tone was dark and low, and he was not yet qualified to compete with me. It was not until later that Yaoxing realized that Yu Yan's statement was not an expression of arrogance, but a mere truth. At this early stage of the narrative, Qin Mingyu had yet to ascend to the upper echelons, not yet becoming the formidable figure in the business world that inspired both fear and admiration from countless individuals. The underground casino was bustling with people, resplendent and opulent, with even the lights crafted from gold. The cacophony of voices created a vibrant atmosphere. Each gambling table was a bespoke creation of high-end design from within the country. While affluent individuals could easily procure luxury goods from abroad, ordinary folk could only dream of such acquisitions. Domestic high-end items required careful consideration, as even the most desperate of commoners might find themselves unable to afford them, even if they sold everything they owned. Thus, the allure of traditional Chinese aesthetics began to flourish within the upper echelons. The tables and chairs were made of rosewood, and all items bore unique emblems resembling a soaring phoenix. Any item here could fetch a substantial sum if exchanged. Go Yaoxing glanced around before retracting her gaze. To her surprise, Yu Yan did not join the others in gambling, but instead headed towards the spacious flat. Xia Qing had long been stationed there, and upon noticing, Chao Shui chose to remain outside with Xia Qing. However, Go Yaoxing was led upstairs by Yu Yan. The first floor boasted a height of at least 7 meters, sufficient to create another grand platform, dividing the space into 2 levels. Here, the view was even more expansive, allowing a clear sight of the happenings below. A massive table awaited them, with everyone already in attendance, each face adorned with warm and friendly smiles, as if they were indeed old friends. Upon Yu Yan's arrival, their smiles widened even further. Most appeared to be a generation older than Yu Yan, with only 2 or 3 peers of his age. Seventh young master, we have finally awaited your presence. Without you, this gambling table lacks any excitement. Indeed, indeed. I may be older, but I have witnessed your gambling prowess in the past. Alas, you have long since retired. We can no longer behold your dazzling figure at the gaming table. Ah, seventh young master, this young lady appears rather fresh-faced. Is she your companion this time? I've heard she entertained everyone with her dancing on the 3rd floor. The last individual's intentions were clearly nefarious. In his usual impenetrable demeanor, Yu Yan was now presented with a rare opportunity to be teased. With his arrival, the discourse naturally gravitated towards him, as if he possessed some extraordinary treasure awaiting discovery. Go Yaoxing despised such scenes. While the first few individuals bore no malicious intent, she was compelled to smile. The moment she heard the last comment, she let out a soft laugh, drawing the attention of those around her. In a setting where others typically recoiled, Go Yaoxing defied the norm, igniting her spirit.
Oh.
My apologies. You may have merely heard rumors, but I am currently witnessing the amusement you provide firsthand. However, this is not a comedic society. Perhaps you should focus more on the wrinkles adorning your own face? Yu Yan did not refute. Instead, a smile graced his lips. Encountering such a scene for the first time, he could not help but speak the truth, requesting Elder Su to be more understanding. The implication of his words was clear. He had no intention of reprimanding her. Others immediately began to chime in. Yu Yan guided Go Yaoxing toward a certain middle-aged man's seat, ultimately stopping to introduce him as his second elder brother. In Chapter 22, the halo of the male and female leads, Go Yaoxing paused momentarily before politely greeting, "Hello, second brother." The second elder brother maintained a composed demeanor, exuding a gentle aura. He smiled and offered polite pleasantries, stating, seventh brother can be rather taciturn. I feel at ease with you by his side." Once seated, Yu Yan and the others commenced their serious discussions. Suddenly, Elder Su interjected with a sardonic tone, "What we are discussing cannot be known to the outside world. Seventh young master, while you may disregard the bigger picture, shouldn't you also consider everyone's concerns?" Go Yaoxing smiled brightly at him, her expression innocently unassuming. She acknowledged Elder Su's words but added, "However, let us not take advantage of Yu Yan's reluctance for verbal sparring.
Furthermore,
I believe you appear even more inclined to divulge secrets than we do." Before Elder Su could respond, he suddenly sensed the chilling smile on Yu Yan's face, his dark eyes shimmering with an icy intensity. His lips curved slightly, as if amused, yet his body instinctively stiffened. A chill crept down his spine, and even his heartbeat quickened. He promptly fell silent, feeling awkward. Go Yaoxing noticed that this man ceased to argue further due to Yu Yan's presence. She smiled subtly, her hand discreetly slipping beneath the table, where it found Yu Yan's hand, gently squeezing it. Although Elder Huang Er was speaking, Yu Yan's attention was surprisingly diverted from his words, focusing instead on the movement beneath the table. Go Yaoxing, meeting Yu Yan's gaze, turned to him and beamed brightly, her hand's motion unabated. It was as though she were toying with a delightful plaything, kneading here and pinching there. Yu Yan cast a warning glance her way, hoping to silence her antics. Yet, Go Yaoxing would not yield when it mattered. Not only was she squeezing Yu Yan's hand, but her other hand, seemingly equipped with radar, soon found its way to his waist, continuing the gentle kneading. The abdominal muscles she coveted most drew her attention as she innocently blinked at Yu Yan. He pressed her hand, attempting to quell her restless movements. Feeling the freshly tied tie suddenly constricting, his Adam's apple moved slightly. Go Yaoxing gazed longingly, reminiscent of her desire to nibble on him as she had before. Wasn't affection all about closeness, touching, kissing, and even playful biting? Yu Yan exhaled deeply, abruptly shifting his gaze to Elder Huang Er. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps erupted from beneath. Go Yaoxing, ever the spectator, was thrilled. One of the elderly men near the window had a clear view below.
Oh.
It's that fellow from the Qin family. It appears he has earned quite a bit. He had just seen messages from below, revealing that this young man had already won 6 consecutive matches. Yet, compared to 7th Young Master, he was still far behind. After all, 7th Young Master had once left the city's gambling king utterly defeated. Under the starlit sky, Go Yaoxing instinctively turned her gaze towards Yu Yan. If one were to compare him to the king of gamblers in the city, she could roughly comprehend the essence of his being. However, her thoughts had a tendency to wander. Upon hearing that Qin Mingyu had won yet another match, her immediate internal monologue was, I didn't expect Qin Mingyu to be this formidable. A piercing, sinister gaze suddenly fell upon her. Go Yaoxing's fingers trembled slightly, and she discreetly withdrew her hands. Leaning closer to Yu Yan, she whispered, Yu Yan, may I play a couple of rounds? Expecting him to refuse. She was taken aback when he replied, in a low, husky voice, go ahead. Let Chao Shui exchange some money for you. She immediately flung her arms around him, exclaiming, You are truly wonderful, Yu Yan, before turning and dashing downstairs without hesitation. A previously silent figure suddenly chuckled. Yu Yan turned to look, his gaze cold and devoid of warmth. The man, appearing rather carefree, noticed Yu Yan's glare and remarked, It seems your relationship is quite commendable. I find myself somewhat envious. Yu Yan retorted coolly, Then let envy be your companion. The man continued to laugh, his demeanor carefree, while the 7th Young Master remained as icy as ever. Yu Yan's eyes darkened with an inscrutable intensity as he spoke with chilling indifference. Xinqing Xian, do not overstep your bounds. Do you believe you are worthy of coveting what belongs to me? The man merely smiled, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the figure outside the window. She truly resembles a little rabbit, he mused. With a staggering sum of over 10 million at stake, Go Yaoxing found herself momentarily stunned. Chao Shui had intended to exchange 50 million for her to play, but Go Yaoxing adamantly declined. She merely wished to test the waters, not to make a spectacle of Yu Yan. Once everything was settled, the surrounding crowd began to discuss the situation with Qin Mingyu. It was said he had won 9 consecutive matches, and everyone marveled at his gambling prowess. Standing inconspicuously, Go Yaoxing observed a certain individual shining brightly at the gambling table. She leaned closer to Chao Shui and whispered, Sister, could you place a bet for me? Chao Shui replied in a formulaic tone, calm and detached, Certainly. How shall I proceed? Go Yaoxing leaned in even closer, quietly instructing her to place bets of 1 million each. She was eager to discover whether Qin Mingyu's protagonist aura was superior or if her own heroine aura held more sway. However, she did not bet on the same match as Qin Mingyu. Before long, the results were revealed. She won. Chao Shui returned with the news that she had gained 5 million, effectively doubling her initial stake. Go Yaoxing, brimming with excitement, thought, if only this money could be sent to my real-world self. She continued to wager on several matches, this time with bets of 2 million. Upon seeing the results, Chao Shui turned to Go Yaoxing, who was eagerly anticipating the outcome. Perhaps fortune was on her side. She did not dwell on it. However, the next few matches yielded similar results. Go Yaoxing transitioned from her initial bet of 1 million to placing 10 million each time. By the third match, she had already attracted attention. Others began to notice her winning streak, and many followed suit in their betting. An increasing number of spectators were captivated by the unfolding drama between Qin Mingyu and Go Yaoxing, pondering who would ultimately emerge victorious. The organizers' expressions had begun to shift dramatically. The commotion from below had disturbed those on the second floor, who began to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Yu Yan's companion was dazzling in the casino, they could not help but display expressions of astonishment. Shen Chengxian stroked his chin, casting his gaze towards the figure below, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. While others may have hesitated, the more trepidation they displayed, the stronger his desire to venture forth. He licked his lips, anticipation coursing through him. Yu Yan's hands were clasped on the table, the air around him infused with the distinct fragrance of yellow pear wood. Yet his unwavering gaze was fixed intently on Go Yaoxing, not a fraction diverted. Unbeknownst to Go Yaoxing, who continued to place her bets, she had already caught someone's attention. This time, however, she lost a staggering 10 million. The onlookers, witnessing the outcome, turned their eyes towards her, some sighing in dismay and others muttering curses, as if she had robbed them of their winnings. Go Yaoxing pursed her lips, already suspecting that someone might have intervened. Though Chao Shui urged her to reconsider, Go Yaoxing flashed a radiant smile. Dear sister, let us reclaim that 10 million wager. The winnings I just secured are all mine. I shall return. Sensing her enthusiasm, Chao Shui suddenly deduced something and proceeded to act as Go Yaoxing suggested. Chapter 23. Yu Yan takes the plunge yet. How peculiar it seemed that to Go Yaoxing, money that ordinary people would toil to earn appeared as worthless as mere paper. She shook her head, dismissing the slightly absurd notion from her mind. In this world, there exists no individual who does not covet wealth. Xie Qing approached, noting that the organizers had intervened and questioned why Miss Ge had not been cautioned to cease her betting. Having only crossed paths with Go Yaoxing a few times, Xie Qing found her somewhat delicate and lacking in skill. However, Chao Shui whispered, she has likely anticipated this, and will have her own plans moving forward. At this remark, Xie Qing instinctively turned his gaze back to Go Yaoxing. If that were the case, what was her intention? Returning to his place, his focus remained on Go Yaoxing, who continued to wager. Her demeanor was unchanged, as if her previous loss had merely been a fleeting misstep. When questioned, she offered only vague responses. This time, she staked another 10 million. Observers, seeing her substantial bet, began to suspect that her earlier loss had been deliberate, and they eagerly followed suit with their own wagers. The results were met with uproar. Some who had previously harbored dissatisfaction towards her now found themselves lamenting their further losses, each groaning in discontent. Some openly chastised her, exclaiming, "Had I known you were so inept, I would not have followed your lead," while others, having profited from the adjacent bets, speculated that her earlier success was merely a stroke of luck, questioning her audacity to maintain her facade. Yet, some remained rational, defending her. Were you not the ones who chose to follow her bets? Why seek validation now? If you can play, then play. If not, ascend to the cinema and watch a film instead. Many fell silent. Go Yaoxing offered a slight apologetic smile. One must be cautious of winning too frequently lest one attract unwanted attention. This time, I shall bet a modest 20 million, ensuring a guaranteed victory. Observing her increased wager, the crowd began to trust her claims. Very well, we shall believe you once more. I am not short of funds. I merely wish to partake in the excitement. I shall wager 10 million. Someone gritted their teeth and declared, then I shall invest the final 20 million. The phenomenon of social influence took hold, and many were swayed by Go Yaoxing's words. However, the outcome was catastrophic. The furious gazes of the crowd converged upon Go Yaoxing, their eyes sharp as blades, as if they wished to rend her apart. Suddenly, a man's voice cut through the chaos, filled with venomous rage. You wretched creature. Just wait. I will make you pay. Yet, this was precisely the outcome Go Yaoxing desired. In gambling, there are both victories and defeats. How could these individuals, who had never tasted loss, be so naive? Her actions had incited a grave ire among the masses, and she could sense their hostility rising. With a soft chuckle, she moved with such swiftness that none could intercept her. Before she knew it, she had slipped into the table occupied by Qin Mingyu. She flashed a radiant smile at the men and women who had not participated in her previous rounds, and as she turned her head, her gaze unexpectedly locked with Qin Mingyu's. His expression was cold and focused, as if he had been observing her for quite some time. She pointed to the opposite side of Qin Mingyu's bet, declaring, I wager 3 million. Earlier, she had deliberately retained several million as her stake. Qin Mingyu suddenly smiled, a hint of interest coloring his typically icy eyes. Go Yaoxing, how many more facets of yourself remain unseen by me? Yet, Go Yaoxing offered him not even a glance. It was a battle of the protagonists. Go Yaoxing could hardly contain her anticipation for the outcome, her gaze fixed intently on the dealer's cup. The results were revealed. She had lost. Go Yaoxing stared unblinkingly at the numbers on the dice. 3 ones, clearly a small outcome. She had lost, utterly, and without doubt.
Ha!
The author. Truly. She is the male lead's mother. The halo around her is evidently weaker than that of the male lead, and yet she must endure suffering at every turn. Go Yaoxing regarded her final 1 million chips, suddenly feeling a pang of indecision. Abruptly, a cacophony arose behind her, startling her. Had those people found her so swiftly? Before she could turn, Qin Mingyu's voice, usually so cold, softened unexpectedly. Go Yaoxing, come here. Those individuals cannot harm you. Though Qin Mingyu had not yet attained unparalleled might, dealing with this group of ordinary wealthy heirs was well within her capabilities. However, Go Yaoxing merely lifted her gaze to him, replying, thank you, but no. She contemplated whether to hide beneath the table and sneak away. Suddenly, the uproar diminished significantly. More and more familiar titles reached her ears. It was the seventh young master. The seventh young master? Go Yaoxing's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely oblivious to the sudden chill in Qin Mingyu's gaze. Even if she had noticed, she would not have cared. Outside the crowd stood a man of exceptional cold elegance, his tall frame radiating an aura of authority. As his eyes met those of the group obstructed by his subordinates, a cruel coldness enveloped him, and the smile on his lips deepened gradually. Those individuals remained blissfully unaware of the peril they faced. Chao Shui stood respectfully beside Yu Yan, reporting, "Seventh young master. The surveillance shows that Miss Go is at this table." Naturally, Yu Yan was well aware of Go Yaoxing's whereabouts. He had always known her movements in real time. Sending Chao Shui to investigate was merely a facade of due diligence. A gap suddenly opened in the encircling crowd at the gambling table, and there stood Go Yaoxing right in that very space, devoid of any instinctive inclination to retreat. She unexpectedly locked eyes with Yu Yan, momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising her hand in greeting with a smile. "Hi, Yu Yan, you've come too?" Yu Yan approached her slowly, halting directly in front of her, his voice low and magnetic. "Have you lost everything?" She shook her head, feeling a sense of suffocation as she murmured, "There's only 1,000,000 left. It's all gone." "Look at me." Yu Yan's voice was enchanting. "I can help you." Go Yaoxing was momentarily stunned, yet she had yet to grasp the significance of his words. Behind him, Xie Qing and Chao Shui, who had followed him for a decade, exhibited an unprecedented disbelief. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the absurdity in each other's eyes. Seventh Master has long since washed his hands of such matters, having not engaged with them for years. Go Yaoxing transferred her remaining chip to Yu Yan, who then led her to the forefront. She observed the grim-faced Qin Mingyu and whispered near Yu Yan, "Yu Yan, this person has a touch of the supernatural. You won't win." "Is that so?" Yu Yan replied nonchalantly, glancing at Qin Mingyu. "I refuse to believe in ghosts or deities. What I seek shall not be hindered by anyone." He was eager to witness the so-called fictional realm, to ascertain the true capabilities of the male protagonist's halo. Unbeknownst to her, their energies were evenly matched before Yu Yan's fortune began to wane. The dealer shook the dice for a moment, her hand trembling as she set the cup down. With professionalism, she continued, "Please place your bets." Qin Mingyu's fingers moved, indicating a large bet. Yu Yan's gaze was fixed on the dice cup as he placed Go Yaoxing's final chip on the small bet. All eyes were riveted on the dice cup. The dealer opened the round.
Small.
Go Yaoxing's eyes were glued to the dice numbers, yet Yu Yan wore a mysterious expression as he turned to Qin Mingyu. "Are you in?" In this round, the dealer's cut ensured a minimum profit of 30 million. Those who had consistently followed Qin Mingyu were naturally inclined to continue believing in his judgment. Qin Mingyu's expression shifted as he met Yu Yan's gaze, his voice cold and resolute. "Let us go." Those upstairs found it difficult to intervene, even resorting to remote live broadcasts. Some had even brought binoculars merely to observe Yu Yan's initial moves after entering the fray. Alas, while Qin Mingyu was indeed a formidable gambler, he was unfortunately up against the seventh master. Elder Su was particularly unconvinced by Yu Yan, especially after the earlier encounter, insisting on interjecting. "I see Yu Yan's success here as mere luck. A rising star doesn't necessarily outshine him." "Humph. Just wait and see." Had the seventh master, during the final bet, calculated the force based on the weight of the chips and the distance to the dice cup? That throw did not appear to be casual at all. Huang Lao stood by the window, his steady expression inscrutable, his gaze resting on Go Yaoxing beside Yu Yan. "Old Seven, I hope you do not make a foolish mistake." Go Yaoxing gazed at Yu Yan with profound admiration. Let Qin Mingyu gamble. She believed he ought to be taught a lesson by such a formidable figure. She readily admitted to her double standards and found great joy in them. This time, the dealer did not receive any instructions to allow her to act unscrupulously. Instead, he inquired with confusion, only to hear a solemn voice from the other end say, "We cannot compete with the seventh young master. We are merely utilizing what he has left behind. Just keep an eye on the others and ensure they do not create any disturbances." In the subsequent rounds, she indeed witnessed this firsthand. Without exception, Qin Mingyu lost to Yu Yan in the following games. His demeanor grew increasingly grim, to the point where he contemplated wagering his principal as well. Ultimately, reason triumphed over fury. Remembering that document, Qin Mingyu instinctively glanced at Go Yaoxing, only to find her utterly fixated on Yu Yan, her gaze not straying even a fraction towards him. It was as if he were merely a vanquished stranger. His female companion tugged at his sleeve, softly advising, President Qin. Aside from the principal, we only have a few million left. We cannot continue. Qin Mingyu lifted his gaze to Yu Yan, his cold eyes like ice, and then rose to depart with his companion. The others, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of disappointment. Once everything concluded, Yaoxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Every moment since Yu Yan had stepped on stage unfolded like a cinematic narrative, sensual, aloof, elegant, and brooding, a perfect amalgamation. Yu Yan, you were incredible just now. She had not anticipated that the aura of the antagonist would overshadow that of the protagonist. Could it be that the current portrayal of the male lead was not the strongest? Yu Yan calmly accepted her praise and asked softly, shall we continue? Gu Yaoxing quickly waved her hands, no, no, no. In gambling, one loses 9 out of 10 times. I am a model citizen, never indulging in anything illicit. As she spoke, she felt her attire transform into a blue and white school uniform, a red scarf fluttering at her chest. The group that initially sought to confront her had already been subdued by Chao Shui after Yu Yan's arrival. Out of respect for Huang Lao heir, Yu Yan refrained from committing any shocking acts. These individuals were reluctantly forced to accept the harsh reality of their significant losses. However, Gu Yaoxing was unaware that Yu Yan's entry into the underworld was conditional, a fact he had not disclosed. Once in the room, Gu Yaoxing learned just how many conditions he had secretly imposed on her. She was to recount 10 stories to him throughout the night. Her mental capacity hardly permitted her to contain such a multitude of tales. The following day, the ship remained anchored in international waters. Gu Yaoxing soon realized that the 18th floor was only accessible during this brief period. Yet, she had already surmised the purpose of the 18th floor. As Yu Yan had mentioned, there were no regulations in international waters. Numerous transactions occurred within this maritime expanse. The 18th floor bore a negative connotation domestically, symbolizing the 18 levels of hell, a peculiar number often overlooked. On this ship, whether the 18th floor represented hell remained undefined. However, those who ventured to this level might indeed encounter demons, devils, and all manner of malevolent beings. It could very well be a realm where various fiends and phantoms congregated. This time, Gu Yaoxing could not accompany Yu Yan inside. She waited outside with Chao Shui and Xie Qing. The opulent room was spacious, filled with familiar faces and a few unfamiliar ones. Yu Yan sat silently, his expression devoid of warmth, yet he exuded an undeniable presence that commanded attention, making it clear that he was the orchestrator of the entire transaction. Seventh young master, we genuinely wish to collaborate this time. If the price is right for this batch of goods, we are prepared to pay in full immediately. One middle-aged man, his demeanor serious, initiated the conversation. Yu Yan's fingers stirred slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as his dark eyes leisurely swept over the man's face. It was evident that everyone had reviewed the contract prior to this meeting. This was not their first collaboration, and it was likely that no one wished to disrupt the established order. Others exchanged hesitant glances at the document in hand, which clearly outlined the prices and specifications of the equipment. Another individual appeared troubled, yet acknowledged the substantial sum involved.
Huang Lao heir.
Do you think you could persuade seventh young master? They were gathered around a table, and Huang Lauer sat close to Yu Yan, right beside him. With a gentle smile, he lifted his teacup, took a sip, and sighed with resignation. Old Seven has always had his own plans. I cannot sway him. It depends on how sincere you are. It is said that the launching group has recently ventured into the jewelry industry, and I have garnered quite a fortune from it. If seventh master does not mind, we could provide technical support and engage in business with him. Yu Yan lazily raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. Is this a benefit for me, or for you? The individual fell silent, realizing that this proposal seemed more like an attempt to take advantage of Yu Yan. Yu Yan's gaze swept across the group, instructing them to bring out a portion of the goods for their consideration. The ship is already on its way back. We cannot delay much longer. Once we leave international waters, the success of this deal will not rest solely in my hands. The others exchanged knowing glances, acutely aware of the implications. Finally, Shen Qingxian nonchalantly propped his legs on the table, grinning broadly as he slid the contract towards Yu Yan. I've signed the contract. The payment will be credited tonight. He yawned and ruffled his hair. You all can continue waiting here. I'll head back to rest for a while. That girl from last night was exceedingly enthusiastic. But thankfully, I am still young. It was unclear whom he was subtly mocking. As he exited, he caught sight of a small rabbit lingering at the door, gazing around. A smile unfurled across his lips, his voice charmingly melodious as he greeted her. "Little rabbit, good to see you again." Chapter 25. The obligations of every citizen. Go Yaoxing heard a familiar voice and instinctively turned to look. She met the gaze of a pair of beguiling eyes that could enchant countless young women, and she froze. It was the same person from yesterday. His voice was equally pleasing, and his appearance strikingly handsome. However, Go Yaoxing's heart was already taken, leaving her impervious to the allure of such a charming figure. Moreover, it was apparent that he was the type prone to frivolity. "Is there something you need?" she inquired, maintaining a polite and friendly demeanor. Xiaqing had just received Yu Yan's instruction and had gone inside, seemingly to fetch some goods. Zhao Shui also received a directive, necessitating her departure. Thus, she found herself alone outside. However, Shen Qingxian felt no qualms regarding his actions. Why did the little rabbit appear so solitary? As soon as his thoughts materialized, his hand reached towards Go Yaoxing, gently caressing her hair. A faint yet exquisitely sweet fragrance lingered at his nostrils. His lips curled into a teasing smile. His peach blossom eyes arched enticingly, akin to a hook that lured one in. Yet, his expression was imbued with a roguish charm. Go Yaoxing retrieved her hair from his grasp and scrutinized him with a glance, emulating Yu Yan's gaze with a semblance of sardonic disdain. It was not yet spring. Yet why did it feel as though certain creatures were already frolicking about in a fervor of desire? It appeared he was merely a mischievous rabbit, charming yet biting. Shen Qingxian exhaled softly near her ear, a muffled chuckle escaping his lips. However, his typically alluring demeanor unexpectedly faltered. He intended to utter further flirtations. But Go Yaoxing resolutely stepped aside, her gaze unwavering. Suddenly, a voice emanated from within the door. "Go Yaoxing, come in." She promptly glanced at Shen Qingxian, lowering her voice to avoid detection by those inside. "Though I am unaware of your dealings, it is prudent to maintain control over one's lower half. Otherwise, it will inevitably become your most fatal weakness." Without waiting for his reaction, she pushed open the door and entered, severing their line of sight. The moment she departed, Shen Qingxian smiled, remaining fixed in place, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with mirth. The little rabbit still only thought of him. Even Go Yaoxing was taken aback by how adeptly he conjured scenarios that did not exist. Upon entering, Go Yaoxing found a group of people staring intently at her, sending a shiver down her spine. She spotted Xiaqing positioned to the right and slightly behind Yu Yan, and promptly took her place to Yu Yan's left. Xiaqing did not direct her gaze towards her, yet his eyelids twitched involuntarily, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Go Yaoxing whispered softly behind Yu Yan, "Did you summon me for something?" Yu Yan's attention remained fixated on the documents in his hands. "Yes." "What is it?" He rose to face her, and in that instant, Go Yaoxing felt a weight constricting her breath. Yu Yan's slender fingers grasped her chin, his voice chilling. "Show it." "Show it?" Go Yaoxing echoed, still perplexed. Yet in the next moment, Yu Yan placed a weapon into her arms, its weight pressing down upon her. Now not only was she bewildered, but so were the others. Unable to decipher what message Yu Yan intended to convey with this action, he returned to his seat. Go Yaoxing stood there, dazed, obediently clutching the weapon as if she were an international supermodel, primarily showcasing the product. In such a grand setting, she would not be intimidated. She held her head high, gaze fixed ahead, and began to move about the room, akin to a professional model, presenting the item in her hands to each onlooker, her face devoid of any expression. After taking a circuitous route, she paused behind Yu Yan, showcasing the weapon from all angles to the gathered crowd. All eyes inadvertently turned towards Huang Lauer, who wore an expression of helplessness, offering a resigned smile. In truth, after Shen Qingxian had decisively signed the contract, the others' resolve had begun to waver. Moreover, despite any hesitation, they had never truly contemplated forgoing the deal. Before long, everyone had affixed their signatures to the contract, although it was not due to Go Yaoxing's efforts. She was adept at claiming credit for herself. She felt a surge of pride, convinced she had secured a fortune of 1 billion for Yu Yan. However, the total sum could not simply be resolved by a figure in the billions. Once the affair concluded and the crowd dispersed, Yu Yan regarded Go Yaoxing with a gaze laden with malice. This demeanor left Go Yaoxing utterly perplexed. Yu Yan's tone was inexplicably frigid, cautioning her to refrain from conversing with Shen Qingxian in the future.
Huh?
Although she indeed harbored that intention, curiosity compelled her to inquire why. "He is exceedingly dangerous." A person who could elicit such an assessment from Yu Yan suggested a level of ruthlessness that Yaoxing surmised was likely on par with his own. Silently, she mused, "But I believe you are the truly perilous one." Sensing Yu Yan's scrutiny, Yaoxing felt no trace of guilt. Instead, she playfully winked at him, projecting an air of innocence. In the afternoon, the ship docked. Yaoxing disembarked alongside Yu Yan, feeling as though they had been away for a century. Despite the mere 3 days that had passed, numerous events had transpired in that brief span, but thankfully, they were now behind her. Abruptly, she halted, recalling her own experience in the elevator that day as she prepared to fetch a bite to eat on the ground floor. Yet on the 11th floor, someone had pressed the elevator button without boarding. Engrossed in her phone, Yaoxing failed to notice she had arrived at the 11th floor. Stepping out with her phone in hand, by the time she realized her mistake, she had already ventured a short distance forward. Just as she contemplated retracing her steps, she caught sight of a person swaying unsteadily, clutching a package of white substance, inhaling it as they walked, seemingly entranced and devoid of awareness. Quickly, she sidestepped, and in that moment of clarity, she raised her phone, capturing the image of that individual. It was only when the person entered a private booth that she dared to emerge, reflecting on the unsettling aura she had sensed earlier. She recalled the faint sour scent that wafted past her as the individual passed. In her world, she had sought to avoid such issues, deliberately educating herself on how to discern these illicit substances. Thus, she suspected the person had indeed indulged. However, she had not shared this observation with Yu Yan. Given that Yu Yan was the antagonist of this realm, she had no illusions about his character. She even had reason to believe he was aware of such matters. Therefore, after disembarking, Xie Qing and Chao Shui departed in their vehicle. The 2 drivers who had come to meet them occupied the front seats, and a partition rose between the front and back. Yaoxing casually mentioned, "I need to purchase some daily necessities. Would you mind asking the driver to drop me off at Mitsubishi Road? I'll take a taxi back shortly." Sensing the peculiar gaze of Yu Yan, she hastily continued, "If permitted, you may wait for me there for a moment." Yu Yan acquiesced. Yaoxing had not anticipated that events would spiral beyond her control. By the time the police brought in the suspect, she was still at the precinct and even encountered the individual face to face. His eyes were predatory, dark and venomous. Yet, Yaoxing did not regret her decision to report him, for combating drug abuse is a duty every citizen ought to uphold. Chapter 26, Crisis of Trust. Upon meeting that man's gaze, Yaoxing realized she would undoubtedly be targeted. However, she believed that as long as she remained in Yu Yan's villa, no one within the country could discreetly resolve her predicament. She retained a firm confidence in Yu Yan's awareness of security and the robustness of the villa's security system. Suddenly, she recalled her earlier observations upon arriving at Jingwan Villa. The security system was not without its vulnerabilities. Her complexion paled. What if this man truly sought to retaliate against her and could infiltrate Jingwan, potentially harming Yu Yan in the process?
Yaoxing's toit spiralet kautikalu.
Not long after that man entered, the police apprehended him and brought him out. Yaoxing's heart sank, a foreboding feeling washing over her. "Officer, it was she who was with me at the time. I did not share with her. And now she seeks revenge out of embarrassment." Yaoxing could hardly suppress her laughter at the absurdity of the fabricated tale. She abruptly attempted to rise, but a hand pressed down on her shoulder, forcing her back into her seat. A familiar fragrance, reminiscent of cedar, instantly rekindled her memories. Simultaneously, at the man's gesture, a man in a black suit approached, presenting a tray to the police. This was the evidence. The handcuffed man, upon witnessing this scene, broke into a sweat at his temples. A chill ran down his spine, and he began to perspire coldly, his eyes darting nervously. Yaoxing's body stiffened momentarily, and she dared not look up at Yu Yan. In that instant, her deception was laid bare. She had not gone to the supermarket as she claimed, but had instead reported the illicit activities aboard that vessel to the police. The officers, upon examining the contents of the tray, promptly requested the video footage be played. It was evident from the footage that Yaoxing had exited the elevator, clearly having taken the wrong floor. Soon, the man she reported appeared in the surveillance footage, distinctly holding items commonly associated with drug-related propaganda. The police's expression hardened as they realized the man aimed to entangle this young girl in his schemes. Yu Yan's lips curled into a faint smile, his dark eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. In a voice devoid of emotion, he inquired, "May I take this individual with me?" Having already provided her statement, And with the evidence now irrefutable, the police had no reason to detain the man any longer. The very individual who had just slandered her now dared not lift his gaze, fearing that Yu Yan would remember his face. That would not merely be a matter of visiting the precinct. Once the man was released, Yaoxing, resembling a timid quail, remained behind Yu Yan, too apprehensive to utter a word. Upon entering the vehicle, she obediently took her seat, steadfastly avoiding any sidelong glances, striving to disregard the brooding and malevolent gaze beside her. After a brief, hesitant cough, she addressed Yu Yan. "If I were to claim that I was suddenly pulled aside by them to provide a statement, would you believe me?" Yaoxing immediately responded, "I am here." Yu Yan suddenly grasped her chin, his inky eyes reflecting an unsettling and obsessive demeanor, his voice chillingly penetrating. "Are you still contemplating reporting me?" Yaoxing widened her eyes, scarcely able to fathom how she had managed to create such a ludicrous impression on Yu Yan. He narrowed his cold gaze. "If I had not arrived, were you planning to further expose everything you witnessed beside me?"
Yaoxing swallowed nervously.
"Why do you keep deceiving me?" she asked. "Yu Yan, I wish to inquire about something." Observing his eyes intently, she ventured, "If I were to kiss you now, would it alleviate your anger, even just a little?" Thankfully, the petition had already been raised. Otherwise, such a remark would undoubtedly have sounded ludicrous to the two subordinates in front. Yu Yan's fingers twitched slightly, his thin lips pressed together. His dark eyes were inscrutable as he rasped, "I previously mentioned that I would eliminate you once you became tiresome." A flicker of hope ignited within Yaoxing as she fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes blinking eagerly. "So, does that mean I have not yet become tiresome?" Yu Yan paused, responding with a simple With this affirmation, Yaoxing wasted no time and leapt towards him, shedding her earlier demure demeanor, sealing her lips against his, and boldly delving deeper. She invaded the fortress of his mouth, her skills having remarkably evolved over the past 20 years, transforming what could have been a punishment into sheer delight. It was not merely that Yu Yan had not lost interest in her. She, too, had never wavered in her fascination with him. What began as a mere infatuation with a fictional character had burgeoned into a palpable emotion, subtly spreading within her. She relished this sensation, unwilling to awaken from it. Should the apocalypse arrive, she would prefer to indulge before contemplating the end. In the not-so-distant future, the atmosphere in the back seat became imbued with a tender ambiguity. Yaoxing exhaled softly, her breath slightly unsteady. In contrast, Yu Yan's eyes glistened with a hint of moisture and a touch of crimson, evoking an urge to tease him. "Yu Yan, can you at least listen to my explanation?" she implored, deliberately cupping his face, her gaze unwaveringly locked onto his. Her eyes radiated sincere earnestness. As her gaze inadvertently brushed over his lips, her heart raced momentarily, thinking, "His lips are so soft. I wish to kiss him again. But first, I must explain myself to you, Yan." Yu Yan's mind resonated with her unspoken thoughts, his hands instinctively clenching at his sides as he averted his gaze, muttering an acknowledgement. In truth, even if you were to ask me again at this moment, I would still consider reporting, but I do not intend to report you. I recognize that it is wrong, and thus I will not concoct excuses for you now. However, a nation cannot stumble in the same place twice. The notion of prohibition has already seeped into my consciousness, becoming an inseparable part of me. Moreover, it is indeed my duty as a citizen. However, I must admit that I have failed in one regard. I overlooked their meticulousness in handling cases. If they were to investigate diligently, they might very well uncover your involvement, which is why I felt a twinge of fear just now. Nonetheless, I do not regret this decision. She candidly shared her thoughts with Yu Yan, revealing her innermost feelings. Although she was uncertain of the sincerity behind Yu Yan's demeanor, the more she pondered, the more she yearned to draw closer and explore the possibility of a connection. What if it actually blossomed into something more? After expressing her thoughts, Yaoxing suddenly recalled the man from the police station. "Yu Yan, could the video you just submitted have repercussions for you?" Ever since she began speaking, Yu Yan's heart had felt strangely unsettled, as if his heartbeat was beyond his control. He despised this feeling of confronting the unknown, yet he replied, "No. That individual's authority extends only below the 11th floor. He is even less aware of the ship's routes." With that reassurance, Yaoxing finally relaxed and eagerly inquired, "So, can you forgive me now?" Chapter 27. The Question of Death. Facing a crisis, Yu Yan still averted his gaze. "I do not blame you." She smiled and said, "Then give me a kiss, and I shall believe that you no longer hold it against me." Slowly, Yu Yan turned his attention towards her. his gaze instinctively lingering on her rosy lips, their soft, delicate texture etched in his memory. However, before he could react, Yaoxing had already leaned in and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. Satisfied, she returned to her previous position, straightening her back as if everything that transpired was merely an illusion.
Yet.
The vehicle did not head towards the Jingwan villa, but instead halted in front of an opulent hotel, a sight reminiscent of a grandiose scene from a television drama. A place only the exceedingly wealthy could afford. However, Yuyan did not provide her with a room key, prompting her to inquire, "Why don't I have my room key?" In a tone that implied the obvious, Yuyan replied, "You are sharing a room with me." He reminded her, "Last time, you only told 3 stories. I was still awake while you fell asleep." The memory of yesterday brought an embarrassed smile to her face. Who would have thought that while she narrated stories, the listener remained alert, whereas she herself succumbed to sleep the moment she closed her eyes. She had no choice but to accept this reality. All right then, she resigned herself. "I suppose I can collect a small reward by feeling your abs while I sleep tonight. After all, a mere touch will not make them vanish." Yuyan appeared quite busy, and Yaoxing rested her chin on her hand as she watched him answer call after call. Eventually, she suggested he focus on his work. Once left alone in the room, she stood up to stretch her limbs. In the original plot, the female lead had already been taken back by the male lead to provide blood for Ji Wanfu at this point. If she did not return, would Ji Wanfu not be on the verge of an episode? She could not know. Arriving in this world had not granted her the substantial advantages she had read about in novels. The only advantage she possessed was her knowledge of the plot. How the future would unfold remained a mystery. Yu Yan had assigned her 2 bodyguards to ensure her safety, which could also mean they were monitoring her activities. However, she remained unconcerned. After all, she was under the protection of Yu Yan, who could not possibly be unaware of her whereabouts. Thus, it was preferable to maintain this FA. At least it was out in the open. Regarding Yu Yan, she was acutely aware that such a person might never develop genuine feelings. She had never entertained the notion of making him fall hopelessly in love with her as depicted in novels. Since he currently regarded her merely as a plaything, she was quite curious to see if she could indeed capture Yu Yan's attention. Nonetheless, in the original narrative, Yu Yan's time was fleeting. Thus, it seemed imperative for her to encourage him to engage in rigorous exercise to prolong his life. In the afternoon, while Yaoxing was out enjoying a meal, news of her location had already spread. Just as she was indulging in the sumptuous offerings of the lavish restaurant on the 2nd floor, a group of individuals unexpectedly entered. A rough estimate suggested there were 5 of them. Everyone instinctively turned to look. However, Yaoxing felt an ominous premonition. 2 personal bodyguards were seated at another table, vigilantly monitoring her. Upon observing that the group was advancing directly toward Yaoxing, they promptly reported the unusual situation to Yu Yan. At that moment, Yu Yan's car had just pulled up to the hotel entrance. Upon receiving the news, his expression darkened, exuding an aura of menace. Yaoxing noticed that 2 members of the group remained stationed at the restaurant's 2 exits. This was troubling, especially when she recognized the familiar, handsome face. Chiseled like that of a divine statue, she knew trouble was imminent. She continued to eat, feigning ignorance as they approached. The 2 bodyguards immediately positioned themselves in front of her, their expressions impassive as they stared down Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu paid no heed to the 2 men, his gaze cold as a hawk, fixating on Yaoxing, who was still dining. "I had not intended for our meeting to occur so soon, but Yaoxing, if you have not forgotten the agreement between us, you will accompany me." Yaoxing paused, placing her utensils down, and leisurely lifted her gaze. "Surely you must provide me with compelling reasons for which I cannot refuse? What is your purpose in seeking me out? That agreement was initiated by your own consent, where you signed and required me to marry you." In an instant, Yaoxing recalled that segment of the narrative, her mind momentarily blank. "Did I marry you? We merely organized an engagement banquet. We are not yet wed." "Then that settles it. Your words startled me. How much did I pay you back then?" 1 million. "Do you realize, Yaoxing?" She smiled faintly. The heart of a human is valued at approximately 750,000 yuan, the liver at about 990,000 yuan. The kidneys around 1,650,000 yuan, and a single cornea roughly 150,000 yuan. The cost of a bone marrow transfusion approaches 140,000 yuan. In total, a person's body is worth nearly 300 million yuan. However, I am not so heartless, so do not fear. Go Yaoxing cast him a nonchalant glance. You think offering me 1 million will suffice for me to sell myself to you? Qin Mingyu's expression hardened, his demeanor unyielding. Have you seen Wanfu? I sincerely wished for her well-being, yet now that she has fallen ill and requires your blood, you are so unwilling? I certainly am unwilling. I am not a mobile blood bank. Why should I comply with your every demand? Go Yaoxing. I must confess that I've been unkind to you in the past. However, circumstances warranted my behavior. Should you choose to return and assist Ji Wanfu, I shall overlook all previous grievances. Yet, if you refuse to accompany me, what course do you intend to take? Qin Mingyu's voice was chillingly cold. I will employ every means at my disposal to bring you back. Unable to contain her sarcasm any longer, Go Yaoxing retorted, we are living in a modern civilization. You lack even a basic understanding of the law. The absence of a villain is one thing, after all. You are not the protagonist, but to assert your position so confidently is baffling. Is it impossible to find someone else to donate blood? Yes, panda blood is indeed rare. But the world is not solely populated by me and your precious Bai Guang who happen to possess it. Why fixate on me? She voiced her frustration, though it was somewhat muffled. Yet, Qin Mingyu seemed to recall something, his fists clenched and his gaze icy. I have searched every hospital in the city, and there is no surplus blood available. Airlifting it from another city would take at least a day, and Wanfu cannot wait. This revelation struck Go Yaoxing with sudden clarity, plunging her into silence. She had only wished to extricate herself from the narrative, to avoid following its trajectory. Little did she anticipate that her actions would inadvertently affect the surrounding hospitals. Turning her attention to Yu Yan, who had arrived belatedly, she regarded him with a steady gaze. So, do you consent to let me donate blood? Yu Yan stood at a distance, refraining from approaching. Go Yaoxing fell into deeper silence, yet remained steadfast in awaiting his response. She understood that swaying him would be no easy feat. His anti-human tendencies were well established, and it was fortunate that he had not eliminated her thus far. After a prolonged moment of silence, as Yu Yan remained unresponsive, Go Yaoxing contemplated her potential escape should he prove unreliable, even if she were not by his side. She vowed never to allow herself to be ensnared in the vortex of the original plot. Clenching her fists, she rose to her feet, but before she could turn, a pair of hands encircled her waist. Chapter 28. A turn of events, do not move. Yu Yan's low, magnetic voice resonated near her ear.
Yet,
Go Yaoxing began to doubt whether his intentions aligned with her desires. Perhaps remaining in his presence was not what she truly wanted. She appreciated this character, this antagonist, yet she equally loathed the notion of enduring harm at the hands of a man who inflicted pain repeatedly. Finding a three-legged toad is rare, but two-legged men abound. Go Yaoxing pivoted to face him, inhaling deeply, her eyes filled with stubborn resolve.
Yu Yan.
I wish to know one thing. Do you desire for me to donate blood? The smile that once graced Yu Yan's lips faded. What do you believe the lives of others represent to me? Go Yaoxing, who intended to pose a question, found herself caught in a counterquery. She paused, pondering his words. What does it represent? An accessory, perhaps, but one that is not indispensable. Yu Yan's gaze was enigmatic. The name of the person you speak of bears no significance to me. Why should I allow you to leave? I have stated before that I will keep you until you cease to amuse me. His words shook Go Yaoxing to her core.
Indeed.
What was Ji Wanfu to her? Yu Yan was not her admirer. How could he possibly relinquish something of interest for someone entirely unrelated? Yet, they were discussing life and death in a manner that seemed to disregard the presence of Qin Mingyu, who cared deeply for Ji Wanfu's well-being. As Go Yaoxing glanced back, the icy countenance had already become encrusted with frost. The pallor of her face was alarmingly grim. She leaned in closer and quietly inquired of Yu Yan, how many people did you bring today? He had brought 4 individuals. Would they be able to contend with the situation? The manager, having observed the unfolding scene, had already summoned personnel to clear the area. Now, during the dinner hour, apart from their group, the restaurant stood desolate. You didn't bring anyone? Go Yaoxing asked, her expression one of dismay. Had all her efforts ultimately led her to be forced to follow the male lead and continue the narrative? Just as she began to feel despondent, the 2 silent bodyguards assumed a defensive posture at Yu Yan's command, their muscular strength surging forth. Qin Mingyu's expression darkened further. Upon realizing that Go Yaoxing had genuinely changed her affections and no longer harbored feelings for him, a strange sense of desolation welled up within him. Go Yaoxing pressed on. Qin Mingyu, let me remind you once more, as a citizen, shouldn't you possess some legal awareness? Disregarding a woman's will is illegal. And coercing someone to donate blood is also unlawful. You seem to think that merely because it exists in the law, you can act upon it. The law is meant to be upheld, not blindly followed. Meanwhile, Yu Yan merely lowered his gaze, lost in thought. However, Ji Wanfu had indeed been waiting far too long. Qin Mingyu, feeling increasingly agitated, wore an ever-cooler demeanor. Regardless of which Go Yaoxing it was, she owed nothing to Ji Wanfu. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone shattered the tense atmosphere. Shortly after Qin Mingyu answered the call. His expression was inscrutable. Go Yaoxing could not discern whether he was pleased or displeased. After hanging up, he remained silent for a moment before stating, "The blood has arrived, and Wanfu is no longer in danger." The male lead's aura still proves beneficial. Go Yaoxing's expression remained indifferent. His profound gaze lingered on her, concealing a myriad of emotions within. The complexity of his eyes was striking. Finally, he glanced at her once more, saying, "I am leaving." Go Yaoxing couldn't even spare him a look. After all she had expressed, he had failed to absorb any of it. Yet, in a manner of speaking, this did complete a part of the narrative, albeit she was not the one to donate blood. Unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse, a sense of unease gnawed at her heart. Go Yaoxing, seemingly wishing to evade the matter, recalled her thoughts of Yu Yan, which surfaced once more. "Thank goodness you, the despicable antagonist, just caught me. Otherwise, I would have shown you that I could run the world without a ball. Just wait and see. Today's version of me that you look down upon, tomorrow's version will be beyond your reach." Upon hearing this, Yu Yan remained unfazed, gently squeezing her hand. Yet inexplicable thoughts surged within his chest. She would have no opportunity to escape, at least for the time being. This realization allowed her to momentarily release a breath of relief. As they continued their meal, Go Yaoxing suddenly recalled seeing Heroine's post earlier, showcasing a sapphire ring. Was there an auction aboard the ship? Yu Yan paused, then candidly replied, "Yes."
Oh,
"How come I've never heard of it? Did you bid on anything?" "I did." "What did you bid on?" "A female pet." Gao Yaoxing gazed at him in disbelief, her eyes wide open. "What did you say? A female pet? On the cruise ship?" Not only were there commercial transactions, but a myriad of exchanges took place, among which pet trading was particularly enticing, alongside underground gambling and contraband. However, these pets were not pets in the conventional sense, but rather human beings, both male and female. These individuals, specifically brought in from various countries, had undergone extensive training and were auctioned here. Those who purchased them could do as they pleased, and each one was a rare specimen. Most buyers acquired them for personal use, indulging in a life of debauchery upon their return. Upon learning the true meaning of pets, Gao Yaoxing fell into a deeper silence. Yu Yan's words took a turn. He clarified that the female pet he intended to purchase was not for his own use, but rather for someone else. As to the identity of that individual, Yu Yan did not divulge. Gao Yaoxing refrained from probing into such a personal matter, as long as it was not for his own use. Yu Yan, these pets sign agreements themselves. They cannot be victims of abduction. This is a rule no one dares to break. This seemed to be an explanation directed at Gao Yaoxing, as if he feared her overthinking the situation. Relieved to hear this, she sighed inwardly, grateful that Yu Yan was not involved in human trafficking, a crime that could not be forgiven. "So why haven't I seen the female pet you purchased?" "She has already been sent away for training."
oh,
Desire, throughout history, has been a double-edged sword, with countless individuals falling prey to its allure. Yet, despite this, many still succumb. Gao Yaoxing was unaware of whom the pet would be used against, but she understood the rarity of these individuals. Most likely, the target would not withstand the consequences of being marked by Yu Yan. She did not dwell on the potential outcomes, knowing they could not bode well, and silently mourned for that person in her heart. "Then why didn't you take me with you?" She was oblivious to when he had left. During their time on the ship, he often seemed busy, yet he would typically bring her along wherever he went. "Because you're not suited for that place." Yu Yan's gaze turned dark and enigmatic, his eyes fixed on her without pretense. "That place is filthy and chaotic, reflecting the most sordid of human thoughts." She uttered a soft "oh," suddenly recalling something, and quickly asked, "By the way, didn't you say that Qin Mingyu possesses something you desire? Why haven't I seen you trade for it?" However, Yu Yan's eyes were shadowed, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "No need to rush. It will come to me." Seeing this expression on Yu Yan's face, Gao Yaoxing realized that Qin Mingyu stood no chance against him, and she felt no inclination to mourn for him. Chapter 29. The Disobedient Pet. Meanwhile, in the hospital, After a tense rescue effort, the surgical lights finally turned green. The doctor hurried out to deliver the good news to Qin Mingyu. Mr. Qin, Miss Ji has emerged from danger. However, during this period, it is vital to maintain a positive mindset as it greatly aids in recovery. Qin Mingyu felt a persistent, unmanageable restlessness weighing heavily on his chest, a throbbing pain at his temples. He sensed that certain matters were spiraling out of control. With a wave of his hand, he rushed into the operating room to see Ji Wanfu, who had just completed her surgery. Ji Wanfu lay upon the hospital bed, her typically innocent gaze now shrouded in melancholy. This frail body seemed to teeter on the brink of death, sustained only by the daily transfusions of blood. She wondered if Qin Mingyu had managed to retrieve Yaoxing. When Qin Mingyu entered the room, her expression swiftly adapted. With practiced ease, she offered a faint smile, one that appeared both delicate and intelligent, though her cheeks bore little color. She seemed fragile, like a delicate porcelain doll, clad in a blue and white hospital gown. With her pale, lifeless lips parting slightly, she managed a weak smile. Mingyu, you've come. Seeing her in such a fragile state, on the verge of departure, pierced Qin Mingyu's heart. He lamented his inability to provide her with a healthy body, subjecting her to such suffering. Yet, in that moment, his previously resolute resolve began to waver. Wanfu, he murmured as he approached her bedside, tenderly arranging her disheveled hair. Trust me, I will heal your body, allowing you to experience the vast world like any other normal person. Ji Wanfu offered a resigned smile but quickly donned a sweet, obedient expression. I believe in you, Mingyu. The fragility hidden within her innocent, clear eyes stung Qin Mingyu deeply. Fearing he might worry, she turned her head away, unwilling for him to witness her vulnerability. He gently caressed Ji Wanfu's face, and his determination solidified further. However, what he failed to see was the moment she turned away, her expression darkening. Her hand, concealed beneath the covers, clenched tightly. It seemed she needed to muster even greater strength. Her illness must be overcome. Heaven had granted her a second chance. Although this broken body was a burden, there existed a life-saving remedy with a remarkably high compatibility in bone marrow. Suddenly, Qin Mingyu found himself engulfed in confusion, instinctively voicing the troubling question that plagued him. What if there is no blood available in the entire city? His voice was barely above a whisper, trailing off into silence. He hesitated to continue, pondering what words could possibly capture the gravity of the situation. Was it a deliberate act by someone, or merely the fated conclusion of an inexorable destiny? In a flash, Yaoxing's visage emerged in his mind, along with her words. Wanfu, do you truly believe I lack legal awareness? Ji Wanfu, upon hearing such a foolish inquiry for the first time, paused momentarily, then lowered her gaze. Her eyes darkening as she softly inquired, Did Yaoxing ask you that? Realizing the implications of his words, Qin Mingyu, whether out of guilt or shock, quickly denied it. No, it was just a sudden thought. Mingyu, you are wonderful, and I love you dearly, but this dying body of mine is unworthy of you.
Please forget about me.
Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Qin Mingyu's heart tightened, and he grasped her hand tightly. Wanfu, I will not allow you to speak of yourself in such a way. You will recover, I promise. Mingyu, I believe in you. Ji Wanfu's gaze was filled with love and gratitude for Qin Mingyu. If she could attain everything she desired, even if it meant wearing a facade for a lifetime, what of it? The two embraced tightly, like a couple who defied the conventions of the world around them. Seemingly a pair of star-crossed lovers, in reality, they are fated to bring doom upon one another. Upon returning to the villa, Yaoxing immediately sensed the transformation. The exterior of the villa had been exquisitely designed, resembling a paradise untouched by the world, a breathtaking spectacle. Whenever Yu Yan required Chao Shui to run errands, he would have her remain by Yaoxing's side, much to her delight. Beautiful sister, have you seen the message? Chao Shui paused, bewildered. What? Xian mentioned that last time our stage effects were so stunning that numerous wealthy heirs, upon discovering your acquaintance with her, sought her out to introduce you. A sly smile crept across Yaoxing's lips, as if the spirit of the matchmaker had possessed her. Chao Shui instinctively furrowed her brow upon hearing this. I'll respond to her now. Following their last encounter, Xian had created a group chat. Xian was the life of the party, exuding cheerfulness, while the other two, aside from Yaoxing, spoke little but always replied when questions were posed. This time, the message was relayed directly in the group. Yaoxing, intrigued, asked, You're so beautiful. Why do you not wish to pursue romance? Chao Shui's voice was cold as she replied, I fear the burden. Men only hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword. Throughout history, many women have perished at the hands of men, and trusting one's life to another is a foolish act. Although her words were grave, Yaoxing found an unexpected wisdom in them. The powerful are naturally disinterested in love. It is only the weaker party that yearns for it. And it seemed that in Yu Yan's eyes, she was the weaker one. Thus, she thought, let the beautiful sister bask in her solitude. Suddenly, Yaoxing noticed a movement at the door and curiously glanced over. Xiao Shui followed suit and remarked, Mahi is here.
Mahi? Who is that?
Yaoxing had never heard the name before. She is the favored concubine of the seventh young master. Realizing this, Yaoxing caught sight of Yu Yan's silhouette and suggested, shall we go take a look?
All right.
As they approached the pavilion, Yaoxing's gaze instinctively fell upon Yu Yan, who was seated on a stone bench. In the next moment, she was captivated by a striking figure standing nearby. Before her stood a voluptuous beauty clad in a sheer, waist-cinching mini dress that accentuated her long, shapely legs. Her bosom was ample and alluring, golden waves cascading down her back, exuding a unique charm that ensnared the eye instantly. Yaoxing felt as though she might be drawn away by this enchantress, let alone a man. Yu Yan had sensed her approach long before, yet he remained still. His demeanor calm. He lazily lifted his eyelids, his unwavering gaze locking onto Yaoxing, who was staring at the concubine in a daze. Come here, he said in a languid, indifferent tone. Yaoxing, her thoughts abruptly pulled back to reality, hurriedly turned her attention to Yu Yan. Their eyes met, and she was entranced by the depths of his dark gaze, reminiscent of an unfathomable sea, mysterious, unknown, and perilous. She instinctively moved closer. Meanwhile, Mahi, who had been playfully biting her lip with an alluring expression, suddenly paused and cast her gaze upon the young woman, discreetly assessing her. Chapter 30. Extreme tension. Dressed in loose and comfortable attire, her figure was merely passable, but her youthful and delicate features exuded a charm completely distinct from his. Upon approaching Yu Yan, Yaoxing did not utter a word but simply took a seat beside him. She then lifted the only cup of tea on the table, took a sip, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What was the matter? Mashi, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, her gaze directed at the impassive Yu Yan. It seemed hard to believe that this exceptional man, who had been so difficult to approach over the past few days, would so readily tolerate such disrespect. Understanding Yu Yan's aversion to scrutiny and physical contact, she had refrained from crossing boundaries, despite her longing for his presence. Yu Yan lowered his gaze, fixated on the spot where Yaoxing had just sipped, which nearly aligned with where he had drunk from. The previous tension dissipated significantly. He reached out his cool, pale fingertips brushing against Yaoxing's lips, applying a gentle pressure, as if to cleanse them. There was no trace of disdain in his deep, dark eyes. He withdrew his hand and coldly explained, "It's stained with tea." "Oh," Yaoxing responded, continuing to smile brightly at him. She propped her hands on the table, resting her chin upon them. "Do you have matters to attend to? If not, perhaps I should join Xiao Shui for a while longer?" "Not important," Yu Yan replied, lifting the teacup without a hint of revulsion, taking another sip from the very spot she had touched. "Just sit here and watch." This revelation jolted Yaoxing awake. Only then did she realize she had just drunk from the same cup as Yu Yan. She quickly cleared her throat and acquiesced. Mashi observed Yu Yan's unusual behavior, her heart racing, yet her expression remained alluringly playful. Such a man ignited a desire for conquest within her. One far more intense than the fleeting successes of others outside. She yearned to possess him even more. "I grant you a week to thoroughly understand the Tang family's circumstances and the preferences of your mission objectives. You must also familiarize yourself with some aspects of Huagua culture." Mashi's red lips curled into a seductive smile, her gaze captivating, her voice enchanting like that of a siren. "Listen to your master." Even Yaoxing, a woman, felt her resolve weaken upon hearing her. However, Yu Yan, the enigmatic antagonist, seemed inexplicably aware of her peculiarities as he stood before this earthly beauty. His gaze darkened, yet his tone remained unhurried. "Do you enjoy watching?" Yaoxing swiftly turned her eyes towards him, shaking her head insincerely. "Not really." Within Yu Yan's mind, a quiet lament echoed. "Oh, how I adore this." His expression grew more inscrutable. "Then perhaps you should refrain from watching." Yaoxing clenched her teeth.
"Fine."
Yet internally she protested. "Goodness. Absolutely not. I am a woman who cannot abide by gambling and drugs." Yu Yan pressed further. "Do you prefer watching me or her?" His eyes bore a foreboding intensity, and the smile at his lips took on a chilling quality. However, Gu Yaoxing's mind reacted almost instinctively, exclaiming, "Of course. I prefer watching you." Yu Yan felt a moment of relief, but the next instant, he caught a glimpse of her inner thoughts. "Mainly because I don't possess that quality. In my next life, I shall cherish these beauties with utmost care, embracing equality and love, bestowing blessings upon all." Yu Yan felt a sudden pang in his head. Ma Shi had anticipated drawing envious glances from women, yet she was taken aback as the two engaged in playful banter, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. Upon encountering those eyes, which exuded a warmth starkly contrasting his usual cold demeanor, her heart raced inexplicably. Why was it that while her other companions were claimed for personal use, this man, upon acquiring such a captivating gem, chose to give her away, scarcely sparing her a glance? Maintaining an impeccably seductive facade instilled by her organization, she was suddenly pierced by the aloof gaze of the aristocratic man, causing her to tremble slightly as longing coursed through her being. Nevertheless, his voice dripped with indifference. Brow furrowed slightly as he questioned her lingering presence. A chill swept over Ma Shi, yet she swiftly regained her composure, her voice dripping with charm. "I merely found the young lady's demeanor endearing, hence my prolonged gaze. I shall return to my studies immediately, ensuring I fulfill the task entrusted to me by my master." Emphasizing the latter part of her statement, she reveled in the word entrusted, as if a unique bond had been forged between her and Yu Yan. Given his apparent affection for the young lady, she believed her compliments would be well received. Little did she know that Gu Yaoxing's recent thoughts were far from her expectations. She had hoped to evoke a glimmer of favor from Yu Yan, yet upon uttering her words, his expression darkened instantaneously. Though subtle, it aligned perfectly with his usual demeanor. Unperturbed, Gu Yaoxing remained oblivious. Yu Yan lifted his gaze. His eyes shadowed with a menacing chill, only to lower them again when Gu Yaoxing glanced his way. Ma Shi's chamber was situated in the same servant quarters where Gu Yaoxing had previously resided, while Gu Yaoxing's room had been relocated to the villa, conveniently adjacent to Yu Yan's, under the pretense of facilitating storytelling. However, on the first day, Gu Yaoxing remained comfortably ensconced in her own quarters, only to be swiftly drawn into Yu Yan's room the following day for storytelling. The next morning, as Gu Yaoxing luxuriated in slumber upon Yu Yan's bed, she was abruptly stirred by a knock at the door. Blinking awake, she noticed Yu Yan had already risen to answer it, faint sounds wafting through the air. Sitting up, her body felt as if it had lost all rigidity, her eyes still hazy with sleep, her voice sweetly husky. She murmured, "Who is it, Yu Yan?" Simultaneously, Yu Yan opened the door to reveal Ma Shi standing at the threshold. Her golden locks radiated a languid charm, and her azure eyes appeared soft and demure. Though she was the same individual from yesterday, her entire demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation, shifting from seductive allure to pure innocence. Her expression was meticulously crafted by trained hands, honed over years to perfection, allowing her to embody even the role of innocence with finesse. "Master, I have spent an entire day thoroughly understanding the circumstances surrounding the Tang family and Tang Jingtong's preferences. With just one more day, I shall grasp the cultural nuances of Hua country." Yet, Yu Yan exhibited no inclination to commend her efforts. Awakening with a languid visage cloaked in discontent, even the depths of her dark eyes betrayed a hint of ire. "Return it." Perceiving Yu Yan's displeasure, Mahi sought to elucidate, "Master, I do not make me repeat myself." Mahi bit her lip, her voice imbued with an innate allure. "Yes, master. Given your awareness of Tang Jingtong's preferences, are you not cognizant of his penchant for the sensual? Should your talents be confined to this, I shall have you returned." His tone was cold and devoid of mercy. Mahi's hands, which had drooped, began to curl, yet she was suddenly startled by the voice of the woman from yesterday emanating from the bedroom. A flicker of resentment ignited within her, but she quickly resumed her accustomed seductive demeanor, shedding her youthful innocence. "Yes, Mahi shall remember." Chapter 31. Provocation. As Gu Yaoxing attempted to rise, Yu Yan had already closed the door and returned. Sensing the sharpness in his aura, Gu Yaoxing remained seated, lifting her dazed eyes and extending her hands towards Yu Yan, reminiscent of a child seeking embrace. "Yu Yan, will you hold me?" Her mind moved sluggishly, devoid of any coherent thoughts. She merely wished to gauge Yu Yan's reaction, to discern if he truly faced any insurmountable troubles. Yet none ensued. Yu Yan cast his gaze downwards, resting upon her delicate, alabaster arms, pausing momentarily. He then approached, wrapping one arm around her waist while the other supported her back. As they reclined upon the bed, his voice bore no hint of emotion. Sleep a little longer. At the command of her mind, Go Yaoxing's consciousness promptly faded into slumber. Upon awakening, she found Yu Yan absent from the room. After preparing to leave, she discovered that Chao Shui had also been taken away. Following the narrative etched in her memory, Qin Mingyu was likely on the verge of suffering a significant blow. With a substantial financial loss this time, Qin Mingyu would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards her. Without her presence, which had previously reinforced the plot surrounding Qin Mingyu, the subsequent deep emotional bond would surely dissipate. Perhaps she could finally extricate herself from the narrative's influence. After venturing out for a while, she noticed that the maids and gardeners were diligently attending to their respective duties, and the back garden was meticulously maintained. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she stepped beyond Yu Yan's door, a pair of eyes had captured her every movement, confirming her identity within. After finishing her meal and allowing her food to settle, she realized Yu Yan had yet to return and was suddenly reminded of Albert's presence, prompting her to pay a visit. The door remained unlocked, yet within the villa, no one dared to intrude, let alone venture inside. She easily pushed the door open and stepped in quietly, almost feeling like a thief. Once inside, Mahi slowly emerged, observing the scene with thoughtful intrigue. A gentle smile gracing her lips. Her amiable nature and beauty garnered her a modicum of affection from the maids. Mahi casually inquired about the origin of that room, to which the maid merely shook her head, stating, "We know not what resides within. We only know that the seventh young master never permits us entry." Mahi smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Thank you." The maid's voice softened, lacking courtesy. Once the person departed, Mahi turned her gaze once more to the room on the second floor. After entering, Go Yaoxing found no sign of Albert on the bed, nor on the floor. She even turned around to check, not spotting old Lu's stealthy approach, and proceeded further inside. Passing through the arched doorway, she beheld the specially crafted cage, within which Albert resided. Upon hearing the commotion, he seemed to have already anticipated her presence, slowly lifting his head to glance at her before resuming his stillness. Go Yaoxing felt her legs weaken at the sight, but thankfully, she steadied herself against the wall, avoiding embarrassment before the creature. She called softly, "Albert." He remained unmoving, his golden slit pupils shifting slightly in her direction, as if to acknowledge her. Go Yaoxing continued, "Albert, why are you so indifferent?" The disdain in Albert's gaze was palpable, as if he were on the verge of voicing his contempt for her. The look he cast upon her was akin to that directed at a simpleton, leaving Go Yaoxing deeply hurt. "Even your master doesn't think I'm foolish, yet you do?" Albert appeared momentarily taken aback, as if astonished that she comprehended his meaning. Of course. Yet he chose to ignore her. It then struck Go Yaoxing that the cage had been locked from the outside. How could your master do this, leaving you confined while he goes out? It must be unbearable for you to stay in there for so long. This time, Albert's gaze was not one of disdain but rather of incredulity. Under her watchful eyes, he flicked his serpentine tail, deftly opening the cage from the outside. Though she was aware of Albert's intelligence, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. She pondered whether he might assist her with her graduation thesis. Once the cage was ajar, Albert promptly locked it again, retracting his tail and curling up once more. His head rested on the ground, his entire body motionless, as if he had entered a state of slumber. Go Yaoxing attempted to draw closer, but after taking 2 steps, she heard his hissing warning. He flicked his tongue, seemingly signaling her to keep her distance. He needed rest. However, Go Yaoxing remained oblivious, stopping right before the cage. As she stared at his long, terrifying form, she found it oddly comforting, having grown accustomed to Albert's patterns. Yet if another snake were to appear, she would surely be terrified. Albert simply closed his eyes, adopting a out-of-sight, out-of-mind mentality. Had it not been for his master's specific instructions to refrain from frightening her, he would have already burst from the cage to leave her utterly bewildered, rendering her too fearful to approach. He seethed at the thought yet felt powerless. Go Yaoxing marveled at his anthropomorphic traits, secretly astonished that Yu Yan could procure such a perceptive serpent. Squatting before the cage, she knew Albert was not truly asleep, summoning her courage. Her warm, pale hand rested upon his body. His scales were smooth and cold, characteristic of a cold-blooded creature. In that fleeting moment, Albert abruptly opened his serpentine eyes, fixating on her with unwavering intensity, flicking his tongue as if to intimidate her. Yet this tactic proved ineffective against Go Yaoxing, who merely chuckled, "Albert, you've been warning me and seem quite irate, yet I can't shake the feeling that you're apprehensive about something. Or perhaps Yen has cautioned you against frightening me. Albert was taken aback by her sudden cleverness, realizing she had discerned the underlying reason. Fear not, he thought. Even if you intimidate me, I won't disclose it to you, Yen. Their gazes intertwined as Yaoxing, with hopeful eyes, inquired, could you enlighten me on how to overcome my fear of snakes or other creatures? And how might one subdue a snake? Of course, I certainly do not mean you. This time, Albert looked at her with an expression that bordered on exasperation. Do you even hear the absurdity of your request? Asking a snake to teach you how to conquer fear and to subdue another snake? Yaoxing once again comprehended his look, bestowing upon him a friendly smile to appease him. Observing Albert's unmistakable reluctance and lack of enthusiasm, she leaned against his form. If you remain unresponsive, I shall accuse you of scaring me, thus tarnishing your reputation with Yen. Having encountered many treacherous hearts, this snake was incredulous at such a baseless threat. Raising its head in disbelief, its vertical pupils nearly bulging. Chapter 32. The meeting with Yen. Do not look at me like that. The pressure is overwhelming. Yaoxing continued to smile, but perhaps it's for the best. Since Yen cherishes you so, you are likely naive and easily deceived. Allow me to teach you about the treachery of human nature. Albert retorted, no, I have seen it, just never this level of shamelessness.
Meanwhile,
In a high-stakes and solemn conference room, Yen had unknowingly donned his Bluetooth headset. Those present assumed an urgent matter had arisen. However, Yen's tone remained indifferent as he continued his discourse. The individual reporting pressed on, yet Yen's attention was far from the meeting. He was engrossed in the peculiar exchange between the snake and the girl. Upon hearing her triumphant remark, he suddenly chuckled, sending a chill down the spine of the presenter. Oh no, he has undoubtedly committed an unforgivable error. The presenter thought, having meticulously reviewed the document 5 times, yet it still contained mistakes. Sweat began to bead uncontrollably on his forehead. A collective apprehension arose among the audience, who could not help but empathize with him. Yen mused that indeed, Albert should witness the diversity of human nature. Malice does not only manifest in dire situations. Noticing the report had ceased, he lifted his eyelids to glance over. His voice steady as he urged the presenter to continue. The individual, wiping his brow, exerted even greater effort in his presentation. Emerging from the room with a radiant smile, Yaoxing recalled the last moment when Albert's face had turned ashen, leaving her thoroughly impressed. It was remarkable how one could discern expressions even on a snake's visage. She stepped outside to find that Yen had yet to return, but she dismissed the thought. She had only just begun to experience the life of a wealthy heir for a mere 2 days. It was perfect timing to continue basking in the warm sunlight outside. She ordered a pot of tea and, as she exited the villa to sit in the small pavilion, she unexpectedly encountered Maki. As radiant and enchanting as the day before, Maki exuded an alluring charm. Her features were beautifully defined, clearly showcasing the exquisite appearance of mixed heritage. Before she could react, Maki enthusiastically greeted her. After Yen's previous remarks, Maki had instantly reverted to her usual glamorous appearance, clad in a sultry slip dress that undeniably accentuated her figure, embodying the essence of a sensual siren. Beautiful lady, it is a pleasure to see you again. Hello, Maki. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Yaoxing's attention was drawn to Maki's physique. From a distance, she resembled majestic mountains, but up close, her curves were as round as a ball. Would such a figure be a burden? The thought nearly made her drool with envy. Are you here to enjoy some tea? Yes, a bit bored. Just came out to take a look. That is indeed a splendid choice. I have always believed that beautiful scenery is healing. Yaoxing nodded in agreement as the maid brought over tea for her and poured a cup for Maki. Recalling Yen's words from the previous day, she curiously asked, Maki, have you fully grasped what Yen mentioned? Maki hesitated, her fingers pausing as she replayed Yen's words from that morning in her mind, instinctively tightening her grip. She felt that Yaoxing was deliberately probing, eager to see her falter. However, she maintained a composed smile, responding that she had only a general understanding, without delving deeper. Yaoxing assumed Maki was merely being modest and did not press further. Instead, she engaged in light conversation. You are of mixed heritage, right? You must speak 2 languages? No, Maki replied with a smile. I speak 5 languages. English is my mother tongue. The revelation astonished Yaoxing. Your organization encourages learning so many languages? How impressive. Organization? Maki's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized Yaoxing's face, seemingly searching for something hidden within. She was surprised that her master had shared even this much with her. Yet, she had heard that Yaoxing had only been here for less than a month and should not possess a deep connection with someone like her master. Nevertheless, Yaoxing remained oblivious, genuinely envious. Her own English was merely at a mediocre level. She had only passed the 6th level by sheer luck, thanks to high scores in listening comprehension. Of course, she kept this to herself. Continuing, she added, if I were to be less precise, I can also speak 5 languages: Mandarin, English, Korean, Japanese, and Thai. I can only manage a phrase or 2 though. Sarangi, Korean, I love you. Ohayou, Japanese, good morning. Sawadika, Thai, hello. Yet, Yaoxing remained internally composed, unperturbed, having just emerged from Albert's room. Maki was momentarily taken aback. Aside from English and Mandarin, she was not proficient in the other 3 languages. Fortuitously, she found herself at a loss for words. She tossed her hair playfully. You are quite impressive. Yaoxing shamelessly accepted the compliment, feeling no guilt whatsoever. She was determined to let this beauty witness the treachery of human nature, ensuring she remained oblivious to the existence of such inept individuals among the Chinese. Meanwhile, in the conference room where Yu Yan was present, the last person had just completed their report, and it was now time for Yu Yan to summarize the situation. Everyone was attentively preparing their pens or phones to record the proceedings. However, a soft chuckle echoed in the otherwise silent room. Why would someone disrupt at such a crucial moment just before the conclusion? A chill ran down everyone's spine as they glanced around, attempting to identify the culprit behind the laughter. Suddenly, their gazes fell upon Yu Yan at the front. He lightly placed his right hand against his lips, the smile on his face fading considerably, and his eyes, now raised, held no trace of the previously sharp demeanor. The reports presented were all satisfactory, and he expressed hope to see even more impressive expressions from them next time. With that, he picked up his phone and exited the conference room, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. Today, not only had he not intimidated them, but he had also complimented them all. Yaoxing chatted with Mashi for quite some time before concluding their conversation. Being able to converse with a beauty who was also an academic achiever filled Yaoxing with a sense of vitality. She managed to preserve her dignity. She failed to notice any signs of unease from Mashi. Until another day arrived, she found herself once again chatting with Mashi in a small pavilion. Mashi seemed curious about the room on the 2nd floor of the villa, questioning its purpose, as it appeared rather eerie. Oh, that room? It's probably Yu Yan's. Sometimes he goes in there to sleep, Yaoxing explained. Mashi's gaze darkened. I wonder what your relationship with our master is? I envy the closeness I see between you two. There's no need for envy. It's merely a destined encounter, a stroke of fate that cannot be sought after. Yaoxing replied. Isn't that precisely what makes it rare? Not everyone can traverse into a book, especially one they have read before. With that thought, Yaoxing felt her luck was quite extraordinary. Suddenly, the familiar sound of a car echoed outside the villa. Yaoxing immediately stood up and, just as she suspected, saw the same Maybach slowly entering the underground garage. Moments later, she spotted Yu Yan walking towards them. At the same time, a message from Heroine arrived. Oh, Yaoxing, are you lying to me? Why do you never post about being with 7th young master? Chapter 33, Active Seduction. Yaoxing paused, momentarily forgetting about this matter. She hesitated and then replied, how could that be? Yu Yan is simply too busy. Besides, he doesn't enjoy being in the spotlight. Don't you see there are no photos of him outside? Heroine was somewhat slow to warm up to matters of the heart. After a few days, the feeling of heartbreak surged back to her. Not seeing Yaoxing and Yu Yan flaunt their affection ignited a flicker of hope within her. However, upon reading Yaoxing's message, her heart sank further, vowing to spend a lifetime healing from the pain of this moment. In the next instant, Heroine's voice message came through. The intermittent sound of soft weeping emanated from the phone, and Yaoxing could now truly sense Heroine's anguish. Suddenly, Mashi called out, Master. Upon catching a whiff of that familiar scent, Yaoxing instinctively lifted her gaze. Yu Yan, however, did not respond to Mashi. Instead, he leaned slightly forward, seemingly glancing at her phone screen. His voice was low and indifferent, suggesting that if she wished to see, he would show her. Yaoxing felt a twinge of embarrassment and considered putting her phone away, yet thought, but I don't have your picture. She blinked, her thoughts hidden behind a mask of innocence. Yu Yan heard her inner plea. Quick. Snatch my phone and take a flurry of pictures. Yu Yan mused to himself. What a girl of contradictions. Nevertheless, he remained still, unperturbed. Go Yaoxing waited and waited, but saw no movement from Yu Yan, who had already seated himself, engrossed in his own thoughts. Plans had shifted. In 2 days, she would need to memorize every detail, as someone would escort her. And she should already have mastered the art of approaching her target. Indeed, master, Mashi replied, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation. The man who ignored her was someone she longed for, and even a single encounter would satisfy her yearning. Yu Yan had already bypassed the previous topic, causing Go Yaoxing to hesitate momentarily before steeling herself. With a surge of bravado, she wrapped one arm around Yu Yan's neck while raising her phone with the other, seeking the perfect angle. Click, 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 she snapped a series of photos. Afterward, she turned to the unresisting figure beside her, a smile gracing her lips as she asked, Yu Yan, you wouldn't mind, would you? Surely not. Mashi observed the subtle interplay between them, her alluring gaze sharp yet betraying no sign of discomfort. With a slight upturn of her crimson lips, she exuded a captivating allure. To attain all that she desired, she knew she must ascend, and men were merely stepping stones toward her ambitions. Yet Yu Yan was different. From the moment she laid eyes on the enigmatic and dangerous man, her heart had been irrevocably ensnared. Even now, despite his indifference, she felt a flutter of excitement at the mere sight of his face. Such a man, even a single encounter, would fulfill a long-held wish. If she could leverage him to attain her desires, it would be even more fortuitous. Go Yaoxing, having secured Yu Yan's tacit approval, sent a photo to Heroine. The next instant, Heroine's voice message arrived, transformed into a cacophony of sobs, yet still offering her blessings. Wawawa, you must take care of yourselves, or else I shall suffer. Go Yaoxing offered her reassurances, and Heroine eventually calmed herself. The crux of the matter was that she had secretly sent that message behind Yu Yan's back. I saw in the entertainment news that a new host club has opened on Lingbei Road, where every gentleman boasts 8-pack abs and stands over 6 feet tall. The next moment, Heroine's voice hurriedly chimed in, Gotta go, I'm doing my makeup. I'll be heading out shortly, and when I'm utterly exhausted, have someone carry me back. Go Yaoxing replied, the following evening. After Yu Yan finished his bath, he emerged to find no trace of Go Yaoxing. He casually toweled his hair, a dull ache lingering at his temples. Although having Go Yaoxing by his side allowed him to sleep a little, his rest had dwindled from a full night to a mere 4 hours. Nevertheless, this was an improvement from his previous condition. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle movement within the room. The languor that had enveloped his dark eyes dissipated in an instant, replaced by a glint of malice. He turned to look behind him. A familiar figure stood there, slowly shedding her crimson velvet slip dress. With a delicate flick of her finger, her loose undergarment slipped down, precariously dangling at her wrist. She exuded an enchanting allure, each movement radiating an innate sensuality that stirred a yearning within him. Her delicate, fair skin glistened under the light, soft and resilient. For the sake of this plan, she had deliberately sent Go Yaoxing away, cherishing this moment that belonged solely to the two of them. Even if Go Yaoxing returned, she would not mind, as long as she could possess Yu Yan. She tossed her hair, a sultry smile gracing her lips. Master, I am willing to offer you everything. However, if possible, I hope you can enjoy my body before my task begins. Yet, Yu Yan's gaze remained inscrutable, as if the figure before him were merely a substantial piece of meat. Meeting her eyes, filled with lustful anticipation, his own were shrouded in darkness and cruelty as he commanded, leave. However, Mahi took a step closer. Master, my body has been trained multiple times, yet no one has ever enjoyed it. I am quite pure. She understood that men from Huagua placed great importance on this aspect, thus she emphasized it eagerly. Seeking to explain, Yu Yan's eyes darkened with hostility, yet a faint smile began to grace his lips. Come here. His intense gaze fell upon her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily, a mix of excitement and expectation coursing through her. She approached him completely bare, unashamed as her skin was exposed to the air and under his scrutiny, until she stood before him, gazing upon the face she had longed for. Mahi unexpectedly revealed a shy smile. Master, yet, his hand reached out, the cold, elongated fingers resting upon her chin. Mahi's heart began to race. There was no trace of tenderness in that hand. His icy, inscrutable eyes scanned her body with indifferent malice. With a sneer, he mocked, You wish for me to take you? Mahi, enamored with her master, lowered her gaze. His pale fingers, neither gentle nor harsh, caressed the flesh of her chin. With a sudden crack, her jaw was mercilessly dislocated. Mahi's expression shifted abruptly, pain surging through her, stimulating her brain's cortex. She looked up at Yuyen, whose face remained impassive, dread creeping into her heart. A chilling sensation spread from her feet to her entire being, her heart racing as if a vicious beast had set its sights upon her. Master, get out. Yuyen's eyes glinted with a sinister light, cruelty emanating from him, yet the smile at his lips deepened. Do not make me repeat myself. As the person finally faltered, abandoning their usual air of confidence, and hurriedly departed, Yuyen took a seat. His voice, deep and chilling, echoed, "Come out." Chapter 34. Ambiguity. Exposure. At the sound of Yuyen's voice, the figure behind the door stiffened. Reluctantly, she hesitated for a moment before revealing half of her head. Her bright, clear eyes blinked, locking onto Yuyen, who was seated on the sofa. The intensity of his gaze startled Yaoxing, causing her to shudder slightly. Outwardly composed, her heart nearly cried for help. She endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance, feigning ignorance. Yuyen, do you need something from me? Yuyen remained still, lifting his eyelids to casually glance in her direction. Come here. Yaoxing was uncertain of his true intentions, but silently walked inside. Close the door.
Oh.
She dared not resist, obediently shutting the door behind her. As she approached Yuyen's side, their eyes met once more. Feeling guilty, she quickly averted her gaze after just a second of contact. What's wrong? Yuyen's voice was ominous and cryptic, devoid of any discernible emotion. Did you intentionally let her in? What? He knows about that? Yaoxing's composure wavered, yet she struggled to maintain a smile. How could that be? If I had any inkling of her intentions, I would have certainly thrown her out of the villa long ago. Of course, I couldn't just kick her out immediately. I've never encountered such a captivating beauty. I wanted to steal a few more glances. Sob, Ma Shizi, you foolish girl. This was the first time Yuyen had faced such a situation, and her facade was exceedingly convincing. The performance unfolded within her thoughts, leaving him momentarily unable to pinpoint a single error. Fearing his disbelief, Yaoxing seized the opportunity to elaborate, but Yuyen, you mustn't be confused. She merely made the same mistake that all women are prone to. Yet, she remains loyal. Instead of wasting time seeking someone else to adore, why not just make do? Yuyen, that argument holds even less fault. Yaoxing felt an overwhelming sense of tenderness for him. However, you never regarded me as someone of great importance. Nor can I continuously bind you with my affection. She gradually lowered her gaze. I cannot discern the reason for my presence here. But I do not wish for my subjective feelings to influence your future. Upon hearing her inner monologue, Yuyen's eyes darkened instantly. An unnameable emotion spread within him, suffocating his mood and casting a shadow over his features. Yuyen, you seem a bit off. You appear somewhat angry. Yet even Yuyen himself could not fathom the source of his unusual behavior. No, you may leave. His hair was still slightly damp, the coolness of his pale skin glistening with residual moisture. His voice was cold and detached, barely concealing his agitation. Yaoxing tentatively continued to approach until she found herself tumbling directly onto his lap. Sensing the commotion, Yuyen leaned back against the soft cushion, his delicate, damp hair framing his face, exuding an air of obedient tranquility. Yaoxing leaned slightly forward, her gaze fixated on his fearless demeanor, a gentle smile gracing her lips. With a softened tone, she inquired, Yuyen, may I draw a little closer? If you are uncomfortable and wish to refuse, I shall heed your wishes and depart immediately. How adorable you are when silent in his life. Yuyen had never been described as cute, save for Yaoxing, who, undeterred by his expression, repeatedly offered such praise. Yet, he found himself disliking the term, though her utterance made it seem less intolerable. Why are you silent? In that moment, her eyes seemed to contain nothing else, filled entirely with the reflection of Yuyen. When he remained quiet, Yaoxing took the initiative. Straddling his legs and kneeling beside him, their proximity intensified. Breath intertwined, she smiled softly, her delicate hand cradling his face. Her gaze was unwavering, devoid of shyness. As she leaned in closer, her soft lips exhaled with a fragrant whisper, I respect everyone's thoughts, so if you refuse me, I shall cease. After a brief pause, she added, of course, unless I find it irresistible to stop. Yuyen's dark eyes were fixed on her, taking in her slender, delicate waist. His cool, elongated hand instinctively rested on her waist, fingers grazing her side gently. The touch was exquisite, pale, fragile. His throat subtly moved as his gaze wandered upward. In that instant, the dangerous aura that usually surrounded his narrow eyes dissipated. At her words, his lips pressed together and then parted slightly, his voice low and gravelly. Continue. Only then did Gao Yaoxing allow her smile to reemerge. Lowering her head, she pressed her lips against his, settling herself upon his lap for ease. Cradling his face, she pushed him back onto the soft pillow, continuing to dance upon his lips, creating delightful disarray. In the beginning, neither of them closed their eyes. Gao Yaoxing's innermost thoughts echoed in Yu Yan's mind. What a pity if you had refused. I could have staged a forced romantic drama only allowed within this space. Tempted time and again, Yu Yan experienced sensations he had never encountered before. His ears flushing a visible shade of red. She released him, her breath slightly labored. Yet Yu Yan, relishing the moment, withdrew his hand from her waist only to lift his head, pursuing her lips once more, drawing her closer. In a final moment of intimate tension, his voice was husky, the last two words fading between their lips. Once more, exhausted, it was ultimately Yu Yan who assumed the dominant role. After an indeterminate time, Gao Yaoxing's body suddenly stiffened. Her hand pressed against his chest, pushing away. Are you moved? I dare not move. She gazed into his misty black eyes, quickly planting a kiss on the corner of his lips. Then, having accomplished her task, she dashed out of his bedroom, finally pausing outside to catch her breath. Just as she halted, she spotted Mahi, who was supposed to return to her own room. With her enchanting European blue eyes shimmering, Mahi now regarded Gao Yaoxing with a gaze that was both alluring and enigmatic. The breath of Gao Yaoxing had remarkably steadied, as if oblivious to the prior events. Smilingly initiating a greeting, Mahi had already managed to reattach her own chin. Her gaze fell upon Gao Yaoxing's lips, slightly swollen and glistening with moisture. A clear indication of having been cherished. She clenched her fists tightly, her red lips curling into a smile as she feigned casualness, inquiring, So, your master treats you this way too? Gao Yaoxing's smile faded considerably, yet she innocently blinked her eyes, replying, No, it was my initiative. Yu Yan was utterly powerless against my advances. It was I who treated him this way. Ma Shi's expression stiffened. She had also taken the initiative. Yet her master showed no interest, even unwilling to cast a glance in her direction, as if she were merely a piece of discarded meat. She maintained her smile. Oh, I see. I just changed my attire. If Miss Ge likes it, we could serve the master together in the future. Chapter 35. Assuming the role of the mistress, Ma Shi's voice was soft and amiable, laced with a tone of regret. What a pity. You leave tomorrow. It seems there will be no opportunity. Ma Shi's smile faltered. She had undergone professional training, and the completion of her mission was paramount. A decree engraved into her mind and body, akin to an unyielding program. She had not anticipated that Gao Yaoxing appeared completely unfazed by this. Indeed, it is unfortunate. If the master wished, I would forsake my mission for him. The villa was brightly lit, the entrance illuminating their faces. The air was tranquil. Suddenly, a light laugh shattered the silence between them. Ma Shi frowned. Ma Shi, you are truly beautiful. I tend to have a greater tolerance for beauties. Yet, you have forgotten the purpose for which you were trained after merely a few days away from your organization. You voluntarily signed the agreement. Everyone who purchases you has their motives, and Yu Yan's intention is to wield you as a weapon against the enemy. Gao Yaoxing spoke mercilessly, unearthing the truth. Right before Ma Shi, she aimed to ensure that she comprehended one crucial fact. The purpose of her purchase was not merely to gain an additional bedmate. How do you know all this? Ma Shi's complexion paled slightly. Gao Yaoxing's current demeanor made her feel as though she had been a mere jester all along. It was evident that the other party recognized her identity as nothing more than a pet, yet still catered to her whims. Was this merely to witness her folly now? Gao Yaoxing seemed to perceive her thoughts, humbly waving her hand. Oh, not at all. She then gestured playfully, like a little peacock, adding, I only know a little bit. Suddenly, Ma Shi's gaze flickered, her voice turning hoarse. So, you deliberately played along with me outside, just to allow me in and engage in these outrageous acts. Gao Yaoxing's gaze momentarily drifted. No, I truly had no control. Sometimes, I simply cannot refuse a beauty's request. Ma Shi's eyes darkened, scrutinizing her face, as if attempting to discern some clue. Unfortunately, there was none to be found. Those clear, perpetually bright eyes seemed eternally filled with sincerity. It is she who has forgotten her own identity, attempting to fathom the thoughts of others through her habitual perspective. As Gao Yaoxing approached her cautiously, I understood that her past choices were beyond her control. Every individual yearns to ascend. However, at times, One must possess a clearer understanding of their responsibilities in their current position, especially after embarking on tasks. One must not harbor ambitions that soar too high while their life hangs by a thread. Amidst Mashi's puzzled gaze, she beamed radiantly, revealing her pearly teeth. For I cannot bear to witness the demise of a beauty, particularly one as exceptional as she continued, acknowledging Mashi's undeniable allure, yet suggesting that perhaps, among all her virtues, her beauty was the least noteworthy. Mashi's heart raced unexpectedly, a sensation she had never experienced in the presence of Yu Yan. It felt as though her heart was gripped by invisible hands. While her beauty was ostensibly her least significant trait, for years, her other merits had been overshadowed by her appearance. The sudden realization that someone could perceive beyond her exterior, recognizing her true essence and other shining qualities, stirred her emotions profoundly. Seizing the moment when Mashi's gaze softened, Yaoxing immediately enveloped her in a warm embrace, nuzzling her neck and inhaling the delightful scent of roses that enveloped her. Mashi stood frozen, her thoughts momentarily scattered, surprised by Yaoxing's affectionate gesture. She had anticipated that such an act would incite resentment or jealousy in Yaoxing, perhaps even provoke hysteria akin to that of some women. Hoping to draw the master's attention, after a brief 10 seconds, Yaoxing withdrew, wary of being perceived as overly forward. Clearing her throat, she casually remarked, "Mashi, the fragrance of roses you wear is lovely, though perhaps a tad overpowering. A lighter touch would be delightful." Upon uttering this, she realized the inappropriateness of her comment in the current context. Just as she considered retracting her words, Mashi, momentarily taken aback, replied, "All right, I shall adjust." Yaoxing felt as though she had encountered a specter, but upon reflection, she considered that perhaps her role as a spiritual guide had borne fruit. With a brilliant smile directed at Mashi, she wished, "I hope you succeed in your task this time. I look forward to the chance to meet again." Mashi's spirit seemed to linger in the air momentarily as Yaoxing departed. Once she was completely out of sight, Mashi finally averted her gaze, pressing her hand to her chest in an attempt to quell the peculiar sensation before returning to her quarters. In the shadows, Xiaqing and Chao Shui observed this scene unfold. Xiaqing, with a somewhat playful disposition, remarked, "Miss Gu appears to have adopted the demeanor of a leading lady." Chao Shui silently withdrew her gaze, her tone icy. "No, she is merely attempting to guide Mashi back. She does not wish to see Mashi's thoughts diverge further." Xiaqing chuckled knowingly. "You seem to understand her well." After a moment of silence, Chao Shui inquired, "Do you believe that seventh young master harbors genuine feelings for Miss Gu?" Reflecting on their shared experiences over time, Xiaqing pondered, "Who can say? All I know is that I have never seen him treat anyone with such kindness." Chao Shui echoed his sentiments. "I feel the same." The following day, upon awakening, Yaoxing learned that Mashi had already been dispatched on a mission under the alias Xing Man, a name she supposedly chose herself. Yaoxing found the name rather pleasing and silently prayed for Mashi's safe and successful completion of her task. Meanwhile, Yu Yan had left early in the morning, and from Chao Shui, she discovered that today was the day of the final net closure, the moment when Qin Mingyu would suffer significant losses, plunging his career into a nadir. Yaoxing felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment when Yu Yan would shatter the narrative and decisively vanquish the male protagonist, Qin Mingyu, who relentlessly oppressed the female lead without any sense of legal awareness. Soon, news arrived. The market value of the Qin Corporation had evaporated by 10 billion in a single day. For Yu Yan, this might merely be a trivial annoyance, but for the still maturing Qin Mingyu, it was nothing short of a catastrophe. "Sister, do you think there is a possibility that Yu Yan could utter the words 'the cold weather breaks Qin,' and that the Qin Corporation will not endure for much longer?" Yaoxing's curiosity was piqued, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to discover whether Yu Yan, with his current means and financial prowess, could directly bring the Qin Corporation to its knees. Chao Shui, noticing the expectation gleaming in her eyes, pondered before responding, "Perhaps. But given the current state of the internet and the intricate web of relationships within the business world, dismantling a prominent company is no trivial matter. Few would dare to take such a risk." Yaoxing's expression immediately fell, yet she quickly regained her composure. "That's all right. I firmly believe I will live to witness the day the Qin Corporation falls." Chao Shui inquired, "Why are you so fervently invested in undermining others?" Chapter 36. Yu Yan's physical condition. Chao Shui could not fathom the intricacies of Yaoxing's mind, but she never meddled in her affairs. Perhaps Yu Yan was preoccupied with company matters, as he had not returned promptly. In a moment of boredom, Yaoxing suddenly recalled something and gazed longingly at Qiao Shui, though she remained silent. Feeling the pressure for the first time, Qiao Shui had to take the initiative to inquire, her tone still cool. Miss Ge? Do you have something to ask? Yes. Yaoxing nodded fervently. I was just wondering what ultimately happened to Tang Lishuan, who was whipped multiple times by Yu Yan, no, by Xiaqing, on the cruise. After the seventh young master had taken Yaoxing away, Xiaqing was responsible for treating his wounds. Before she could finish her thought, Yaoxing had already conjured a positive image of Yu Yan in her mind. She hadn't expected the villain to be so benevolent as to tend to someone's injuries. However, in the next moment, Qiao Shui continued, explaining that during the period they returned from the high seas, Tang Lishuan had been kept alone on a small yacht, tethered to the cruise ship, with personnel assigned to toss him into the sea, allowing him to swim back to the yacht, where he would rest before being thrown back in to swim again. Yaoxing's forehead was immediately adorned with 3 dark lines. Good heavens, it seemed she had underestimated Yu Yan's capacity for cruelty. Just a day had passed, and Tang Lishuan's wounds likely hadn't even begun to staunch before he was made to swim, exhausting his strength. What if he fainted? They would have to rescue him, revive him, and then throw him back in, with him being constantly supervised. A clever method indeed. She silently wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead. However, upon reflection, Tang Lishuan truly had it coming. After all, who instructed him to launch a surprise attack on Yu Yan? Yaoxing was unwilling to acknowledge her own hypocrisy, her instinctive protection of her kin. Before long, Yu Yan returned, presumably having assigned tasks to Qiao Shui, who, without hesitation, set off to execute them. Yaoxing found herself pondering the nature of loyalty. How could such a concept arise between 2 individuals who were once entirely unrelated? She refrained from delving deeper into her thoughts, and as soon as Yu Yan concluded his affairs in the study and she noticed Xiaqing emerging, she promptly pushed the door open. Yu Yan, she exclaimed, a smile gracing her lips, only to be met with the sight of him pale and frail, slumped in a wooden chair. She could even observe the rapid rise and fall of his chest, a testament to his labored breathing. Her mind went blank as she rushed forward. Yu Yan, what is wrong? Why do you appear so weak? I am fine, Yu Yan replied, his voice low and measured, devoid of any hint of color on his face. It sounded as if he was suppressing immense pain, his tone slightly hoarse. Yaoxing had never been so close to the ravages of illness, never experienced the agonizing grip of sickness. Yet in that moment, her heart contracted, an inexplicable pain coursing through her entire being. Is there any medicine? She thought, striving to maintain clarity of mind. Where is Wei Jingqi? Does he know? The medicine is in the second drawer on the right, he instructed. Yaoxing swiftly retrieved the medication and administered it to him, then hurried to the living room to pour a glass of water to bring back. The pain gradually subsided, and Yu Yan's breathing began to steady, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if he had been holding on for dear life. How are you feeling? Her voice trembled slightly as she tentatively grasped his hand, only to discover that his fingertips were icy, even his palm lacking warmth. She had never imagined that Yu Yan could endure such suffering. Since the moment he began to sleep normally, she had hoped that the outcome of his narrative would spare him such tribulations. Little did she know, his condition continued to deteriorate unbeknownst to her. I am all right now. Yu Yan's voice had improved considerably, his long fingers resting on his thigh, clenched tightly as if striving to maintain his mental clarity. Yaoxing fell into an unusual silence, encouraging him to take another sip of water. It seemed that in the eyes of the people of Huagua, water was a universal remedy, a necessity in the face of any ailment. Once Yu Yan appeared to have fully recovered, Yaoxing set the glass down at a measured pace. Her voice was calm. Yu Yan, are you concealing something from me? I understand that perhaps, in your eyes, I am merely a toy for your amusement, and I find joy in your ability to mask your cold and ruthless side while entertaining me. However, I believe I deserve the right to be informed. You may feel that I am incapable of recognizing my own place, but if you wish to continue this charade at the very least, you should allow me to be aware of your physical condition. Listening to Yaoxing's lengthy discourse, Yu Yan's expression remained tranquil, his dark eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. The pallor of his lips was nearly imperceptible, and he pressed his lips together lightly. Finally, he lifted his gaze, sitting upright in the chair, his eyes devoid of warmth as they settled upon her face, meeting her gaze directly. This is an old ailment, one that has proven resistant to change. It merely does not interfere with daily life and manifests infrequently. Though there have been past episodes, she has never witnessed them.
Today,
Driven by excitement and eagerness to see him, she entered without knocking. This is how she stumbled upon the scene of his affliction. As for Gu Yaoxing's other implications, Yu Yan offered no response. Yet, Gu Yaoxing held no anger. Resentment seldom resolves issues and should only arise when both parties stand on equal footing. All right, I understand. Is there any remedy for this? Wei Jingqi has been in touch with specialists in this field, but no effective solution has been found. They can only alleviate my pain. ISN to your condition related to your insomnia? You've been sleeping well lately, so why does it seem your ailment has worsened instead of improved?
Yaoxing.
I have said all I needed to say. Yu Yan cast his gaze downward, his dark eyes clouded, a subtle discomfort stirring within him, a sensation he had never encountered before. Gu Yaoxing paused. Oh, I see. The tips of Yu Yan's fingers curled slightly, gripping his palm tightly. He assumed that, given Gu Yaoxing's temperament, she would surely storm out in indignation. However, she did not. Instead, Gu Yaoxing reached out, gently poking his face, her tone deliberate. Yu Yan, are you aware that your words contain significant flaws? Yu Yan's gaze faltered, slowly meeting hers, and he inquired with utmost seriousness, are they really that substantial? Though it is endearing, Gu Yaoxing leaned closer, her eyes level with his, her tone devoid of mirth. You have not alleviated much at all, have you? Do you intend to shed all pretense only after I leave? She sighed. Yu Yan, whether you realize it or not, I feel compelled to express that I genuinely like you. Initially, it was your persona I admired, but now I find myself able to embrace all that you are. A tremor of surprise coursed through Yu Yan's heart. Chapter 37. Inquiry. Exercise plan. While I am unsure if this qualifies as self-indulgence, I must confess that, in this world, I might be the most earnest in wishing for your health and longevity. Thus, Yu Yan, I hope for your swift recovery. After her declaration, Gu Yaoxing maintained a facade of calm, yet inwardly, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Yu Yan may be akin to a lifeless figure, but having spent considerable time with him, Gu Yaoxing could no longer regard him as merely an inanimate entity. He was a person, a living being who stood before her, accompanying her through life. Yu Yan lowered his gaze, momentarily unable to meet her eyes. It was true that he viewed her as a plaything, drawn to her merely out of curiosity. He believed that treating her kindly would make his existence more intriguing, thus he endeavored to do so. It was akin to caring for a pet, albeit with far more complexities involved. Due to his illness, he devoted 3 years to mastering the ability to control both his mind and body, even regulating his heartbeat and the dilation of his pupils at will. However, upon hearing her speak in such a manner, an unfamiliar sensation enveloped his heart, as if it had escaped his command. This occurrence had become frequent since his encounter with Gu Yaoxing. I understand. Yu Yan's voice was hoarse, yet he offered no further response. Gu Yaoxing remained patient, her gaze fixed on Yu Yan, and only when she noticed his demeanor had truly softened did she allow herself to relax slightly. After exiting the study, Gu Yaoxing turned and walked towards the villa's exterior. She retrieved her phone, entered a series of numbers she had memorized earlier, and, seated beneath the pavilion, initiated the call. Hello? The voice on the other end was indifferent. It's Wei Jingqi. This is Gu Yaoxing, she replied. There was a brief pause, and after about 10 seconds, the voice returned. Oh, it's you. Do you need something? I wanted to inquire if there is truly no possibility for Yu Yan's condition to improve. That is not a decision I can make. I have consulted numerous world-renowned experts during this time, but his situation is too intricate. It cannot be resolved simply with a shot or some medication. Yes, I understand. Currently, there is no definitive cure. I have even exhausted every text on traditional Chinese medicine, yet found no solutions. What else would you like to know? Gu Yaoxing hesitated before voicing her inner thoughts. If we were to regulate his diet and ensure he exercises daily, would that help? Isn't that what doctors typically suggest for illness? In the study, Yu Yan's gaze was dark, fixed on the tabletop, as if he were peering through it to see something beyond. He wore a somewhat familiar Bluetooth headset. He picked up his phone, typing a message. Meanwhile, Wei Jingqi fell into complete silence. This girl knew far too little about Yu Yan. Did she not realize where he had emerged from? His physical prowess was among the best in the nation. Typical exercise regimens might not only be ineffective but could feel trivial to him. Just as he was about to speak, a message arrived on his phone, causing him to pause in surprise. After a moment, Gu Yaoxing finally heard Wei Jingqi's reply. That isn't impossible, after all. There are cases of cancer patients who maintained a joyful spirit and consequently extended their lives by over a decade. Hope ignited in Gu Yaoxing's eyes, and she found the reasoning sound. After expressing her gratitude, she promptly ended the call. Wei Jingqi gazed at the message on his phone from Yu Yan. State the result you desire. Is Yu Yan truly so abnormal? He mused. Is he even employing surveillance tactics? He discarded his phone aside, his attention drawn to the monitoring equipment. Just moments ago, he had noticed the heart rate spike, indicating that Yu Yan must have suffered an episode. As he contemplated making a call, he observed that Yu Yan's heart rate and respiratory frequency had returned to normal. The intervals between episodes were diminishing, shrinking from over a month to merely 20 days. What possible remedy could save him? He irritably ruffled his hair, collapsing into the soft embrace of the blanket. Guo Yaoxing felt she should be embarrassed, yet in reality, she not only buried her embarrassment deep within her mind but also proactively sought out Yu Yan. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Yu Yan opened it to reveal a delicate and soft white face. She appeared to have forgotten everything that had transpired before, her smile radiating like a little sun. She leaped straight into Yu Yan's arms, subtly easing some of her weight. Yu Yan's arms seemed to have developed muscle memory, securely catching her as she fell into him. However, the young girl cast a sidelong glance at him, seemingly filled with disbelief, and promptly withdrew from his embrace. In that fleeting moment, Yu Yan's gaze turned dark and brooding. A heavy shadow cast over him. An inexplicable emptiness settled in his heart, and a hint of crimson flickered in his eyes. Yet, the girl remarked, "Your frail little frame cannot endure such a fall. I shall keep my distance, for I fear I might inadvertently crush you and affect your health." Yu Yan responded with a curt, "Fine." Once in the bedroom, Guo Yaoxing discovered that Yu Yan had seemingly intended to leave, prompting her to inquire, "Where are you going?" "To sleep at Albert's."
Why?
"You won't accompany me. I need that environment to fall asleep, even though I rarely manage to." Guo Yaoxing was taken aback. "Yu Yan, have you forgotten what I said? I quite like you, so I cannot simply abandon you. I will still accompany you to sleep." Yu Yan's gaze darkened for a moment. "All right. Moreover, you are currently a patient, so I shall certainly shine with the brilliance of humanity to care for you." At that moment, Yu Yan appeared noticeably more compliant, though his complexion had yet to regain its former hue. However, while recounting a story, Guo Yaoxing discreetly inserted her own message, narrating the tale of a frail little chick who, due to its weakness and illness, was mistreated in the forest. Facing discrimination as everyone shunned its small stature and refused to associate with it, the chick silently noted this, resolved to strengthen itself through relentless exercise. Ultimately, it transformed into a magnificent eagle, capturing and devouring all the small animals that once mocked, scorned, and insulted it. Yu Yan seemed to grasp her underlying message. His eyes closed, yet the corners of his lips involuntarily curled into a gentle arc, unnoticed even by Guo Yaoxing. The following day, she set an alarm. Rising half an hour earlier than usual, she roused Yu Yan, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Let us go for a run." With no room for refusal, Yu Yan, unbothered, allowed Guo Yaoxing to lead him on their jog. When Chao Shui and Xie arrived, they were astonished to see their young master leisurely strolling alongside Guo Yaoxing.
Wait.
Upon closer inspection, it seems these two are running. Chapter 38. Shock from Wei Jingqi. Upon learning that Guo Yaoxing had taken the initiative to bring Yu Yan for a run, the two were dumbfounded. Is that Guo Yaoxing, who is gasping for breath, moving at a pace akin to a walk? And does she not realize where the seventh master emerged from? How could his stamina possibly be weak? Taking him for a run is akin to wielding a broadsword before Guangong. After running 2 laps, Guo Yaoxing was so exhausted that she could barely move. She had never been a long-distance runner, but rather an explosive type, which allowed her to escape quickly in times of crisis. Yu Yan glanced at her face and remarked, "Next time, you can just watch me run." Guo Yaoxing, panting heavily, countered, "No, this is different." "How is it different?" Unable to continue, Guo Yaoxing decided to stop. Taking a few deep breaths before continuing, "Yu Yan, I feel like I should have some sense of participation. I can't let you bear everything alone, can I?" She smiled, her face glowing against the light, drenched in sweat, her breath ragged. Yet her eyes sparkled brightly, radiating joy, accompanied by a sweet smile. The light blurred her features, and even her hair seemed to emit a glow. Yu Yan's heart skipped a beat, a strange emotion spreading from his heart to his entire being, tingling and warming him. He hastily averted his gaze. This feeling was exceedingly peculiar, even beyond his control. Guo Yaoxing, oblivious to his unusual reaction, noticed that after running for so long, he remained unfazed, his face unflushed, and barely a drop of sweat had appeared. She suddenly understood why Chao Shui and the others looked at him the way they did. It indeed felt a bit like showing off a big sword before Guan Yu. She regretted her earlier confident declaration. It had barely been a minute. Could she backtrack? Even if she chose not to say anything, Yu Yan had no intention of letting her continue running. Shortly after, Chao Shui brought over an oversized scooter. She wondered where it had come from in this desolate place. Go Yaoxing fell silent as she gazed at the scooter. Yu Yan had approached without her noticing, a long hand holding a piece of hemp rope, kneeling on one knee, without touching the ground. After tying the rope to the scooter, he stood up and secured it around himself, his dark eyes fixing on the dazed Go Yaoxing. His voice was cool and magnetic as he issued an order, "Get on." Go Yaoxing instinctively complied, and only after sitting down did she realize what he intended. Soon, Yu Yan's voice came from ahead, "Sit steady." Go Yaoxing obediently followed, gripping the scooter's handlebars tightly, her gaze fixed on his tall figure ahead. Before she could pull her focus back, the scooter surged forward at great speed. The wind howled past her ears, and her clothes fluttered loudly. The wheels of the scooter screeched against the ground, while the figure ahead moved at a steady pace. The rope secured at her waist revealed his strong, muscular build. Go Yaoxing felt a wave of relief wash over her, enjoying the breeze while watching the handsome boy run. However, after one lap, then 2 and 3 laps had passed, Yu Yan showed no signs of stopping. Her gaze turned blank. She had never imagined that Yu Yan could possess such stamina. Each lap must be at least 1,500 meters. She was exhausted after just 800 meters. "Yu Yan, aren't you tired? You've already run 5 laps. Can you keep going?" Yu Yan's pace slowed, his voice enigmatic. The intensity of training I underwent previously was greater than this. Go Yaoxing let out a sound of acknowledgement. "If you're tired, then stop. Don't push yourself to the brink." Yet, Yu Yan continued to run, while Go Yaoxing leisurely sat behind, as if she had forgotten her earlier resolve, comfortably assuming the role of a burdensome accessory. "Yu Yan, why not just admit that exercising is utterly pointless for your current condition?" Wei Jingqi's voice emanated from the phone. Having just stepped out of the shower, Yu Yan paused at her words, her gaze dark and profound, the fierce glint in her eyes seemingly having diminished considerably. "Let her do as she pleases. I am indifferent to the outcome." Wei Jingqi fell silent, incredulous. "No way, Yu Yan. Do you genuinely care for this young lady?" Yu Yan remained non-committal, and Wei Jingqi, unable to contain his astonishment, pressed on. "You really do like her? Do you even understand how precarious your situation is? What will you do if those old geezers set their sights on her?" With a demeanor that suggested he was impervious to concern, Yu Yan replied, "As long as she is by my side, no one dares to bully her." "You're quite the troublesome one," Wei Jingqi remarked, his voice as consistently dark and low as ever, devoid of any emotion. "She is somewhat interesting. I will not allow any misfortune to befall myself until she becomes unamusing." Seeing that her counsel was in vain, Wei Jingqi resigned himself. "Since Yu Yan enjoys his games, let him play. Running is better than lurking in dark, damp spaces that are rather frightening. By the way, your heart rate has indeed been rather peculiar lately. However, your health indicators have improved somewhat. I suggest you steer clear of Albert's room. It is uncomfortably dark and damp, entirely unsuitable for human habitation." Unbeknownst to him, a new presence, Go Yaoxing, had entered Yu Yan's life. Yu Yan paused, responding unhurriedly. "I haven't visited Albert in quite some time." Wei Jingqi seemed to have stumbled upon a new revelation. "Then where have you been? You haven't found some bizarre new abode, have you? I implore you, can you not at least get a decent night's sleep?" However, Yu Yan replied, "I sleep in my bedroom." "Bedroom? Have you remodeled a room again?" Just as he finished speaking, Wei Jingqi suddenly froze, his mind processing the information before he grasped the implication. "Are you saying you've been sleeping well every day?"
Yes.
Yu Yan rubbed his temples, reflecting a few days ago. "I managed 7 hours of sleep daily, but recently, my sleep duration has been dwindling. Last night, I only slept for 3 hours.
Now.
Wei Jingqi found himself more troubled than Yu Yan. "My goodness. Will you please inform me of any progress you make in the future? As your personal physician, I should have a complete understanding of your basic condition. Now, with these sudden developments, I will have to stay up all night to sort them out." "Understood," Yu Yan replied, though his tone was languid and distracted, clearly indicating he had not absorbed the message. "By the way, next Monday, that old fellow is celebrating his 50th birthday and has invited our group. Are you going?" A curious smile suddenly graced Yu Yan's lips, his dark eyes glinting with a ruthless edge. "If they wish for my presence, I shall certainly not spoil the festivities of the birthday celebrant." Chapter 39. The worthless fish of 10 million. As Go Yaoxing luxuriated in the comfort of Jingwan Villa, nearly forgetting the existence of Qin Mingyu, She received an unexpected phone call from an unfamiliar number. Typically, she would decline such calls, but this time, curiosity compelled her to answer. Hello? Who is this? The voice on the other end was laced with palpable resentment.
Yeah, Yaoxing.
The 3 words nearly deafened her, and it dawned on her that she was conversing with the male protagonist who had recently suffered a significant blow from Yu Yan. She raised her voice nonchalantly. Is there something you need? Did you do this on purpose? Qin Mingyu seethed, wishing he could drag Go Yaoxing over and grasp her by the throat. He longed to see if she would exhibit even a hint of remorse. However, Go Yaoxing remained unfazed, her tone languorous and teasing. Oh, you just realized? The project has already commenced for 2 days. Why are you only calling now? At this rate, will you only remember to wish me happiness when I have a child? Qin Mingyu's thoughts were abruptly disrupted. He had not anticipated that her casual mention of marriage would throw him into disarray. A wave of inexplicable irritation welled up within him. Although he had softened toward Go Yaoxing, the events that transpired were intolerable. Her actions had caused his company considerable losses, all because of that document. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, Go Yaoxing, I don't care what you intend to do, but you had better not let me catch you. Go Yaoxing responded, even now. Instead of managing your company, you're here posturing as a domineering CEO? Before Qin Mingyu's fury could escalate, she added, oh, and make sure you keep a close eye on your precious wife. The next time she throws a fit, she might find herself without a benefactor to donate blood. With that, she hung up with a triumphant click. If only she could experience a situation akin to the original narrative, where Qin Mingyu treated her as he had done in the past. For the past few days, she had been diligently aiding Yu Yan in recuperating. On the surface, it appeared that Yu Yan had improved significantly. Whether it was merely her illusion, she could not ascertain. 2 days later, while strolling in the back garden and pondering Yu Yan's condition, Go Yaoxing overheard a conversation between 2 maids tending to the fish in a small pond. These fish are so delicate. Indeed, what kind of fish requires such a large quantity of food yet grows so slowly? But why are these fish not as beautiful as the ones I've seen outside? You may not know, but the worth of these fish is not determined by their appearance. I've heard that their nutritional value is immeasurable. If prepared as a soup, it should retain its freshness to the utmost. I wonder if the 7th master raises them for consumption. Another maid quickly hushed her. Shuh, all you think about is food. Hurry and water those flowers. They haven't even tended to in 2 days. Once the maids finished feeding the fish, they hurriedly departed. Go Yaoxing's attention remained fixated on the one maid's remark. The nutritional value of these fish is immeasurable. She absorbed none of the other conversation. She hurriedly approached the pond, standing on a specially constructed pathway elevated above the water's surface. From her vantage point, she could observe the fish that had yet to disperse. She murmured softly to herself, acknowledging their less than appealing appearance. However, they appeared quite plump and healthy. With sleeves rolled up, Go Yaoxing resolved to prepare a nourishing fish soup for Yu Yan. The fish in the pond seemed to sense impending danger and scattered in all directions. Fortunately, the pond was only a meter deep, and without hesitation, Go Yaoxing plunged into the water to catch some fish. Before long, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. Go Yaoxing covered the pot, knowing the soup required further simmering. However, soon after, Aunt Chen, responsible for the kitchen, entered with a look of alarm. Her gaze fixated on the pot on the stove, her voice trembling involuntarily. A troubling thought flashed through her mind as she pointed at the pot. Miss Go, did you buy this fish? Go Yaoxing, without much thought, shook her head. No, I caught it from the pond in the backyard. There are still several left. Would you like me to catch another? Aunt Chen's expression transformed dramatically, akin to a shifting palette of colors. Miss Go, I am of considerable age and cannot endure such turmoil. You cannot be deceiving me, can you? Go Yaoxing continued to shake her head. How could I? If you truly want one, I can secretly catch one for you when Yu Yan is not home. At this moment, Aunt Chen could no longer reassure herself. This was not just any fish. Her eyes momentarily flared with panic. Miss Go, you are mistaken. The fish in the pond was specially brought back by a 7th master from the country. It is said to be a newly developed breed, and currently, only a handful of individuals possess the qualifications to rear them. She cast a sorrowful glance at the pot of soup. You are using it to make soup? Miss Go, you should leave at once. This is no trivial matter. Go Yaoxing suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Oh dear, how much is this fish worth? Aunt Chen sighed. I have heard it is valued at tens of millions, not including the research and development costs. Go Yaoxing's eyes widened as though struck by lightning. Is a single fish truly that expensive? Indeed, aside from Xiao Chun and her companions who feed them, no one else dares to approach. Panic surged through her. The novel had never mentioned the exorbitant price of the antagonist's fish. She pondered silently before replying, "All right, I understand now, but I certainly will not flee." She needed to devise a way to salvage the situation. Aunt Chen's face revealed her concern. Not long after, her expression transformed into one of sheer shock, nay, horror. Go Yaoxing gazed at the shattered ceramic pieces on the ground, her own eyes betraying uncertainty. This cannot be too expensive, can it? Aunt Chen's gaze now bore an inexpressible sympathy. Her curiosity piqued about how much tolerance Seventh Master had for this young lady. When evening arrived and Yu Yan returned, he found all the maids lined up in 2 rows, heads bowed, afraid to speak, a picture of anxious restraint. The first to stand was Go Yaoxing, appearing somewhat better off than the others. As Yu Yan approached and halted before her, his voice enveloped her with an ominous pressure. Even though her expression remained unchanged, everyone seemed to be enveloped in a cool, dimly lit atmosphere. They were merely fragile prey, as delicate as mayflies. What's wrong? This question, however, did not appear directed at anyone else. Go Yaoxing sensed the intensity of Yu Yan's gaze and quickly responded with a beaming smile. "Everyone is here to welcome you home.
Yu Yan.
I've prepared a bowl of fish soup for you today. You must be tired. Would you like to taste it now?" Yet, internally, she mused, after drinking this bowl of mengpa soup, all past grievances should be forgiven. Yu Yan, intrigued by her words, replied, "Good." In Chapter 40, in the world, one must eventually repay their debts. Go Yaoxing, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Yu Yan's gaze, eagerly led him to the dining table. Pointing at the pot of soup she had prepared in advance, she exclaimed, "Look, this is the soup I made." Without hesitation, she brought over a bowl, scooped some for Yu Yan, and even blew gently on it before handing it to him, displaying an excessive eagerness to please. Yu Yan watched her actions carefully as he accepted the bowl of soup. With his long, pale fingers, he took a few sips, finding it indeed delicious yet oddly familiar, as if it were a memory long buried, tinged with the sepia tones of nostalgia. It flickered away in an instant, too swift for him to grasp. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Go Yaoxing quickly took the soup bowl from him and placed it on the table, her tone becoming noticeably stiff. "I didn't tea poison it. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell again?" A pang of worry gripped her heart. However, Yu Yan soon returned to his usual self. Rubbing his nose upon hearing her words, "It's nothing." Go Yaoxing sighed in relief and leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Don't you think the soup is delightful? It has a somewhat familiar flavor, doesn't it?" Yu Yan paused, his cold, magnetic voice responding, "Yes, it is good." Go Yaoxing felt a sudden wave of relief wash over her, and she immediately brightened, raising her chin and forcing a smile. "Ah, it's nothing much. I just thought the fish from the pond in the backyard would surely suit your taste, so I caught some to make the soup for you." She skirted around the truth, revealing it only gradually. At this moment, Chao Shui and Xie Qing, who had been listening nearby, exchanged glances. Yu Yan's expression remained unchanged as he fixed his gaze on Go Yaoxing, his voice steady and, "Well, when I wanted to make amends for you, I saw a porcelain bowl and tried to clean it, but it broke," Go Yaoxing admitted, her anxiety mounting. The moment her gaze met his inscrutable eyes, she instinctively clung to his thigh. "Yu Yan, you must not disregard my good intentions. I merely heard that the fish is very nutritious and wanted to help you regain your strength. Moreover, you aren't feeling well. You mustn't get angry, do you understand? It's not worth it to let your health suffer because of me. And if you're truly upset, please don't harm me, all right? If you do, where will you find such a loyal companion again?" Her words flowed in a rapid stream, overwhelming for any ordinary person, let alone someone like Yu Yan, who was not even angry to begin with. He cast his gaze downward, observing the tense little face of the girl clinging to his leg. "Get up." Go Yaoxing immediately shook her head, insisting, "I shall not rise unless you declare your forgiveness. I had promised to remain by your side until your interest waned." This declaration served as an unconventional get-out-of-jail-free card, and upon hearing it, Go Yaoxing was convinced that with Yu Yan's character, he would never renege on his word. Without hesitation, she sprang to her feet and leaped into Yu Yan's embrace, letting out a soft whimper. Chao Shui and Xie Qing conducted a rough tally, estimating that today, Seventh Master had incurred a loss of approximately 50 million. Yet, could Go Yaoxing's mere utterance rectify such a situation? If she were to hear it, she would undoubtedly contest it. Was it merely a single phrase? It was a multitude of words, and she had even clung to his leg. Gu Yaoxing promptly fetched a bowl and presented it to him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, urging, "Please drink it quickly. It will lose its flavor if it cools." Yu Yan said nothing in response. He accepted the bowl and settled at the dining table, his movements leisurely and unhurried. He ate with utmost elegance, barely making a sound. Seizing the moment, Gu Yaoxing added, "Oh, by the way, Yu Yan, could you refrain from blaming the others? I caught this fish myself. They were unaware." "Very well," Yu Yan replied, placing the bowl down. Immediately, someone handed him a napkin, and he wiped his mouth, adding, "In the future, if you desire fish, allow them to assist you in catching it." This revelation left not only Chao Shui and Xie Qing in stunned silence, but even Gu Yaoxing was taken aback. No matter how indifferent one might be to worldly wealth, upon learning the sum involved, she felt hesitant to engage again. Tears welled in her eyes. And she remarked with a rather unpoetic inquiry, "Could you possibly arrange for a few more to be delivered? Though this fish is rather unappealing in appearance, it smells remarkably fresh and fragrant. I fear it may not suffice." Yu Yan lifted his gaze to Chao Shui beside him and instructed, "Contact the research department over there and request they send over additional fish." Chao Shui received the command, hesitated for a moment, but upon meeting Yu Yan's piercing gaze, she had no further objections and promptly set about her task. Noticing Chao Shui's earlier hesitation, Gu Yaoxing approached Yu Yan, whispering, "Is this matter difficult to manage? Perhaps we should consider a different variety? There are so many delectable fish in the world. Surely, other types would make a delightful soup." Yu Yan pondered. "Then let us procure several varieties. If you wish to prepare other dishes, that is also permissible." Gu Yaoxing chose to remain silent. Perhaps this sum was trivial to Yu Yan. Upon learning that Yu Yan had imposed no penalties, Jinma was left astonished. She had not anticipated that Seventh Master held Miss Go in such high regard. Initially, he had ordered Xiao Chen and the others to nurture those fish with the utmost care, ensuring no missteps occurred. Soon, Gu Yaoxing would come to understand why Yu Yan had been so accommodating at that time. The room was enveloped in darkness, with the curtains drawn tightly, obscuring any glimpse of the outside world. Inside the bedroom, silence reigned, save for the sound of their breathing. Gu Yaoxing found herself pressed against the door, an inexplicable wave of anxiety washing over her. Yu Yan? Gu Yaoxing, I am a businessman. Yu Yan suddenly interjected, his words abrupt yet poignant. Do you know that a businessman rises early only for profit? His voice, like a sultry whisper, lingered on the edge of his lips, intoxicating and alluring. Gu Yaoxing looked up, her gaze fixed upon him. His dark, elongated eyes exuded a shadowy intensity, a hue so profoundly dark that it seemed unparalleled in the world. Yet, Gu Yaoxing appeared utterly oblivious to the tension, retorting, "Do you wish for me to repay you? However, I lack sufficient funds. If only you could return the money I lost at the casino last time, I could use it to settle my debts." Yu Yan's fingers suddenly curled, and in the dimly lit room, their skin contrasted sharply, one soft and snow-white, the other cold and pale. It was quite conspicuous. Upon seeing that delicate face, he felt an impulsive urge to pinch it. Succumbing to his instincts, he gently squeezed her cheek, as if he had developed a fondness for the sensation. Unable to resist, he pinched a few more times. Yet, Gu Yaoxing's attention was not on her face. Instead, she stood her ground, boldly asserting, "I didn't touch the fish soup at all. You consumed both the meat and the broth. I shall not reimburse you for that, only the cost of the porcelain bowl." Indeed, she was remarkably assertive. Yu Yan was nearly amused by her logic. Her soft, warm lips brushed against his ear, their breaths mingling. "Do you know what kind of merchant I am?" he inquired.
What?
"A heartless merchant." His voice seemed laced with amusement. "Therefore, I would not generate profit without a benefit." Just as Gu Yaoxing sensed something amiss and placed her hand on the doorknob, he swiftly pulled her close. Their bodies pressed tightly together, leaving no space between them. "So now you wish to flee? It is too late." Chapter 41. Yet, what is owed is not to her. As his words fell, Yu Yan grasped Gu Yaoxing's chin, compelling her to gaze into his eyes. His fingers lightly caressed her lips. His gaze grew deeper and more enigmatic, his voice low and sultry, hinting at something dangerously addictive. Upon hearing those two words, Gu Yaoxing's alarm bells rang. She feared he might act as recklessly as that individual from the police station. "Please, do not follow in his footsteps. You mustn't go astray, understand?" Her long-standing plan had always been to distance herself from the narrative and the male lead. If she could merely observe Yu Yan thriving, that would be even better. She wished for no mishaps at this moment. Upon hearing her words, Yu Yan's Adam's apple subtly moved. Previously focused on the conversation, Go Yaoxing now found her gaze fixated unabashedly on his throat. She swallowed hard, flustered, and averted her gaze. Then, a realization struck her. She was the one benefiting from this situation. Why should she concern herself with appearances or anxiety? She promptly turned back to him, her gaze unwavering, and boldly declared, Yu Yan, I wish to kiss you. Without waiting for his response, she grasped his collar, urging him to lean down slightly. Her other hand had already found its way to his neck, eagerly meeting him. In that fleeting moment, she descended a little further, planting kisses on his Adam's apple. Only a muffled gasp escaped Yu Yan. She then lifted her head, threateningly stating, Did you hear? You absolutely mustn't touch. Yu Yan groaned softly, laughter escaping him, his chest vibrating slightly. His voice, husky and irresistibly alluring, mused, You seem so obedient. Why does your temper seem so fierce? Go Yaoxing was not one to back down, especially now that she appeared to hold the upper hand. She quickly leaned in and playfully bit his Adam's apple, fiercely declaring, What did you just say? Yu Yan let out a low murmur, entirely unprepared for what had once seemed like a mere trinket, now appeared utterly unthreatening. He was not angered, rather. He acquiesced with a mild temperament. Indeed. So, would you kindly behave? Go Yaoxing furrowed her brow, acknowledging her lack of authority to instruct him. Yet this did not deter her from expressing her concern. Moreover, you have so many subordinates. You cannot neglect them or me. After all, I am your accessory. You cannot simply disregard me. Although her tone was assertive, her worries were not unfounded. If you truly become entangled with that thing, I believe that even without me, countless citizens of Huagua would not allow such a situation to unfold. If it comes to worst, we can be a pair of star-crossed lovers. Go Yaoxing's patriotic fervor was nearly ignited to its fullest. Consequently, upon hearing her thoughts, Yu Yan found this suggestion remarkably humane. The idea of being star-crossed lovers sounded intriguingly adventurous, and he began to anticipate such a scenario, albeit with the caveat that he would never succumb to that fate. The situation would not devolve into what Go Yaoxing had described. Without regard for any decorum, Go Yaoxing gleefully kneaded Yu Yan's muscular waist, satisfied to discover her favorite abdominal muscles and the subtle lines of his physique. She hesitated to venture further. Then, rising on her toes, she fervently pressed her lips against his, their voices intertwining as if shattering between them. You are the one who has ensnared me. How could my affection for a mere figment of paper morph into a dwindling fondness for everything about him, just like his lips and his abs? She could never seem to get enough. Once their intimate moment concluded, Go Yaoxing mused, Beauty can lead one astray. What black-hearted merchant? She only understood that mingling with such crowds inevitably incurs debts, but the payment would not be hers. Go Yaoxing learned of her obligation to attend the birthday celebration of an unfamiliar individual, and it was already the day of the festivity. Suddenly, Yu Yan announced he would take her somewhere, instructing her to change her attire. Soon, Chao Shui escorted her to a dressing room on the third floor. Go Yaoxing was unaware that Yu Yan had arranged a wardrobe for her there, filled with garments in her size. Chao Shui selected a fresh, voluminous gown for her. Not overly ostentatious, a pink and white puffball dress. Upon donning the dress, Go Yaoxing appeared both obedient and charming, her bright apricot eyes sparkling vibrantly. A glance could melt one's heart. Around her neck lay a pink ribbon, tied in a delicate bow, while her hair was neatly styled, with a few curled strands falling gracefully across her forehead, exuding both innocence and allure. Upon seeing her in this attire, Yu Yan's typically stoic demeanor betrayed no sign of change. His dark eyes lowered slightly, and his fingertips, resting at his sides, moved almost instinctively to knead. A vision of her fair face flashed through his mind. This color suited her perfectly. Before long, their Maybach came to a steady halt outside a grand estate, situated far from the bustling city, yet blessed with a serene environment. Go Yaoxing observed every inch of the surroundings with an inconspicuous gaze, his presence barely noticeable. At the entrance stood two attendants, attired in formal attire, who respectfully requested, "We apologize, but could you please present your invitation?" Yaoxing stepped forward to submit the invitation. After verification, the attendants, in an official tone, expressed their regret, stating that the host had stipulated that each invitation could only admit 2 individuals. Just as Yaoxing was about to advance, Yu Yan waved his hand dismissively, his gaze dark and tinged with a barely perceptible smirk. reminiscent of the unsettling calm before a storm concealed within his obsidian eyes. In that case, you shall wait here with Chao Shui. Xiaqing and Chao Shui had never disputed his commands and complied without hesitation. Thus, Yu Yan escorted Gao Yaoxing into the banquet. Gao Yaoxing whispered, "Yu Yan, is the host of this gathering rather malevolent? Your expression seems off." "What seems off?" Gao Yaoxing candidly replied, though she kept her voice subdued, her tone eerie. "It's quite terrifying. I would instinctively avoid him from afar." Yu Yan silently scrutinized her eyes, and at that moment, he could not hear her thoughts, which only confirmed the authenticity of her words. He suddenly chuckled, though his gaze remained devoid of warmth. "Indeed, he is quite wicked, so when you encounter him later, do well to ignore him." Gao Yaoxing nodded vigorously, oblivious to the ominous undercurrent swirling in Yu Yan's eyes, as if a tempest were brewing beneath the surface. Within the courtyard, revelry was abundant, with laughter and clinking glasses resonating in the air. Suddenly, someone spotted Yu Yan's figure. Groups of guests raised their glasses, their faces beaming with enthusiasm, calling out, "Seventh Master has arrived. It has been so long. Come, let us drink together." The arrival of the Seventh Master instantly illuminated the entire estate with an air of grandeur, akin to the exuberance of long-lost friends reuniting. Amidst the crowd, a figure stealthily retreated upon witnessing Yu Yan's entrance. Chapter 42. A mere plaything. Yu Yan wore a leisurely smile, unperturbed by their flattery. His voice was cool and measured, yet resonated clearly for all those who wished to ingratiate themselves with him. "Indeed, it has been a while, Wei brother. The matter from last time is far from resolved." His lips curved slightly, but the darkness in his eyes held a chilling depth, as if an endless abyss were shrouded in mist. The businessman, surnamed Wei, broke into a cold sweat. He had never anticipated that his attempt to curry favor would remind the Seventh Master of their previous encounter. At that time, he had simply reacted without thought, siding with the Lung family, yet now he found himself entirely outmaneuvered. His gaze darted anxiously, his heart racing as if on a roller coaster. Only when Yu Yan casually averted his gaze did he feel a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly joined the others in drinking to mask his earlier indiscretion. Yu Yan exchanged a few words with the group engaged in lively discussions about business. Soon after, someone approached him respectfully, saying, "Seventh Master, the host requests your presence." Gao Yaoxing also noticed an increasing strangeness in Yu Yan's demeanor. Yu Yan spoke casually, offering her a brief admonition before departing. The vast banquet hall resonated with the distant, lingering strains of a violin, while portly merchants conversed boisterously in small clusters, reminiscent of long-lost friends reunited after a lengthy separation. The culinary offerings at the banquet were nothing short of exquisite, featuring an array of delicacies such as Australian lobsters and king crabs in abundance. Gao Yaoxing mused to herself that she must persuade Yu Yan to invite her to more of such gatherings. In her former world, even a centenarian's birthday celebration could not rival the grandeur of a mere 60th birthday here. Given that class barriers seemed insurmountable and her return uncertain, she resolved to relish her present circumstances. Her agreement to accompany Yu Yan was also timed with the impending moment when Qin Mingyu and Gao Yaoxing would be captured. She had meticulously memorized the unfolding events that had yet to transpire. In the narrative, Gao Yaoxing had just returned with Qin Mingyu after their last encounter, only for the scandal regarding the contract to erupt shortly thereafter, leading to Qin Mingyu's downfall and her confinement in a villa, much like a caged canary. While reading the novel, Gao Yaoxing had struggled to comprehend what could possibly attract someone to such a man. Was the female protagonist suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? Did she not realize there were countless men in the world, 3.5 billion to be precise? Why cling to a crooked tree? Gao Yaoxing had ventured out this time to extricate herself from that storyline. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared behind her. The figure was tall and elegant, clad in a black tailcoat, with the shirt beneath nonchalantly unbuttoned to reveal a glimpse of his collarbone. A sapphire earring adorned his left ear, and his hair was artfully disheveled, exuding an air of languid charm, complemented by a roguish smile. "Little Rabbit, we meet again," came a voice both familiar yet foreign. Gao Yaoxing contemplated the moniker, but chose to disregard it. However, the man seemed oblivious to her intent, playfully tousling her neatly arranged hair. His voice was slow and deeply resonant, and with a new hairstyle, he still appeared quite charming. Gao Yaoxing hastily sidestepped, then lifted her gaze to the man, towering over her. "Did your mother never teach you not to converse with strangers?" she queried. Taken aback by her unexpected retort, Shen Chengxian paused momentarily, masking his surprise with a smile, pressing a fist against his lips to suppress his amusement. With a good-natured teasing tone, he replied, "Not at all. But how can we possibly be considered strangers?" Go Yaoxing fixed her earnest gaze upon his eyes and stated firmly, "But my mother did advise me to avoid strangers. So, if you have no business with me, I shall take my leave." She silently glared at the untouched lobster on the table, feeling indignant and ready to depart. Suddenly, Shen Xian poked her cheek, exclaiming, "Little rabbit, you are quite adorable in this way. I believe I understand why Yu Yan keeps you close at all times." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yaoxing shot him a look of incredulity, replying, "I also comprehend why Yu Yan seems to hold you in such disdain. You talk too much. I merely wish to enjoy my meal without engaging in socializing. Could you perhaps find another lovely lady over there?" She chose to ignore this superfluous individual and focused on her enjoyment of the culinary delights. However, Shen Xian proved to be more persistent than she had anticipated. As she settled down, he too took a seat, mindful of her potential discomfort, opting to perch beside her on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand. He fixated his gaze upon her as she ate. Gu Yaoxing observed that Shen Xian seemed oblivious to her exasperated expression as he raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. Introducing himself, "Hello, allow me to introduce myself, I am Shen Xian." With a sigh, Gu Yaoxing mimicked Yu Yan's demeanor, wiped her hands clean, and spoke nonchalantly, "You know, the more you act this way, the more terrifying you appear to me. Your pretense of admiration and coincidence is utterly unconvincing. I am but a minor figure, lacking any influence of my own, while you, a commanding CEO, need not endure such indignities in my presence, do you?" Instinctively, she reached to play with the small curls by her cheek, her bright eyes suddenly locking onto Shen Xian. Clad in a delicate pink and white dress, she seemed less like a companion attending a soiree and more like a pampered young lady, exuding an air of innocence and vibrancy. Shen Xian's fingers curled slightly, seemingly unfazed by Gu Yaoxing's scrutiny. He was merely surprised that such an apparently naive creature could discern his thoughts. His laughter was deep and untroubled. How could one feel aggrieved when gazing upon such beauty? Gu Yaoxing abruptly rose, her voluminous dress billowing like that of a princess. She smoothed the hem of her gown, turned her head, and with an emotionless gaze and a soft voice, remarked, "I apologize. My earlier comment was merely a casual example, not intended to pierce your heart. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, and I hope we shan't meet again." Upon mentioning her mother, she noticed Shen Xian momentarily pause, his typically carefree gaze revealing a flicker of disdain, a fleeting expression, but one she caught nonetheless. The word mother does not evoke warmth for everyone, without a hint of nostalgia. She turned and departed from the scene. Shen Xian, suddenly covering his face with one hand, partially revealed his exquisite chin and sharply defined profile, a soft chuckle escaping his throat. The name Gu Yaoxing seemed to linger on his lips, entwined with his thoughts. "Will we truly never meet again?" he mused, removing his hand, perhaps fearing that things would not unfold as she wished. After Gu Yaoxing left, she intended to seek out Yu Yan, recalling only the direction he had taken. As she strolled down the corridor, she unexpectedly overheard a foreign voice mention her name. "I heard you're getting quite close to that girl named Gu Yaoxing, Yan. Surely, you can't be serious about liking a little girl?" She stood against the wall, inadvertently eavesdropping, only to hear Yu Yan's distinctive, low, magnetic voice slowly respond, "She is merely a plaything." Chapter 43. Old Dreams. Gu Yaoxing's fingers suddenly clenched tightly, her alabaster hands contracting. It was a lie to claim she felt nothing, yet the reality of the situation was undeniable. She felt no need to grieve. Her expression shifted for but a moment before returning to its usual composure as she hastily exited the area. Clearly, Yu Yan did not require her presence at that moment. So, she resolved not to burden herself with unnecessary distress. Once she had departed, she turned back to glance at the spot where she had stood moments earlier. Yu Yan's words seemed to echo in her ears. She had always harbored an affection for the character of Yu Yan, and it was unreasonable to expect him to reciprocate her sentiments with the same fervor. From the very beginning, Yu Yan had remarked that her presence was only tolerated as long as she remained intriguing. With the uncertainty of when she might depart this world or when she might lose her charm, she resolved to savor her current existence. Moreover, considering Yu Yan's persona, he would likely never comprehend the essence of fondness or love. Gu Yaoxing felt she had consumed enough and was disinclined to linger in the garden. She yearned to seek out her beautiful elder sisters. What did the old man's upcoming birthday have to do with her? Yet, she was unaware of her surroundings and inadvertently took the back exit. Upon stepping outside, the unfamiliarity of her surroundings left her momentarily bewildered. She decided to meander around the wall, certain it would lead her to the main entrance. However, before long, a vehicle came to a halt beside her. As the door swung open, two individuals, trained and efficient, executed their roles with precision. She barely had time to utter a sound before she was hoisted into the car, a black bag enveloping her head. In the next instant, she was rendered unconscious. As her consciousness faded, she cursed vehemently. You lot chose this moment to strike, didn't you? Not far away, Chao Shui happened to glimpse a hazy figure in pale pink being abducted. In that fleeting moment, thoughts of Go Yaoxing flooded her mind, prompting an immediate phone call to Yu Yan. Seventh Master, is Miss Go present? What is it? I just witnessed someone being kidnapped outside, and it bore a striking resemblance to Miss Go. Yu Yan's voice paused, cold and deep. Pursue them. Understood. Xia Qing, left without further instruction, remained behind. Meanwhile, Chao Shui propelled herself forward, her vehicle racing away like an arrow loosed from a bow, her icy eyes glistening with a murderous intent. The area was remote, with sparse traffic. Chao Shui pressed the accelerator, the Maybach streaking forward like lightning, yet it remained a distance behind the van. She dared not relent. Just as Yu Yan was concluding his discussion with the elderly gentleman, he received the call. After hanging up, he presented the gift. The old man's hair had turned silver, yet his gaze remained sharp and austere. Could it be that Go Yaoxing is in trouble? After all, kidnapping was trivial. A mere toy did not warrant excessive effort. If she perished, it would be of little consequence. If she was so cherished, he could always send dozens more for her amusement. Having finally invited her, he need only retrieve her remains once the banquet concluded. He appeared to regard human life as inconsequential. Yu Yan's eyes gleamed with a chilling malice, sparkling with an unsettling light. Do you believe you will survive until next year's birthday? Yu Yan, the old man interjected, the gift has been delivered. If memory serves, your grandson is merely 19 this year. The elderly gentleman suddenly stiffened, his teeth clenched in ire. My grandson is still young. What are your intentions towards him? Yu Yan's lips curled into a faint smile as he casually adjusted his cuffs. My courtesy towards you is not born of respect. Do not forget the source of your current standing. The previous incident is far from resolved. In that moment, he left no room for the old man's dignity. The elderly gentleman gasped for breath, clutching the armrest as he nearly collapsed, watching Yu Yan's retreating figure with a sudden, cold smirk. Yu Yan, oh Yu Yan. Merely a plaything? How long can one maintain such a fade? As Go Yaoxing slumbers, her mind suddenly revisits the tapestry of her past. In her world, she was but one among the multitude. In her dreams, she reflects upon her existence. Yet, inexplicably, she glimpses the scene from her 10th year. She was an abandoned child, embraced by her adoptive mother, the director, and frolicked with the other children in the orphanage. That fateful year, an unusual event transpired. Her adoptive mother took her outside. While the director was preoccupied with shopping, Go Yaoxing stood aside, her gaze captured by a strangely attired man. He stood amidst the crowd, his skin pale as alabaster, radiating an otherworldly brilliance. Draped in a silver robe, he resembled a divine being of regal stature. His hair flowed like silk, reminiscent of the exalted immortals from ancient tales. Shimmering in silver, his golden eyes, devoid of warmth and desire, gazed downward with an air of benevolence, as if he were a deity bestowing compassion upon the world. He seemed detached from the worldly chaos that surrounded him. His indifferent golden gaze fell upon two individuals nearby, embroiled in a heated altercation, their words laced with venom. Yet, he appeared oblivious to their discord. Intrigued by this peculiar figure, Go Yaoxing could not restrain herself. She approached and tugged at his robe, inquiring, Brother, are you watching them fight? The man, enigmatic and unresponsive, slowly lowered his gaze to rest upon her delicate, snow-white hand. You can see me? His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Young Go Yaoxing, not comprehending the weight of his words, merely gazed up at him, exclaiming, Your eyes are so beautiful. Like those of a celestial being from a drama. Are those two uncles in trouble? And are you here to collect them? At last, he shifted his attention back to the fighting pair, stating, No, individuals have their own fates. That man has seized another's opportunity and shall face the consequences. Go Yaoxing, filled with sincerity, queried, Brother, I don't believe in fate. How can you be certain that by seizing another's opportunity, he isn't altering his own destiny? At that moment, she was blissfully unaware of what fate or opportunity truly entailed. The man's gaze fell, his cold golden eyes reflecting an emptiness that seemed to encompass all existence. Yet, her words momentarily broke his silence. Go Yaoxing beamed a sweet smile, recalling her adoptive mother's words, "I am a sweetheart, destined to meet a cool prince who will protect me. But I believe this is not my fate. I should seek someone I truly desire." The man appeared lost in thought, then his voice softened with compassion. "I understand." Shortly thereafter, the director, having completed her shopping, spotted Go Yaoxing wandering too far and admonished her to return. Just as she turned to introduce her adoptive mother to her newfound enigmatic brother, she found that he had vanished. As time passed, her dreams were consumed by darkness, until, in the end, she seemed to hear a voice, devoid of emotion, whispering in her ear, "Is this the one you desire?" It felt as if the voice had echoed to her on the very day she fell asleep while reading this novel. In the end, she seemed to catch a whiff of the fragrant scent of lotus, cloaked beneath a thick layer of snow, reminiscent of the fragrance she had once detected on her brother.
Yaoxing.
"Wake up." A piercing voice abruptly yanked her consciousness back to reality. As she suddenly opened her eyes, she was met with a familiar face she had no desire to see again. A wave of anxiety surged within her, giving rise to a terrifying thought. Chapter 44. Relentless confrontation. Could it be that she had been kidnapped? She had already infiltrated the banquet, so how could she possibly have been abducted? It was almost identical to the timeline in which Qin Mingyu and the female protagonist were captured in the novel. Yet, she had exerted herself to alter the course of the narrative. Go Yaoxing rubbed her slightly sore neck and surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in an abandoned factory. This place was undoubtedly remote, leaving her uncertain as to when Yu Yen would discover her absence. At that moment, he should still be in the old man's room. Go Yaoxing. The cold, harsh voice echoed starkly in the desolate factory, causing a throbbing pain in her head. "Qin Mingyu, could you please refrain from speaking? Thanks to you, I find myself in this predicament." The male and female protagonists truly possessed an extraordinary aura. Even from such a distance, he was able to track her down. No wonder Go Yaoxing met such misfortune in the novel. She had not anticipated Qin Mingyu's lack of perception. Conversely, Qin Mingyu had not expected Go Yaoxing to confront him so boldly. Had he forgotten the significant financial losses incurred due to his misplaced trust in her? Go Yaoxing shifted her bound hands, shooting a glare at the equally restrained Qin Mingyu, and retorted, "How many people have you angered outside? Can't you manage them? Even if you can't, don't you know whom to capture? It's not me that you care for, so why must I endure this suffering?" Her mood had already been sour, and now Qin Mingyu had chosen to direct his ire at her. It was the first time Go Yaoxing had openly expressed such disdain and unreserved complaints, causing Qin Mingyu to frown instinctively. Thoughts of Ji Wanfang, still in the hospital, flickered through his mind, revealing a hint of concern in his cold gaze. It seemed as though realization dawned upon him, leaving him momentarily stunned. His starry eyes, perpetually icy, scrutinized Go Yaoxing, who appeared to be in a foul mood. Was she perhaps feeling jealous? Jealous of Wanfang? Suddenly, he recalled that every time Go Yaoxing learned of his visits to Wanfang, she would display a fleeting expression of melancholy, quickly masking it thereafter. Had she remained unchanged all along, merely more adept at expressing her emotions? Was her earlier remark an attempt to remind him to safeguard himself? Unbeknownst to Go Yaoxing, Qin Mingyu's mind was racing with conjectures. Though her hands were bound, her fingers retained the ability to move. Her escape plan extended beyond mere running. It encompassed lockpicking and untying knots as well. However, just as she was on the brink of success, the oppressive silence of the factory was shattered by the sound of heavy footsteps. From the noise, it was discernible that there were approximately 4 or 5 individuals approaching. Instinctively, she reverted to her previous demeanor, lowering her head and closing her eyes, her body tensing slightly as she listened to the footsteps drawing near. Qin Mingyu exhibited a remarkable composure, his voice icy as he inquired, "Who are you, and what do you intend by binding us?" One of the assailants chuckled derisively, addressing him as Boss Qin. "You truly are a man of wealth who forgets easily. Is it not your meddling that has ruined our business? Look at the dire straits we find ourselves in while you thrive." Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyu recollected the identity of the speaker. A cold smirk crept across his face, for he regarded the man with utter disdain. "I mistakenly thought you were someone noteworthy. What gives you the audacity to think I'd remember you? Is it your pathetic tactics?" The man, bearing a scarred visage, seethed with rage and commanded, "Administer the special concoction we prepared for them. I shall see who holds the right to speak once the night is past." Behind him, Three accomplices promptly presented 2 cups of tea, one for Go Yaoxing and one for Qin Mingyu. These men, lacking any sense of chivalry, noticed that Go Yaoxing remained unconscious and proceeded to slap her face impatiently, urging her to awaken. Eventually, she stirred, her eyes fluttering open, and gazed at the men with confusion. Mimicking the disorientation of someone just roused from slumber, she trembled slightly and stammered, "The brother, where are we? Who are you? And why have you captured me?" The man scoffed, "It's your misfortune to be so closely associated with Qin Mingyu." Go Yaoxing protested vehemently, "I am innocent. I barely know Qin Mingyu. The person closest to him is that individual in the hospital. How can you fail to grasp the relationships involved in your abduction?" Taken aback, the scarred man had not anticipated the presence of another, but the scolding from a young girl left him feeling embarrassed. He quickly reverted to a threatening demeanor, barking, "Silence. We need not your input on whom we capture." Go Yaoxing, realizing the precariousness of her situation, wisely chose to remain silent. "Make them drink," commanded the scarred man. And the other two seized Qin Mingyu and Go Yaoxing by the chin, forcing them to consume the tea. "You lack honor." Go Yaoxing coughed twice, unable to contain her expletive. She then glanced at the coldly frowning Qin Mingyu and boldly asserted, "Though I find you utterly loathsome, you are not at fault this time. Such scum, caught cheating, dare to play the victim? They are the epitome of hypocrisy. Do they not realize their very existence is a blight on society? Thriving on the suffering of others?" Qin Mingyu's typically stoic expression transformed, revealing a rare astonishment at Go Yaoxing's fierce resolve. He instinctively sought to shield her from harm, asserting, "She is still naive. Any grievances should be directed at me. Are you tired of living?" The scarred man snarled, delivering a punch squarely to Qin Mingyu's face, the sound echoing, a dull yet resonant thud. He raked his fingers through his hair in a manner that suggested irritation, then cast a devilish grin at Qin Mingyu, declaring, "Your attempts to provoke me are futile. You ought to be grateful that I do not strike women. This sedative is quite potent. Conserve your strength for later. I will set up a camera in the room, and a mattress has been prepared for both of you. Make do with it. I eagerly anticipate your performance on camera." Shortly thereafter, both Go Yaoxing and Qin Mingyu felt a wave of heat surging from their lower abdomens, as if it were poised to engulf them entirely. The scarred-faced man observed their disheveled reactions with satisfaction, ordering that Qin Mingyu be untied while leaving Go Yaoxing bound. Perhaps as a form of retribution for the sting of her earlier words that had pierced his heart during his first abduction. Once the man departed, the camera captured their expressions with unsettling clarity. Chapter 45. The delayed arrival of Yu Yen. The camera was to be retrieved by the scarred man a few hours later. Go Yaoxing immediately followed the direction from which he had left, managing to free her hands, feeling the heat within her intensifying. Though her wrists throbbed from the bindings, her consciousness began to wane, compelling her to crawl into a corner, murmuring, "Yu Yen." Qin Mingyu fought to maintain his alertness. He had already surveyed the surroundings thoroughly. Only 2 specific spots were illuminated, where windows should have been, now boarded up, obscuring any view of the outside world. He rubbed his temples, his icy gaze gradually tinged with crimson, darting toward Go Yaoxing huddled in the corner, as if her presence alone could provide him solace. His voice lost some of its coldness as he inquired, "Go Yaoxing, are you still conscious?" She suppressed her thoughts, responding with a muffled There was no escape in sight, yet waiting passively would only erode their willpower. The floor and walls were frigid, contrasting sharply with the warmth of her body, a stark dichotomy of ice and fire. Qin Mingyu also sensed a momentary haze clouding his mind, shaking his head vigorously and raising a hand to rub the area that had just been struck. A sharp twinge of pain jolted him back to reality, prompting him to divert the conversation. "You angered them so intensely. Are you not afraid they might retaliate harshly?" An inexplicable emotion began to spread within his heart, the heat of blood coursing through him. Even his thoughts felt strangely feverish. His gaze roamed over Go Yaoxing's skin, as if he were seeing her beauty for the first time. She was not only striking but almost charming. Crouched in the corner, she stirred countless ripples in his heart. "Go Yaoxing, do not fear." In that moment, she inexplicably believed in the formidable power of the protagonist's halo. Even if she were to be struck, at least she had spoken her mind. The atmosphere between them, rather than being fraught with tension, descended into a peculiar tranquility. In the stark silence of the room, the only sounds were their uneven breaths. Go Yaoxing suddenly pinched her palm, striving to remain alert, her face pale and her lips bitten hard. Noticing her distress, Qin Mingyu intended to approach her, but to his surprise, Go Yaoxing recoiled as if he were a venomous serpent, gritting her teeth. Do not come near. Qin Mingyu indeed paused, settling back down in place. Go Yaoxing could already feel her hands and feet growing cold, and she began to harbor resentment towards the male protagonist. Weren't you the one who usually bullied others? How could you fall into such a trap and end up tied up like this? Where are your subordinates? Why haven't they come to rescue you? Qin Mingyu rubbed his temples, nearly amused by Go Yaoxing's audacity. Even in such dire circumstances, she still found time to mock him. My derision is a testament to your worth. If I cease to mock you, it would imply I have lost all hope in you. Go Yaoxing silently rolled her eyes, feeling no remorse for the deception. Once they escaped, she was determined to show this group the prowess of Yu Yan. After all, Yu Yan was the former Minister of Justice from ancient times, and she hoped to intimidate anyone who harbored thoughts of revenge against Qin Mingyu and had their sights set on her. However, perhaps due to the effects of the medication, Qin Mingyu surprisingly began to believe her words. Everything he had just contemplated coalesced like pearls strung together, and all became explicable. He rose to his feet, his gaze cold yet betraying a hint of softness as he slowly approached Go Yaoxing. Sensing the masculine scent, Go Yaoxing widened her eyes in terror. Gazing up at his advancing figure, clenching her teeth, she tightened her grip, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the soft flesh of her palms. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Qin Mingyu's voice took on a husky tone. If nothing can stop this, Go Yaoxing, I will handle the video matter. Both of us are on the brink of collapse. Go Yaoxing's fear intensified. Qin Mingyu, how dare you? With your white moonlight, you still wish to betray me physically. She pressed against the wall, quickly standing up, sweat glistening on her forehead and neck. Her consciousness gradually blurred, though she retained a shred of rationality. Supporting herself against the wall, she hastily distanced herself from Qin Mingyu, throwing out a fierce remark. If you dare to touch me, I will make you a eunuch in this new era. Yet her voice was soft and lacked any real threat, almost resembling flirtation, tender as flowing water. Qin Mingyu shook his head, contemplating that the others should be arriving soon. He had no intention of actually harming Go Yaoxing. Her unabashed disdain felt like a dagger, piercing his heart. He simply closed his eyes. Observing this, Go Yaoxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had not forgotten that in the novel, the first encounter between the male and female protagonists occurred under similar circumstances. She closed her eyes, thinking, Yu Yan, if you don't come soon, I won't wait for him to make the first move. Her gaze shifted awkwardly, her mind flashing back to Qin Mingyu's disheveled collar, 2 buttons mysteriously undone. His muscular physique at that moment was undoubtedly a potent catalyst. Whether it was her imagination or not, she seemed to hear a cacophony from outside. Even through the thick wooden boards of the window, the commotion was audible. The sound of tires screeching against the ground from an emergency brake echoed sharply. Suddenly, she felt herself collapse onto the floor, her lips bitten until they bled. Before her, everything appeared hazy. She seemed to catch a glimpse of Qin Mingyu, his expression laced with anxiety, attempting to approach her. With trembling lips, she weakly uttered 3 words, "Don't come closer." Yet, in the next moment, she heard the sound of a door being forcefully broken. With a resounding crash, the once tranquil room was filled with a cacophony of sounds, and a familiar figure rushed toward her. But how could Yu Yan possibly be here? He should still be engaged in conversation with someone else. A familiar scent wafted into her nostrils, momentarily clearing her mind, allowing her to discern the face of the newcomer. Pouting, she reached out her arms toward him, her tone frail and filled with grievance. Why did it take you so long? I've been waiting for you. Typically composed, Yu Yan's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic. The depths of his dark, cold gaze ignited with a crimson glint of murderous intent the moment he saw her beseeching him with outstretched arms. However, at that instant, all his fury dissipated, and he carefully embraced her, almost reverently kissing her lips, tenderly drawing away the blood droplets. His voice came out hoarse and low. I'm here.
Don't cry.
Go Yaoxing seemed oblivious to the pain on her lips as she sniffled, her eyes misted with morning fog. Yu Yan, I'm not crying. But I can't help it. Chapter 46. The narrative gaps were filled by Yu Yan. In an instant, he comprehended the horrors this group had inflicted. His gaze swept over the mattress in the room and the camera, darkening ominously, fierce and bloodthirsty, yet his face revealed no change. Go Yaoxing nestled against him, disregarding the presence of others. In a moment of vulnerability, she engaged in actions typically beyond her timid nature. Yu Yan's voice revealed a barely perceptible shift. His Adam's apple bobbed as he pressed her small hand down, though his tone was somewhat stiff due to the unfamiliarity of soothing someone. Don't move. I'll take revenge for you later. Yet, Go Yaoxing could think of nothing else. She whimpered. Will you take me home? I want to go back now. All right, I'll take you home. You don't care about me at all. Go Yaoxing was on the brink of collapse. Her mind was a chaotic blur. Unable to grapple with complex thoughts. Yu Yan, if you continue like this, I will leave. Qin Mingyu sat in silence, resolutely shutting his eyes to avoid witnessing the distressing scene unfolding nearby. Nevertheless, he could still hear Go Yaoxing's unique voice. Especially at this moment, it was laced with charm, soft and endearing, devoid of the resistance she exhibited when with Yu Yan. Minutes after Yu Yan entered, others began to trickle in. A male assistant, wearing glasses, was taken aback upon seeing Qin Mingyu sitting on the floor, his expression shifting dramatically as he rushed over. President, what's wrong? Qin Mingyu shook his head in frustration.
EM fine.
Where is everyone? The others are outside. The people brought by 7th Master aren't allowed in. Understood. His steps were excruciatingly slow. If he left, the ensuing events were all too foreseeable. Yet if he stayed, he had no right to remain in this place. Especially since his own situation was not any better than Gu Yaoxing's. Chao Shui and Xie Qing were outside, managing the 4 burly men, not entering the room. The more people that came in, the worse the impact on Gu Yaoxing. Upon hearing the words, Yu Yan felt a sudden constriction in his heart, as if something had pierced him. A tumultuous wave surged within him, threatening to engulf everyone around, particularly the unconscious young girl. His voice turned dark and foreboding. You shall not leave. Gu Yaoxing paused in shock, tears streaming down her face, her spirit fierce and untamed. You dare to intimidate me. I will not return home. I wish to accompany Qin Mingyu. Yu Yan interjected, while Qin Mingyu, who had not yet departed, remarked, Is this truly the situation? Gu Yaoxing lifted her gaze to the still-present Qin Mingyu, her demeanor more aggressive. Why are you still here? I was merely deceiving him. Qin Mingyu replied. And once everyone had departed, Yu Yan, with an air of resignation, wiped her tears and gently grasped her chin, coaxing her with a tender inquiry. Would you like to share a kiss? Gu Yaoxing's gaze fixated on his lips, her throat tightening with suppressed desire. Can we do that when we return home? She asked. What if I cannot resist? No sooner had she voiced her concern than she found herself unable to hold back. Her delicate hands moved as if guided by instinct, reminiscent of a skilled masseuse. Yet, curiously, Yu Yan found pleasure in her audacity. He effortlessly lifted Gu Yaoxing, her small form curling obediently into his embrace. His throat involuntarily emitted a soft groan. When Chao Shui and her companions beheld Yu Yan carrying Gu Yaoxing, they instinctively averted their gaze. As they passed by, Yu Yan's voice was icy and menacing, akin to a demon from the depths of hell preparing for carnage. Ensure they are taken out of the country and find a location where they can be dealt with swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Understood. Chao Shui and her companions replied without hesitation. Once the others had departed, they turned their attention to the 4 imposing men kneeling on the ground, their expressions devoid of emotion, resembling cold, mechanical assassins. Fear was evident in their eyes, each bearing bruises, their faces marred by scrapes. The scar-faced man had long since lost his earlier bravado, his voice trembling. This is a society governed by law. Even the 7th Master cannot act recklessly.
Law?
Chao Shui's gaze was laced with derision. Did you think of that when you broke the law? Xie Qing stood behind her, patting her shoulder. There is no need to waste words on them. Such individuals are unworthy of mercy. Yu Yan had already departed with his men. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyu's associates attempted to escort the 4 men away, blocking their path. You cannot simply take them. President Qin wishes to interrogate them. Xie Qing remained unfazed. Return to your president and inform him that since he has caused this mess, he should not act brazenly here. We are taking them with us. If you wish to continue this debate, we can settle it with a fight and see if your president can afford the consequences. The group exchanged glances and suddenly, from the vehicle behind them, Qin Mingyu's voice, though lacking in authority, rang out, no need. Take them away. I only wish to see the outcome of your handling. Xie Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile, saying nothing. Chao Shui's voice remained cold. Thank you, President Qin. Only then were they able to escort the men away. The car driven by Yu Yan sped back, swift as a bolt of lightning. Gu Yaoxing, nestled in the passenger seat, curled up as she heard Yu Yan's ominous voice instructing them to return to the villa. Her mind gradually became hazy, akin to a trapped beast, softly whimpering. Yu Yan, would you kiss me, please? She murmured. I feel so strange right now. I can hardly bear to look at you, yet your image fills my thoughts. Yu Yan. I seem to crave you, she whimpered. Her mind was clouded, and she was scarcely aware of her own words. Her gentle eyes gazed weakly at Yu Yan. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, awkwardly averting his gaze, as they were almost home. But, do you truly not wish to kiss me? Go Yaoxing sniffled. Yet I desire you. Her lips were still stained crimson from blood. In her current state, devoid of any rational thought, she sluggishly leaned closer, seemingly oblivious to his driving. Yu Yan suddenly, the car halted abruptly by the roadside. Go Yaoxing lifted her head in confusion, and in the next moment, Yu Yan cradled her face in his hands. Their lips met in tender kisses, soft as a patch of silk. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, and the atmosphere grew intimate. After a long moment, Yu Yan finally restrained himself and swiftly drove away. They soon arrived at the villa, where a doctor conducted a brief examination before hastily departing. His breath trembled slightly. Go Yaoxing, open your eyes and recognize me. Yu Yan, I have waited for you for so long, Go Yaoxing said, cupping his face and kissing him repeatedly. I only desire you. Very well, as you wish. Go Yaoxing, in her dazed state, pondered that this plot seemed to belong to the male lead, now filled in by Yu Yan. Upon realizing that she was inadvertently thinking of Qin Mingyu, Yu Yan tightened his grip on her chin and kissed her fiercely. Outside, the winds were stirring ominously, with rain approaching swiftly. Chapter 47. Are you avoiding me? When she awoke again, it was already the following afternoon. Go Yaoxing felt a splitting headache, and not just that. Her entire body ached, as if she had just run a marathon, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Strangely, however, it did not feel overly distressing. At some point, she had reclaimed her phone from the hands of those burly men. Rubbing her temples, her memories gradually returned. Had she truly done that? Why did it feel as though she had acted like a rogue, incessantly pressuring Yu Yan? She quickly buried her head under the covers, wishing to erase that memory. After a while, she contemplated again, realizing that her skills seemed rather proficient. Suddenly, a system-generated ringtone echoed through the room. Following the sound, she discovered it was Yu Yan's phone. While he was nowhere to be found, feeling hungry, she reached for the phone and attempted to rise from the bed, but her legs gave way, nearly causing her to tumble to the floor. Fortunately, her hands instinctively grasped the edge of the bed for support. After a brief stroll outside, she encountered a maid engrossed in her chores, but Yu Yan was nowhere in sight. She caught hold of a passing maid. Hello, do you know where Yu Yan has gone? The maid's face flushed the moment she saw Go Yaoxing, as if recalling some vivid imagery, and she hurriedly shook her head. I don't know. I only know that seventh master hasn't left. Go Yaoxing noticed the maid's peculiar blush and fell silent, a wave of unsettling memories washing over her. Yu Yan carried her out of the car, but as soon as they entered, Go Yaoxing promptly cupped his face and began to kiss him. The hall was still bustling with several maids tidying up, while Aunt Chin was busy in the kitchen preparing a meal. Everyone was taken aback by this scene, and upon meeting Yu Yan's piercing gaze, they quickly pretended to be oblivious, resuming their chores with feigned nonchalance. However, the commotion caused by the couple was rather pronounced. Go Yaoxing was exceedingly proactive and enthusiastic, her voice seeming to amplify 1,000-fold. Everyone could hear her distinctly. Who would have thought that the usually stoic seventh master would be the more passive one in love? Even more surprising was that the seemingly obedient young lady could be so fervent in romance. After reflecting on the situation, Go Yaoxing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, realizing there was no longer a place for her here. She forced a smile and said, "Thank you, I understand now, haha." With that, she turned on her heel, not daring to glance back at his expression. Go Yaoxing searched around and finally found Albert's room, noticing a lump under the covers on the bed. Albert was sprawled at the edge of the bed, lifting his head only when he heard the commotion, his golden eyes indifferent and calm, as if he had anticipated her arrival. He slowly lowered his head again, seemingly unfazed by anything. He resembled a lethargic fish, albeit a dangerously lethargic one. Go Yaoxing looked at the figure buried under the quilt and couldn't help but find it amusing. Why did it seem like all of this was her doing? After all, it was Yu Yan who had been unwilling to stop in the latter half of the night. She cleared her throat and called out, "Yu Yan, Wei Jingqi is calling you. Aren't you going to answer?" The figure under the covers stirred. "I haven't complained about your skills yet. What do you mean by that?" Although the words were spoken, Go Yaoxing's face revealed no signs of anger. Rather, it seemed she was deliberately tempting him to emerge. Yu Yan remained utterly silent. This was odd. Men were usually sensitive to such matters, weren't they? Why was Yu Yan so unresponsive? Moreover, why did it seem that Yu Yan's reaction was even more pronounced than hers? "I left your phone here. Since you don't wish to see me, I shall take my leave," she said, her voice lowered significantly, reminiscent of a woman disenchanted with her surroundings, filled with melancholy. She tossed the phone onto the bed and deliberately stood still, anticipating the expected outcome. As anticipated, Yu Yan lifted the covers, his hair slightly tousled. His dark eyes were elongated, and beneath them lay pale skin with faint bags, bloodshot from lack of rest. Upon seeing Go Yaoxing standing at the foot of the bed with an expression that seemed to say she knew he would come out, he queried, "Are you avoiding me?" It was less a question and more a statement of fact. He was indeed evading her. Yu Yan was notably silent, no. Go Yaoxing felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him right then and there. The phone rang again, and Go Yaoxing remained where she stood, her voice chillingly calm. "Answer the phone and we will talk afterward." True to her expectations, Yu Yan complied and answered the call. "What on earth, Yu Yan? Were you planning to take off last night?" Since Go Yaoxing arrived, it seemed his every facet had been quietly evolving, as if he wished to astonish her completely. "Your heart rate soared to a staggering 130 last night. Surely you haven't taken flight, have you? Even now, your heart rate fluctuates around 100. Why did you not answer my calls last night? What urgent matters were you attending to? By the way, where is Go Yaoxing? I wish to inquire about her as well." Wei Jingqi's voice brimmed with excitement, and Go Yaoxing could discern the gist of the situation, understanding his agitation. She silently observed Yu Yan, curious to see how he would respond. At that moment, however, Yu Yan showed no inclination to evade the topic. His voice, husky and laced with lingering emotions, resonated in the air. Go Yaoxing's eyes widened, nearly causing her to sputter blood in shock. The situation on the other end mirrored her own. After a prolonged silence, Wei Jingqi even momentarily believed that Yu Yan had been possessed. "You've rambled on without revealing anything substantial. If there is nothing, I shall hang up." The call ended decisively. Go Yaoxing's voice suddenly faltered. "Why you mustn't say such things." It was then that she noticed Yu Yan's ears had turned crimson, indicating he was not entirely unresponsive. Go Yaoxing's mind raced as she immediately leaned over, propping herself on the bed, one hand supporting her weight while the other caressed his face. "How about this? Do you like it? And what if I come closer?" Go Yaoxing leaned in, her lips almost brushing against his, yet remaining an inch apart. "Do you like it or not?" It seemed she was intent on coaxing him to voice his feelings, her fingertips gliding over his chest. Yu Yan abruptly averted his gaze. "I do." Albert, lying by the bed, mused, "I shouldn't be here by the bedside. I ought to be beneath it." Upon receiving his answer, Go Yaoxing promptly pushed him away, her tone turning icy. "Then why are you avoiding me?" Her expression conveyed an unyielding demand for an explanation. "Last night, you called for a halt, yet I did not stop." Go Yaoxing retorted, "So you feared my anger? You didn't spend the night awake, did you?" In truth, there was more to it. He bore numerous unsightly scars, and he hadn't removed his shirt last night, ensuring no one could glimpse the reality beneath. Those who had seen his scars were all gone. He did not wish for Go Yaoxing to witness him in such a state. Chapter 48. That day arrived early. Go Yaoxing shifted the conversation. "Did you bathe me and tend to my wounds?" She had long realized he was not a man solely inclined to vent his frustrations, which is why she felt less angered. "Yu Yan, indeed. Then come closer." Yu Yan obediently approached, the coldness in his eyes softening considerably. Go Yaoxing extended her hand towards him. "Why are you so compliant all of a sudden?" She recalled the words she had overheard yesterday. Before she could ponder further, she shook her head vigorously. Yu Yan frowned, unable to discern her unspoken thoughts. Yet, he could not directly inquire. Instead, he addressed her question, "Do you dislike it?" "I do like it, but it doesn't feel like you." Yu Yan lowered his gaze, his dark eyes shadowy and enigmatic, choosing not to elaborate. His voice, low and deliberate, echoed, "Those who harmed you have already faced their punishment." Go Yaoxing, uncertain of how he had resolved the matter, curiously inquired, "What was the punishment? Did they endure something akin to my experience?"
Not merely that.
A subtle smile danced upon Yu Yan's lips, imbued with an enigmatic charm. Without uttering a word, Go Yaoxing had already discerned that those individuals would not meet with favorable outcomes. She harbored no desire to plead for leniency. Such people ought to face some form of retribution to atone for their transgressions against the law-abiding and benevolent populace, did they not? Suddenly, she recalled Wei Jingqi's words, "Why has your heart rate not returned to normal yet? If it were due to last night's exertions, I could understand, but it has been well over half a day." She slowly narrowed her eyes, fixating intently on Yu Yan's, unafraid of his brooding gaze. Could it be that you are overly exhilarated due to it being your first time? Yu Yan lifted his eyelids, his typically cold and harsh eyes gradually meeting Ge Yaoxing's gaze. A flicker of understanding passed between them, nearly confirming her suspicion. Seeing this, Ge Yaoxing stepped forward to embrace him, feeling his body stiffen momentarily. She gently rubbed his neck, soothingly remarking, "Though I know your indulgence stems from prolonged boredom and a desire for amusement at my expense, I must admit I do not mind this arrangement. In fact, I find it quite genuine and endearing. Despite your demeanor, you still think to bathe me and apply medicine, which brings me considerable joy." Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "Do you not know that sometimes when a woman says no, she actually means yes?" She chuckled softly, intentionally observing Yu Yan's reaction. Expecting to witness some semblance of shyness, she was instead met with his serious expression. I understand now," he replied, embodying the demeanor of one who has learned something profound. Ge Yaoxing was momentarily taken aback, realizing the depth of the pit she had dug for herself. It wasn't long before she recognized that Yu Yan had not fundamentally changed. He remained the same person. However, in certain specific contexts, he exhibited peculiarities. Strangely, in the following days, the atmosphere within the villa grew increasingly oppressive, the maids behaving with palpable trepidation. Each individual hurried about, their expressions taut with anxiety, as if afraid to utter a word. Chao Shui and Xie Qing were absent from the villa daily, while Yu Yan returned each evening, visibly occupied. Ge Yaoxing chose not to concern herself with Qin Mingyu's circumstances. After their last encounter, she wished to sever any ties with him permanently to avoid further misunderstandings. Approximately 3 days later, Ge Yaoxing finally spotted Chao Shui again and eagerly approached her. "Sister Beauty, you have finally returned." Chao Shui's demeanor remained as aloof as ever. "Have you all been assigned some task? You seem quite busy." "Indeed, there are matters to attend to. The atmosphere in the villa feels rather strange. This situation has not occurred previously. What is the reason?" Chao Shui's gaze paused upon Ge Yaoxing's face, recognizing her genuine ignorance, and frowned slightly. Ge Yaoxing immediately deduced. "So you know the reason but cannot disclose it?" "It is not that I cannot speak of it, but rather that this matter is best conveyed by Master Qi." Ge Yaoxing nodded, realizing it was related to Yu Yan, and decided to wait until evening to inquire further. As she pondered, she noticed that Chao Shui's face was devoid of makeup, yet exuded an extraordinary beauty, her hairstyle remaining the ever-unchanging ponytail, tied high and neat, imparting a sharp aura. She reached out to poke Chao Shui's arm, asking, "Beautiful sister, do you have any plans for tonight?" "Well, I will be keeping watch here tonight," Chao Shui replied. "How about I style your hair? I'm quite skilled at it. Would you care to give it a try? Though you might find it troublesome just this once. I truly wish to see a different side of you, beautiful sister," Ge Yaoxing said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Chao Shui. She was simply too eager to witness a new version of her beautiful sister. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Shui finally consented. "All right, just this once." "You truly are both beautiful and kind-hearted," Ge Yaoxing exclaimed joyfully, pulling Chao Shui to the changing room on the 3rd floor. Inside, there were not only various garments but also an array of accessories, which she had only worn to formal gatherings. Chao Shui glanced around and suddenly pointed to a spot. "Here, a dress is missing." Ge Yaoxing followed her finger, and her eyes immediately flickered. There had once been a pink and white dress there, but it had been torn by Yu Yan last time. Who would have thought that her beautiful sister remembered so clearly? Clearing her throat to cover her embarrassment, she replied, That dress can no longer be worn." Chao Shui did not dwell on it, and Ge Yaoxing took a curling iron and a crown accessory, fashioning her hair into soft curls. She even applied some lipstick, keeping it simple while showering Chao Shui with compliments, to the point that Chao Shui felt a bit bashful. Upon hearing the sound of a car outside, they paid little attention, merely aware that Yu Yan had returned. Yet, moments later, a cacophony of noises erupted outside, accompanied by the startled cries of the maids, creating a ruckus. Chao Shui didn't need to deliberate. Upon hearing the commotion, she instructed Ge Yaoxing to stay put before darting out like a shadow, nearly silent in her movement. Ge Yaoxing, however, could not remain idle. Approaching the staircase, she caught a glimpse of the chaos on the 1st floor. The maids had rushed out, and the villa gradually fell silent. Xie Qing must have returned with Yu Yan, but neither he nor Chao Shui was in sight. Upon reaching the grand hall, Chao Shui's gaze sharpened at the sight of Yu Yan, and she immediately rushed towards Xie Qing, frowning as she asked in a cold tone, "Has the day for 7th master come early?" "Indeed, it's quite strange," Xie Qing replied, his expression grim. His eyes fell upon Chao Shue's new look, and he paused in surprise. Her hair was lazily styled in curls, adorned with a golden crown atop her head, her icy gaze and extraordinary demeanor strikingly juxtaposed against her lips, painted a vivid red, evoking the image of a European autocratic queen. He chuckled softly, his gaze resolutely focused ahead, thinking to himself that seeing her like this might just suffice to deal with the seventh master. Yu Yan's eyes were tinged with a violent crimson, his entire being radiating an unsettling aura, as if he had just emerged from the depths of hell. The day that belonged to him had arrived ahead of schedule. Chapter 49. Who is the sister? Go Yaoxing stood at the staircase on the third floor, faintly hearing some commotion below, yet she remained still. She swiftly made her way to the second floor, where she could better observe the situation in the hall. She noticed the expressions of Xiaqing and Chao Shui were frozen, evidently confronted with a formidable challenge. Opposite them stood a familiar figure, Yu Yan. At that moment, Yu Yan resembled a feral beast, untamed and devoid of consciousness, his gaze fierce and tempestuous, as if he sought to rend everything apart. Go Yaoxing sensed that something was amiss with Yu Yan, a side of him she had never encountered before. He was a force to be reckoned with. She dared not move, uncertain of the current state of Yu Yan. Without delay, she entered a bedroom, opened the balcony door, and descended through the pipes. Landing gracefully on the ground, she hurried towards the servants' quarters. The maids had just fled, presumably returning to their quarters. As anticipated, everyone was inside, all doors tightly shut, the lights extinguished, as if bracing for an impending calamity. Suddenly, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted from the villa. A fierce battle was unfolding within. Go Yaoxing located Mama Chen's room, knocked gently on the door, and spoke softly. Mama Chen, are you there? It's Go Yaoxing. Inside, there was a rustling sound, and after a moment, the door opened. The lights remained off, and upon seeing Go Yaoxing, Mama Chen hastily pulled her inside. Mama Chen's eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. Miss Go, why are you out at this hour? Go Yaoxing explained. I was on the third floor, and then climbed out from the second floor balcony. Mama Chen's expression changed to one of concern as she scanned Go Yaoxing up and down, relieved to find her unharmed. Oh, thank goodness you're safe. In that case, it would be best if you didn't return just yet. We cannot predict how long this will last. Mama Chen, I actually wanted to inquire about Yu Yan, Go Yaoxing said. Mama Chen paused, taken aback. What? What about him? Miss Ge? You know that matters concerning the seventh master are not for us servants to discuss frivolously. Go Yaoxing immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor. I understand, but I assure you, I am not speaking ill of him. I merely wish to understand the situation. After all, Yu Yan never shares anything with me. Mama Chen's expression softened, and she sighed. You wish to know what happened to the seventh master just now, don't you?
Yaoxing noddade jagelig.
Well, I only know the basics, not the full details. I do know that on the 5th of every month, the seventh master suffers from this affliction.
It is the same condition today.
During this time, he locks himself in his room, binding himself with ropes and chains. Chao Shui and Xiaqing keep vigil in the villa to prevent him from escaping. Nearly everyone here is aware of this. This illness is quite peculiar. When the seventh master is afflicted, he becomes an entirely different person, unrecognizable, with immense strength that no one can restrain. Anyone he sees is at risk of being harmed. I've heard that once, an inexperienced maid, thinking the guards were lax that day, sneaked into the seventh master's room only to encounter him in a fit. She was brutally torn apart by him. Since then, no one has dared approach the seventh master again. I have heard that in his youth, Master Qi was subjected to the cruelty of others while living under another's roof, enduring torment that stripped him of his dignity. It is said that on one occasion, the children from his uncle's family locked him in a basement teeming with snakes. At that tender age, how could he possibly withstand such tribulations? Ultimately, he was left with profound psychological scars, which have manifested as his ongoing affliction. However, this time, something peculiar has occurred. Master Qi has succumbed to his condition prematurely. In my nearly 7 years here, I have never witnessed such an event. The incident transpired suddenly, with no preventive measures in place. Go Yaoxing fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing this. Though a villain, Yu Yan's role in the narrative is rather limited, and it is evident that his suffering is not fully explored within the confines of the story. A more poignant aspect of his character remains concealed from the pages of the novel. Go Yaoxing suddenly found herself engulfed in confusion, perceiving the world as a mere illusion. Yet, aside from the protagonist's circle, life continued to unfold naturally, with everyone living their own stories, unbeknownst to the narrative. Even without a single word mentioned in the text, life and tales have spontaneously emerged beyond its boundaries. She suddenly realized that she could no longer regard this world as a mere virtual game. Each individual here possesses flesh and blood, their own thoughts, and lives in ways that remain hidden from others. Living under another's roof, a basement, snakes, psychological afflictions. How could any child endure such trials, let alone Yu Yan? Thus, can any villain truly be born of nature? As Chunma spoke, she nearly succumbed to tears. For Yu Yan was, in a sense, a child she had watched grow. Her empathy for him surpassed that of others. She felt joy when witnessing the closeness between Yu Yan and Go Yaoxing. Once Go Yaoxing grasped the situation, she solemnly thanked Chunma and hurried toward the villa, eager to discover the unfolding circumstances. Initially, she intended to continue her ascent through the ventilation shaft to the second floor. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the ground floor, accompanied by Xia Qing's urgent cries. Master Qi, wake up. That was Zhao Shui, the beautiful sister? Go Yaoxing cast aside all else and rushed through the front door. At the entrance lay several bodyguards, their muscular frames providing a sense of security, yet they now lay weakened, each bearing varying degrees of injury. As she turned her gaze to the hall, she saw Xia Qing sprawled on the floor, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she clutched her chest, her expression fraught with anxiety. Meanwhile, Yu Yan had a firm grip on Zhao Shui's neck, slowly lifting her off the ground. Zhao Shui's meticulously arranged hair was now a disheveled mess, her crown askew, having fallen to the floor with a soft clatter. Go Yaoxing's mind went blank. She had even forgotten that Yu Yan was currently unconscious. Yu Yan, stop. Only then did Xia Qing and Zhao Shui notice Go Yaoxing's arrival. Go Yaoxing's gaze darted around, landing on a broom lying on the ground. A sudden thought crystallized in her mind. If she were to confront Yu Yan with that stick, what would her chances of success be? The unconscious Yu Yan did not release his grip upon hearing the sound. Instead, he turned his head, his gaze seemingly frozen in place. Only those brutal, pitch-black eyes moved, rigidly turning slowly, their gaze landing on the source of the sound. Zhao Shui let out a muffled groan, her complexion gradually turning crimson. Yet, the hand around her neck suddenly loosened. She immediately stepped back, and Xia Qing, having pressed a hand to his chest, rose and stood beside her, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" Zhao Shui shook her head, perplexed as to why Seventh Master had suddenly released his grip. At the moment Go Yaoxing met Yu Yan's gaze, a chill enveloped her, as if she were being targeted by a ferocious beast. His dark eyes appeared far more menacing than usual. Instinctively, she took a half-step back, only to see Yu Yan let go of Zhao Shui. He turned his head, fixing his unwavering gaze upon her, as if he sensed something captivating about her. He tilted his head slowly, resembling a child, staring intently at her. His hoarse voice emerged with difficulty. "Sister?" Go Yaoxing was taken aback, instinctively asking, "Who is sister?" Chapter 50. Only listen to sister. Even Xia Qing and Zhao Shui were as astonished, as if an expert had declared that humans on Earth were merely pets raised by aliens when they heard Yu Yan, in a fit, actually speak. Xia Qing, still not fully recovered, leaned closer to Zhao Shui and whispered, "What is happening? Wasn't it said that Seventh Master would never speak at this time?" Zhao Shui rubbed her neck, feeling her breath steadying, her gaze revealing a hint of concern. Should they stop Seventh Master now? It was strange. Upon further observation, she felt that Seventh Master harbored no murderous intent towards Go Yaoxing. Although I share this sentiment, the safety of Go Yaoxing cannot rely solely on our subjective judgments. Zhao Shui was about to rush forward when, in the next instant, Yu Yan moved with startling speed, reaching Go Yaoxing in mere seconds. Go Yaoxing felt a complete numbness take over her body, staring at the dangerously close Yu Yan, just as she was about to flee. A hoarse voice resounded once more, this time with utmost certainty, "Sister." In that moment, her hand was seized by Yu Yan, just when she thought her fate was sealed. And as Zhao Shui and Xia Qing charged forward, prepared to fight to the bitter end, Yu Yan suddenly acted like a child, wrapping his arms around Go Yaoxing's waist and burying himself in her embrace. His large frame appeared oddly small in her petite arms, creating a surreal and bewildering scene. His dark eyes remained fixed on her, his tone insistent, "You are sister." Go Yaoxing, Zhao Shui, and Xia Qing were all incredulous at what they beheld. Go Yaoxing forced a smile, but dared not correct him. What if she inadvertently provoked this Yu Yan, whose situation was utterly unpredictable? She reassured herself, "Oh yes, I am sister." At this moment, everything he said was right. Even if he claimed there was only one star, that too was correct. Gu Yaoxing's face turned pale as she looked at Chao Shui and Xiaqing, as if silently asking them for a way out. Xiaqing cast a glance at the motionless Yu Yan nestled in her embrace. How about this, Miss Gu? You can try to soothe Seventh Master for now. It seems his ferocity has all but subsided. He should pose no threat to you. We shall remain by your side as guardians. Chao Shui pondered for a moment, suggesting, if Seventh Master is amenable, perhaps you could lead him to Albert's room. As long as he is confined within the cage, all should be well. In the past, he would wait there until time passed. Gu Yaoxing interjected, isn't it a bit excessive to discuss this in front of him? Yet, Yu Yan remained unresponsive, prompting her to reluctantly nod, her body stiffening involuntarily. Her hand trembled slightly, and summoning her courage, she called out, Yu Yan, shall we go to the second floor? It was only then that Yu Yan lifted his head, his gaze falling upon Gu Yaoxing with an unwavering intensity.
All right.
Where was the promised brutality? He appeared more like an innocent child lost in confusion. Gu Yaoxing remained vigilant, prepared to flee at any moment, her arms' motion nearly forgotten. Suddenly, Yu Yan's voice, hauntingly soft, echoed in her ear, Sister, do not fear, I will never harm you. It felt like a solemn vow. Xiaqing and Chao Shui followed closely behind them. Upon entering, the room was dim and damp. Gu Yaoxing's eyes widened as they caught sight of Albert, who lay by the edge of the bed. Upon sensing their presence, Albert instinctively raised his head, and the moment his golden slit pupils met Yu Yan's gaze, they brimmed with wariness. He flicked his forked tongue repeatedly, as if facing a formidable adversary, slowly retreating until his back pressed against the wall. If he could speak, Gu Yaoxing suspected he would exclaim in shock, My goodness. She instinctively glanced at Yu Yan's expression, which was filled with ruthless intensity, his eyes dark and fathomless, resembling an endless abyss. He inquired earnestly, Sister, may I kill it? Albert. Gu Yaoxing noticed Yu Yan's growing agitation and quickly patted his head. Be good. It's too weak. Killing it would be an unfair victory. Next time, let us choose something stronger, shall we? Expecting Yu Yan to harbor thoughts of harming her as well, she was taken aback by his strangely compliant response. All right. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Gu Yaoxing promptly led him to the cage. However, before she could formulate her words, Yu Yan suddenly lowered his gaze, asking, Sister, do you want me to go inside? Yes, Gu Yaoxing replied, gritting her teeth. This is merely a precaution for everyone's safety. It will not harm you. Before she could finish, Yu Yan readily responded, All right, I will listen to my sister. He was remarkably agreeable, entering the cage without needing any further persuasion from her. At that moment, Xiaqing swiftly locked the cage. Constructed from special materials, it was impervious even to Albert, serving as both Albert's and Yu Yan's confinement. Once inside, Yu Yan stood there, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Gu Yaoxing, remaining still, as if following her with his eyes was an instinctual response. Xiaqing exhaled softly. Though the cause of this peculiar situation remained unclear, at least Yu Yan was now in the cage. Thus, the safety of everyone had been assured. He gestured, signaling them to leave, and to wait for Seventh Master to awaken. Gu Yaoxing followed them, slowly exiting the room, instinctively glancing back at the cage. The young man inside stood motionless at the center, silent, his gaze slowly lowered. His pitch-black eyes held no warmth, devoid of any light, resembling a forsaken beast trapped by the world. Albert hastily followed them out, feeling the room's uncleanliness. He sensed it was but a moment away from being violently subdued by its current master. However, upon stepping outside, Gu Yaoxing suddenly halted. She raised her gaze toward the two, questioning, Are you certain Yu Yan cannot break free from this cage? Chao Shui nodded, her tone resolute. Indeed, it is entirely impossible. She took a breath. Very well, you both should tend to your injuries. I will check on Yu Yan, and should there be any changes, I shall summon you. Although concerned, Chao Shui was about to voice her thoughts when Xiaqing grasped her wrist. All right, we shall remain in the hall. Call us if needed.
We will hear you.
Gu Yaoxing nodded to Xiaqing, turning resolutely to re-enter the room. The dimly lit chamber offered little illumination. She approached the cage, and upon sensing movement, the occupant raised his gaze, his eyes still carrying an unyielding bitterness. Upon seeing Gu Yaoxing, he paused, then suddenly broke into a faint smile.
Sister.
Yes, I am here. Gu Yaoxing stood before the cage, gently advising, next time, try not to be so harsh on others, all right? All right, I will heed my sister's words. Yu Yan's voice was considerably subdued, yet he added, But sister, I feel very distressed and wish to destroy everything. Chapter 51. Discovering clues. Is it true that you strike others because you cannot control your emotions? Yu Yan hesitated, his voice tinged with disappointment. If my sister disapproves, I will strive to master myself in the future. Go Yaoxing immediately brightened, reaching through the bars to affectionately ruffle his hair. Such a good boy. She continued, tonight, you shall remain in the cage while I keep you company from outside. Very well. Their conversation was sparse, yet the atmosphere between them was strangely harmonious, even in silence. They could linger together for an extended period. Go Yaoxing rubbed her eyes, inadvertently glancing at the narrow window on the wall, through which the early sky was faintly visible. The horizon gradually brightened with the first light of dawn, hours having passed since the previous night. Her presence with Yu Yan was driven by an inexplicable softness in her heart, an irresistible urge to remain by his side, seeing him alone in the cage. Are you feeling uncomfortable locked in there? Go Yaoxing recalled Yu Yan's earlier words, suggesting that he was unable to alleviate the turmoil within, thus yearning to wreak havoc on everything around him. Yu Yan's voice was hoarse, but with sister here, I feel much better. I will not do anything my sister dislikes. Such understanding and obedience. Go Yaoxing found herself instantly enamored with this side of Yu Yan.
Next time,
I shall certainly find a way to alleviate your discomfort, allowing you to find solace, without resorting to violence. Very well, I shall heed my sister's words. After a brief pause, Yu Yan tentatively inquired, Sister, will you still make fish soup? It has been ages since I last tasted it. Oh, I can indeed. Just wait here, I shall prepare it for you right away. Go Yaoxing, still somewhat dazed, immediately rushed to the kitchen, relieved to discover that there were still ingredients available in the refrigerator. She deftly began to prepare the ingredients and simmer the soup, only to notice that Zhao Shui and Xiaqing were standing at the kitchen door, observing her. What's the matter? Xiaqing cast a glance at the soup bowl, her calm demeanor momentarily betrayed by a flicker of astonishment. Miss Ge, not only is the seventh master now speaking, but he also desires soup? Yes, indeed. Even Zhao Shui was profoundly curious as to why the seventh master was particularly different towards Go Yaoxing, even addressing her as sister. To her knowledge, the seventh master had never interacted with outsiders during his episodes, let alone met Go Yaoxing, who had only encountered him for the first time not long ago. The only answers could be gleaned from the afflicted seventh master, yet he would undoubtedly refuse to converse with anyone other than Go Yaoxing. Zhao Shui and Xiaqing exchanged glances. Go Yaoxing seemed oblivious to their silent communication. After ensuring the soup was simmering, she instructed Xiaqing to keep an eye on it before preparing to return to her room. Suddenly, Xiaqing called out to her, Miss Ge, we have an unusual request that we hope you might assist with. Although this matter falls within our responsibilities, currently, you are the only one capable of communicating with the seventh master. Go Yaoxing nodded, not hesitating. All right, what do you wish for me to do? This episode of the seventh master's affliction had come on without warning and was more severe than ever before, spiraling out of control. As you witnessed in the living room, we would like to ask you if this seventh master knows the reason for his condition, as well as this. Xiaqing presented a syringe filled with unsealed liquid. Understanding that Go Yaoxing might be unaware of its contents, he took the initiative to explain. This is a sedative for intravenous injection. I will instruct you on how to administer it, if you are willing, Miss Ge. You may proceed to inject the seventh master when the moment is right, but please ensure your own safety at all times. After the injection, the seventh master will only be in a state of drowsiness for a while, and it should pose no danger. Xiaqing elaborated extensively, and Go Yaoxing listened intently. Thoughts of Yu Yan, still confined in his cage, stirred within her, her fingers twitching slightly as the hidden compassion within her heart began to resurface. It was imperative to restore Yu Yan to normalcy without delay. According to Xiaqing, the risk of Yu Yan experiencing an early episode was rather high, and this month had been particularly abnormal, unlike any prior instances. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition surged within her, pressing heavily upon her mind and heart, making her breath feel unusually clear yet suffocating. After securing the syringe, she reiterated her instructions to Xiaqing, reminding him to monitor the soup. She then returned to the dim, damp room, finding Albert stationed by the door, hesitant to enter. Go Yaoxing proceeded directly to the cage, observing that Yu Yan remained in the same state as when she had left him. With a small smile, she noted that the soup was already simmering. It would likely require another half-hour, so she decided to wait a little longer. Yu Yan gently uttered a sound of acknowledgement, while Go Yaoxing keenly sensed the turbulence in his breath. Are you feeling unwell? She inquired. Yes, very much so. Yu Yan's eyes were dark and brooding, exuding a restless ferocity akin to a wild beast yearning for freedom. Be good, endure a little longer, Yaoxing said, squatting beside the cage. Yu Yan mirrored her posture, his gaze intense and unwavering as it pierced through her. She asked, "What caused your sudden affliction this time? Do you know the reason?" Upon hearing the term affliction, a shadow fell over Yu Yan's expression, revealing a complex and obsessive nature, as if he were on the verge of tearing everything apart. Yet, his sister was not fond of such behavior. He suppressed the tempest within and nodded. "Yes, I know. My body has weakened significantly, making it difficult to restrain myself. I emerged quite suddenly." Yaoxing was taken aback and instinctively queried, "Are you not Yu Yan?" He gently clarified, "I am him, yet not entirely. I am his childhood self, but he has forgotten my existence." According to his explanation, he and Yu Yan were simultaneously one and not one. Was Yu Yan not afflicted, but rather possessed of a dual personality? Furthermore, during this period, Yu Yan's physical condition had deteriorated to the point of being unable to maintain normalcy. However, before she could contemplate this, Yu Yan suddenly fixed his gaze upon her. "Sister, do you like the others dislike me?" "No, I like you very much." Yaoxing currently felt a tinge of compassion for this persona, but continued to comfort him. "It's because you treat me well, but you are fierce to them, which frightens them away." Yu Yan's tone was insistent, "But I only like you, sister. Their affection means nothing to me. But everyone used to like you. It's because you hurt them that they now avoid you. I am no longer a child. I do not care for others' affections. I only care whether you like me." Yaoxing sighed, perplexed as to how this persona recognized her. Was it possible that, in the narrative, the female protagonist had encountered the antagonist, yet it remained unwritten? Noticing her expression, Yu Yan suddenly felt he might have misspoken and timidly amended. "If sister wishes, I shall make them like me next time." Yaoxing replied, "Is this your violent persona?" That pale, cold hand reached through the bars, slowly touching hers. "Sister, I used to care, but when no one liked me, I chose not to care anymore. As long as you stay with me, that is sufficient." Yaoxing recalled what Chinma had said, curling her fingers as she fought to suppress her compassion. "Are you willing to receive an injection?" Yu Yan paused, clearly understanding her implication, yet his lips curved into a faint smile. "If sister desires it." Chapter 52. The return of Yu Yan. Yaoxing suddenly ceased all movements, staring quietly at Yu Yan. He bore the almost maddening jealousy within, his pitch-black eyes fixed intently upon her. "Whatever my sister wishes for, I hope she can attain." Why did his sister seem to favor him more, despite him being the one to encounter her first? Yet he was adept at concealing his true self. Even if he were to slumber once more, he would ensure that his sister would forever remember him. Yu Yan extended his hand once more, revealing the bluish veins at his wrist. His voice trembled slightly. "Sister, I fear pain. Could you be a bit gentler?" Yaoxing immediately felt that she was the real villain, inflicting harm upon an innocent child. Her hand brushed against the syringe, yet she found herself unable to proceed upon seeing Yu Yan's expression. Finally, she averted her gaze abruptly, suggesting, "Perhaps I could administer the injection later, when I go to fetch the soup." "The soup is not ready yet." Yu Yan's lips slowly curled into a faint smile, innocent as a child. "All right. I will heed my sister's wishes." How could anyone bring themselves to harm him? After concocting a rationale for postponement, Yaoxing felt a wave of relief wash over her, alleviating some of her guilt. She then cautiously inquired, "Have you seen me before?" The light in Yu Yan's eyes dimmed significantly, a surge of jealousy surging within him. His greatest fear was being forgotten. Yet, the sister he cherished most had forgotten the most precious memories they shared. "Sister saved me when everyone wished for my demise." He merely stated this without elaboration. Yaoxing was taken aback. He claimed to be Yu Yan from his childhood, a time when everyone desired his death. How could such a person grow up to harbor kindness towards humanity? Even if he did, it would be a rarity. She noticed that Yu Yan had grown considerably silent due to her words, and understanding the sensitivity of the topic, she chose not to pursue it further. "Not anymore. No one can bring you harm now." Yu Yan chuckled softly, his expression enigmatic, his eyes flickering with inscrutable emotions. "But sister, this body will not last long without intervention. You are aware of that, aren't you?" Yaoxing pressed her lips together, surprisingly unafraid of Yu Yan at this moment. She met his gaze directly and, without warning, reached out to caress his face. Her voice was soothing. "You will not die. I promise you." Yu Yan suddenly averted his gaze, his heart racing. It felt as though his heart rebelled against being confined within this body, yearning to leap out. Go Yaoxing retrieved the syringe once more, her tone gentle. The fish soup is nearly ready, but now, I must bring forth another Yu Yan. Once that is done, I will fetch your soup. Yu Yan gazed at her unblinkingly, seemingly unafraid of any harm she might inflict upon him, his lips curving into a faint smile.
All right.
The process was swift. Go Yaoxing endeavored to steady her trembling hand as the sedative coursed into Yu Yan's body. She wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, and hastily stood up to change the subject.
I will go fetch the fish soup for you now.
Please wait here for a moment. All right, sister. I will wait for you. The young man sat in the cage, gradually appearing weakened, tilting his head to smile at her. His face was shrouded in shadow, his gaze dark and brooding, yet he suppressed it, not wanting her to see. Go Yaoxing fled in a panic.
Outside.
Xiaqing and Chao Shui observed her emergence, their anxiety unmistakable. Go Yaoxing raised her hand, returning the syringe to Xiaqing. It's done. I will go serve him the fish soup. You two should refrain from entering for now. Naturally, they complied. The young man in the cage allowed a fleeting smile to flicker at the corners of his lips, as if all that had just transpired was merely a fade. His voice emerged low and ghostly, laced with a hint of malice. You have just been injected, yet you are already so eager to escape? His slender fingers curled slowly. Sister, it seems I shall once again be deprived of your exquisite fish soup. He felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, no matter how he wished otherwise, he could not halt the inexorable course of events. As consciousness began to wane, his gaze drifted towards the arched doorway, yearning to glimpse that figure he so cherished. Eventually, he gently closed his eyes. In the kitchen, Go Yaoxing momentarily lost her focus, abruptly reminded of Yu Yan. She shook her head and, with renewed vigor, hurriedly ladled the fish soup before making her way back. Upon entering the room and approaching the cage, she was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Yu Yan's return. As Yu Yan opened his eyes anew, they were deep and dark, shrouded in an inscrutable haze. The moment he realized he was confined within the cage, he comprehended the situation that had unfolded. Stretching his stiff neck, he rose leisurely, his gaze fixed on the cage, without a hint of movement. Suddenly, a noise from the doorway caught his attention. He beheld the familiar figure of Go Yaoxing entering, holding a bowl of fish soup, seemingly frozen in place. Go Yaoxing softly murmured, Yu Yan, to which he instinctively replied, rubbing the bridge of his nose, his dark eyes revealed a trace of fatigue. Ultimately settling upon the bowl of soup in her hands, discreetly observing her expression. Despite the surrounding gloom, he could discern the slight bewilderment etched upon her face. Yet, he chose not to unveil his thoughts, feigning ignorance as he inquired, For me? Go Yaoxing hesitated momentarily before nodding. Well, sort of. After all, they were one and the same. She did not approach directly, instead masking her intent. Wait a moment, Xiaqing and the others are outside. I will fetch them. Once she departed, Yu Yan's gaze darkened further, resembling the vast, unfathomable cosmos, shrouded in mystery, evoking an unsettling chill. His chest swelled with a tempest of violence, yearning to obliterate everything within reach of sight. This sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced upon awakening. When Xiaqing entered and beheld Yu Yan, he felt an immediate chill. His master appeared even more sinister and volatile, causing him to hesitate in approaching. Recognizing it was indeed his master, he quickly moved forward to unlock the cage. However, instead of addressing him, Yu Yan walked towards Go Yaoxing, and upon seeing her empty hands, his eyes darkened with a palpable intensity, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. At least, neither Chao Shui nor Xiaqing could fathom why Yu Yan, having approached her, bore such an unfavorable expression. Go Yaoxing too found it perplexing, remaining silent. Having not personally seen the other Yu Yan off, she felt hesitant to confront this version of him, still grappling with her emotions. Coupled with a sleepless night, her mind had devolved into a muddled state, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. A sudden, inexplicable smile graced Yu Yan's lips, and he unabashedly hinted, Where is my soup? Chapter 53. An unexpected surge of jealousy. Go Yaoxing finally grasped Yu Yan's implication and understood. Oh, I thought you should rest a bit longer after waking up. So, I placed it on the table outside. Is that so? Yu Yan's voice took on a chilling tone, laden with a rare, eerie cadence. I can drink it now. Why is it that when others can indulge, I must wait for an opportune moment? Hastily, Go Yaoxing exited to fetch the soup. Once she departed, Yu Yan's expression suddenly darkened, his gaze turbulent and fierce, clearly still harboring unresolved agitation. In a cold, low voice, he inquired, What transpired before I awakened? At this moment, Xiaqing, well aware of Yu Yan's curiosity, recounted the essentials. He revealed that this time, Yu Yan's affliction had not only struck 2 days earlier than expected but also, in a bizarre twist, during his episode, he had inexplicably heeded only Yaoxing's words. It was the first occasion he had spoken at all. An unprecedented occurrence that was simultaneously fascinating and unsettling. When Yaoxing re-entered, Xiaqing and Chao Shui had already vacated Albert's room. Albert, who had been lingering at the door, quietly retreated to his domain. Outside, he displayed a haughty demeanor to outsiders. Yet he never exhibited his ferocious side towards Yu Yan or Yaoxing, appearing merely as an ordinary pet. However, all who had come into contact with him knew of his savage nature, akin to the uncontrollable Yu Yan himself. Indeed, Albert was the pet Yu Yan had brought from the uncharted mountains, having accompanied him for 7 years. Yaoxing, carrying the soup, caught a glimpse of the horizon, now suffused with a pale golden glow. The night had passed, and dawn was approaching. A wave of unease unexpectedly washed over her, a feeling she could not quite comprehend, accompanied by a sense of melancholy. Yu Yan, the soup is still warm. Do try it. It should taste similar to the last time. Yu Yan's mood appeared subdued as he accepted the fish soup, tasting a couple of spoonfuls. His expression remained impassive, eyes wandering indifferently, with a slight parting of his lips. He offered a mysteriously chilling critique. It's somewhat different from last time. Yaoxing shot him a disbelieving glance. Surely not? Yu Yan's voice turned even colder. This soup is far superior to the last. Perhaps more ingredients were used this time. Yaoxing, incredulous, raised her voice. Nonsense. The ingredients from last time were decidedly more exquisite. The fish was sourced from the pond, while this time, it was just a random selection from the fridge. Yet, inexplicably, Yu Yan's mood seemed to brighten significantly, the previous gloom dissipating. So you were rather perfunctory this time. Yaoxing shook her head, realizing the need for balance, lest her professionalism be called into question. Thus, she quickly conjured an excuse for herself. It is not so. The ingredients used last time were splendid, yet this time the emotions infused are more profound. Such praise was intended, but unexpectedly, it fell short and struck the horse's leg instead. Yu Yan's countenance instantly darkened, resembling a midnight sky, shrouded in gloom. His eyes glinted with an inexplicable malice. Yaoxing, witnessing this transformation, felt a pang of trepidation, yet steeled herself and boldly confronted him. She widened her eyes, fixated on Yu Yan, refusing to yield. After all, if things escalated, she could simply refrain from preparing soup for him next time. She could savor it alone without such complications. Moreover, she retorted, if you truly do not wish to drink it, then give it to me. I shall partake. I will distribute the contents in the pot to Xiaqing and the beautiful sister later. Her hand reached out as if to reclaim the bowl. However, Yu Yan silently cast a glance at her hand. Yaoxing instinctively retracted her hand, pondering, what has caused this villain to undergo such a transformation? Surely, he would not resort to severing my hand? Yet, given his ruthless nature, it seemed a possibility. Yu Yan's brow twitched with restrained fury, and after a prolonged moment, he subdued the tempest within. Had it been anyone else, they might have been repurposed as fertilizer by now. He promptly lifted the bowl and drank it all in one swift motion, depriving Yaoxing of any chance to seize it back. 3 dark lines appeared on her forehead, a clear indication of her exasperation. Did Yu Yan indeed possess such a base character? She scrutinized his lips, determined to ascertain the flavor for herself, believing it could not possibly differ. With that thought, she seized his collar and forcefully drew him closer. The moment their lips met, Yu Yan shuddered, as if it had been ages since he had tasted her essence. He instinctively sought out Yaoxing's lips, delving deeper. Yaoxing, unwilling to concede, resolved to discern the true flavor of the fish soup, regardless of its authenticity. However, as their kiss deepened, the atmosphere took a peculiar turn. The two became ensnared in a passionate embrace, lost in the moment, the air thick with intimacy. Albert, who had been lurking by the bedside and had not yet had the chance to confront Yu Yan directly, lifted his head to observe the two seated on the bed. With a quiet familiarity that tugged at the heart, he crawled beneath the bed, remaining utterly still. After what felt like an eternity, Yaoxing abruptly pushed Yu Yan away, her eyes darting anxiously around the room. Her lips were aflame, and she instinctively wiped them. Recognizing that Yu Yan's expression had shifted once again, she hastily explained, "You are too fatigued. Perhaps you should rest for a while." Yu Yan's gaze settled upon her face, his tone placid as he replied, "Very well. I shall heed your advice." Yet, upon hearing those familiar words, Yaoxing was momentarily taken aback. Quickly, she averted her gaze. The two of them, one oblivious to the pangs of jealousy and the other oblivious in their expressions, were surprisingly well matched. In the surveillance footage, Yaoxing appeared to comfort Yu Yan as one would soothe a child in distress. She even hesitated for a considerable time before administering a sedative. In the monitoring room, Yu Yan silently observed the events of that night unfold on the screen, a tempest brewing within him, the atmospheric pressure around him alarmingly low. The bodyguards responsible for the surveillance room had nearly acclimated to Yu Yan's presence. However, at that moment, an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in for self-preservation struck them. The atmosphere was stiflingly silent, oppressive to the utmost degree, with no discernible outlet for relief. The only thing visible on the screen was Yaoxing engaged in conversation with Yu Yan. Soon, Yu Yan gestured for him to leave the surveillance room, allowing the bodyguards to exhale in relief. Yet, Yu Yan's gaze remained heavy and brooding, fixated intently on Yaoxing's porcelain-like face displayed on the monitor. Such a complexion was unmatched within the entire villa. Concurrently, he began to comprehend the origins of his affliction. Was it a lingering obsession from his childhood? He had lost most of his early memories, and numerous specialists had conducted various examinations without yielding any conclusive results. Strangely, the intervals of his episodes remained remarkably stable, leading to no definitive conclusions at the time. However, some experts speculated that his illness might be linked to the memories he had lost in his youth. In retrospect, this theory appeared increasingly plausible. Chapter 54. Qin Mingyu's message. Yaoxing was oblivious to the fact that Yu Yan had already scrutinized all the surveillance footage during her episodes, including the moment she dashed into another room to access the balcony. Following the footage, he had located Aunt Chen's residence. Yu Yan's fingers curled slightly as he absently tapped the armrest of his chair. His gaze was cool, obscuring his thoughts. Yaoxing, with her fleeting memory, had almost entirely shed the guilt she felt towards Yu Yan within a day. She recalled a particular phrase. Yu Yan's health was indeed deteriorating day by day. If he did not undergo proper recuperation, even without the events of the original narrative unfolding, his life would still be perilously short, as his body was nearing its limits. She also considered that since her arrival, Yu Yan had indeed encountered a series of mishaps. Yet, she lacked tangible evidence to substantiate her concerns. Just as she was grappling with her thoughts, an unfamiliar call interrupted her. Acting on impulse, her hand picked up the phone before her mind registered the action. Upon hearing a familiar voice on the line, Yaoxing wasted no time in abruptly hanging up, unwilling to listen to what was being said. In previous instances, when Qin Mingyu had called her from unfamiliar numbers, she had promptly blocked him after each call to avoid any further entanglements. As her finger moved to block Qin Mingyu once more, a message from him immediately arrived. "If the situation had not reached an irretrievable point, I would not seek you out. Wanfu's condition has worsened, yet curiously, this time, despite scouring the entire city, I have found no suitable blood type, mirroring the previous circumstances. But without any sudden influx of blood bags. If you are willing to donate blood, once more, all our prior agreements can be nullified, and I shall refrain from pursuing you further." Yaoxing read the message attentively, her brow furrowing. She had initially believed that the narrative was immutable, while humanity was vibrant. Yet it now appeared that this storyline was not merely a lifeless entity, but rather a structured order. Every individual possesses their own life trajectory and responsibilities, some of which are immutable. In this world, people do not perceive these circumstances as a predetermined narrative. Rather, they view them as the outcomes of their own choices. When an alteration occurs in this world, disrupting what was supposed to be the established storyline, a novel order emerges, guiding the plot back onto its rightful path. The more she contemplated, the more unsettling her thoughts became. She could not fathom when this order had begun to take effect. Could it be that Yu Yan's condition was somehow intertwined with this? Yaoxing gazed intently at her phone screen for an extended period before finally responding.
All right.
Screenshot for proof. Here's the address. Qin Mingyu quickly replied, and upon a cursory glance, she noted that the hospital was quite a distance from Jingwan Villa. If she did not hasten her journey, she feared that this order, in its effort to steer her along the narrative, might allow a living soul to wither away. At that moment, Yu Yan was not at home. He had already gone to the company to attend to matters. She rose and walked outside, simultaneously dialing his number. Meanwhile, Yu Yan, engaged in a meeting, received the information from Yaoxing. Upon reading her response, his expression darkened, resembling that of someone ensnared in a chilling abyss. The atmosphere in the conference room grew so oppressive that no one dared to breathe. Why did it seem that Yu Yen had become even more inscrutable of late? His decisions were more difficult to anticipate than ever before. Yu Yen set his phone down, his eyes clouded with a heavy gloom, akin to a city besieged by dark clouds. Next, he instructed, as everyone silently prayed for a swift conclusion. Suddenly, a phone rang, and Yu Yen's gaze transformed into one of piercing intensity, instilling a palpable dread among the attendees, who felt as if they might not survive the next moment. His voice, low and menacing, inquired, "Whose phone is that?" Eyes darted among the group, eventually settling on the device resting on Yu Yen's desk. As long as it wasn't theirs, they sighed in relief. Yu Yen picked up the phone, casting a brief glance at the screen, and the oppressive atmosphere in the room returned to normal almost instantly. Then, astonishingly, the ever-dutiful Yu Yen paused the meeting, requesting silence from everyone present, and proceeded to answer the call before their very eyes. Their gazes brimmed with curiosity and astonishment. It was as if they were unaware of the caller's identity. He remained silent, waiting for the other party to speak first.
All right.
Understood. I will pick you up afterward.
Call me if you need anything.
They could not discern what was said on the other end, but their Yu Yen actually smiled. This was the same man whose demeanor was so forbidding that even the king of hell would think twice before approaching him. And yet he smiled. It was not a sinister or unsettling grin, but rather a gentle and warm expression. They stared at Yu Yen, eager to glean any details from his phone, desperate to uncover the identity of the caller. Never had they witnessed Yu Yen exhibit such a congenial demeanor. In fact, there had been speculation within the company that perhaps he was not of this world, and that the object of his affection resided beyond the Milky Way. Now they understood. Yu Yen was indeed extraordinary, but the one he cherished was very much within their galaxy. After the meeting concluded, someone promptly disseminated the news. "I can't believe it. It turns out to be true. Not long ago, I heard that our esteemed Yu attended a gathering accompanied by a female companion. Who could forget that he was once dubbed the quintessential modern monk? Given his current stature, no one could coerce him into bringing a date unless he willingly chose to do so. What a revelation! This is the stuff of a new era of idol literature. And I am utterly captivated." A few colleagues were fervently discussing the latest sensational gossip at the company front desk when a figure radiating an overwhelming aura passed by. A chill ran down everyone's spine, as if they had sprouted eyes on the back of their heads. Without even seeing him, they immediately guessed who it was. Trembling, they had already envisioned where they might find work tightening screws in the future. Suddenly, Yu Yen spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, affirming, yes, it was voluntary. He offered no reprimands, seemingly pleased to hear them gossiping about him. Once he departed, their bodies nearly crumpled to the floor in relief. One female colleague, in a daze, exclaimed, "Could it be that you doesn't mind us discussing him? And he just said it was voluntary. Oh my goodness. I am utterly enraptured. What kind of divine being could captivate are you, this revered figure?" Yaoxing quickly donated blood at the hospital with a clear purpose in mind. After stepping down from the hospital bed, she spotted the visibly unwell Qin Mingyu standing outside the door. She cast him a surprised glance and inquired, "Why aren't you visiting Ji Wanfu? What are you doing here?" Chapter 55, the first direct confrontation. Upon hearing her voice, Qin Mingyu immediately lifted his head. His typically cold, hard eyes now tinged with red veins, as if burdened by countless trials. Yaoxing paused, reflecting that perhaps in the early stages of the narrative, Qin Mingyu genuinely harbored feelings for Ji Wanfu. Now, with her absence, their relationship should still remain unshakable. However, Qin Mingyu gazed deeply into her eyes, as if trying to etch her likeness into his memory. His lips pressed into a thin line before he finally uttered a few terse words. "I'll wait for you." Wait for her? Yaoxing was puzzled. In the story, the female lead frequently donated blood, yet each time she emerged, Qin Mingyu never spared her a glance, always remaining by Ji Wanfu's side. After pondering, her tone softened considerably. "Oh, do you have something to tell me? What about the agreement?" "The agreement has already been sent over and will arrive shortly." Qin Mingyu, with his striking features and exceptional demeanor, momentarily pressed his lips together, and a flicker of concern was evident in his typically cold eyes. "Does it hurt?" Yaoxing shook her head. "Not really, it's not my first time donating blood. So I've grown accustomed to it." For reasons unknown, Qin Mingyu suddenly cast a rare glance at her pale face, an unusual hint of guilt surfacing. "It won't happen again." "Of course not. Once this is over, we shall be completely settled." From now on, whether Ji Wanfu lives or dies is no longer my concern, and you needn't call me anymore. Go Yaoxing spared no pleasantries, her words strikingly candid. Fearing that Qin Mingyu might not grasp the implications behind her statements, I instructed my assistant to bring some food, which would arrive shortly. Would you like to check on Wanfu? Very well, I shall go take a look. There was an unsettling peculiarity about Ji Wanfu, a stark contrast to her established persona. She was determined to ascertain whether this individual was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. Upon arrival, Ji Wanfu had just regained consciousness. Qin Mingyu entered first. While Go Yaoxing lingered outside the door, overhearing a feeble voice from within, "Mingyu, you're here." After a brief exchange between the two, she leisurely stepped inside, her demeanor unperturbed by their intimate interaction. The moment Ji Wanfu beheld her, her gaze faltered, clearly unprepared for Go Yaoxing's presence, and she wore an expression of utter indifference. Ji Wanfu lowered her eyes, her complexion devoid of color, appearing frail and unable to care for herself. She was weak and delicate, evoking a sense of pity. While Go Yaoxing was indeed fond of beautiful women, her preference leaned towards those with kind hearts. As long as they were not malevolent, she could likely accept them. Ji Wanfu offered a faint smile, her face laden with remorse. "I'm sorry for using your blood again. If I had a choice, I would rather suffer myself than see innocent people entangled in this. I have troubled you for so long. Had it not been for this frail body and Mingyu's concern, I might have departed from this world long ago." Go Yaoxing nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze discreetly sweeping over Ji Wanfu's face. "It is indeed troublesome, so I shall assist one last time. If you do not recover your health, your fortunes may not be as favorable as today." "Indeed, thanks to Yaoxing, I might have already departed," Ji Wanfu responded. "I heard you were once the top scorer in Chinese literature in the capital. Do you realize you misused that idiom?" From earlier to this moment, Ji Wanfu had committed no errors, yet her countenance froze, a subtle shift indicating her trepidation. She offered a weak smile. "Is that so? Perhaps it's due to my time in the hospital. My mind has been muddled, and I hardly know what I am saying." At this moment, Qin Mingyu also sensed that Go Yaoxing seemed to be targeting Ji Wanfu. As he lifted his gaze, he caught Go Yaoxing's nonchalant smile. "Oh, I see. I merely spoke casually. As long as we can communicate, it matters not whether we understand the idioms." What Go Yaoxing stated was true. She had intentionally made an error, seeking to provoke a reaction. However, it was Ji Wanfu's response that was most disconcerting. Given Ji Wanfu's past accolades that had stirred the capital, she should have known that the phrase "departing on a crane" is typically reserved for the passing of individuals over 60. This was merely her conjecture. At that moment, Qin Mingyu's assistant entered, bearing contracts and refreshments. After observing the proper courtesies, he presented the items to Go Yaoxing under Ji Wanfu's watchful gaze. "Miss Go, here are all the items you requested, along with the food selected by President Qin for you. A box of strawberries, a box of grapes, a carton of milk, and a bowl of richly fragrant beef noodles." The female protagonist has a fondness for food, a sentiment she shares. Go Yaoxing readily accepts this, catching a glimpse of disdain flickering in Ji Wanfu's eyes. Nonchalantly, she averts her gaze, gathers her belongings, and turns to Qin Mingyu, stating, "Since I have obtained what I came for, I shall not intrude upon your intimate moments any longer. I sincerely hope we shall not cross paths again." She offers a smile, entirely unfazed by the gazes of others in the hospital room, and walks out. Just then, she encounters Yu Yan, her eyes lighting up as she strides forward. "What brings you here? I haven't even messaged you yet." Yu Yan's gaze, deep and contemplative, falls upon Qin Mingyu in the room. "Ah, but I heard your unspoken call within your heart." He lowers his eyes, noticing the pile of items in Go Yaoxing's hands, evidently not purchased by her. A subtle frown appears as he inquires, "Are you hungry?" Go Yaoxing nods in affirmation. He then hands her a card, his voice low and melodic. "Use this card for your purchases from now on, and refrain from accepting food from dubious sources." Go Yaoxing nods again, clearly absorbing his advice, her grip on the bag tightening. It seems she does not fully grasp the deeper implications of Yu Yan's words. After Yu Yan gazes at her for a prolonged 10 seconds, she quickly rises on her toes, whispering, "This looks quite appetizing. It would be a shame to discard it. Besides, it was bought for me by Qin Mingyu's assistant, who is quite a decent person and would not tamper with it." Having said that, she gazes at him eagerly. Yu Yan's Adam's apple subtly shifts as he diverts his gaze, finally conceding, "Then take it, but do not accept such things next time." "All right." Go Yaoxing responds with satisfaction. her free hand reaching out to pinch his pale, cold cheek. How is your skin even more delicate than mine? A hint of defiance stirs within her. Had there not been others around, she might have pounced on him impulsively. Once everyone has departed, Jin Mingyu finds himself replaying the earlier scene in his mind. A peculiar emotion stirs within him, as if something that rightfully belonged to him is being gradually stripped away. He feels a sense of vexation, yet is at a loss for resolution. Ji Wanfu, noticing his distraction, clenches her hidden hand tightly. Go Yaoxing is perplexed, sensing a marked change from their previous encounter. Has she uncovered something? Ji Wanfu furrows her brow, uncertain of the answer. Chapter 56. The so-called family. Upon returning, Go Yaoxing requests information on Ji Wanfu from Yu Yan. She is determined to uncover every detail that can be discovered. Ji Wanfu's demeanor does not align with the initial portrayal found in the novel. After receiving the information, Go Yaoxing meticulously examines it, but finds no glaring discrepancies. However, upon encountering a particular piece of information, she picks up her phone and dials the unfamiliar number, which lacks a saved contact. Jin Mingyu answers promptly, a hint of surprise evident in his tone. Yet, Go Yaoxing chuckles softly, her voice courteous. I seem to have forgotten to ask Ji Wanfu something earlier. Is she nearby? Please do not mention my identity. Could you pass the phone to her? Despite his confusion, Jin Mingyu obliges. When Ji Wanfu receives the call, the screen displays an unknown number. Her voice is soft yet carries an air of intelligence. Hello, may I ask who this is? Go Yaoxing maintained her tone, weaving together a few trendy phrases she had learned in her previous world, interspersed with Japanese, Korean, and the dialect of Ji Wanfu's hometown. Fortunately, Go Yaoxing understood a smattering of each. Ji Wanfu, however, was perplexed and asked, "Excuse me, could you repeat that?" Go Yaoxing had almost discerned her inner thoughts, and with her rather limited English vocabulary, she reiterated her statement. It was only then that Ji Wanfu grasped the meaning and replied, "I'm sorry. What exactly are you trying to convey?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to say that your English seems quite good, Ji Wanfu." "Yaoxing, is there something you need?" Ji Wanfu's heart sank as she felt uncertain if she had inadvertently revealed something. Soon, however, she felt a sense of relief. Who would believe in such fantastical notions as soul transmigration? Moreover, Go Yaoxing surely had not uncovered the truth. Otherwise, she would not still be probing her. With that thought, she eased her mind. Go Yaoxing chuckled lightly. "It's nothing, just that I need to return to school soon for more assessments. So, I thought I would practice a bit. Please hand the phone to Jin Mingyu." Ji Wanfu displayed a puzzled expression, suppressing any sign of impatience or anger. She handled the situation with poise, returning the phone to Jin Mingyu. Believing Go Yaoxing had something important to discuss, he accepted the call, only to find silence on the other end. Glancing down, he realized the call had already ended. Nevertheless, the call felt rather abrupt. Upon returning home, Jin Mingyu reviewed the recording of this call, as he had set his phone to automatically save every conversation, akin to a surveillance system. As he replayed the call, his expression grew increasingly grave. He noted that after Go Yaoxing had uttered those 3 sentences, she had not continued the conversation with Ji Wanfu, which added to the suspicion. It seemed as though she had called to verify something she had discovered. Ji Wanfu, who was supposed to be fluent in 5 languages, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, English, and Russian, had not comprehended her words. Suddenly, even the idiom that Go Yaoxing had inadvertently pointed out earlier appeared particularly strange and incongruous. In early August, under the scorching sun, even the verdant trees lining the streets drooped their leaves in the midday heat. Waves of warmth enveloped the air. Yet, within the villa, Go Yaoxing felt a refreshing breeze, completely detached from the oppressive summer heat. It was as if she were out of sync with the world. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the name, she realized it was a call from from the original owner's family. Having been away for a month without any communication, it seemed they were not at all anxious. Glancing at the screen that displayed Mom, she answered the call. On the other end was the voice of a middle-aged woman, tentatively inquiring, Xing, why hasn't Mr. Qin sent the money this month? If it weren't for this call, Go Yaoxing might have nearly forgotten the existence of the original owner's family. She pretended to ponder for a moment before leisurely responding, "Oh, I told him not to contact me, so he's probably sulking." The conversation paused momentarily, and then the tone shifted dramatically. "How could you be so willful, my child? What have I taught you? Moreover, Mr. Qin has been most gracious to our family. How dare you speak to him in such a manner?" Go Yaoxing, unperturbed, responded with an innocent curiosity. Are you aware that he frequently insists on my donating blood? Did you not mention this to me before? Mr. Chin is not a philanthropist. He must have his own reasons for providing financial support to our family. Oh, but did you know that doctors actually recommend donating blood no more than once a year? Have you consulted Baidu again? Your aunt mentioned that the information found online is often from quacks and should not be taken seriously. Every time you have donated blood, did you not receive proper nutrition afterward? How could anything go wrong? Lin Feng, with heartfelt concern, advised her as if she were a naive young girl, criticizing both Go Yaoxing and the online doctors. After listening, Go Yaoxing nearly laughed aloud. Why did she persist in reading this novel despite her distaste? It was solely due to the character of Yu Yen that kept her engaged. Otherwise, the personalities and approaches of the protagonists would have driven her to abandon it after merely the first 3 chapters, which would have shattered her fragile spirit. The female protagonist's family consisted of 4 members, her parents, who were uneducated migrant workers, and she had a younger brother who was 3 years her junior. However, the treatment they received was strikingly disparate. Growing up in a family that favored sons over daughters, it was not surprising that the female protagonist developed a temperament of enduring and compromising. Thus, the primary blame for the hardships faced throughout the novel lay squarely on the shoulders of the protagonist's parents. Due to an agreement between the leads, as long as the female protagonist complied, he would bestow a substantial sum upon her family. The weary couple, toiling daily, were quick to see the potential for wealth and urged her to accommodate the male lead, instilling the notion that he was a benefactor to their household. It can be said that a significant portion of the suffering endured by the female protagonist in her earlier life stemmed from her original family. They were solely focused on her compliance, never considering her own thoughts and feelings. Moreover, had she not encountered the male lead, she might not have had the opportunity to continue her education, especially since her brother was now in his final year of high school and preparing for college. However, his mediocre grades would only allow him to attend a private institution, making the financial burden of both siblings in college overwhelming. Thus, they contemplated preventing her from furthering her studies. Additionally, her brother was currently in a rebellious phase. The mere thought of her family's circumstances made Go Yaoxing's head throb. It reminded her of the countless stories in her previous world where biological parents abandoned or sold their children. Some children, despite having living parents, lived worse lives than those in orphanages. Once Lin Feng, her nominal mother, finished her admonishments, she began to further indoctrinate Go Yaoxing. Star, you know that your father is currently investing that money into a business. It is a crucial time for us. If only our family were a bit more prosperous, you and Yang could enjoy a better life. But you are well aware of our situation. I have not questioned your desires in the past, but at this critical juncture, you must not be confused. Remember, this is all for your own good. Chapter 57. A request for assistance in monitoring if the original owner were present. She would undoubtedly be ensnared by Lin Feng's classic rhetoric. However, this is Go Yaoxing now, who harbors no sentimental ties to this family. Though she usually conducts herself with decorum and kindness, when faced with pivotal moments, her moral compass does not restrain her. Uncertain of when she might depart or whether the rightful owner of this body would return, it is already a feat to consider continuing her education. After all, a diploma holds significant weight in society. Yet, even if the original owner were to come back, she would still employ her own methods to navigate challenges. The word mother lingered on her lips, yet Go Yaoxing found herself unable to voice it, ultimately resigning to silence. I know everything you say is correct, but President Chin's company has suffered recently. You understand that once the wealthy face failure and bankruptcy, they may be burdened with insurmountable debts. Go Yaoxing resembled a mastermind of a pyramid scheme, subtly coaxing her, think about it, isn't that the case? In television dramas, when CEOs go bankrupt, they end up destitute, perhaps worse off than we are. Is he truly that impoverished now? Lin Feng furrowed her brow, gradually coming to believe Go Yaoxing's assertions. After all, her daughter is typically obedient and truthful. No wonder your aunt mentioned just days ago that the Chin family seems on the brink of bankruptcy. The news reported that the Chin group's assets evaporated overnight, amounting to billions. The more she spoke, the more Lin Feng found credence in Go Yaoxing's words. Eventually, a wave of apprehension washed over her. Thank goodness you sent something amiss and ended the contract with President Chin. If we had been entangled in this, not only you but your brother would have been dragged down as well. Go Yaoxing nodded in agreement, her sincerity palpable. Indeed, how could I deceive you? President Chin is a businessman, capable of such actions. You're right. I shall have a serious talk with your father later. We cannot be deceived by President Qin again.
I'm not.
Lin Feng paused before continuing. By the way, you mentioned working, yet it has been a month without pay.
How is that?
Indeed, Go Yaoxing replied, her expression unwavering. Feigning indifference while dutifully playing along, but our boss is rather stingy, insisting that I complete the entire task before receiving my payment. If I leave now, he won't settle last month's wages. Shouldn't you hurry home then? Go Yaoxing understood precisely what mattered most to this family. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Lin Feng ceased her urging, her tone softening. Such a society. You must adapt, for we are not a wealthy family. In the future, if you suffer injustices in the world, your parents may not be able to assist you. Therefore, you should remain there and work diligently. Understood. After this exchange, Lin Feng quickly ran out of topics to discuss, engaging in trivial conversation before ending the call. Go Yaoxing gazed at the string of numbers on her phone screen, devoid of any overt emotion, merely harboring a hint of disdain as she pressed return, resolutely turning away from any news concerning the original owner's family. She opened the notebook that meticulously chronicled the plot of the novel she still vividly remembered, perusing its contents in chronological order. Some time had elapsed since the last abduction, and she had come to realize that regardless of her attempts to evade it, the narrative would inevitably unfold in an absurd manner. In recent days, she had allowed Yu Yan to rest well. Concerning Yu Yan's fate, she was uncertain whether she possessed the ability to alter it, or even if she had any assurance of success. Since her arrival, her only advantage had been the recollection of the storyline, and her sole source of support had been Yu Yan. Suddenly, another call came in, marked by the name Wei Jingqi. After answering, they exchanged a few casual remarks. Before long, she discerned that Wei Jingqi's intentions were not as straightforward as they seemed. Go Yaoxing cut to the chase. Just say it plainly. What do you want me to do? Well, you see, I've been quite busy with work recently. There have been new developments regarding Yu Yan's health, and I'm about to fly to the beautiful country to discuss these matters with the experts who have been overseeing this work. As such, I might not be able to attend to Yu Yan's needs, Wei Jingqi explained. Oh, then what should I do? I have no knowledge of academic matters, however. I excel at copying and pasting information. Go Yaoxing reflected on her thesis, recalling how her supervisor had been astounded during the first plagiarism check. 90%? Go Yaoxing, did you merely copy someone else's paper and change the title? I've taught for so long, and this is the first time I've encountered a paper with such a high similarity rate. If it were up to me, even my pet could manage to copy and paste. Her professor had been quite exasperated, but fortunately, in the end, her supervisor had shown kindness, allowing her to graduate without incident. It was then that Wei Jingqi revealed the primary purpose of his call. I have a device that resembles a wristwatch. You can wear it on your wrist. It will automatically sound an alarm if Yu Yan's heart rate deviates from the normal range. Your task is merely to ensure that his heart rate remains stable. But there's no need for concern. Prior to your arrival, Yu Yan's heart rate was as steady as a rock. However, it has been somewhat unstable recently, though typically, there are no major issues. By the way, this is a little secret I'm sharing with you, so please do not mention it to him. His body is currently not suited for vigorous activities. So, do try to exercise some restraint during your time together, alright? Go Yaoxing found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to this revelation. She was aware that Wei Jingqi was responsible for monitoring Yu Yan's heart rate and respiratory frequency, but why did he know even this detail? In that moment, she dared not utter anything further, hurriedly nodding in agreement. Yes, I understand. Someone will deliver the item to you shortly. When it arrives, you will receive a call. Just go to the door to collect it. I will send you some precautionary notes soon, Wei Jingqi instructed.
Go Yaoxing replied, all right.
You are truly wonderful, a genuine lifesaver. Without you, I would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with work, she exclaimed, her gratitude evident, though she couldn't shake off the memory of his previous remarks. Before long, she indeed received a call. A person was waiting at her door with a well-packaged box. After accepting the parcel, the individual departed, leaving Go Yaoxing to tinker with it for a while until she understood how to use it. After Wei Jingqi concluded the call, an unsettling feeling crept in, as though something significant had slipped his mind. The moment he noticed the incoming call from Yu Yan, enlightenment struck him like a bolt from the blue. He had forgotten the most crucial detail. The words he exchanged with Go Yaoxing were audible to Yu Yan. Trembling, he answered the phone. You dear sir, would you believe me if I claimed that was merely a call from a fellow compatriot? The voice on the other end was cold and somber, measured and unhurried. What do you think? Chapter 58. Polygraph. As Go Yaoxing busied herself with a sophisticated device resembling a wristwatch, the sound of footsteps echoed behind her. She swiftly turned around, catching sight of Yu Yan's silhouette, but silently turned back without uttering a word, refocusing on the instrument. Yu Yan's gaze fixated on her back, his dark, silent eyes scrutinizing her intently. Before long, Go Yaoxing felt a warm presence close in on her, breath brushing against her ear. She instinctively shuddered. Yu Yan's lips hovered near her ear, yet never quite made contact. His voice, low and magnetic, resonated. "What is it?" Go Yaoxing remained silent, her attention unwaveringly fixed on the watch. It increased by a point. She seemed entirely captivated by the device, oblivious to the chilling intensity of Yu Yan's gaze upon the watch in her hand. Suddenly, Go Yaoxing poked Yu Yan's chest, her eyes still glued to the watch's readings. "Indeed, it has decreased again?" She hastily lifted her gaze to meet his ink-black eyes, pausing momentarily. What's wrong?" Yu Yan lowered his gaze to her, a disquieting smile gracing his lips. "Am I more appealing? Or is it the watch?" Go Yaoxing, taken aback, blinked. Despite the intimidation in Yu Yan's eyes, she felt emboldened and determined to rise in confidence. "Of course, it is you who is more handsome." Her smile radiated warmth, her eyes brimming with sincerity. However, her inner thoughts slipped out. "Honestly, this little device is quite intriguing. When will you leave? I wish to study it a bit longer." Yu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he grasped Go Yaoxing's chin, his long, pale fingers strikingly beautiful. His gaze drifted lazily over her face, instinctively caressing the delicate, soft skin beneath his fingertips. "Go Yaoxing, it seems you are no longer afraid of me at all." He recalled vividly the terror etched on her face when he first seized her, the pallor of her complexion still vivid in his memory. Go Yaoxing was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth of his observation. She lifted her head, meeting Yu Yan's gaze directly. "Because I have expressed before that I quite admire your character." Naturally, she would not divulge her entire sentiment. "Is that so?" Yu Yan's tone was ambiguous, his fingers still caressing her chin, unwavering in their grip. Go Yaoxing offered a nonchalant response, her attention returning to the watch. The reading stabilized once more, displaying a steady equilibrium. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Could this device possibly function as a lie detector, enabling her to discern the moment Yu Yan uttered a falsehood? Yu Yan was uncertain how he knew the purpose of the watch without asking about it. Go Yaoxing speculated that Wei Jingqi must have informed him, and she did not dwell on it further. It was unclear how Yu Yan discerned her thoughts, as he tenderly caressed her face with his fingers. "If you wish to use it for lie detection, you may give it a try." "Really?" Go Yaoxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, as long as you desire it." Yu Yan refrained from mentioning that at his previous establishment, there was a specialized course dedicated to mastering the control of one's facial expressions and bodily reactions. Every response, including involuntary eye closures, heartbeat, breathing rate, and micro-expressions. He excelled in each aspect, yet with her, he felt the most unrestrained. Go Yaoxing immediately embarked on her experiment. Clearing her throat, she formally began the inquiry. "Yu Yan, are you male or female?" Without hesitation, Yu Yan lifted Go Yaoxing and gently placed her on the bed, propping himself beside her. Leaning slightly forward, his voice was low and husky, yet his tone remained nonchalant. "Female." Despite the series of actions, the lie detection metrics remained remarkably stable, showing no fluctuations. Go Yaoxing felt her heart quicken slightly. Clearing her throat again, she pressed on. "How old are you?"
Yu Yan,
maintaining his composure, replied, 18. Go Yaoxing playfully teased him. "So you are younger than me?" "Yes, because I wanted to engage in a sibling romance." Suddenly, Go Yaoxing recalled the last time Yu Yan had succumbed to his affliction, calling her sister repeatedly, stirring a tide of guilt within her. She instinctively sought to dismiss those memories, diverting her attention from Yu Yan, thereby oblivious to his peculiar demeanor. She rephrased a challenging hypothetical. "If Wei Jingqi and I fell into water simultaneously, who would you save?" To her surprise, Yu Yan fixed his gaze upon her unwaveringly, his voice steady, almost devoid of hesitation. He answered, "You." Go Yaoxing was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the watch, only to find the readings had increased slightly. She slowly raised her head to scrutinize Yu Yan, her expression filled with suspicion. "Are you lying?" Suddenly, Yu Yan turned his head, pressing a fist against his lips, his gaze avoiding hers entirely. In that instant, a multitude of scenarios from romantic literature flooded Go Yaoxing's mind. After a few seconds, Yu Yan withdrew his hand, slowly articulating, "Because it concerns you." Go Yaoxing was stunned, contemplating her words. You mean to say that your heartbeat quickens because it relates to me? She doubted her own belief. However, upon meeting Yu Yan's gaze, she found herself torn between skepticism and belief. Subsequently, she pondered a few more questions related to herself. Tugging at the hem of Yu Yan's shirt, she feigned a soft, alluring tone. Yu Yan, would you give me a kiss? She distinctly felt Yu Yan stiffen. Immediately glancing at the watch. The readings were stable, rising steadily. Why won't you look at me? Yu Yan, do you not wish to kiss me? But what if I want to kiss you? Her demeanor grew increasingly audacious, her voice sweet and delicate, momentarily reminiscent of her state after consuming traditional medicine. It seemed she was lost in a vivid memory. Suddenly, Yu Yan's Adam's apple bobbed. Upon glancing at the numbers on her watch, Go Yaoxing could no longer contain herself. Her face illuminating with a radiant and unrestrained smile. Haha, Yu Yan, why is your heart racing so fast? Yu Yan, why aren't you looking at me? Yu Yan? Why do you appear so innocent? You haven't had other women before, have you? Go Yaoxing intentionally posed these inquiries, as the novel did not elaborate on his past, merely stating that he never brought female companions to any events. She deliberately sought to take Yu Yan's hand, but as soon as she spoke, he swiftly pinned her down on the bed. She caught a glimpse of his ears turning a faint shade of red. Is this not amusing? His voice was laced with a menacing undertone, his gaze deep and enigmatic. In an instant, Go Yaoxing felt compelled to cease her playful antics. Since Wei Jingqi has tasked you with monitoring my heart rate, you must do so diligently and ensure that my heart rate remains within normal limits. Go Yaoxing was still grappling with the meaning of his words when she realized his hands had found their way beneath her clothing. The implication of his words was ambiguous, as if the situation had intensified. Chapter 59. Surrendering arms. Go Yaoxing's body stiffened, rendering her incapable of further teasing Yu Yan. Unbeknownst to her, he had already drawn closer. His lips brushed against hers, a fleeting taste. She suddenly clutched at Yu Yan's clothing, insisting that they must become one. Her mind was a muddled haze, bewildered as to how the circumstances had shifted so abruptly. She heard Yu Yan's deep laughter resonating in her ears, his fingertips inexplicably teasing her. Go Yaoxing held her breath. In emptiness, there is form. A knife hovers above the characters. Even if his physique is impeccable, I shall not falter. She was undeniably accomplished. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yu Yan continued to laugh, his expression unwavering as he advanced. Go Yaoxing's composure had always been fragile, especially when facing this man who seemed to embody her very essence. She quickly grasped his hand, exhaling softly, "Please, don't move around." Wei Jingqi said, "We shouldn't." He also tasked me with monitoring your heart rate. Yu Yan nodded slightly, as if acquiescing to her plea, just as she felt a sense of relief. He surged forward once more, his voice imbued with an incantation. "Then you may monitor closely, ensuring that my heart rate remains within normal bounds." He kissed her again, and Go Yaoxing dared not move, fearing that her actions might elevate Yu Yan's heart rate further. She remained perpetually tense, her gaze fixed upon the watch, Wei Jingqi's words echoing incessantly in her mind. However, Yu Yan grew increasingly bold. In the midst of it all, Go Yaoxing trembled, whispering, "This isn't right." Yu Yan leaned in closer, kissing her once more, reminding her, "Relax, it is my rapid surrender that is truly problematic."
Yaoxing,
unable to uphold her integrity, succumbed for a fleeting moment, only to suddenly notice the numbers on her watch. Her heart tightened as she heard Yu Yan's muffled groan. Yet, her strength was woefully inadequate, and before long, she found herself overwhelmed, unable to concern herself with the watch any longer. During a moment of hazy consciousness, a gentle whisper reached her ears. "Don't let me surrender too quickly, my star baby." Time slipped away, and suddenly, Go Yaoxing awoke with a start. Upon glancing at the sky outside, she noticed the sun shining brightly, accompanied by a gentle breeze. A sudden realization struck her regarding her watch. After searching in vain, she decided to head to the study, where she spotted Yu Yan's silhouette behind the computer screen, his face obscured. Without a second thought, she instinctively stepped inside and inquired, "Yu Yan, have you put away my watch? I can't seem to find it." As she approached, she noticed that Yu Yan was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He appeared relaxed and unassuming, devoid of any hostility. The lenses slightly obscured the sharpness of his eyes, and he now bore a subtle air of maturity and composure. Go Yaoxing's eyes lit up, and before Yu Yan could say a word, she leaped forward, cupping his face and showering him with affectionate kisses. Initially, He attempted to deflect her enthusiasm, but soon he succumbed to the delight of her warmth, having never encountered such fervor from her before. Once she ceased her kisses, she playfully squeezed his cheeks, and to her surprise, he displayed remarkable patience, allowing her to have her fun. Yu Yan, you look exceptionally handsome today. Your aura is off the charts, she exclaimed, her words striking a chord. Just then, a somewhat timid voice interrupted. Should we continue with the board meeting, President? At the sound of the voice, Yaoxing's mind was suddenly flooded with an ominous premonition. Stiffly, she turned her head and realized that Yu Yan was indeed engaged in a video conference, and it was his turn to speak. All eyes were fixed on him within the small screen, which meant that the earlier scene had been witnessed by everyone. Yaoxing's mind went blank, and she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish in embarrassment. However, she caught a glimpse of Yu Yan's expression, noticing a distinct hint of amusement in his gaze. Though she was reluctant to admit it, he was clearly laughing at her. With a quick flick of her eyes, she turned back to the computer screen, suppressing her inner turmoil and forcing a smile. Hello, everyone. Today, his girlfriend is not at home, and I couldn't help but steal a kiss, she declared. Please don't tell his girlfriend, or I might lose my job. She waved her delicate hand, feigning a tearful expression. Her lack of finesse was overshadowed by the rawness of her feelings. Not only did the participants in the meeting fall silent once more, but even Yu Yan raised an eyebrow. His dark gaze fell indifferently upon her face, causing her heart to race, yet she strove to maintain a facade of innocence. Yu Yan's secretary, a man seasoned by the storms of life, had never encountered such a scene. He was not privy to Yu Yan's private affairs and was entirely unaware of the dynamics within the villa. He had merely heard whispers about Yu Yan's affection for a particular woman who had been taken to social events. Oh my goodness, President Yu, even if your morals are questionable, at least spare us the sight, he thought, astonished that Yu Yan was engaging with the housekeeper in such a manner. The secretary timidly proposed, Mr. Yu, perhaps we could postpone the meeting for a while? Yu Yan casually gestured with his finger towards the gilded frame, exuding a languid and enigmatic aura. His voice, low and nonchalant, replied, No, let us continue. The group had no choice but to adjust their states of mind and re-engage in their tasks. Observing this, Yaoxing felt that the issue with the watch could be set aside for now, deciding it would be better to inquire after Yu Yan concluded his business. She made an effort to diminish her presence, slowly moving towards the exit, step by step, with determination and persistence. In the next moment, a hand firmly grasped her waist. Exerting a slight pressure, she felt as though her entire body had lost its weight, that hand steadying her, its warmth akin to molten iron, binding her in place. Suddenly, she found herself seated on Yu Yan's lap, once again captured within the video frame. All eyes widened in surprise. Yaoxing could even sense their gazes as if they were tangible, piercing through her. Meanwhile, the perpetrator appeared completely oblivious. The hand that held her outside the screen leisurely caressing her waist, as if toying with a piece of art. His deep voice resonated near her ear, the scent uniquely his, subtle yet crisp, reminiscent of snow-covered cedar. My apologies, I tend to be quite clingy. And I, on the other hand, prefer a thrill. Yaoxing felt herself become mechanized, slowly lifting her gaze, her delicate eyes fixed on him as if to ask, Do you not feel any pain? If Yu Yan had heard her unspoken question, he would likely respond with a faint smile, surely affirming that he did not. The online conference room fell into a profound silence. Doubts began to surface among the attendees. Was this truly their Mr. Yu? Chapter 60. A sudden connection ultimately. Yaoxing remained perched upon Yu Yan's thigh, listening as he continued to address the matters at hand. The meeting persisted, and she felt as though her composure had vanished entirely. Yu Yan, however, seemed entirely unfazed. By the time it concluded, she was left pale and dazed, unsure of the day or night. Suddenly, she heard a soft chuckle near her ear, a sound that seemed to emanate from deep within his throat, low and sultry. It was then that Yaoxing realized the meeting had come to an end. She leapt from Yu Yan's lap, distancing herself quickly, fearful that remaining close would lead to further complications. Then, she shot him a fierce glare, thinking, Those were your employees. You didn't spare them at all? Yu Yan feigned innocence, replying, Spare them? It was indeed quite exhilarating. Do you not enjoy it? Yaoxing bit her lip, unable to voice her discontent. After all, when Yu Yan had begun to address his business, with his gaze slightly lowered, he exuded a powerful and composed demeanor. The golden frames of his glasses framed his face. His movements deliberate, yet he resembled a refined rogue. When focused, his eyes would flutter, allowing her to count his inky lashes. His innate qualities surpassed her own. She found herself momentarily lost in his striking beauty. The sharpness in his brow softened, rendering him more approachable. She had not anticipated that he would be so serious and attentive while working, his temperament remarkably amiable. If those who participated in the meeting with Yu Yan were to hear this, they would undoubtedly spit out a mouthful of blood. This was also the first time they had witnessed such a demeanor from President Yu, after all. Even so, Yaoxing remained unconvinced. Leaning forward, she placed her hands on the back of the chair, her gaze unmasked and fixed intently on Yu Yan. Her eyes traveled from his irises to his nose, gradually descending until they rested upon his soft lips. One hand slowly glided over, lifting his glasses with a deliberate slowness, revealing his piercing, dark eyes that exuded an unsettling sharpness. Yaoxing smirked, her fingertips sliding down to graze his lips. The moment Yu Yan attempted to move, she immediately huffed in dissatisfaction. "Don't move." Her fingers then descended, resting upon his Adam's apple, gently caressing it. The pressure was light, yet it provided a subtle sensory stimulation. Just as Yu Yan seemed to grasp the situation, Yaoxing suddenly smiled at him and with both hands, tugged at his face, pulling a silly face before darting away. Once outside, she exhaled in relief upon realizing he had not pursued her. Yu Yan watched her retreat until she vanished from sight, and then he let out a soft chuckle. Rubbing his slightly sore eyes, he raised his hand to observe his pale skin, which seemed to have lost even more color. He recalled the words he had heard while reviewing the surveillance footage, spoken during the episode of his illness. This body would not last long without external intervention. "Sister, do you still make fish soup? I haven't tasted it in ages." The child he once was had been aware of his frail condition, even having tasted the fish soup Yaoxing had prepared. Yet, it seemed he had no recollection of that at all. Could it be that those memories lay hidden in the void of his lost recollections? Nothing could be certain, except for the undeniable decline of his physical state. If a remedy could not be found, it might indeed align with what Yaoxing had initially stated. His days were numbered. "Seventh Master." A chilling voice suddenly resonated within the room. However, Yu Yan's expression remained unperturbed, his gaze as usual, dark and indifferent. "What is it?" The figure, clad in a specially tailored black robe with most of his face obscured by a hood, spoke with utmost reverence. "There has been an issue on the Alliance side. Everyone is awaiting your return to manage the situation." "Very well, I understand." Yu Yan's fingertips curled slightly, tapping on the table in a casual rhythm. "How has the person I assigned to you been faring lately?" "Young Master Bu is doing well, although only Christine occasionally visits him." Continue to monitor them. Report to me immediately if any issues arise. Leave the rest to Qishan. Unless there are important matters, do not come back." "Understood." The man bowed his head, his tone respectful and wholly loyal to him. The visitor arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, nearly evading detection by the security personnel. Once he was gone, Yu Yan's eyes grew increasingly enigmatic, shadowed, and foreboding. Yaoxing was responsible for monitoring Yu Yan's health, yet surprisingly, aside from that one night, his heart rate remained remarkably steady, showing little fluctuation. Yet, an increasing sense of unease brewed within her, as if a momentous event loomed on the horizon. Hastily, she retrieved her script-keeping notebook, only to discover that during the period of her abduction, the protagonist had succumbed to a grave illness, though the exact timing remained elusive. If the progression of the narrative was inescapable, what repercussions might she face for forcibly altering its course? The answers remained shrouded in uncertainty. Yaoxing continued to leaf through the pages. This illness had carved a fissure in the protagonist's heart, and the demise of her spirit was but a fleeting moment. Countless subsequent instances of heartache followed, compounded by the heavy blows dealt from her family, rendering her unable to bear it all. Within a mere 2 months, the protagonist resolutely decided to depart from the capital, distancing herself from home and Qin Mingyu, even foregoing her studies. She refused to continue being Ji Wanfa's mobile blood bank. Yet Qin Mingyu was relentless in his pursuit. He even resorted to issuing a warrant for her capture, severing her financial ties to her family. Alone, she left her homeland, changed her phone number, believing she could conceal her affections forever, and sought a tranquil life working in a small town far from the capital. However, the halo of the protagonist incessantly drew trouble her way. An international figure had hired a renowned assassin to take Ji Wanfa's life. But due to the assassin's unfamiliarity with the area, he mistook the identity of his target. The protagonist narrowly escaped death at his hands. Eventually, this assassin found himself enamored with her. Throughout the entirety of the narrative, apart from the primary character Qin Mingyu, there were numerous male supporting characters. After eliminating the assassin from consideration, she vaguely recalled the presence of a hacker, a campus heartthrob, and a young master from the Sher family. There may have been others. Yet Go Yaoxing could no longer recall them all. Should the plot unfold as anticipated, the multitude of men posed a dilemma for her, leaving her somewhat distressed over how to navigate these relationships. Before long, a message pinged on her WeChat. It was a private note from Xia Yan. During this period, conversations in their group had dwindled, which was quite normal in the adult world. Lives with little intersection inevitably lead to fading connections. Xia Yan, Go Yaoxing, may I ask you for a favor?
Go Yaoxing, go on.
After a brief pause, Xia Yan replied, my father has always wished for me to connect with Seventh Master. But I know I cannot capture his attention, nor do I have the face to pursue such a thing. Go Yaoxing, do you want me to help you flirt with Yu Yan?
Xia Yan, no.
I need you to help me leave under Seventh Master's name. I need time to relocate my mother and escape with her. Xia Yan, I know this may seem embarrassing, but Go Yaoxing, alright, I will assist you. Just share your plan with me. Chapter 61. The execution of the plan. Upon receiving the outline of Xia Yan's plan, Go Yaoxing stared at the words for a long while. When Yu Yan returned, she briefly recounted the situation. I assure you, it will not affect you. Yu Yan readily agreed. Good. The following day, after Xia Yan provided the address, Go Yaoxing donned a disguise, which bore a striking resemblance to Chao Shui. Accompanied by the driver assigned to her for the day, she set out in a vehicle not typically used by Yu Yan. Driving to the location indicated by Xia Yan, she felt a sense of ease in her deception. Operating under the guise of the fictitious Yu Yan, and knowing that Xia Yan's father, a man of considerable wealth, was not particularly acquainted with Yu Yan, made the execution of this plan all the more feasible. With an air of composure, she entered the upscale bar, making her way directly to the private room indicated by Xia Yan. A polite knock announced her presence. Upon receiving a response, she coolly pushed open the door. Immediately assaulted by the acrid stench of smoke mingled with the scent of alcohol, creating an atmosphere that was almost overwhelming. There, seated between two unfamiliar men, was Xia Yan, the innocent girl with long, obedient hair, who appeared to be a sheep unwittingly wandering into a den of wolves. With a barely perceptible frown, she addressed the room in a cold voice, inquiring if Miss Xia Yan was present. The initially amiable expression on Xia Zhiqing's face shifted to one of seriousness as he turned his gaze toward the entrance, scrutinizing the woman, who bore a somewhat familiar appearance. And you are? Go Yaoxing responded with poise. I am someone close to Master Qi. Might I ask which one of you is Miss Xia Yan? Master Qi has specifically requested to meet her. Xia Yan timidly raised her hand. That's me. Upon hearing Go Yaoxing's words, Xia Zhiqing's eyes brightened momentarily, yet his gaze swept back and forth over Go Yaoxing, assessing her. With a tone imbued with authority, he remarked, I don't believe I have ever encountered you before. Go Yaoxing, she replied coolly, and I am unaware of which esteemed individual you are. Having been by Master Qi's side for quite some time, I have not seen you engage with him. Despite this, a flicker of wariness lingered in Xia Zhiqing's gaze. Go Yaoxing's voice remained composed as she regarded them with a disdainful air, as though they were nothing more than inconsequential jesters. Master Qi's vehicle awaits outside. Do you comprehend the consequences of keeping him waiting? During our previous encounter on the cruise, he happened to observe Miss Xia dancing, and after concluding his affairs, he dispatched me to escort her. Are you unwilling to comply? Xia Zhiqing felt a pang of anxiety and began to believe her words. Instantly, a respectful, ingratiating smile emerged on his face. Even if she was merely someone close to Master Qi, flattering her could still be a path to his own advancement. No. Xia Yan would absolutely be willing. I must admit, my judgment was clouded. The Xia Yan you seek is indeed my daughter. It is a privilege for her to be favored by Master Qi. Where is Master Qi's vehicle? I shall accompany my daughter. Nearby, several wealthy young heirs, who had been observing, suddenly expressed interest. I wish to join as well. I have long heard of Master Qi's formidable presence. Since fate has brought us together, we should all go. Indeed, what do you think, Boss Xia? Xia Zhiqing glanced at Go Yaoxing, then at the threatening looks cast by the young heirs, feeling a dilemma arise. Just as he was about to acquiesce, Go Yaoxing's voice cut through the tension. Master Qi is not someone just anyone can meet, especially since this time. He has merely sent me to collect Miss Xia. He is not accompanying us. Her indifferent gaze swept toward the young lady beside Xia Zhiqing. Miss Xia. If you would. Xia Zhicheng understood Master Qi's nature well. If he had intended to meet her in person, it would only deepen his suspicions about the authenticity of the situation. However, the current circumstances did not seem to hint at any deceit. Realizing he could not afford to delay, he gently coaxed Xia Yan to follow Go Yaoxing. After a heartfelt exchange of affection, he cast a meaningful glance at Xia Yan, advising her, "My dear daughter, should the seventh master truly take an interest in you, do not act impulsively. And remember the lessons I have imparted. Do you understand?" The implications of his words surged into Xia Yan's mind, causing her already muddled thoughts to ache. Bowing her head, she softly replied, "I understand, but do not forget your promise to me." Go Yaoxing successfully ushered Xia Yan away, leading her to the car, instructing the driver to head towards the villa. As the vehicle pulled away, she caught sight of Xia Zhicheng emerging, seemingly eager to ascertain the truth of the situation. The moment he spotted the car, a sense of relief washed over him. Only the most privileged individuals in the capital could afford such a vehicle. Inside the car, Xia Yan's eyes were clouded with deep sorrow. She sincerely expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. If you ever need my assistance, I shall do everything in my power to help you." Go Yaoxing, noticing her somber mood, refrained from offering empty reassurances and gently patted her head. "You must understand that not everyone in this world deserves to be a parent. Some children are the embodiment of their parents' love, while others are regarded as burdens or possessions. That man does not deserve the title of your father. However, your mother must be a wonderful person, which is why you think of her in every way possible, striving to save her. I cannot say your current decision is the most correct, but I assure you that your direction is not wrong. Such a father is not worth your sacrifices. Letting go of him is indeed your wisest choice." A wave of subtle sadness washed over Xia Yan as she felt indignant on behalf of her mother. Yet, she was acutely aware that Go Yaoxing's words rang true. Those embroiled in the situation often lose clarity, while outsiders see clearly. It was astonishing that she had held onto even a glimmer of hope for that man for so long. She felt the corners of her eyes redden, her long hair cascading gently over her shoulders. "Thank you. I will forever remember your words. I will take my mother away from the city and start anew, doing everything in my power to gather her medical expenses." Go Yaoxing beamed at her, replying, "It is my honor to assist such a beautiful lady." Xia Yan found herself chuckling at her words. The car did not proceed to Jingwan Villa. It was merely a ruse for Xia Zhicheng's benefit. The goal was to convince him that this was Yu Yan's intention, successfully facilitating Xia Yan's mother's relocation. Wishing not to impose further on Go Yaoxing's time, Xia Yan instructed the driver to stop at an intersection. Go Yaoxing offered her a few final words of advice, saying, "If you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to message me. I will assist you with whatever I can. Though you may find it hard to believe, I truly do not mind. In fact, I find it quite delightful." "All right, thank you, I understand." After parting ways, Xia Yan clasped her hands tightly against her chest, exhaling repeatedly to soothe her anxious heart. Before leaving, she needed to meet someone, Bu Wen Mo. Upon returning to the villa, Go Yaoxing noticed that the number of bodyguards had doubled. Standing in the courtyard, she could see them positioned like statues in predetermined locations. She felt a sudden rush of panic and hurried towards the villa. Upon entering, the hall was devoid of any presence. She ascended the stairs, and at the threshold of a room she had never entered, she heard a sound, accompanied by a pungent and overwhelming scent of blood that permeated the air. Slowly, she pushed the door open just enough to reveal a narrow crack. Chapter 62. His brother. The room was dimly lit, yet the daylight filtering through the windows provided some illumination. As Go Yaoxing pressed her ear against the door, the metallic odor intensified. Leaning against the wall was a soft couch in a monochromatic style. There, casually seated on the sofa, was the unmistakable figure of Yu Yan. His dark eyes glimmered with a sinister intensity as he absently toyed with a jade ring on his right hand. Flanking him were imposing figures resembling bodyguards, their faces unfamiliar to Go Yaoxing. Before him, a man knelt, blood seeping from his wounds, rendering his features indistinguishable. All she could ascertain was that he was indeed a man. This marked the third time she had witnessed Yu Yan donning that ring, and each occasion bore the same grim undertone. In an instant, a conjecture formed in her mind, yet she chose to suppress it. The man's voice was hoarse, laced with a bone-deep fear that began to surface. "Yu Yan, have you forgotten what you promised your stepfather? Do you truly dare to kill me?" Yu Yan's voice was low and ominous, imbued with a mocking amusement. "Why should I fear? What are you planning? Your stepfather forbids this. Have you forgotten? Is that so?" Yu Yan's gaze darkened, a deeper smile curling at his lips. In that case, how about I send you to meet your stepfather? So you can lament your plight to him? As his words faded, he leaned back against the soft chair, his eyes dark as blood-soaked glass beads, radiating a chilling, bloodthirsty aura. He displayed no emotion towards the decay of life before him, his lips curling into a faint, cruel smile. His voice turned cold and devoid of feeling. I shall remove your tongue. It is too loud. His expression remained indifferent, yet his eyes flickered momentarily, fingers instinctively curling as they fell silently against the plush armrest. Yu Yan, may you suffer. The man's emotions flared, rage contorting his features as blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. You will face retribution. I curse you. His entire body trembled, declaring, even if I die, I shall reveal nothing to you. You will never obtain what you seek. Yu Yan chuckled lightly, lifting his eyelids to scrutinize the man before him. Considering your impending demise. Yaoxing's heart raced with alarm, though she was unaware of the full circumstances. She knew Yu Yan to be meticulous and just. To treat someone so ruthlessly indicated that this man had undoubtedly crossed him in some manner. Having never encountered such brutal and sanguinary circumstances, she recalled a profound adage, villains perish through their own verbosity. Suddenly, the door, which had been left ajar, was thrust open from the outside. A familiar and soft voice suddenly called out, wait. Yu Yan, please hold your words. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the newcomer. Yu Yan subtly waved his hand, and everyone remained still, awaiting further instruction. The man kneeling on the ground paused, taken aback by the interruption of Yu Yan's speech. Yaoxing, sensing the metallic tang of blood, instinctively furrowed her brows, but quickly composed herself and stepped forward. Yu Yan, might there be a possibility that this person is deliberately provoking you into saying this? Her voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yu Yan fixed his gaze on Yaoxing, his eyes sweeping over her features, and chuckled lightly. Oh, is that so? It was unclear whether he believed her or not. Who is this Yu Yan? The man had never encountered Yaoxing before, yet he was determined not to let her undermine the vital information he had risked his life to convey. However, neither Yaoxing nor Yu Yan paid him any mind. The two bodyguards beside him firmly restrained him, even silencing him the moment he finished speaking. Yaoxing's heart screamed, you are the antagonist. Don't you know that villains perish due to their verbosity? Yu Yan's gaze faltered, his dark eyes locking onto Yaoxing's. It was as if the stillness of the mysterious night was intertwined with the vastness of the cosmos, threatening to engulf her. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and silence enveloped the onlookers, save for the man who stared wide-eyed. Casual, yet seemingly inadvertent, Yu Yan asked, are you afraid I might die? Yaoxing was taken aback by the abruptness of his question but answered candidly, yes, so Yu Yan, you must live well. Do not allow such individuals to erase the significance of your existence. Suddenly, a hand enveloped her waist, pulling her into Yu Yan's embrace, settling her upon his lap. That hand covered her eyes. In that case, stay here with me. Yaoxing froze, unable to respond, her perception of Yu Yan's expression still unclear. The metallic scent in the air intensified around them. Yu Yan's lips brushed against her earlobe, his breath tickling her ear. You shall not witness those scenes.
All right.
The man's reaction grew increasingly frantic, yet he found himself unable to utter another word. Yu Yan concluded the thought he had left unfinished. What you seek is right here with me, and the information you wish to conceal. How could you assume I am unaware? Await my return. I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. He directed a chilling smile at the man, his lips curling in a way that seemed devoid of warmth, as though he were conversing with someone beyond the man himself. Before Yaoxing, the world dimmed, her senses heightened. The acrid scent of blood intensified, yet she could distinctly perceive the faint aroma of cedar nearby. A cacophony of whimpers and terrified cries echoed in her ears, yet no words could escape her lips. Instinctively, she grasped the hem of Yu Yan's garment. Yu Yan's tone remained calm and indifferent, instructing, dispose of the useful items to Albert, restore its vitality. Before Yaoxing could fully comprehend the situation, she felt herself lifted, weightless in his embrace. Yu Yan uttered a phrase, urging to tidy up and leave no trace behind. As he exited the room, the stench of blood dissipated significantly. Yaoxing, nestled in Yu Yan's embrace, gazed up at him. Yu Yan, you let Albert consume his own flesh. Surely he won't resist? You dislike Albert, so it stands to reason you wouldn't favor this either? Yet, Yu Yan merely replied, he has grown accustomed to it. Yaoxing fell silent, recognizing that Albert was no match for the villainous dog coin and feeling somewhat cowardly. Suddenly, Yu Yan shattered the silence. Do you know who that was just now? Go Yaoxing obediently shook his head, indicating ignorance. You charged in without knowing? He queried. But you didn't oppose me either, she countered. Yu Yan's gaze deepened. You trust me so readily? Not entirely. As long as it doesn't breach my principles, I have faith in you. That is what makes you my brother, she explained briefly, offering no further elaboration. After placing Go Yaoxing on the bed, he lowered his gaze, his voice devoid of warmth. The day after tomorrow. Accompany me to a memorial service. Observing the absence of any emotional fluctuation in Yu Yan's eyes, Go Yaoxing inquired, Will there be a banquet? Yes, he replied.
Whose memorial is it?
My adoptive father's. Chapter 63. You'd best remain this way forever. On the eve of Yu Yan's Memorial Day, he had already taken Go Yaoxing from the capital to another city via a private jet, Ningcheng. The flight lasted 3 hours, and everything was meticulously arranged. Go Yaoxing merely needed to bring along 2 sets of clothing. This trip was to be kept simple, lasting only a day and 2 nights. As Go Yaoxing sat aboard the private jet, she marveled once more at the advantages of wealth. Travel was effortless, with everything one could desire at their disposal. The interior was lavishly decorated, spacious enough for a game of ball, and upon entering, she almost mistook it for a luxurious 5-star hotel. She confidently settled into the opulent sofa and casually retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator. After taking a couple of sips, she found the taste satisfactory. But upon recognizing the bottle, she recalled seeing someone lamenting online just days prior. The complaint? A seemingly ordinary bottle of mineral water dared to command a price of 100 per bottle. She froze, and upon realizing this, nearly choked on the water she had just consumed. Suddenly, this bottle seemed far from ordinary. It was akin to divine nectar, rejuvenating her weary body as if it could cure a myriad of ailments, unless Go Yaoxing chose to forget its price. Yu Yan, will there be many people at this gathering? Yu Yan had been resting with his eyes closed since boarding the aircraft, but upon hearing her voice, he abruptly opened his eyes, his dark pupils fixated on her. In a low tone, he asked, Are you afraid? Go Yaoxing immediately shook her head. How could that be? I just think you ought to inform me in advance about who the good and bad people are. I will certainly stand by your side to assist you. To which Yu Yan simply responded, There are no absolute good people. Go Yaoxing patiently clarified. When I refer to good people, I mean those on your side. Naturally, the bad ones are from the opposing camp. In an instant, the depths of Yu Yan's eyes darkened, resembling a void shrouded in ominous black mist that enveloped his pupils, evoking a chilling aura. His voice, when he spoke, was already hoarse. You'd best remain by my side. Everyone else is an adversary. Upon hearing this, Go Yaoxing raised her gaze to meet his. Seemingly unfazed by his terrifying demeanor, her heart swelling with an overwhelming sense of compassion. She reached out, unexpectedly caressing his face, gently stroking the skin along his jawline, which elicited an uncanny shiver from his flesh. Yu Yan instinctively lowered his gaze, fixating on her alabaster fingers, soft and delicate. The clarity of Go Yaoxing's voice pierced through the silence. Yu Yan, will it hurt? No one truly cares for you. Everyone gradually distances themselves from you. Will that cause you pain? Her gaze was imbued with sincerity, her typically bright eyes softened with empathy. She recalled, not just the present, but also the Yu Yan of their childhood, reflecting on his words. Everyone wishes for your demise. What kind of environment could have birthed the thorn-laden, cruel disposition he now embodied? The echoes of her heartfelt inquiries reverberated in Yu Yan's mind, yet his gaze seemed entranced, momentarily suspended. All he could perceive were those eyes that felt eerily familiar, as if they had graced his dreams before, mirroring the expression before him now. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, Go Yaoxing believed she had unearthed painful memories within him. She leaned in, embracing him tenderly, her hands encircling his waist as her fingers traced along his spine, as if smoothing his ruffled feathers. Her voice, soft and imbued with a resolve even Yu Yan could not fathom, resonated. Yu Yan, if possible, I wish for your life to be bright and smooth. If possible, I wish for those around you to love you. If no one stands by your side, I shall forever stand with you. If no one loves you, I shall love you eternally. I have vowed, I love you more than you could ever imagine. Therefore, never let those unworthy souls evoke even a hint of sorrow from you, for they do not deserve it. In that moment, Yu Yan displayed a flicker of confusion. He was uncertain of the expression he should wear now. He was equally unsure how to sustain Go Yaoxing's current state of mind. He feared hearing her innermost thoughts, worried that they were mere words of comfort, yet he also dreaded the silence, fearing that her genuine feelings might vanish with time. "You'd best remain this way forever," he murmured, his voice low and husky, shrouded in a mist that felt perpetually distant. He nestled his chin in the crook of Go Yaoxing's neck, inhaling her sweet, faintly floral scent. "Otherwise, I will drag you with me into the abyss." Go Yaoxing responded, her fingers weaving through his soft hair, gently massaging his scalp. Yu Yan's gaze fell, shrouded in shadows, and inexplicably, he began recounting the circumstances of the individual from yesterday. "That person was the son adopted by my foster father. His adoptive father, the Lord of Mount Joshan, named Guzong, had passed away 5 years ago." As Go Yaoxing heard this, fleeting fragments suddenly flashed through her mind, so swiftly that she could scarcely grasp them. Guzong had adopted a total of 10 children. Inherently cruel, he excelled at concealing his true nature, presenting himself as a benevolent father figure before them. Yet everyone understood that this was merely a facade. His disposition was exceptionally ruthless, and the mountains of Buzhou were filled with his specially trained assassins. Chao Shui and Xieqing had emerged from that very training. Each of those 10 children was poisoned, a direct result of Guzong's hand. He intended for all of them to obey him, in both actions and thoughts. Furthermore, he relished the spectacle of them turning against one another, all the while professing a desire for their camaraderie and harmony. After his demise, the children indeed began to slaughter one another, vying for the resources and wealth that belonged to him. Originally 10 in number, only 6 remained after the first bloody conflict: the second, third, fifth, seventh, as well as the 9th and youngest 10th. The one from yesterday was the 5th, who, regrettably, attempted to drag Yu Yan into the fray just before their adoptive father's death anniversary. Alas, he found himself ensnared instead. Survival of the fittest is a natural law, a concept gradually fading in human society, yet it was incessantly reinforced within the confines of Buzhou Mountain. For Guzong favored only the strongest child. Yu Yan had always been the one he held in high regard. The third, along with the 5th and 9th, formed one faction, while the second allied with Yu Yan, with the youngest maintaining a neutral stance. Go Yaoxing heard Yu Yan relay the second's attitude towards the youngest, expressing that he was merely a child and should be allowed to play. She muttered softly, urging that they should not spare him.
Huh?
Go Yaoxing promptly altered her demeanor, asserting that one must never underestimate anyone's ambition and that those who grow up in such an environment inevitably become influenced by their surroundings. Yu Yan suddenly chuckled, his voice low and resonant, asking, "Who do you consider to be the Dark One?" Chapter 64. The 5 gather. One missing. Go Yaoxing was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief at his words. She then begrudgingly declared that everyone, save for him, was indeed dark-hearted. Internally, she muttered, "Yes, yes. Only you are the Red One, akin to Zhu Beiji's pig." Noticing Yu Yan's gaze, she immediately donned a bright smile, as if the previous thought had never crossed her mind. Yet, Yu Yan appeared unfazed, a gentle smile gracing his lips, devoid of any sinister intent, suggesting, "My heart is also dark. Would you like to see?" This time, Go Yaoxing was remarkably honest, instinctively shifting backward, shaking her head like a rattle. Upon checking into the 5-star hotel, Go Yaoxing maintained a composed demeanor. She had grown accustomed to the opulent surroundings, no longer resembling Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. Her exterior calm and collected. With no pressing matters at hand, it was only after entering her room that she belatedly reacted. "Yu Yan, why have you booked only one room again?" Yu Yan wore a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely dismissive, seemingly questioning her intentions. "Not fond of it?" he inquired. "Not exactly," Go Yaoxing replied, lifting her gaze to him with a mischievous grin. "You remain single and share a room with me. It does not bode well for your reputation." However, the reality of the world was quite the opposite. Yet Go Yaoxing appeared oblivious to this contradiction, almost taunting Yu Yan deliberately. Unlike most men in this world, Yu Yan was not completely influenced by the prevailing machismo. Rather, he possessed an intrinsic ruthlessness etched into his very being. He felt no discomfort regarding such topics, instead chuckling lightly. "So, when you say you want to leave me, I take that to heart." Go Yaoxing sensed the piercing gaze upon her, instinctively shivering. It always felt as if his eyes conveyed a warning. Should she dare to retort, she might end up like the unfortunate soul from yesterday, consumed by Albert. "Indeed. I said it. So if you encounter anyone harassing you again, loudly proclaim my name. Yu Yan queried, and what happens after that? He continued, regardless. They do not know me, and your reputation remains tarnished. Gu Yaoxing promptly feigned ignorance and retreated into the room, carelessly arranging her belongings. Before long, Yu Yan returned with news of an impending family gathering that evening, and he intended to bring her along. Gu Yaoxing, trembling with trepidation, attempted to decline. But upon meeting Yu Yan's gaze, alarm bells rang in her mind. In a sudden burst of bravado, she lunged forward to pinch his face, boldly threatening. Dare to glare at me again? Next time, don't expect me to call your name. Yu Yan was taken aback by her sudden advance, but instinctively caught her. At her words, his lips momentarily faltered before he slowly curved into a smile, an enigmatic yet amiable expression gracing his features. That evening, as the city lights began to twinkle, Ningqing showcased its economic prosperity. While it could not rival the capital, it stood as one of the foremost cities in the nation. Streets bustled with traffic, and the hotel exuded an air of opulence favored by the affluent. Within a private dining room, a round table was occupied by 6 individuals. Gu Yaoxing felt several curious gazes upon her, leading to a sense of unease. Nevertheless, she remained silent, lowering her head to focus on the table, striving to diminish her presence. As the dishes were served, Gu Yaoxing grasped her chopsticks, only to realize that no one else had touched the food. Slowly retracting her hand, she suppressed the saliva pooling in her mouth. In the next moment, a pair of long, pale hands wielding jade chopsticks picked up the very dish she had longed to taste, steamed abalone, and placed it into her bowl before the eyes of all present. Gu Yaoxing shyly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Huang Lao Er, the eldest among them at nearly 40, was unfazed by the display. His voice was steady and commanding. Since we are all hungry, let us begin our meal. The atmosphere in the room lightened considerably, as everyone responded in agreement. Gu Yaoxing noted that the gathering was not comprised solely of men. According to Yu Yan, the deceased Lao Ba was a girl, and the present Lao Jiu is also female, both adopted during the latter days of Gu Zong.
Lao Qi.
Is this the girl that has stirred up such a commotion in the capital recently? The speaker was a seemingly indifferent man, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s. His voice was as gentle as a breeze, instantly evoking an inexplicable fondness in others upon his utterance. Gu Yaoxing instinctively glanced at him. The man, as if sensing her gaze, slightly averted his eyes. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he revealed a subtle, elegant smile, delicate yet faint. Yu Yan's expression darkened, the smile at the corner of his lips twisted and malevolent. His long fingers carelessly caressed Gu Yaoxing's jaw, gently turning her head back to face him. Only then did he respond, with a simple Subsequently, Lao Sen also shifted his gaze. Lao San Luanyao, whose primary influence lies in Haisher, appeared as ethereal as a clear breeze and moonlight, seemingly untouched by worldly desires. Yet, Gu Yaoxing momentarily perceived him as a kind-hearted monk, only to quickly regain her composure. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Those who have survived to this day could hardly be devoid of desires. Suddenly, a boy who had maintained a low profile, looking barely over 20, casually inquired with a faint smile, "By the way, where is 5th brother?" However, no one at the table brought it up. At this moment, Huang Si unexpectedly attempted to lighten the mood, suggesting he's probably off somewhere having fun. When has he ever been active at gatherings? He continued, "All right, let us eat first and discuss matters later." Everyone outwardly showed great respect for Lao Er, and after he finished speaking, they naturally followed his lead and began to dine. Each person possessed a graceful demeanor, making the act of eating a delightful spectacle. Gu Yaoxing scanned the table, quickly retracting her gaze. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, although Gu Zong may not be remarkable, his taste is commendable. There isn't a single unattractive person at this table, each with their own distinctive charm. The only other woman, aside from Gu Yaoxing, was somewhat reserved and silent, seemingly detached from the ongoing conversation. Once they had finished their meal, Gu Yaoxing was still eating while they initiated casual discussions. As the backbone of the gathering, Huang Si naturally considered everyone's comfort. He glanced at Yu Yan, suggesting, "Lao Qi, perhaps we should let the young lady step out for a while, and once we conclude our discussions, she can rejoin us?" Yu Yan, however, was unyielding, merely extending a hand to cover Gu Yaoxing's ear from the other side, his expression dark and menacing, exuding an air of indifference. "It's fine. She can't hear anything now." After saying this, he lowered his voice on the side where he covered her ear, gently advising, "Finish eating before you stop." This implied that he had no intention of letting her leave. Chapter 65. Reporting the situation. Driven out of the room, Yaoxing felt all eyes once again fixate on her, the sensation of being the center of attention returning. Akin to a criminal paraded in public in ancient times, her heart racing. Yet, Yu Yan stood beside her. Yaoxing firmly believed that Yu Yan was not a person who acted recklessly. Thus, his actions were undoubtedly intended to intimidate them and establish his authority. The more she contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed, prompting her to nod and, remarkably, continue eating calmly under the gaze of everyone. Except for Wan Yao. The others looked at Yaoxing with a profound gaze. Could this be a part of the seventh master's plan? This woman did not appear as innocently naive as she seemed, after all. How could someone who remained in close proximity to the seventh master be an ordinary person? Throughout this, only Wan Yao maintained a composed demeanor, his movements as graceful as smoke, his eyes as clear as the moon, while he leisurely wiped his mouth. Once Yu Yan made a decision, no one could intervene. Therefore, the others chose to selectively ignore Yaoxing and began discussing matters. The typically taciturn ninth master, Tan Yun, slowly spoke up, mentioning that a shipment from abroad had been attacked recently and intercepted, leaving its whereabouts unknown. Huang Si paused, noting that the transactions completed on the cruise ship had proceeded without any issues. Wan Yao's voice was like a gentle breeze as he indicated that the Zhou family had sought to collaborate with him, which he had declined. He also remarked that he had heard that fifth master had entangled himself with the Wei, Xian and Lung families. They spoke as if reporting their recent developments and work updates. On the surface, they appeared amicable and harmonious, jointly managing the legacy and influence left by their stepfather. Yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents swirled as each individual was reluctant to concede an inch. After Wan Yao concluded, Yaoxing maintained her facade of eating. Yet her ears were perked up, instinctively raising her gaze toward Yu Yan. Even the most oblivious would have grasped the implications of those families mentioned. They were all clans with past grievances against Yu Yan. Thus, the thoughts of Fifth Master were already self-evident, although no one dared to articulate it openly. Years of cohabitation had fostered a peculiar tacit understanding among them, a mutual desire to eliminate one another, coupled with an innate awareness of each other's thoughts, akin to the existence of spears and shields. Yu Yan's voice was dark and magnetic, his gaze fierce and malevolent. A smile curling at the corners of his lips as he declared, "I have captured a spy from the capital." At these words, all eyes turned toward him in unison. Fifth Master, one of my subordinates has apprehended him communicating with the opposing side. Yaoxing instinctively glanced at the individuals across from her, then lowered her head silently, refraining from questioning further. Yet, she harbored deep suspicions that this accusation might have been deliberately thrust onto Fifth Master by Yu Yan. She noted that Wan Yao exhibited no unusual expression, his demeanor unperturbed, as though he had little reaction to the news. However, she understood that he had orchestrated this matter, as Yu Yan had informed her in advance, seemingly fearful that she might be deceived by appearances. Well, if she did not voice her thoughts, such a person would immediately be included in her list of good individuals at first glance. Yu Yan casually glanced at Wan Yao and asked, "Third Master, how do you believe we should deal with him?" Wan Yao leisurely raised his eyes, his gaze elegant and serene, stating, "Since he has betrayed us, he should naturally face execution as per the regulations." Yu Yan unusually responded with a simple, "Very well. I shall handle it." The atmosphere between Yaoxing and the others felt distinctly peculiar, devoid of the warmth typically found in sibling exchanges. Yet their understanding of one another was as solid as granite. Huang Si remarked, "All right, tomorrow marks the anniversary of our stepfather's passing. We can discuss these matters once the events have concluded." Meanwhile, the youngest, Shi Yunjianshin, maintained a smile throughout, seemingly indifferent to the topics at hand. Yaoxing silently nodded in agreement, categorizing Wan Yao and Yu Yan as akin to one another. Yu Yan embodied a blatant darkness, whereas Wan Yao approached subtly, adopting a demeanor that left everyone unsuspecting. The group exchanged a few casual remarks before dispersing. Yaoxing promptly followed Yu Yan back home. Upon entering, she had yet to grasp Yu Yan's unusual demeanor and continued to analyze her observations. Does Yu Yan harbor feelings for Tan Yun? She pondered, growing increasingly convinced that her speculation held merit. Subtle details suggested that Wan Yao indeed cared for Tan Yun, while it seemed that Tan Yun displayed a rather indifferent attitude towards others. Moreover, Wan Yao treated everyone equally, yet he appeared to unconsciously focus more on Tan Yun. For instance, Just as she was finishing her meal, Wang Yao had instinctively glanced at Tan Yun, as if questioning whether she had eaten enough. The more she contemplated, the more astonished she became. Was it possible that emotions could exist in a place like Wushausen, which seemed to consume all? However, in response to her myriad of speculations, Yu Yan's expression darkened further, taking on an eerie quality in the dimly lit room. Yu Yan, why is it so dark? Go Yaoxing belatedly noticed the drop in temperature. A subtle pressure enveloping her. Yu Yan's obsidian eyes resembled swirling shadows, inching closer to her as he queried in a husky tone. Do you have a fondness for Wang Yao?
How could that be?
Go Yaoxing retorted immediately. In that fleeting moment of meeting his gaze, all her unspoken thoughts spilled forth. At most, I might steal a glance. Going to the duck shop to admire handsome men costs money, but here, it is unnecessary, especially with such high quality. Yu Yan reached out, gripping Go Yaoxing's chin with a feral intensity, devoid of reason. In an instant, he bit down fiercely on her jaw. Go Yaoxing gasped in pain, staring incredulously at Yu Yan, yet found herself unable to break free. It was only when the pain intensified, possibly drawing blood, that Yu Yan ceased. As if awakening from a dream, he began to languidly lick the wound on her skin, his tongue swirling to suck away the newly formed drop of blood. The dual sensations of pain and numbness compelled Go Yaoxing to shove him away, glaring at him before forcibly ushering him out. At the moment she closed the door, she maintained a stoic expression, stating, "You can sleep alone tonight. I trust you can manage without a story. For the sake of my dignity, let us temporarily part ways this evening." Yu Yan was taken aback by Go Yaoxing's resolute stance. In the next moment, she demonstrated just how unwavering she truly was, seemingly forgetting her earlier resolve to cling to the antagonist's leg. With a sharp clap, the door slammed shut before his gaze. Yet at that instant, Shi Yunjianshan happened to pass by, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Upon witnessing the scene, I could not help but feel a surge of intrigue towards Go Yaoxing. "Seventh brother, have you been cast out?" Though the words were laced with concern, a playful smile lingered at the corners of his lips, betraying any genuine worry. Rather, he appeared to be a mere spectator to the unfolding spectacle, while he refrained from partaking in the disputes among the others. Each individual cast envious glances at Gu Zong's power and wealth. Yu Yan leisurely lifted his eyelids, regarding the smiling visage before him. "Xiao Shi, if you have failed to complete the task we entrusted to you years ago and have not amassed a fortune of 100 million, do you comprehend the consequences that await you?" Yun Jingshan's face suddenly turned pale, as if recalling some unpleasant memory, and he hastily lowered his gaze. Chapter 66. Heroine arrives. Gaming with the handsome guy. A peculiar silence enveloped the atmosphere between the two. Yun Jingshan retracted his smile entirely, his complexion as pale as a paper doll. "Indeed, thank you for the reminder, seventh brother." His demeanor grew markedly more serious, and after delivering his words, he promptly took his leave. Once he had distanced himself, the ever-smiling glimmer in his eyes transformed into a chilling frost, akin to someone emerging from the depths of hell. His aura suddenly sharp and somber. Yu Yan nonchalantly withdrew his gaze, turning instead towards the now-closed door, and made his way to the adjacent room. He produced a key and unlocked the door. Unbeknownst to Go Yaoxing, Yu Yan never reserved merely one room during his outings. He would book both adjacent rooms to ensure that no one could infiltrate his space within a short span of time. Lying on the bed, Go Yaoxing gradually remembered that the funds for the room were all provided by Yu Yan. Would it be inappropriate to have driven him away? But then again, who could blame him for biting her chin without uttering a word? She touched the tender skin, still feeling a twinge of pain, and her sympathy dissipated instantly. She pondered his ability to sleep normally and whether he could even find rest. No more thoughts on that. Suddenly, her phone chimed, the sound jarring in the silence. Go Yaoxing sprang from the bed, grasping her phone to find a message from the group she had previously joined with Heroine, Xia Yan, and Chao Shui. The group was aptly named "Men Change Frequently, Women Remain."
Indeed.
It reflected the persona of a woman who had long harbored feelings for Yu Yan but had finally come to terms with it. Heroine excitedly sent a message. "If men lack self-respect, they are like rotten cabbages. Sisters, are you asleep? I recently discovered a super fun game. And I've even found a big shot to guide us." Go Yaoxing, with her abundant leisure time, was the quickest to respond. "Do not be infatuated with Lady Go. Not asleep, but my partner probably wouldn't want me to play. If men lack self-respect, they are like rotten cabbages. That's excessive. I have yet to recover from my pain. You're only adding salt to my wounds. Do not be infatuated with Lady Go. Shall I sprinkle some cumin on it for you?" If men lack self-respect, they are like rotten cabbages. Summer soda, snow. Summer soda, xia yan, apologies, I might not make it. I'm in the process of moving. Men who lack self-love are akin to wilted cabbage. I don't care. Please, do not be infatuated with Miss G's allure. If Yen Yen cannot make it, the three of us, along with the handsome gentleman I brought, will form a perfect team. But I have never played before, and neither has Chao Shui. Will you and your friends disdain our novice skills? Of course not. Moreover, this gentleman possesses exceptional skills. His voice is far more melodious than any man I have encountered in previous establishments. Playing games with him is nothing short of a delight. Understood. Chao Shui remained silent, prompting Go Yaoxing to initiate a private chat. After several exchanges, even the coldest of women could be swayed by Go Yaoxing's charm. Ultimately, as Chao Shui gazed at the icon of two little figures on her desktop, she found herself engulfed in self-doubt. How had she already downloaded the game? Before long, the two managed to set up an account and add each other as friends, after which Go Yaoxing began to explore the game's mechanics. This was the hottest shooting game at the moment, allowing players to form teams or randomly match with teammates, entering a battle with a total of 100 players, including randomly matched AI to ease the difficulty. Players could choose to parachute from the plane as it soared over the game's continent, landing only to find firearms and throwable items scattered on the ground. After familiarizing herself with the controls, Xian informed them that the handsome gentleman she had invited had an obligation, urging them to start a match. Thus, the three cautiously entered the game. Upon entering, Go Yaoxing felt disoriented for a moment, but after some adjustment, she could spot opponents and engage with AI. Her progress was swift. And Chao Shui was in a similar situation. After enduring numerous challenges, they remarkably secured a victory. Xian continually praised their unexpected resilience. Once the game concluded, the gentleman logged in. Before the next match commenced, Go Yaoxing secretly messaged Chao Shui. Sister, how are you feeling? Are you adapting? I am adapting. It shouldn't be too difficult. Do not worry. Tonight we shall play to our heart's content. After all, Yu Yan is unaware. Chao Shui silently contemplated her words, feeling a sense of unease. How could 7Yi possibly be oblivious? He was privy to everything. If he wished to know, he would. And regarding all matters concerning Go Yaoxing, 7Yi was fully informed, including their gaming escapade. Initially, she intended to decline, but 7Yi had sent her a message, graciously permitting her to unwind for an evening, granting her this rare respite. As the game commenced, the gentleman remained silent. Yet Go Yaoxing immediately noticed his indomitable warrior emblem. She marveled inwardly. Truly, this individual was remarkable. Xian, ever the chatterbox, exclaimed, "Handsome, you are truly impressive. Why are you so quiet? Could you perhaps slow down and wait for me?" Go Yaoxing silently kept her thoughts to herself, unwilling to disturb the flirtation with her brother. She gazed at the so-called handsome man's name for quite some time before daring to cautiously express her opinion. "Brother, are you raising pigs? Your name suggests postnatal care for sows." The moment she spoke, the pink bubble atmosphere that Xian had painstakingly created was utterly shattered. Upon hearing Go Yaoxing's voice, the man paused for a moment. His voice was light and melodious, a uniquely youthful timbre that was exceptionally pleasant to the ear, almost the antithesis of Yu Yan's voice. "Indeed," Go Yaoxing exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. She hadn't anticipated that the handsome guy Xian had brought along was genuinely involved in pig farming. A vivid image of a handsome man feeding pigs flashed through her mind, prompting her to instinctively quip, "Those pigs must be quite fortunate, getting to see a handsome man every day." However, the man seized the opportunity, replying, "Would you like to see?" Xian, still reeling from the shattering of her fantasies, abruptly snapped back to reality upon hearing this. I do. Suddenly, the screen displayed an enemy approaching in a vehicle. The group ceased their conversation. Xian pouted. "With such a seductive tone, how can you not capture a man's heart?" Go Yaoxing, having grown immune to handsome men from her constant proximity to Yu Yan, overlooked his remark. Meanwhile, in a spacious room where the light was dim, a youthful figure with a cold demeanor sat at a desk. The moment he heard the voice that had haunted his dreams echoing through the game, even the sounds from his mobile device seemed to fall silent. His features were exquisite, with cool and distant eyes that were now intently fixated on the game account name, his fingers gently tapping her name. "Finally found you." Yet no one knew how he truly felt at that moment. Everyone else became engrossed in the game. Even Xian was too distracted to notice. Only he. with his traditionally indifferent eyes, remained fixated on Go Yaoxing's gaming account, lost in reverie. Chao Shui noticed the account named Mother Pig was inactive and furrowed her brow slightly. But being naturally reticent, she refrained from speaking up. The others also took note of this. Their current ranks wouldn't match them with particularly formidable opponents. But with this player in the mix, the nature of their opponents could not be guaranteed. Heroine, hiding away, called out in a high-pitched voice, "Little brother, come save me quickly. I'm so scared." Go Yaoxing retorted, "Have you considered that we might actually be more afraid of your tone?" Chao Shui supported her. "Indeed." Heroine exclaimed, "I didn't expect my good sisters to be such experts at sabotaging my efforts." Upon hearing Go Yaoxing's voice, the young man seemed to awaken from a trance. His fingers, slender and elegant, illuminated by the phone screen, resembled a precious artifact. His fingers deftly glided across the screen. Go Yaoxing barely had time to react before her team was eliminated by Mother Pig. Meanwhile, Chao Shui aimed earnestly towards an unoccupied area, unleashing a flurry of shots. Heroine, still hiding, continued to create sounds of footsteps, the gunfire incessantly ringing out, all in the name of drawing fire away and intimidating their opponents. Yaoxing stood behind the So, encircling him with smoke, perfectly exposing the character he was controlling to the enemy's line of sight. The chaos of the scene was such that one might have believed a second world war had erupted. Soon, sounds of shock emanated from the enemy team. "Are you serious? 3 out of 4 are outputting in reverse. I understand your pain, brother. It must be excruciating." The 3 who were caught in the crossfire, Yaoxing and his companions, retorted, "No, we are actually male." Once the opposing players had departed and silence fell, the 4 sat in stillness before the screen. Pei Hui paused, sincerely praising, "It's all right. You've done remarkably well, without sustaining injuries." The 3, however, felt no comfort, unaware that Pei Hui's words were meant solely for Yaoxing, while the other 2 bore even greater wounds, especially Heroine. Ultimately, the trio was still carried to victory by this teammate, achieving the coveted chicken dinner. They continued their gaming session, but it wasn't long before Heroine, a beat behind, realized something peculiar. Whenever Yaoxing spoke, the responses from this teammate were invariably prompt. After several rounds, Chao Shui had nearly acclimated to the game's mechanics, yet her skills remained subpar. At that moment, a knock resounded at her door. Seizing the opportunity while the game was devoid of enemies, she approached to open the door, only to be met by the weary visage of Xiaqing. She was momentarily taken aback. "What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to be back in bed? I thought you'd have trouble sleeping tonight, so I brought you something." As she spoke, Xiaqing extended the bag he held. Chao Shui's gaze fell upon his face, where a faint scar was discernible at his jawline. It was neither deep nor shallow, the wound having dried, likely sustained an hour prior. A frown suddenly creased her brow. Xiaqing had been tasked with rooting out the remnants of the traitors from Mount Buzhou, returning later than expected. Even though the slight injury he bore seemed minor, the circumstances he faced were anything but easy. Those desperate fugitives lacked reason. Their ideologies were extreme, all hailing from Mount Buzhou, none of them ordinary. The task of elimination was fraught with difficulty. A peculiar, oppressive sensation welled up within her, weighing heavily upon her heart. Her voice remained cold and detached. "Why didn't you rest first upon your return?" Xiaqing, oblivious to her unease, replied, "I'll do that shortly. I just wanted to deliver this to you first." Meanwhile, her phone, resting on the table, continued its game, her teammates encountering enemies. Yaoxing's voice suddenly burst forth from her phone. "Where have you gone, beautiful sister? Enemies are approaching." Chao Shui's expression shifted, and she hastily took the bag from Xiaqing, thanking him before swiftly returning to her position, resuming her gameplay. Xiaqing, who should have left after shutting the door, remained, casting a puzzled glance at Chao Shui upon hearing the commotion. He was aware of this game, and he still engaged in some recreational activities. Yet, Chao Shui was different. She had always been icy, akin to a cold, unyielding automaton, perpetually on standby to heed Yu Yan's commands. Naturally, many emerging from Mount Buzhou shared this trait. He moved to stand behind Chao Shui, observing her somewhat clumsy maneuvers within the game. Before long, I observed Chao Shui clumsily maneuvering her character while wielding a firearm, awkwardly scouring for enemies. Unable to contain myself, I chuckled at her endearing clumsiness, a sight I had never witnessed before. Instantly, Chao Shui muted her microphone, lifted her gaze, and shot a frosty stare at Xiaqing. He promptly suppressed his laughter, conceding, "All right, you're not clumsy." He settled on the couch adjacent to her, enveloped in her presence, grasping her hand to guide her movements. His voice, crisp and clear, whispered into her ear, "You misjudged the direction. Did you notice the small map in the upper right corner? The enemies will appear where the marks indicate." Her body stiffened at his proximity, remaining rigid even after he finished speaking. Having partnered for over a decade, she was intimately familiar with the nuances of his tone. Yet now, his voice felt unfamiliar, gentle and patient, a tone she rarely heard. "Do you understand?" he inquired again. Chao Shui, roused from her reverie, nodded while her mind wandered, diligently noting his instructions. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her typically icy features, leaving her perplexed as to why she didn't simply push him away. However, Yaoxing did not withdraw. His hands hovered protectively behind her without making contact. From another angle, they appeared as a couple in the throes of romance, wrapped in an intimate embrace, the faint scent of her cool, aloof femininity lingering in the air. Yaoxing's voice, clear yet deliberately lowered, resonated in her ear. The hacker just came online. Chao Shui's attention was instantly captivated, her expression hardening with frost, where only then did Yaoxing slowly release her, his gaze tinged with lingering affection, as he rose with a suddenly stern demeanor. "The address hasn't been located. The person has already logged off, and it cannot be retrieved." Chao Shui furrowed her brow, her response curt, After his departure, she resumed playing the game, her mind adrift. The voice of Heroine crackled through her headset, brimming with excitement. "Oh my, do you know about the hacker? I believe he has become a deity in my heart. 3 years ago, over 20 children were abducted, and it was his technology that led to the capture of those criminals." Go Yaoxing chimed in. "That sounds somewhat familiar." She followed suit with praise. "Wow. He truly is remarkable. While personal heroism isn't typically endorsed, it doesn't hinder my admiration for such individuals. Who hasn't idolized Spider-Man or those heroes in their youth?" Hearing Go Yaoxing's commendation, Pei Hui felt an inexplicable tremor in his fingertips, his heart softening, and he echoed, "Yes, quite impressive." A disquieting revelation echoed repeatedly in his mind. "She admires me." Chapter 68. Survival skills applied to balconies. The group soon concluded their gaming session. Having played for the first time for 2 hours, they decided to stop. Go Yaoxing felt her eyes growing weary and chose to log off as well. However, before she could leave the game interface, a friend request from Mother Pig suddenly popped up. Having just played a couple of rounds, she casually clicked to accept. The other party wished to exchange contact information, enabling future gaming sessions together. After a moment's contemplation, Go Yaoxing acquiesced. After all, her WeChat friend list was rather sparse, and it could use some enrichment. To her surprise, upon searching, she discovered that this individual was already in her friend list. A blank slate filled her mind regarding any memories of him, and she could not recall how he was depicted in the novel. His note remained unaltered, simply displaying his online moniker. Yet the other party seemed unaware of this. Thus, she refrained from continuing the conversation and closed her phone. As she lay on her bed, thoughts of the hacker she had just mentioned surfaced, accompanied by a flicker of confusion. What was the name of the hacker who adored the female protagonist in the novel? Her consciousness gradually faded, and after turning over, she slipped into a peaceful slumber, unable to ponder further. Meanwhile, in Pei Hui's bedroom, he noticed that the chat page with Go Yaoxing had not changed, nor had he received any subsequent messages. Sitting in his chair, he absent-mindedly clicked into her moments. The only post was from half a month ago, showcasing a picture of fish soup she had personally stewed. The image captured the delicate soup bowl, the fish broth a pristine white, with tendrils of steam blurring the lens. A sense of haziness enveloped him. Though her photography skills were average, it was evident that the bowl of fish soup looked truly delectable. Pei Hui's fingertip grazed the image, caressing the soft, pale segment of her finger, as if he were touching the girl's delicate hand through the screen, eliciting a soft sigh from his lips. Not long after Go Yaoxing fell asleep, a faint sound emerged from the balcony. A rustle followed, and the balcony door suddenly swung open, allowing a tall and slender figure to step inside, ushering in a gentle breeze that caused the curtains to flutter slightly. The man's features were obscured in the dim light, rendering them indistinct, yet his deep, dark gaze fixated intently on the small figure nestled in the bed. Gradually he approached, making no sound. The girl lay on her side, her back turned towards him, obscuring her sleeping visage. Yuyan stood at the bedside, rubbing his aching forehead, a hint of irritation shadowing his brow, which dissipated somewhat upon encountering the sight of the girl. He reached out to poke Go Yaoxing's hand, which was soft and delicate. After 2 seconds without a response, He confirmed that she was indeed sound asleep. It appeared that the gaming had exhausted her, to the point of forgetting his existence. Yu Yan's gaze was profound as he lowered his voice, carefully climbed onto the bed, and lay behind Yaoxing, leaning against her. Only then did he slowly close his eyes. With one hand pressed against his forehead, a momentary absurdity surged within him. He could hardly believe that he had climbed into bed in the middle of the night, only to be chased out by the very girl peacefully sleeping beside him, before secretly returning via the balcony. Back during their time at Buzhou Mountain, he had never anticipated that the skills he acquired would be employed in such a manner. It was indeed somewhat ridiculous, and an inexplicable gloom enveloped him. As Yaoxing lay in slumber, she sensed a chilling presence nearby and instinctively shifted away. It was then that Yu Yan abruptly retracted his aura, stealthily inching closer to her. The following day, as Yaoxing awoke, her mind was clouded, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. She felt as though she were still residing in the Jingwan villa, otherwise. Why would she awaken to the sight of an extraordinarily handsome face? His refined features resembled an ink painting, effortlessly elegant, yet languid, with a hint of softness in his expression. His pale skin, illuminated by the light, appeared ethereal. A cascade of soft, dark hair fell gently around him. Yaoxing swallowed hard, her hand betraying her control as it reached out, poking at the striking visage before her. No response? Her fingertips grazed his brow, tracing the contours of his exquisite features. Internally, she lamented, as a villain, how could his complexion surpass that of a womaness? At that moment, her fingers brushed against Yu Yan's lips, only to be seized by his warm, elongated hand. Startled, she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with his, now wide open, exuding an intense brilliance. His irises were as dark as ink, seemingly containing an entire universe within. Mysterious and perilous, yet irresistibly intriguing. Yaoxing had been taught by her mother, the dean, that the most enchanting are often the most dangerous. Yet, aware of Yu Yan's peril, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him time and again. Despite just awakening, Yu Yan's gaze was alarmingly lucid. He scrutinized Yaoxing's face before uttering, "Get up. We are leaving." Oh, understood. In that moment, captivated by his beauty, she completely forgot to inquire how he had entered.
Meanwhile,
Chao Shui and Xie Qing were already waiting by the door, tacitly avoiding any mention of the previous night's events. As Yu Yan emerged, Xie Qing approached, presenting a finely pressed paper with gold edges. "Seventh Master, here is today's guest list." Yu Yan glanced at it, absorbing the details instantly, before handing it to Yaoxing. Most names were unfamiliar to her, save for a few that seemed vaguely recognizable. Suddenly, her gaze landed on a particular name, causing her to pause. She turned to Chao Shui, lowering her voice intentionally. "Sister, this name seems somewhat familiar. Have I encountered it before?" Noticing Yu Yan's gaze, Chao Shui hesitated momentarily, only to exhale discreetly once his attention diverted. Why does it feel like after Yaoxing arrived, Seventh Master has become even more unpredictable, rather than improving? Chao Shui scrutinized the list, her tone growing colder. "Yes, we attended his birthday party last time." Memories surged in Yaoxing's mind like a tidal wave, causing her to freeze. Yu Yan's previous words echoed in her ears, though she had feigned indifference. Sensing the commotion behind him, Yu Yan halted, turning to face the equally stopped Yaoxing. At that moment, their eyes met, and her voice resonated in his mind. "Am I merely a plaything, truly?" Yet, she refrained from vocalizing her thoughts, instead gazing at Yu Yan from a distance. Suddenly, she lowered her head, betraying no other emotion, and grasped Chao Shui's hand, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just asking casually." In that fleeting moment, a connection formed in Yu Yan's mind, linking two disparate events together. He recalled that day with Yaoxing, who indeed seemed off, but it was merely a transient state. Now, however, this abrupt remark was triggered by the sight of the Lung family name. He remembered the words spoken to the old man Lung that day in the room. Words that Yaoxing undoubtedly overheard. Noticing Yu Yan's stillness, Yaoxing raised her gaze to him and inquired, "Why aren't you leaving? The others must be arriving soon." Yu Yan, however, cast his eyes downward, his gaze resting on her face, his tone laced with ambiguity. "You heard everything that day, didn't you?" Chapter 69, Misunderstanding resolved though unspoken. Yaoxing grasped his meaning in an instant, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Was she that obvious? How could Yu Yan possibly know about her eavesdropping? Chao Shui and Xie Qing stood nearby, observing the peculiar atmosphere between the two, their understanding elusive. Go Yaoxing fiddled with her fingers, meeting his gaze with calmness. Yes, I heard a little, but it wasn't intentional. What? Do you intend to punish me? Chao Shui was taken aback. Although the situation was unclear, her countenance shifted at the mention of eavesdropping. She had never believed that someone like the seventh master could harbor any emotions, yet her loyalty to him was unwavering. Her feelings toward Go Yaoxing were complex. But she certainly did not wish to see her come to any harm. While there had been subordinates who had eavesdropped before, none had met a favorable end. Bowing her head, her voice remained resolute and detached. Seventh master, she didn't mean it. Our methods of punishment may be overly cruel for an ordinary person. I beseech you to reconsider. Go Yaoxing was startled, never expecting Chao Shui to speak so boldly in front of Yu Yan. She understood their loyalty was absolute and recognized the implications of Chao Shui's words. Xiaqing quickly pulled Chao Shui back. Seventh master. Chao Shui was momentarily impulsive and did not intend to sway your judgment. In the silence that enveloped them, Go Yaoxing unexpectedly reached out, cradling Yu Yan's face in her hands, her gaze unwavering yet devoid of emotion. Yu Yan, if you must punish me, I shall accept it without protest. For I did indeed overhear your conversation. However, please do not implicate others. Of course, I know you would not do such a thing. Her tone was almost resolute.
Yet.
Yu Yan suddenly smirked, his eyes shadowed. And how can you be so certain that I won't involve others? To me, all lives are of equal value.
Yaoxing,
seemingly incensed yet steadfast in her convictions, defiantly replied, I know you will. Ultimately, she urged, if you wish to punish me, then do so swiftly. I will bear the consequences of my actions alone, with no need for others to suffer on my behalf. A tumult of emotions churned within her, a mix of anxiety and pain, compounded by a suffocating sensation that weighed heavily on her heart. Although she was uncertain whether she would have the opportunity to return, if she indeed did, she would resolutely steer clear of love within the realm of the second dimension. Her hand gradually relaxed, and just as she intended to withdraw it, Yu Yan's hand abruptly grasped her wrist, his fingers long and elegantly defined, precisely the type she admired. The distinctively low and magnetic timbre of Yu Yan's voice, unhurried yet commanding, filled the air. Did I mention I would punish you? Go Yaoxing instinctively raised her gaze to meet his, recalling that she had yet to voice her thoughts.
Well.
Yu Yan's eyes danced with an inscrutable depth, catching a glimpse of her expression that seemed to convey a knowing anticipation, leaving him both amused and perplexed. At that moment, Chao Shui also observed that Yu Yan was exhibiting none of the signs of anger he typically displayed. Clearly, he was not upset at all. However, for reasons unknown, Yu Yan's gaze lingered on Go Yaoxing's hand for a brief moment, and suddenly, a notion for a punishment struck him. In that case, Go Yaoxing fixed her gaze upon him, her yearning to comprehend his intentions palpable even beyond her unvoiced wishes. You must hold my hand continuously. Unless I say to let go, you are not permitted to release it. A faint smile graced Yu Yan's lips, an expression of intrigue as he observed Go Yaoxing's startled demeanor, which seemed to satisfy him considerably. Go Yaoxing then pondered seriously for a moment. Would it be acceptable to release it later in front of others? There are quite a few people here, and it wouldn't be ideal for everyone to witness. Is that so? Yu Yan's gaze remained fixed on her, his eyes dark and enigmatic. You noticed Shen Qingxuan's name on the guest list, which is why you wish to avoid his gaze. Go Yaoxing blinked. I wasn't even aware he was coming until you mentioned it. But he did attend the Lung family's birthday banquet last time. You knew? Ignoring the deepening shadow in his eyes, Go Yaoxing continued. Yes. And he even came over to greet me. The corners of Yu Yan's mouth curved into a deeper smile, and an unsettling premonition suddenly gripped Go Yaoxing's heart. Chao Shui and Xiaqing, observing the exchange, were relieved, understanding that Yu Yan would not truly punish Go Yaoxing. They discreetly chose to depart. After walking for a while, Xiaqing suddenly remarked with a smile, Chao Shui, your outfit from last time was quite stunning. Why not try it again? Chao Shui's tone was frosty. That time, Go Yaoxing simplified it for me, and it was rather troublesome. Xiaqing was aware that Chao Shui preferred efficiency and loathed complications, so she refrained from pressing the matter further, her mind drifting to Chao Shui's demeanor at that moment, hair disheveled yet her gaze resolute and icy, as if the world held no allure for her, resembling a queen high upon her throne, coldly exquisite and nobly aloof. Indeed troublesome, Xiaqing instinctively commented, you look beautiful no matter what. This earned her a hesitant glance from Chao Shui. Yet, as if oblivious, he smiled back at her. Meanwhile, after the two departed, Go Yaoxing felt a tightening in her chest, an inexplicable unease washing over her as she gazed into Yu Yan's inscrutable eyes. The earlier bravado had diminished significantly. What's wrong? Nothing. Perhaps before I take you out, I should clarify something for you. What? Yu Yan's hand, which had somehow found its way to her waist, tightened slightly, drawing her into his embrace, colliding with his chest. Yu Yan slightly lowered his head, his beautifully shaped lips drawing near to Go Yaoxing's ear tip. He parted his lips and gently grazed her ear with his teeth. His breath, warm against her ear, sent a tickling sensation, while the spot he nibbled felt slightly numb. A delightful shiver coursed from her tailbone, spiraling up her spine. Go Yaoxing's legs weakened, and she heard Yu Yan's low, magnetic voice whispering, "The Lung family is perpetually scheming to bring me down. They have their eyes on everything around me that can be exploited, and you are one of them." Go Yaoxing suddenly froze, instinctively staring at him, her mind racing as she grasped the meaning behind Yu Yan's earlier words. It was all a ruse to deceive that old man from the Lung family. She nodded, a soft "oh" escaping her lips. Yu Yan's gaze bore into her. Intense and somber, anyone else would have been frightened. Yet, Go Yaoxing merely blinked, asking, "What's wrong?" Yu Yan then covered her eyes with his hand, leaving only the majority of her face exposed. His lips, tender and soft, beckoned. His Adam's apple bobbed enticingly, an inexplicable allure. His voice remained low and magnetic. "How do you intend to compensate for the misunderstandings?"
Yaoxing protested. Kompensate.
"Why should I? I've been uncomfortable because of your words for quite a while. And you haven't compensated me."
Oh.
Yu Yan slowly diverted his gaze, his eyes fervently landing on her lips. "Then I shall compensate you." At his words, Go Yaoxing felt a surge of panic and attempted to escape, but his other hand held her firmly, rendering her immovable. His warm, soft lips descended upon hers, swallowing every word she had left to say. She found herself enveloped in darkness, instinctively blinking. Her long eyelashes fluttered, teasing Yu Yan's palm, prompting him to escalate his fervent advances. However, it wasn't long before Go Yaoxing turned the tide, cupping his face and rising on her toes to seek his warmth. Soon after, she obediently took his hand, leading him outside. Beside her, Yu Yan maintained his composure, though his dark eyes shimmered with a hint of mist. The corners slightly flushed. However, Yu Yan's gaze quickly returned to normal. Go Yaoxing felt a flutter of excitement within her. Yu Yan was truly an enigma. Despite his extensive experience in society and his ruthless cunning, there were moments when he displayed an unexpectedly innocent charm that made one want to tease him. Suddenly, she playfully scratched Yu Yan's palm and leaned in, whispering into his ear in a soft tone, "You look so easy to bully when your eyes are red. You can only show me, understood?" The tip of Yu Yan's ear twitched slightly, and the warmth of his fingertips intensified. His throat bobbed as his voice turned hoarse. "All right." Go Yaoxing instantly brightened, her soft apricot eyes twinkling with joy, her youthful charm radiating vibrantly. They drove towards a cemetery on the outskirts, which housed only one spirit tablet, Guzong. A throng of people had already gathered at the entrance, each individual a remarkable figure, their names resounding with acclaim. Go Yaoxing's keen eyes spotted the old man from the Lung family, realizing the extent of his ambitions to undermine Yu Yan. In the novel, even in his final moments, Yu Yan's power and influence never fell into anyone else's hands. His methods were ruthless, yet nearly all who served under him possessed unwavering loyalty. Had Yu Yan survived, even the most cunning elder would have found it impossible to unseat him. The arrival of a certain vehicle instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Particularly, when the figure emerged, the prominent merchants and dignitaries, their eyes glinting like those of wolves and leopards, were fixated on Yu Yan. Yet, it soon became apparent that he was not alone. He was the first to alight from the vehicle, but instead of stepping away from the door, he extended his hand, seemingly awaiting someone. Go Yaoxing, clad in simple attire, gazed at Yu Yan's outstretched hand without taking hold of it. She raised an eyebrow, casting him a significant glance that clearly urged him to act more ordinarily, for the crowd was vast. A moment's carelessness on her part might invite trouble for Yu Yan. However, Yu Yan appeared oblivious to her gaze, his hand still reaching out, as though contemplating that he would not withdraw until she took hold of it. Reluctantly and with great reluctance, Go Yaoxing stretched out her hand, her heart fluttering under the scrutiny of so many piercing eyes. Finally, she stepped fully out of the vehicle. The others had already arrived. Chao Shui and Xie Qing, being mere attendants, were unable to join in the rites. The elder of the Lung family, upon catching sight of Go Yaoxing, suddenly glanced at the typically cold and stern Yu Yan. A plaything? He did not think so. It would depend on Yu Yan's demeanor. The appearance of an unfamiliar woman beside Yu Yan elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd, while others began to entertain ulterior motives. Gu Yaoxing cast a cursory glance around, only to realize that it was not just the elder of the Lung family whose face was familiar. Several fervent gazes were piercing towards her, as if their intensity would relent only if she dared not look in their direction. Silently, she surveyed the crowd, her expression growing increasingly enigmatic. Yu Yan, why are there so many people? A faint smile graced Yu Yan's lips as he discerned that several gazes had not strayed from Gu Yaoxing since her arrival. His eyes darkened with a feral intensity. In his youth, he had provoked many, and now, following the death of his adoptive father, those individuals awaited their chance to collect debts, not to pay respects, but to witness the downfall of their kin, lying quietly within. His voice was flat and devoid of emotion, as if he were speaking of someone else's fate. Gu Yaoxing suddenly tilted her head, unexpectedly reaching out to stroke Yu Yan's hair, as if smoothing it down. Then, she lowered her head and explained softly, "You had something on your head, but I've taken care of it." Yu Yan's gaze grew inscrutable, and for some reason, he averted his eyes, murmuring, "I believe you." Gu Yaoxing's gaze fixed on the group ahead. In the cemetery, everyone lingered in that one spot, the rustling sounds around them suggesting they were conversing. Not far behind them lay the grave of Gu Zong, an expansive burial ground that belonged solely to him. Someone began to ease the tension, remarking, "Seventh Master has finally arrived. It has been quite some time since we last met. Indeed, today marks the anniversary of Gu's passing. It has been 8 years since our last encounter. I never imagined that Seventh Master has now risen to become a formidable leader in his own right." The individual spoke with intent, for there were more than just Yu Yan present. Huang Si, Wan Yao, and others were also in attendance. It is rare for someone to reach their current stature without harboring any desires or ambitions. Even Wan Yao, who appears to embody clarity and grace, seemingly devoid of earthly attachments, cannot claim such purity. Yun Jingshan smiled brightly, his amber eyes sparkling with innocence, reminiscent of an unworldly boy. His voice rang clear, suggesting that perhaps within the next 7 years, he might become an illustrious hero like our adoptive father, whose brilliance was tragically short-lived, destined to be remembered through the ages. His gaze was sincere, ostensibly a compliment, yet each word dripped with a curse. "Jingshan, at your age, how can you still be so indiscreet?" The man, though only in his 40s, could hardly contain his indignation, realizing that even after another 7 years, he would scarcely reach 50. Yet, suddenly, Yu Yan lifted his eyelids, his eyes dark and cold, laced with an air of menace. With a sardonic smile, he regarded the man, questioning, "Are you implying that we, as elder siblings, have failed to educate Jingshan properly?" In that instant, all gazes turned toward him, and a chill ran down his spine, his palms betraying him with perspiration. The bravado he had felt moments before was extinguished by the oppressive atmosphere. He quickly waved his hands, his brow furrowed, fearing retribution. "And no, that was not my intention. I merely meant that it is indeed rare to find someone like Jingshan, who remains so innocent and forthright." Yet, within him simmered a sense of resentment. Out there, who would dare to confront him? Yet, he found himself unable to retaliate. Suddenly, a clear and unexpected chuckle broke the tension. Gu Yaoxing had witnessed his embarrassment and couldn't contain her laughter. All eyes turned to her, and she quickly composed herself, realizing the gravity of the situation. The man was foolish to challenge the dynamics among Yu Yan and his companions, who would not tolerate an outsider's impertinence. Yun Jingshan subtly frowned, noticing the dissatisfaction brewing in Yu Yan and Gu Yaoxing. He had never needed anyone's protection, yet here he was, playing the role of the elder brother, a rather laughable pretense. Chapter 71. An unconventional arena. At this moment, someone stepped forward to mediate. "All right, everyone. We are here to pay our respects to Gu today. Let us speak less." Huang Si interjected, likely aware that their adoptive father would not wish to see such discord. To bring forth the Gu clan was undoubtedly the wisest course, as their methods had been far more ruthless in the past. Among those who survived, none were to be trifled with. No one dared to provoke Yu Yan's ire again. During the memorial, silence enveloped the gathering as they approached to lay flowers, offering their condolences and performing the symbolic gesture of wiping non-existent tears from their eyes. Once concluded, the group expressed a desire to gather for a meal. Observing the 30 or so attendees, it became clear that only the largest private dining room could accommodate them. However, such gatherings were essential, and no one would willingly postpone them. Moreover, Each individual present was a person of considerable stature in their own right. The higher they stood in society, the more they clung together for warmth. Their amassed fortunes continued to swell, seldom dispersing to those in need. As the social stratification became increasingly evident, the attendees settled into their seats, engaging in boisterous discussions about commercial matters. Amidst their laughter and lively exchanges, various business deals began to take shape, all under the guise of a memorial gathering that served to satiate their desires. Yaoxing cast a fleeting glance at the gathering before lowering her gaze once more. Among the crowd, she recognized the elderly figure from the Lung family, Qin Mingyu and Xin Qingxian, but the rest were strangers to her. She dared not linger her gaze, as the stares of those few felt oddly unsettling, almost infectious. Soon, even Yu Yan's expression darkened, and she quietly bowed her head to focus on her meal, opting not to engage. Suddenly, the attention shifted toward Yaoxing, the only one diligently eating. Someone jested, questioning why a woman was permitted at the table. In my household, men and women dine separately. My wife must seek my permission for any endeavor she wishes to undertake. If seventh master dotes on a woman so lavishly, it may invite ridicule. The other women present couldn't help but frown at this remark. Even Tan Yun, usually stoic, cast a cold glance toward the speaker. Yaoxing paused, slowly raising her head to regard the man, his visage plump and complacent, revealing he was accustomed to flattery. She glanced at Yu Yan, gave him a playful wink, then abruptly placed her chopsticks down and fixed her gaze on the man, letting out a derisive laugh. Is that so? When your mother bore you, did she seek your permission? Are you now demonstrating what a farce looks like? Yun Jingshan had never witnessed a woman dare to voice such sentiments in such a setting. She appeared utterly unfazed, her striking features glowing with an unusual brilliance, far more captivating than anyone else in the room. He smiled, propping his chin in amusement as he observed the unfolding spectacle. The rotund man's face fluctuated between crimson and a sickly hue, akin to a painter's palette. Yet he struggled to articulate a response. Yaoxing wasted no time in retorting. What do you mean you? Did your bulk not stem from pilfering your wife's meals? Surely, it wasn't he because your mother, without your consent, nurtured you on the placenta. What a curious brand of beauty one possesses with such a lack of cerebral development.
What?
Why would I summon my mother? She is no physician, and such foolishness should not require public scrutiny. Your grand family still clings to antiquated customs, transforming foot binding into a form of brain binding, no less. What do you mean, Which woman here is not superior to you? Some stand tall and earn their fortunes, while others seem content to kneel and entertain. Your family clings to archaic traditions as if they were treasures. How old is your father this year? Perhaps while your parents still possess the vigor, they should consider having another child. A typical man might possess a mere 2 taels more flesh than a typical woman. Yet you, lacking those 2 taels of brain matter, have instead accumulated an abundance of fat. Yaoxing beamed at him, relishing the sight of his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver, and she felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. With a few swift bites of food, she stood resolutely and clarified, by the way, I came here with 7th Master. I hardly know him. My opinions are solely my own, and do not reflect his stance. Turning away, departing without a trace of reluctance. The atmosphere was hushed. Xin Qingxian had remained largely silent, listening to Yaoxing's audacious remarks with a smirk. The little rabbit was miffed and rather endearing. Those who had been merrily discussing business moments ago found themselves ensnared in a peculiar ambience. Typically, these individuals were decisive and shrewd, accustomed to the cutthroat nature of commerce, yet none had ever been as forthright and unabashed as Yaoxing. Even the portly gentleman appeared momentarily taken aback. After a lengthy pause, someone quietly praised the young lady for her candor. However, Yu Yan, who had accompanied Yaoxing, seemed wholly unfazed by her words, even endorsing the sentiments expressed. Indeed, the young lady had a steadfast aversion to malice, having been indulgent at home. It seemed she momentarily spoke without a filter, inadvertently disturbing the gathering. A smile danced on his lips, his gaze a cryptic mix of mirth and menace, with a palpable underlying ferocity. It was as if the mere utterance of a disparaging word against her would prompt him to cast the offender into the abyss. The stout man, previously seething with indignation, his fingers cracking with tension, felt his ire extinguished by Yu Yan's words. Though his heart burned with resentment, he restrained himself from exploding. Wang Yao's voice rang clear and elegant, suggesting, since it is your fault, perhaps you should apologize to the women present? The man, already brimming with frustration, now faced the demand for an apology. He slammed his hands on the table violently, his eyes blazing. I came here sincerely to pay my respects to old Gu, and this is how you treat me? Huang Si, say something. Wasn't it I who stood by you back then? Do you think this upstart has the right to insult me? Yet, with that single utterance, the gaze of the majority turned towards him. Qin Mingyu let out a cold laugh. Boss Wei, those past events were mutually beneficial. Your absence from the fray means that, even if you toil for decades, you would not attain your current standing. Shen Qingxian was taken aback that the usually ruthless Qin Mingyu would defend another. He chuckled. A rascal and a rogue, Boss Wei. Everyone is aware of your past deeds. It is merely unspoken between us, as we have all navigated our business affairs in this manner. Do not let a moment of short-sightedness ruin your years of hard work. Tan Yun's voice was soft. Although Miss Gus spoke bluntly, Boss Wei, have you not forgotten a crucial truth amidst the flattery you have grown accustomed to over the years? Trouble often arises from the tongue. Yaoxing, who was the alias for Mashi, with her lustrous golden hair and striking azure eyes, her red lips slightly curled in feigned concern, addressed Jing Tong. Is this truly the prevailing sentiment among you men? If so, it seems our perspectives might be at odds. Jing Tong had always been indifferent to matters of outsiders. Even with his outwardly gentle demeanor, his heart was colder than stone. He had never anticipated that he would find himself ensnared by a woman like Yaoxing. There was an inexplicable allure about her that continually drew him in. He smiled warmly, yet his words carried an unassailable authority. Mr. Wei, your disruption has dampened the spirits of this gathering. If it was not an intentional attempt to garner attention, perhaps you should extend an apology to the young lady. Except for everyone else. Who exactly is that little girl? Chapter 72. Pei Huai. Only Yu Yan remained, his gaze icy and merciless, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. The refined contours of his face were overshadowed by a chilling darkness, an aura of hostility emanating from him. How had he not noticed before just how captivating Gu Yaoxing was? Yet, on their first encounter, he had choked her. Yu Yan lowered his gaze, his eyes clouded. Lost in thought. Wei, whom everyone referred to as General Wei, was now flushed with alternating colors of red and white, nearly experiencing a comical display of emotions. He clenched his teeth, his plump features nearly squished together, his breath rapid and erratic. Ever since his company expanded, no one had dared to speak to him with disrespect, let alone provoke him. Moments later, his eyes rolled back, collapsing stiffly to the ground. Gasps filled the air. The entourage accompanying General Wei rushed in, instantly transforming the scene into chaos as they swiftly carried him to the nearest hospital. Meanwhile, the others maintained their composure, although such occurrences were rare. They remained calm enough to continue their conversations. Yu Yan's fingers, pale and cold, curled slightly as they tapped idly on the table, producing a barely audible sound. Yet, inexplicably, all attention gravitated towards him. Supporters of both Yu Yan and Luan Yao were present, their allegiances almost evenly matched. Third Master, Seventh Master, is it truly excessive this time? Must we sever our steadfast partnership over a mere woman? Indeed, and that young lady showed no respect to General Wei, who could endure such an affront. Seventh Master. The business world is akin to a battlefield. It is no place for frivolity. Third Master is indeed the more measured one. However, Luan Yao, whom they were championing, leisurely sipped his tea, his eyes as clear and elegant as a fine spring day. This time, I must concur with Old Seven. The differences among people should not be defined by gender, but rather by their actions and conduct. The supporters of Luan Yao exchanged glances, bewildered, shifting their focus between him and Yu Yan, displaying expressions of intrigue. Were these two not the most antagonistic toward each other in their daily lives? Yu Yan cast a glance at Luan Yao, recalling Gu Yaoxing's words from the previous night. His gaze discreetly swept over Luan Yao and Tan Yun. One by one, several individuals quietly slipped away from the gathering. Meanwhile, Gu Yaoxing had merely strolled into the hotel's back garden to catch her breath. The mingling scents of smoke and alcohol from inside were rather unpleasant to her. She paused, startled by the sound of an ambulance. Finding a bench reminiscent of those in parks beneath the shade of a tree, she settled down to scroll through her phone. Suddenly, a WeChat call interrupted her. It was the individual from last night, nicknamed So. Gu Yaoxing was unaware of the person's actual name, her memory anchored firmly to the moniker. However, her vision dimmed momentarily as she inadvertently tapped to answer the call, not realizing that the person on the other end remained silent. Someone obstructed the light in front of her, prompting her to instinctively look up, only to be taken aback by the sight of Qin Mingyu. However, The gaze directed at him was devoid of warmth, concealing within it an inexplicable sentiment that even he himself failed to recognize. His voice was harsh as he remarked, "I didn't anticipate that you would also attend the worship of Guzong today." Gu Yaoxing did not respond favorably, retorting, "Oh. I too did not foresee that you would have encountered such significant adversity and still possess the audacity to participate." On the phone, Pei Huai was taken aback to discover she had actually answered, yet he soon heard a voice that was not entirely unfamiliar, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. There was a cool and languid air about his brow. He realized that Gu Yaoxing must have inadvertently pressed the button, unaware that a call was in progress. Though he knew he ought to terminate the call, he refrained. With one hand clutching the phone to his ear, he deftly opened his computer with the other. Gathering all recent news, Qin Mingyu appeared to deliberately disregard the sarcasm in Gu Yaoxing's words, standing beside her and inquiring, "There is no one else here. May I sit?" Gu Yaoxing replied nonchalantly, "Do as you wish." After a moment's pause, Qin Mingyu asked, "How have you been faring during this period?" To which she responded, "Thanks to you, I've been living quite comfortably." Upon hearing the term blood transfusion, Gu Yaoxing immediately gestured for him to stop. "Hold on. I do not wish to hear anything related to Ji Wanfu, nor do I desire to be her mobile blood bank. Our agreement is null and void. You may happily accompany each other through life, and there's no need to flaunt it in front of me. Is there?" Pei Huai's fingers hesitated, his gaze fixating on the name Ji Wanfu displayed on the computer screen. In this age of vast data, it was impossible to leave no trace online. He was aware that Gu Yaoxing had not enjoyed a favorable past, yet he remained oblivious to the nature of her current existence. The term mobile blood bank and agreement transformed the atmosphere around him into something razor-sharp, akin to a beast awakening from slumber. The information he unearthed was even more harrowing. Her family favored sons over daughters, and Qin Mingyu had repeatedly inflicted harm upon her. He had been in a deep slumber for nearly a year, during which he seemed to have ventured into another realm, where he encountered a woman named Gu Yaoxing and gradually fell in love with her. Yet one day, she vanished as though she had never existed at all, and he awakened in this world, pondering that he might never find her again. Yet, in a twist of fate, he encountered another individual bearing the same name as Gu Yaoxing. Even her voice and demeanor were strikingly similar. His gaze narrowed, his eyes exuding a languid profundity. Noticing Gu Yaoxing's growing impatience, Qin Mingyu instinctively furrowed his brow, seeking to explain, his voice still icy. "That is not what I meant." He wished to inquire about the peculiarities surrounding Ji Wanfu. Suddenly, a sultry female voice resonated from behind them. "Ah, I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment. I hope I am not interrupting you too?" The pair turned in unison. Upon seeing Mashi, Gu Yaoxing's eyes instantly sparkled with recognition. It was apparent that Mashi had altered her appearance for this task, enhancing her features to appear even more striking and alluring, resembling a bewitching creature that could captivate one's very essence. Dressed in the simplest of black suits, her figure, though concealed, incited boundless imagination. Graceful and alluring, she exuded an air of poise that beautifully echoed the theme of the day. Gu Yaoxing shook her head, her voice resolute. No. I am not well acquainted with President Qin. But you must be brought here by President Tang, right? Her appreciation was always generous, her bright eyes sparkling with a fragmented smile, reminiscent of sunlight dancing upon the shimmering surface of the sea. Fleeting reflections and tranquil shadows. Qin Mingyu's heart suddenly tightened. He could not quite articulate the sensation, one he had never experienced with Ji Wanfang. Moxie, observing this, paused momentarily, her heart inexplicably racing faster. After several days apart, the instant she laid eyes on Gu Yaoxing today, it felt as if her heartbeat had begun to spiral out of control. This was not an auspicious sign, yet she found herself oddly relishing this tension. Chapter 73. The arena of chaos escalates. She smiled in response. She fundamentally disagreed with Gu Yaoxing's claim of unfamiliarity. Otherwise, Qin Mingyu would not have been the first to speak up. Who would jeopardize their own interests to defend someone they hardly knew at such a moment? On the other hand, Pei Huai had already retrieved the list of attendees for the memorial of Guzong and recognized that the individual accompanying Tang Jingtong was indeed a striking blonde beauty. The approach of the blonde beauty nearly took Gu Yaoxing's breath away. Instantly, she turned her gaze to Qin Mingyu with a wary eye, silently imploring him not to charm her. Qin Mingyu nearly lost track of who was the male in this scenario. The bench was quite long, accommodating 5 individuals comfortably. Moxie cast a glance at Qin Mingyu before unceremoniously seating herself between the two and offering him a polite smile. She naturally engaged Go Yaoxing in conversation. You were fantastic just now. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective.
Huh?
You were in there too? Yes, after you left. I stood by your side as well. Go Yaoxing's eyes lit up with surprise. You didn't happen to speak on my behalf, did you? Moxie chuckled lightly and nodded. Beside them, Qin Mingyu's lips twitched. For a fleeting moment, he bizarrely wished to voice his support for Go Yaoxing, akin to Moxie. However, the words suddenly faltered on his lips. Having not encountered such a stunning beauty in quite some time, Go Yaoxing could not help but engage her in a longer conversation. Yet, from behind, a carefree voice broke through. Little rabbit, things seem rather lively here. The tone was laced with amusement. Upon seeing the face of the speaker, Moxie's azure eyes revealed a hint of disdain. How unfortunate that after finally having the chance to converse privately, an obnoxious man stood between them. Go Yaoxing, upon recognizing the figure, exclaimed incredulously, Shenqingxian, you too? Typically indifferent to the appeal of his own name, he now found that after over 20 years, hearing it spoken by the little rabbit made it resonate beautifully. He chuckled, his words straightforward. I came out to take a breather and to find you. This prompted Qin Mingyu to furrow his brows in concern. It seems that Go Yaoxing has garnered such affection in places unseen by him. Even in the solitude of his own bedroom, he yearns to hear her voice a few more times, to know her better. Yet the more he listens, the heavier his gaze becomes. Shen Qingshuan's background is formidable. The individuals attending Gu Zongji's memorial are certainly not trivial. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of 3 new figures, Go Yaoxing felt a sharp pang in her head. However, that was not the worst of it. To her dismay, she soon heard a voice, familiar to her very core and embodying the style she adored, emerge from behind her. The tone was sinister and enigmatic. Go Yaoxing. Her mind buzzed instantly. Pei Huai sighed softly. It would indeed be somewhat challenging to approach her. Having grasped the general situation, he found it inappropriate to continue listening. Otherwise, if Go Yaoxing noticed, it would only raise her suspicions and push her further away. Shortly after, he hurriedly followed behind Yu Yan, emerging from the back garden. Head lowered like a little girl caught in wrongdoing. Yet, she felt utterly wronged. Just moments before Yu Yan's arrival, she hadn't exchanged more than a few words with anyone else, and yet, upon his arrival, he revealed a chilling and cryptic smile at the scene. Go Yaoxing was instantly reminded of her earlier experience of being choked, and alarm bells rang in her heart. Nevertheless, Yu Yan did nothing but turn and leave. At that moment, she thought little of it, casually greeting the 3 individuals before hastily catching up. However, Yu Yan remained silent, merely walking ahead. Suddenly, he halted, and Go Yaoxing, not paying attention, bumped into his back, her nose stinging and tears welling in her eyes. Unable to suppress a soft cry of pain, Yu Yan, noticing her distress, instinctively reached out to wipe the tears from her eyes, gently caressing the tip of her nose. His tone was somewhat stiff and unfamiliar, yet his voice retained its characteristic low, magnetic quality. Do not cry. The instant their dark eyes met, he could immediately sense her unvoiced protest. Who's crying? If you run again, I'll break your legs. I am so wronged. Just moments ago, Shun Qingxian spoke to me, and before I could say more, you showed up. I should have found another place to chat with him sooner. Originally not angry, Yu Yan now fell silent, bemused by her declaration of breaking legs. The thought of breaking her legs? He almost chuckled in disbelief. Given the circumstances, it seemed he ought to be the one breaking Go Yaoxing's legs, so she would not run off again, nor be coveted by others. Go Yaoxing did not expect him to stop suddenly, staring at her without speaking, which sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly, her legs felt inexplicably cold, as if someone had set their sights on her. She quietly shook her legs. What devilish scheme is that villain concocting now? She mused internally, yet her face displayed a broad smile. Yu Yan, did you walk too fast and forget that your leg accessory hasn't caught up yet? Yu Yan could hear both sides of the conversation clearly and suddenly pinched her cheek. It was a rather inexplicable gesture, yet Go Yaoxing dared not resist. Feeling justified in her previous actions, she continued to murmur inwardly, I never expected all 3 of them to come. I wonder why there are so few people here? Yu Yan's eyes grew increasingly profound and enigmatic, as if standing at the edge of an unfathomable abyss. Go Yaoxing paused, still perplexed. Isn't it said that when a woman acts coy, a man will unconditionally relent? Why is Yu Yan not like other men? Yu Yan grasped her chin, his gaze devoid of warmth, fixated intently upon her face. He leaned down, sealing her lips with a kiss. Go Yaoxing was momentarily taken aback. but quickly wrapped her arms around his waist, indulging herself in the moment, caressing his abdominal muscles, savoring his uneven breaths. It was irresistibly seductive. Not only his abs, but also the sound of his breath was intoxicating. Before she knew it, she had been led into the room by Yu Yan, her back pressed against the door. His fingers descended, brushing against an unknown area, and he suddenly let out a low, sultry chuckle that was tantalizing and difficult to resist. She widened her eyes in surprise, having never heard him speak in such a tone, uttering such risque words. Her cheeks flushed, her bright, clear almond eyes tinged with a hint of coyness. Go Yaoxing found herself half restrained on his lap, hearing him murmur in a deep, husky voice, "Now, you are merely my leg accessory." His warm lips grazed her soft, cool earlobe, teasingly lingering there. She could distinctly hear the sound of his breath, each exhalation striking her heart like a captivating spell. Help! Go Yaoxing felt overwhelmed, her eyes slightly reddening as she silently gazed at Yu Yan's face. She had never imagined he would speak this way. Previously, he always seemed to be at a disadvantage in such moments. Yet, Go Yaoxing refused to concede. She reached out, grabbing hold of him, her voice soft and ambiguous, her almond eyes brimming with innocence. "Aren't you the same?" Chapter 74. The compliant thrive, the defiant perish. Yu Yan's breath hitched, all his senses converging into one. The tingling sensation at the back of his scalp seemed to erode his rationality, urging him to tear her clothes apart. Suddenly, a knock echoed from behind the door. "Seventh Master. Young Master Zhou is looking for you." Go Yaoxing nudged him playfully, her voice still laced with lingering softness and a hint of laughter. Mimicking Xiaqing's tone, she teased, "Seventh Master. Young Master Zhou is looking for you. Hurry up." Knowing that the soundproofing here was top-notch, she felt emboldened to tease him without worry. At the moment the voice rang out, a cold and ruthless glint sparked in Yu Yan's dark eyes. Yet, upon hearing Go Yaoxing's words, he lowered his gaze, as if wanting to engulf her whole, his voice deep and resonant. "I'll let you off this time." Go Yaoxing acknowledged him, but her hands were far from obedient, quickly entangling themselves with him before she swiftly fled the scene, disappearing into the bedroom and shutting the door in an instant. Yu Yan's hand, now hanging at his side, displayed visible veins, his pale fingers curling in frustration. His heart itched, his palms tingled, as if every part of him craved her touch. He opened the door leisurely, only to find Xiaqing's ever-cool demeanor awaiting him outside. In an instant, Xiaqing shivered, his mind jolting as he comprehended the events that had transpired and his own actions therein. Yet, Yu Yan did not cast blame, his eyes were merely dark and foreboding. "Let us depart." Returning to her bedroom, Go Yaoxing retrieved her phone, intending to scroll for a while, when she noticed the chat interface of an unmarked man at the top of her WeChat page. Upon entering, she discovered a voice call that lasted nearly 20 minutes. It suddenly dawned on her that when Qin Mingyu had visited moments ago, a call had indeed come through. She must have inadvertently pressed the answer button. Beneath that call was a message from the man. "Apologies, I didn't see it earlier. I accidentally dialed. My phone was set aside and I wasn't paying attention." The message was comprehensive, and Go Yaoxing found it entirely believable. "Not to worry," she replied. "I didn't notice either." After sending her message, Go Yaoxing pressed the back button, only to receive another text from him. "Could you kindly provide a note?" Go Yaoxing asked him to send his first, receiving the name Pei Huai in return, which sounded familiar, before she sent her own name back. The other party did not respond further, as if the inquiry was merely a matter of courtesy. Go Yaoxing paid it little heed. This year, the anniversary of Gu Zong's passing was devoid of sincerity. All present harbored ulterior motives. Go Yaoxing was also intrigued by how quickly Qin Mingyu seemed to recover, planning to inquire later that evening when Yu Yan returned. However, Yu Yan had left and had yet to return. Feeling restless within the confines of the house, she stepped outside, her mind flashing fragments of thought. Was Qin Mingyu's visit yet another plot point? But this time, she had only brought 2 changes of clothes and had not taken her notebook. Meanwhile, within the villa, a strangely attired stranger appeared in the hall. 4 or 5 maids were tidying up, yet none noticed this peculiar man. He made his way to Yu Yan's bedroom, pausing before the drawer where Go Yaoxing kept her notebook. A lock barred his way, but he lowered his gaze, his pale skin unearthly, and his long, slender fingers brushed lightly over the lock. The drawer opened effortlessly, granting him access to Go Yaoxing's notebook. His fingers delicately turned the pages, revealing all her recorded thoughts. On the final page, his finger traced the paper, and a line of characters in Go Yaoxing's handwriting emerged, appearing entirely natural. The narrative could not be altered. Those who yield prosper, while those who resist perish. He then slowly closed the notebook and returned it to its place, all unbeknownst to anyone. Gu Yaoxing walked along the road, sensing that her recollection of this novel seemed less vivid than before. Yet, she dismissed it as a consequence of her prolonged stay in this place, as her memory had never been particularly sharp. Fortunately, she had noted some crucial plot points in her notebook. As long as she remembered to avoid entanglements with this world's male lead, Qin Mingyu, she would be all right. The intense and tumultuous love affair should not exist in her life. Yet, shortly after she stepped outside, she encountered Qin Mingyu. Gu Yaoxing feigned ignorance of Qin Mingyu's presence and quietly moved to the side. However, Qin Mingyu appeared oblivious to her intentions. Gu Yaoxing, feeling a surge of panic, took off running. Her speed was unparalleled, beyond the reach of an ordinary person, which only heightened Yu Yan's intrigue toward her. Upon reaching the corner, she entered the elevator and promptly pressed the closed door button. She needed to grab a bite to eat. Inside the elevator, Gu Yaoxing took a deep breath. Just as she began to relax, a pair of hands blocked the elevator doors, preventing them from closing. Outside, Qin Mingyu's gaze was icy, yet it softened slightly upon seeing her. Goodness, Qin Mingyu, you cannot possibly be intending to confront me head-on, can you? Although my stamina is average, my strength should not be underestimated. You might want to reconsider provoking me. Qin Mingyu stepped into the elevator and noticed the floor she had pressed without adding to it. His eyes remained fixed on her, his tone cold yet earnest. Gu Yaoxing, I have no desire to harm you. Oh, Gu Yaoxing replied dismissively. Though she said that, who would believe him? The novel clearly stated that the male lead had a violent temper, treating his beloved with utmost care, while the female lead was treated like refuse. Merely a substitute. Her only worth lay in her blood and bone marrow, and her resemblance to Ji Wanfu. When needed, one could knock her unconscious and take her away. When not, she would be discarded without a second thought. How could such a man be worthy of the phrase intense love? Gu Yaoxing chose not to look at him, her mind racing with astonishment at Qin Mingyu's extraordinary speed, far from that of an ordinary person. She held absolute confidence in her own swiftness. I wish to discuss something with you, she said nonchalantly.
Oh.
Pray tell, he replied, just as the elevator chimed, arriving at their destination. She stepped out first, with Qin Mingyu following closely behind as they entered the restaurant. The ambience was romantic and sophisticated, far superior to the last establishment they had visited. Gu Yaoxing selected a seat and sat down. Qin Mingyu's voice remained cool and composed. I am aware of your suspicions. Wanfu is indeed acting strangely. Gu Yaoxing abruptly looked up at him. How do you know? In the next moment, she realized it was hardly surprising for the male lead to possess some means of insight. However, it was rather astonishing that a staunch materialist would believe in such matters. I don't know when you first noticed Wanfu's peculiar behavior, but I want to understand what is truly happening with her. Chapter 75. A vent for her frustration. Gu Yaoxing possessed a sense of morality, yet it often diminished in moments like these. With a flourish of her hand, she boldly ordered an extravagant feast, ensuring it was not a mere staple that would fill her stomach. One must never waste food, after all. Who among us has not faced famine in the past 3 generations? She finally cast a glance at Qin Mingyu, offering a hint. That which cannot be explained by science is collectively referred to as metaphysics. I am merely an ordinary girl, beloved by all, whose charm is undeniable. Yet, I am not a Taoist priest from Maoshan, so how could I provide you with answers? Qin Mingyu furrowed his brows. It was evident that she knew something, yet she was unwilling to divulge it. Her voice, unconsciously, took on a harsher tone. Wanfu had always been kind, never having committed any wrongdoing. I am unaware of what has transpired within her, but if you possess any knowledge, I implore you to share it with me. Gu Yaoxing nearly burst into laughter. For indeed, while the landscape may change, one's inherent nature remains constant. A dog cannot renounce its appetite for filth. She had never encountered the former Ji Wanfu. Yet this entity that had usurped her body harbored ill intentions from the outset, relentlessly seeking her blood and bone marrow, all while feigning a pitiful demeanor. She had little moral inclination to lend to this incarnation of Ji Wanfu. Gu Yaoxing chuckled lightly, though I recognize that reasoning may fall on deaf ears. I wish to impart a thought. Do not snatch away scraps from a dog feasting on refuse, lest it believe you covet its meal. I suggest you and Ji Wanfu familiarize yourselves with this notion, so you may refrain from stepping beyond your bounds and acting as my punching bag.
Yaoxing.
I am sincerely addressing matters with you. not seeking to let emotions dictate our dialogue. With a cold sneer, Go Yaoxing abruptly stood, seizing the glass of red wine from the table and without hesitation, dousing Qin Mingyu with it. Her voice remained measured, echoing with a chill akin to Yu Yen's. Just moments ago, I was quite rational, but now I am fueled by emotion. Do you comprehend? I have long stated that I wish to sever all ties with you, including Ji Wanfu. Yet you now expect me to assist a woman who has repeatedly sought to use me as a mobile blood bank? After all, you have been in the business world for many years. Do you think that by remaining calm, you can treat others as fools? Her voice was soft. Yet Qin Mingyu could discern each word with clarity, every syllable a precious gem. The aroma of the wine, mingled with a biting chill, penetrated deep into Qin Mingyu's mind. His cold gaze, sharp as a hawk's, bore into Go Yaoxing's face, which bore a hint of mockery. He wiped the wine from his face. Yet something in his opponent's gaze momentarily faltered, as if his focus had drifted elsewhere. Go Yaoxing noticed Yu Yan approaching, her eyes brightening at the sight. Simultaneously, she recalled that Yu Yan and Qin Mingyu had never seen eye to eye, even if she were to douse Qin Mingyu with a glass of wine. It would not alter the fact that they were sharing the same table. Thus, beneath Qin Mingyu's cold scrutiny, her lips pursed. A mist of tears welled in her almond-shaped eyes, and she promptly dashed towards Yu Yan, donning a woefully innocent expression. Yu Yan was accompanied by others, surrounded by 5 or 6 well-trained bodyguards, imposing enough to instill fear. Go Yaoxing was halted by the bodyguards, forced to remain outside the throng, standing still as she gazed at Yu Yan's face, resembling an unruly fan. However, the moment Yu Yan caught sight of her, he was already prepared to welcome her approach. His voice, deep and resonant, seemed imbued with concern. What is the matter? The bodyguards paused momentarily, offering no response. Beside Yu Yan, the renowned young master Zhou was momentarily taken aback. It was surmised that this woman, lacking discernment, had positioned herself in front of them, thereby disrupting Yu Yan's mood. His temperament was notoriously irritable. Why would she obstruct their path when there was a clear route beside her? Take her aside, he commanded.
Yet,
before the words could fully escape his lips, the usually taciturn and brooding Yu Yan surprisingly approached the woman who had been barred by the bodyguards. He even reached out, gently arranging the slightly disheveled bangs that adorned her forehead. Go Yaoxing stared at him, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Mingyu, who was now splattered with red wine. Yu Yan, he is bullying me. Zhou Jiaxu scrutinized the scene with wide eyes, his gaze darting back and forth between the unfamiliar woman and Qin Mingyu. Even if he were to borrow 100 pairs of eyes from the heavens, he would still deem this woman culpable. Moreover, he had heard enough about Qin Mingyu to know he was not the type to engage in such behavior. The current predicament was evident to him, let alone to Yu Yan. However, it appeared as if an invisible hand had obscured Yu Yan's vision. He briefly surveyed the situation, his voice low and soothing. Shall I help you seek justice? This was a demeanor none had ever witnessed before. A faint smile graced his lips, entirely unlike his usual expressions that instilled a sense of dread, akin to a scene from a horror film. Zhou Jiaxu pondered for a moment, scanning Go Yaoxing's radiant face. Could she be the young girlfriend of Yu Yan, the one whose name had been on everyone's lips in the capital? At this, Go Yaoxing nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. Yes, I have been wronged. Don't you want to embrace your adorable, kind, and beautiful accessory? She seemed utterly unfazed by the gazes of those around her. Her theatrical words were clearly intended to provoke. Yet, Yu Yan appeared blissfully unaware, obediently wrapping his arms around Go Yaoxing, cradling her head with one hand while the other gently stroked her back, as one might soothe a child. His voice, deep and sultry, inquired, "Are you still feeling wronged?" Go Yaoxing shook her head, her voice muffled against Yu Yan's chest. "I'm fine now. But Qin Mingyu is still watching us." At this moment, not only Zhou Jiaxu, but even the seasoned bodyguards were taken aback. They had served under the 7th master for 7 or 8 years and had never witnessed such a display of affection from him towards another. They recalled the time when the 7th master attended the 3rd birthday celebration of the 2nd master's child. The little one had been particularly fond of him, insisting on being lifted high into the air. However, the 7th master's demeanor had been dark and forbidding, his voice ominous, threatening to silence anyone who dared to speak further. The child had promptly ceased their pleas, terrified by the fierce intensity in his gaze, retreating to their mother's side before bursting into tears. Since then, no one dared to let their children approach the 7th master. As Yu Yan held Go Yaoxing's hand, Qin Mingyu had finally managed to wipe off the wine and straighten himself before approaching. Mr. Qin, you were the one who initially pushed her forward. Yet now you find yourself entangled with her again. I cannot help but question your integrity regarding our agreement, and whether our collaboration can persist. Qin Mingyu suddenly clenched his fists, his icy gaze reflecting a frostiness rarely seen in one who typically looks down upon all. In this moment, he slightly lowered his head. Chapter 76. Severing all possibilities with Zhou Jiaxiu. Qin Mingyu tightened his fists, concealing his emotions, and voluntarily offered an apology. I apologize, Miss Ge, for my abruptness. Yaoxing appeared oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere enveloping the room, even as curious gazes from other patrons turned towards them. She smiled brightly. As long as you understand, I shall forgive you this time. After all, no one is perfect, and I cannot always be the forgiving saint. Next time, I shall not play that role. Zhou Jiaxiu could not stifle a laugh at her words. You certainly have a way with words, young lady. Thank you, Yaoxing replied, playfully gesturing towards Qin Mingyu. Did you hear that?
He.
She paused, suddenly realizing she did not know his full name. May I ask, what is your surname? Zhou Jiaxiu smiled slightly. I am Zhou Jiaxiu. Yaoxing quickly added, Mr. Zhou agrees with what I said, so if you continue to pursue me, it would be a disrespect to both Yu Yan and Mr. Zhou. Who would take the words of a young girl seriously? Only Yu Yan, who gazed at Qin Mingyu with a knowing smirk. Mr. Qin, did you hear that? Today, Qin Mingyu experienced the most profound humiliation of over 20 years. His once lofty pride now trampled into the mud. Yet, he could not afford to confront the situation openly. He gritted his teeth, maintaining a facade of indifference. Very well. Yu Yan then lowered his gaze toward the closely nestled Yaoxing. Are you satisfied now? Yaoxing nodded eagerly before releasing his hand. Just as Qin Mingyu prepared to depart, a waiter called out to him, Sir, your table has yet to settle the bill. He could not allow Yaoxing to pay. So, he reluctantly retraced his steps to settle the payment. Yaoxing could not suppress a chuckle at the sight, then turned to Yu Yan. Since the matter is concluded, you and Mr. Zhou should go ahead and dine. I shall take my leave. Before she could step away, Yu Yan grasped her hand, pulling her back gently. Aren't you staying? She glanced back at her table and quickly shook her head. No, I will eat. I ordered all of this. It would be a shame to waste it. Thus, Yu Yan led her to join Zhou Jiaxiu at another table, while Yaoxing insisted that the dishes be brought to their new setting. If you aren't eating, I will. No one has touched this. It would be wasteful not to. Zhou Jiaxiu suddenly regarded her with keen interest. Having spent considerable time in this circle, he had rarely encountered a woman like her. The wealthier one became, the less they seemed to care about such trivialities. But alas, she was already taken. Yu Yan generally favored accommodating Yaoxing, and this occasion was no different. Meanwhile, Yaoxing fell into a contemplative silence, quietly consuming the dishes served, striving to minimize her presence. It was at that moment she realized who Zhou Jiaxiu truly was, the affluent second-generation admirer of the female protagonist from the novel. Her temperament was blunt and fiery, and she approached tasks with unwavering directness. She had never contemplated following the plot or wished to become acquainted with the characters from the original narrative. However, fate has a peculiar way of unfolding. She believed that destiny was firmly in her grasp and could be altered at will. Since her arrival in this world, her attempts at change had consistently faltered. Noticing her despondent demeanor, Yu Yan took the initiative to serve her food. She devoured everything he offered with remarkable speed. Yu Yan, slow down. No one is going to snatch it from you. Oh, okay. Yaoxing poked at the food in her bowl with her chopsticks and suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Zhou Jiaxiu. Young Master Zhou, I must confess, I prefer women. I heard you have a sister. If possible, could you facilitate an introduction? After she spoke, their gazes intensified, fixating on Yaoxing's face as they both sought to discern the truth of her words.
Internalu, Yaoxing rejoiced.
Feeling she had successfully severed any potential connection with Zhou Jiaxiu. Seemingly moved by her earnest gaze, Zhou Jiaxiu cleared his throat. I'm afraid my sister might already be in a relationship. Might be? Yaoxing recognized his reluctance to refuse outright, yet found his phrasing amusing. She gently placed her hand on Yu Yan's thigh, offering a soothing pat before responding with a hint of regret. Very well. If your sister and her boyfriend do part ways in the future, could you kindly introduce us? Zhou Jiaxiu coughed awkwardly. Yes, of course. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, Aren't you and she in a romantic relationship? Why is it still? Yaoxing sighed. You see, I have a somewhat traditional mindset, firmly believing in monogamy. I already have one husband. I still need a wife. Zhou Jiaxiu, A divine tradition, a divine monogamy. He had never encountered such a ludicrous notion. This only solidified his resolve to prevent his sister from meeting Yaoxing, and he found it absurd that he had ever deemed this young lady intriguing. Yu Yan's gaze was lowered, a faint smile gracing his lips, which went unnoticed by Zhou Jiaxiu. Yaoxing, relishing the unfolding drama, playfully poked Yu Yan's face and affectionately asked, "Darling, don't you agree?" Yu Yan, yes, indeed. Zhou Jiaxiu began to question Yu Yan's mental faculties, but upon reflection, he realized that Yu Yan had always been unconventional. Perhaps such thoughts were indeed the norm. Once the gathering concluded, Yaoxing immediately took Yu Yan's hand, leading him back. Once inside the elevator, she lifted her face and said, "Yu Yan, if you are to meet Zhou Jiaxiu again, please inform me beforehand. I desire no interaction with him. All right?" In the novel, he has always favored the female lead and has aided her significantly, yet I wish to avoid any emotional entanglements with him. I long to completely extricate myself from the narrative. The true thoughts of Yaoxing echoed in Yu Yan's mind. His expression darkened, and a somber emotion gradually enveloped his heart, quickening his breath slightly. Yaoxing inadvertently observed the fluctuations on her watch, instinctively glancing at Yu Yan. "Your breath has quickened," Wei Jingqi remarked, suggesting that you remain calm. "Is it due to the overwhelming matters of today?" "No, it is because of you." Yu Yan's gaze was deep and somber, yet he refrained from voicing this sentiment. Nodding in agreement with her, he replied, "Yes, it has been somewhat hectic." Yaoxing's attention was immediately captivated by his words, leading her to scrutinize his physical state. "Fortunately, I wore my watch this time. I must wear it wherever I go henceforth, for if something were to happen to you, I would be aware." Yu Yan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, affirmatively responding, "All right. Regarding what I mentioned about Zhou Jiaxiu, do you concur?" "I trust your judgment." Upon receiving the desired affirmation, Yaoxing finally exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, she firmly believed in the notion that fate lies within her grasp. It should be crafted by her own hands rather than being predetermined. Chapter 77. The pursuit. The events unfolded swiftly. As planned, they were to return to the capital by private jet that afternoon. Just as Yaoxing had prepared herself for the journey, she received a report from Xiaqing regarding Yu Yan. There was a problem with the aircraft, rendering it unable to take off as scheduled. Consequently, they had to purchase the nearest available tickets for everyone. Yaoxing and Yu Yan shared a vehicle, while Chao Shui traveled with Xiaqing in a car ahead of them. Behind these two vehicles was another, occupied by Yu Yan's personal bodyguards. The three cars made their way to the airport. However, it wasn't too long before Xiaqing's expression shifted, his gaze darting to the rear-view mirror. Tapping the small communicator at his right ear, he lowered his voice, speaking with gravity. "Seventh Master, we are being followed." Without his words, Yu Yan had already sensed the two vehicles trailing them. "Yes, continue driving." Xiaqing pressed the accelerator, gradually releasing the brake, his gaze resolute and unyielding. His car led the way, with Yu Yan's closely following behind, and the last vehicle remained in close pursuit. Yet, before long, the final car vanished from sight. The two vehicles that had initially followed remained steadfast, shadowing them closely. Yaoxing fixated on the rearview mirror, observing the two cars that continued to tail them. Is this scene present in the original text? Furrowing her brow, Yaoxing pondered deeply, struggling to recall any semblance of his plot. Suppressing her unease, she turned to Yu Yan, asking, "Who are they?" "Those who wish to see me dead." A lump formed in Yaoxing's throat as she withdrew her gaze from the pursuing vehicles, redirecting her attention to Yu Yan's unflinching demeanor. Beneath his shadowy gaze lay a veneer of crimson bloodlust, sending a shiver down her spine. The communicator crackled with Xiaqing's voice once more. "Seventh Master, our vehicle has been tampered with. We are now out of fuel." Chao Shui's voice remained composed. "Seventh Master, Beiqing has traced the origins of those two vehicles. She hacked into the road surveillance and discovered that they have been following us since we left the hotel. Moreover, our people have been caught in a collision, unable to move due to their encirclement. Yu Yan, maintain communication. They are targeting me. You shall remain unharmed." The road was sparsely populated, with two black sedans racing ahead, stirring up a cloud of dust. Two more vehicles closely pursued them, maintaining a constant distance. Soon, the car carrying Xiaqing ran out of fuel and gradually came to a halt. Yu Yan maneuvered the vehicle, swiftly overtaking them. The car's speed escalated, emitting a deafening roar that resonated through the air. Meanwhile, the number of pursuers did not diminish. In fact, an additional car joined the chase. Yu Yan lightly tapped the communicator on the right side, inquiring about the situation. The halted vehicle was surrounded by a throng of individuals, and Yaoxing's gaze turned icy. Seventh Master. We are surrounded. Qiao Shui's eyes swept over the encircling crowd, her voice frigid. Yaoxing, there are a total of 13 people outside. Shall we charge out? They exchanged glances, each discerning the answer in the other's eyes. Having partnered for over a decade, their understanding was deeply ingrained in their hearts. As they flung open the car doors, their movements were nearly synchronized. Their expressions were cold and merciless. The instant they exited the vehicle, their actions were swift as the wind, each motion infused with power. Although they appeared ordinary, each strike landed with force, swift as the breeze. Their gazes were piercing. They moved like natural partners, seamlessly coordinating without the need for words. The 13 men in black surged forward, yet within 10 minutes, they all lay defeated at their feet. Yaoxing turned to Qiao Shui, only to see one of the fallen men draw a handgun from his jacket. Pointing the weapon directly at the unsuspecting Qiao Shui, he fired.
Bang.
His brain did not require deliberation. His body instinctively lunged to shield Qiao Shui, absorbing the bullet. Qiao Shui's hand instinctively touched the warm, damp sensation that enveloped her palm. Her mind was momentarily blank, devoid of any space for thought.
Yaoxing.
Yaoxing felt the blood within him rapidly draining. He offered her a reassuring smile. As long as you're safe, it seems I must rely on you to protect me now. Qiao Shui's gaze turned steely as she swiftly maneuvered behind the shooter. The man, gun in hand, was momentarily stunned by her sudden appearance. Before he could react, Qiao Shui forcefully stepped on his hand, her expression unyielding, her gaze cold and merciless. She pressed down relentlessly, eliciting a cry of pain as he recoiled. Still impassive, she noticed his other hand reaching for the gun. Qiao Shui released her foot, pivoting to place her other foot on his neck, kicking the weapon far away until the sound of shattering bone echoed. Gu Yaoxing, experiencing such peril for the first time alongside Yu Yan, swallowed nervously.
Yu Yan.
We will be fine, right? However, Yu Yan suddenly turned to her, his tone enigmatic. Do you regret it? Had you not met me, you would not encounter such extraordinary circumstances that ordinary people never face. If you regret it, I could find an opportunity to set you by the roadside.
And you would be safe.
Gu Yaoxing gazed at him, striving to discern something from his perpetually dark eyes, yet all she found was an unfathomable depth of enigma. Her voice inexplicably felt husky.
And you?
I won't die. Yu Yan's voice was low and somber. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Gu Yaoxing's gaze met his, stirring an indescribable pang within her. No matter what, I must stay with you today, sharing both fortune and misfortune. No sooner had she spoken than she heard Yu Yan's ambiguous chuckle. Peering into the rearview mirror while keeping her attention on him, she asked, What are you laughing at? Yu Yan, eyes fixed ahead, did not look at her. I laugh because you are so easily deceived. Even if you were to attempt to exit the vehicle, just now, I would not allow it. Gu Yaoxing felt a surge of tension in his demeanor, his voice growing increasingly harsh and menacing. The vehicle had also been tampered with.
What?
Out of fuel? Yu Yan parted his lips slightly, uttering a few words. The brakes have failed. Gu Yaoxing's gaze faltered as she grasped his meaning. It was not that he did not want her to leave the car, it was that there was simply no way to do so. This vehicle was virtually out of control. Yu Yan's gaze remained fixed on Gu Yaoxing, absorbing all her reactions. His voice was cold, and his eyes fervently obsessive. Even if I were to die, I would drag you down to hell with me. Strangely, Gu Yaoxing appeared undaunted by his eerie and terrifying tone, instead perplexed. Why hell? It should be heaven. Moreover, Yu Yan, if the ending must be like this, then if I die alongside you, I will still spend your money after death. Besides, you cannot die. Chapter 78. Jump from the car, jump into the sea suddenly. Yu Yan laughed aloud. Do you truly believe in the contents of that novel? One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other reached across Gu Yaoxing, gently stroking her hair. His eyes were shrouded in shadows, and his heart felt as though it were filled with a foreign emotion. His pitch-black pupils were laced with crimson veins, maddened and obsessive. His voice low and almost a whisper. Gu Yaoxing, I truly wish to take you with me into hell. However, his gaze, filled with aggression, landed on Gu Yaoxing's face, meeting her bright and clear eyes. If he were to act upon it, he seemed unable to do so. She appeared destined to live forever beneath the brilliant sunlight, a stark contrast to the murky darkness of his world. Yet now, I am reluctant to bring you along to death. Gu Yaoxing eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. You will absolutely not die. Yu Yan's expression grew solemn, his voice heavy. Bei Qing, have you found anything? Go Yaoxing understood he was speaking with someone else. Just then, her phone rang, revealing a call from Pei Huai. However, she was not well acquainted with him, and the current situation was hardly conducive to conversation. Just as she intended to hang up, her phone seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, automatically connecting the call. Pei Huai's indifferent voice was both charming and pleasant, yet now carried an inexplicable urgency. Go Yaoxing, you cannot continue driving forward. There are people blocking your way ahead, and the cars behind you are designed to force you through. Go Yaoxing was taken aback, completely unprepared for this turn of events. She had no time to inquire how Pei Huai was aware of her circumstances. She only heard his next words. The bridge ahead is your final opportunity. Go Yaoxing suddenly lifted her gaze towards Yu Yan. At that moment, Yu Yan's earphones echoed with Bei Qing's soft yet serious voice, nearly overlapping with Go Yaoxing's urgent warning to him. We must jump from the vehicle before we reach this bridge. You need to jump before the bridge. Yu Yan's attention immediately fell upon Go Yaoxing's anxious countenance, yet he calmly replied to Bei Qing, continue monitoring. He did not inquire how Go Yaoxing knew, but instead fixated on her eyes, asking, are you afraid? Go Yaoxing resolutely shook her head, declaring, I'm not afraid. Yu Yan, let me hug you as we jump. I will protect you. Yu Yan offered a cryptic smile, his gaze sweeping across the external surroundings before extending a hand towards her. Come here. Go Yaoxing hesitated not, carefully yet swiftly settling onto his lap. The wind howled past the window, and her heart rate quickened. In an instant, the fear within her began to transform into a sense of reassurance. She clutched Yu Yan's garment tightly, having stowed her phone into her pocket, its screen still illuminated with a call interface to Pei Huai. Closing her eyes, she heard Yu Yan's voice above her. Obediently, Go Yaoxing complied, shutting her eyes. Facing the impending danger with a surprising lack of fear, Yu Yan felt an inexplicable twist in his heart, a blend of softness and bitterness, his gaze dimming yet ever vigilant of their surroundings. With a swift motion, he opened the car door. In an instant, he embraced Go Yaoxing, pressing her tightly against him as they rolled from the vehicle. The wind howled, the tires skidded, and their bodies collided violently with the ground. A cacophony of noise surged into Go Yaoxing's ears like a tidal wave. Her eyes remained shut, and she heard a muffled grunt from above. They rolled a few times in Yu Yan's embrace, finally coming to rest against a stone step by the roadside. Momentlate. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air as the car, now out of control, collided with another vehicle that had been stuck early on. Go Yaoxing abruptly opened her eyes to find Yu Yan's resolute jawline before her. Yu Yan, can you hear me? But there was no response. She attempted to shift Yu Yan's hand, only to discover that he was firmly shielding her head and waist, enveloping her completely within his protective embrace. His grip was unyielding. In that moment, Go Yaoxing found herself at a loss for her emotions. Suddenly, fragments of memory flashed through her mind. The novel she had read indeed contained a chase. But the target was not Yu Yan, it was Qin Mingyu. Was this incident truly aimed at Yu Yan? Had it been directed at her from the very beginning? Perhaps this misfortune was an unwarranted calamity for Yu Yan. Go Yaoxing could not fathom why such thoughts surfaced, as if the unease that had long burdened her heart had finally found expression. She wanted to recall more, but her body refused to move. She reached out, gently pushing against Yu Yan's chest. He seemed to respond, his fingers twitching slightly as he abruptly opened his eyes. Feeling numb all over, devoid of any pain, he was the first to inquire of the person in his arms. Does it hurt? Go Yaoxing immediately looked up, meeting his gaze. It doesn't hurt. Yu Yan, are you alright? What shall we do now? Within the communication device, the sweet and soft voice of Bei Qing reverberated in Yu Yan's ears. Seventh Master, you seem to be putting on quite a show. You've faced far more perilous situations before. Why does this one feel especially fragile? Yu Yan remained silent, a cold sneer escaping his lips. Even the mere melody of her voice sent shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, seated in her meticulously designed computer room, 6 screens were arranged before her, each adorned in shades of pink. A petite girl, with a cherubic appearance and twin ponytails, sat in her pastel-hued chair. A lollipop nestled in her mouth. After savoring the sweetness, she gently patted her chest, where her delicate heart resided. Seventh Master, I must inquire about that young lady beside you in the car earlier. How could she know that someone was lying in wait across the bridge? Yu Yan's gaze darkened instinctively as he glanced at the unusually tranquil Go Yaoxing in his arms, rising to assist her upright. His brow furrowed slightly. Yet he betrayed no further signs of distress. He reached out to smooth her hair, not adhering to Bei Qing's anticipated response, but instead speaking in a calm tone, as if to soothe her emotions. Chao Shui and the others are en route. For now, you need only trust me. Bei Qing, taken aback, nearly dropped her jaw. Yaoxing undoubtedly believed him, yet the sound they had just heard was no figment of her imagination. She bit her lip. You must have hit your back. Are you alright? Yu Yan hardly registered his own injuries, his attention fixed on the approaching vehicles behind them. In the final moments, he had accelerated fiercely, creating a gap between them and the two cars, buying them precious time. Time was scarce. Yu Yan tapped his communication device. Are they on their way? Chao Shui's voice came through, grave and composed. Yes, we should be able to see his yacht now. Following the endless expanse of the sea, Yu Yan indeed spotted a yacht slicing through the waves, heading straight for them. He withdrew the device from his ear and extended his hand toward Yaoxing.
Come here.
Yaoxing clenched her hands, no longer hesitating. In an instant, as she reached out, her hand was grasped firmly by Yu Yan, pulling her once again into his embrace. The sound of the wind rushed past them, and the sensation of weightlessness struck her abruptly. She instinctively gazed at Yu Yan, only to find him looking back at her. Her heart skipped a beat, the rhythm nearly ceasing, as the feeling of weightlessness overwhelmed her mind, rendering her unable to contemplate anything else. As they embraced, the world seemed to pause, their figures plummeting from the bridge into the water below, creating a cascade of ripples. In that split second of immersion, a torrent of seawater surged into Yaoxing's nostrils, the pressure constraining her chest, drowning out all sound. Yu Yan watched her struggle beneath the water, his expression dark and frantic, as he gripped her slender waist with one hand while the other firmly held her head. Leaning in, he sealed her lips with his, sharing his breath with her. The world outside remained tumultuous and cacophonous, yet within the depths, they kissed, as if captured in a romantic masterpiece. Initially, he was merely intrigued by her, yet it seems he has now truly invested his tainted heart. Chapter 79. Transformation, Teasing, and Displaying Affection. Yaoxing slumbered for an entire day and night, occasionally succumbing to a slight fever, which subsided after medication was administered. She experienced an exceedingly long dream, wherein she beheld the faces of all those she had encountered since entering this narrative: Chao Shui, Heroine, Xia Yan, Ma Shi, Xin Qingxian, and Yu Yan. Each visage flitted through her mind in succession. She also glimpsed the peculiar man from her childhood, still situated in the same scene. The man stood amidst the crowd, his skin a cold alabaster, radiant and resplendent. Cloaked in a silver robe, he resembled a divine being of noble stature. His gaze, both compassionate and merciful, simultaneously surveyed all with a lofty disdain. However, this time the encounter diverged from the previous one. She found herself standing before the man, her voice betraying her control as she inquired, "Who are you?" His gaze brushed against her, seemingly whispering, "I am." He appeared to utter two words. Yet despite Yaoxing's efforts to pry her eyes open and listen intently, she could not discern his message. Gazing at him, she instinctively recognized that she was dreaming. "Will you return?" The man's silvery hair flowed gracefully, stirred by an inexplicable breeze from the dreamscape. With lowered eyes, devoid of warmth, he replied, "When you sincerely call for me, I shall appear. This time, can your fate truly be altered?" His voice echoed as if traversing distant realms, gradually fading into the void. Yaoxing longed to clarify how to summon him and unravel the mystery of the fate he spoke of. Yet, she discovered that within the dream, she had seemingly lost her voice, left only to watch helplessly as the man's figure transformed into myriad silvery specks, dissipating into the ether. She yearned to grasp those luminous points, but could not draw near. Suddenly, she awakened, her perplexed almond eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. The bewilderment from her dream began to envelop her heart. The daylight had brightened substantially, and the warmth beside her had faded. Yu Yan had vanished without a trace. Yet, she had grown accustomed to this. Perhaps the events of the past few days had left her feeling somewhat discombobulated, compounded by her worries regarding the unfolding plot. As she stepped out of her bedroom, she encountered a maid poised to enter with a meal. Before she could utter a word, the maid's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. "Miss Go, you are awake." Yaoxing was taken aback by her exuberant demeanor. "Is there something you need?" "Master Qi has been by your bedside for a day and night, only just stepping out," the maid informed her. "He instructed that once you awaken, I must promptly notify him." The maid set the meal upon the table within the room and hurriedly exited to relay the message to Yu Yan. Go Yaoxing remained silent, instinctively reaching for her phone, but found it absent. She recalled that she had last spoken to Pei Huai. However, her phone had swiftly sunk alongside her into the depths. The original owner's phone had been purchased with her part-time earnings, costing over 1,000 yuan, and was utterly incapable of withstanding water. Never mind. Yu Yan would not neglect her, this rather unqualified leg accessory, would he? Perhaps, that remains uncertain. Behind her, Yu Yan appeared like a specter, making not a sound. It was only when he overheard Go Yaoxing muttering to herself that he could not help but speak. Go Yaoxing abruptly turned to face him, locking eyes with his pitch-black gaze. As foreboding and enigmatic as ever, it nonetheless felt devoid of a certain chill. Nothing had changed, yet her perception of him was subtly altered. Without further contemplation, she inquired, "Can I still use my phone?" Yu Yan stepped closer, his towering presence rendering the bedroom suddenly constricted. She keenly observed that he was once again adorned with that jade ring on his right hand, emanating an eerie, spectral glow, strikingly reminiscent of its master. It seemed he had anticipated her desire for her phone, having procured it from his pocket specifically to present to her. In a tone tinged with indifference, he stated, "Your phone has been repaired." Go Yaoxing's eyes instantly brightened, her soft, radiant gaze fixed upon Yu Yan. Her mind barely processing the moment before she blurted out, "Yu Yan, you are too kind. How about I bow to you in gratitude? Otherwise, I might feel quite embarrassed." At the instant she met his gaze, her mind caught up, leaving her expression stunned as if struck by lightning. However, Yu Yan's lips curled into a slight smile, his voice inexplicably sensual and electrifying. "All right, bow to me tonight in bed." Go Yaoxing fell silent. Yu Yan chuckled lightly, "I've knelt so many times already. I have no objections." Go Yaoxing remained quiet, replying, "Yu Yan, aside from you, I have truly never knelt before anyone else in my life." Seeing that he showed no intention of retreating, she resolutely bit her lip, her gentle, almond-shaped eyes glaring at him. "Then I have knelt before you." Yu Yan seemed to recall that image, his gaze darkening instantly. His throat bobbed, and his obsidian eyes ignited with fervor. Go Yaoxing hastily averted her gaze. Sitting on the bed, her attention drawn to the nightstand where she spotted a watch. She then realized that it was not just her heart racing. Yu Yan's pulse appeared slightly quickened as well, though he exhibited no signs of it on his countenance. Yu Yan's voice turned husky yet amused, "Though I do enjoy it. Tonight truly isn't feasible. Your health has just improved." In that moment, Go Yaoxing comprehended the implication of his words. Yet, she merely felt a bit fatigued, desiring to rest on the bed for a while. Absolutely no ulterior motives. The way he spoke made her seem almost ravenous. However, Yu Yan appeared oblivious to her inner thoughts, striding towards her with long legs. His cool, alabaster hand unexpectedly settled on her forehead. In a low, magnetic tone, he murmured, "You no longer have a fever." Suddenly, Go Yaoxing recalled what the maid had mentioned earlier. Yu Yan had tended to her for an entire day and night without respite. It was no wonder that dark circles were evident beneath his eyes, a clear indication of his lack of rest. She pressed her lips together, lifting her gaze to meet Yu Yan's eyes. "Shouldn't you rest for a bit? Wei Jingqi previously asked me to supervise your rest and ensure you take care of yourself." Yu Yan's lips bore a gentle smile. "It seems you do not share the same sentiment." Go Yaoxing glared at him, reaching out to grasp his hand, pulling him onto the bed and anxiously advising him to rest a while longer. After a moment, Yu Yan finally responded, raising his hand to tap the communicator at his ear, his voice deep and magnetic. "You all wait. Do not let them perish. My star darling must allow me a bit more rest." Go Yaoxing, the group of well-trained bodyguards receiving the call, who just hacked 7th Master's communicator, impersonating him and mimicking his voice so convincingly. Before Go Yaoxing could comprehend, Yu Yan forcefully pulled her closer. She sank into the soft bed, and just as she attempted to move, a pair of lean hands encircled her waist. "Do not move. Stay with me for a while." Her motion stilled, the peculiar sensation within her intensifying. Yu Yan seemed to have changed a bit. Chapter 80. The Origin of the Emerald Ring. Accomplice Go Yaoxing was unaware of when she had fallen asleep. Upon awakening, she was suddenly met with those familiar, dark eyes. She had been lying at an angle on the bed, but now found herself snugly wrapped in the covers. Yu Yan's gaze swept across her face. Awake? Still tired? She shook her head, noticing that Yu Yan's demeanor had returned somewhat to normal, indicating he had likely rested enough. Just as she prepared to rise, her hand brushed against something cold and hard. Grasping it, she fixed her gaze on Yu Yan. "What is this?" As she spoke, A spark of realization flashed through her mind, and she comprehended instantly. What she held was indeed Yu Yan's emerald ring. Yu Yan extended his hand, revealing his right palm. His pale skin appeared almost translucent against the emerald ring's hue. In a low, rumbling voice, he inquired, curious? Yaoxing locked her eyes onto his. I have only seen this piece a few times. Either it is too precious or reserved for special occasions. But if I truly ask, would I be pricking Yu Yan's heart? Hesitating, she understood that some matters should not be probed too deeply. However, Yu Yan's eyes darkened, seemingly responding to her unvoiced query. It is not that I cannot tell you. This is merely a toy. Whenever I know blood will be shed, I wear it in advance. Having something in hand to caress diminishes the urge to kill. Gu Yaoxing was taken aback, exhaling deeply. Thankfully, it was not as she had imagined, that it was a gift from his family. Yet, Yu Yan's next words struck her like a thunderbolt. His voice laced with amusement. He added, this is artificially crafted, not natural jadeite. It contains ground-up bones from my uncle. Gu Yaoxing blinked, utterly unprepared for such a revelation. After Yu Yan had said enough, he leisurely rose, standing at the edge of the bed, looking down at her. Come with me. Someone wishes to meet you.
Okay.
Gu Yaoxing, oblivious to the bloodthirst lurking beneath Yu Yan's gaze, tidied herself, donned her watch, and slipped her phone into her pocket, following him as they departed the villa. However, they did not leave the courtyard. Instead, he led her towards the backyard. The estate was expansive, featuring a pond, rockery, garden, and even a small grove of trees. Gao Yaoxing had never ventured this deep before. The surrounding environment was eerily tranquil, to the extent that even the maids rarely frequented this area. After walking for a while, she finally came upon a small building. Clearly inscribed above the entrance were the words Power Distribution Room. Yu Yan said nothing, and she did not inquire further, simply following him into the modest structure. Her mind raced with possibilities. Why had Yu Yan brought her here? Surely, he didn't intend for them to meet their end in such a manner. To her surprise, Yu Yan was contemplating the matter seriously. If it were to come to such a fate, he would prefer a more dignified demise rather than leaving her disfigured from electric shock. As the thought crossed his mind, Yu Yan stood before an unremarkable wall. In mere seconds, a sound echoed, reminiscent of a mechanism being triggered. A section of the seemingly blank floor began to part, revealing a substantial square opening. Much like a scene from a film, a staircase, not particularly dark, unfolded before them, descending into the unknown. Gao Yaoxing gazed at the staircase in astonishment. Only the outermost steps were visible, while the depths beyond were shrouded in darkness, a realm both mysterious and inviting. Instinctively, she clutched the hem of Yu Yan's clothing. It's so dark inside. Are we really going down? She asked. Yu Yan, are you afraid? She straightened her posture, attempting to summon courage. As long as you're here, I'm not too afraid. After saying this, she swallowed hard, trying to quell her trepidation of the unknown. However, Yu Yan did not proceed down the staircase. Instead, he guided Gao Yaoxing to a nearby area, stepping onto another seemingly ordinary section of the floor. Once they stood together, Yu Yan suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close. The surroundings began to shift. The unremarkable floor slowly descended, and soon, the two vacant spots on the ground were filled with new flooring. The atmosphere was serene, and the floor returned to its original state. With her eyes closed, Gao Yaoxing's hands wandered restlessly within Yu Yan's embrace. It dawned on her that, prior to her fainting, he had borne injuries on his back, yet he had shown no signs of discomfort until now. She wondered about the state of his wounds. As she lifted her gaze to speak, she realized they had arrived at their destination, the basement, a domain she had never explored. Contrary to her expectations of a dark and sinister environment, it was remarkably bright, rivaling the clarity of a sunlit day. The silence within was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Gao Yaoxing instinctively held her tongue, deciding to wait until they emerged to ask her questions. Yu Yan led her deeper into the space, navigating through a series of intricate paths wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side. All the walls and floors were composed of granite, creating an orderly yet oppressive atmosphere that made it difficult to breathe. After walking for a while, she noticed that the walls were not perfectly sealed. Occasionally, she spotted signs affixed to them, marked with numbers 001, 002, 003. Yu Yan, what do these numbers signify? Yu Yan cast his gaze downward, his eyes resting upon her face, seemingly unperturbed by the knowledge she possessed. These were the numbered rooms housing those who had defected. as well as those who sought to end my life. For them, death was a merciful release. A faint smile graced his lips. And rather than perceiving his words as terrifying, a hint of intrigue flickered in his dark eyes. He regarded life as inconsequential. Go Yaoxing had yet to contemplate the implications when Yu Yan's voice, soft yet resonant, broke the silence above her. We have arrived. The oppressive scene that had previously surrounded them dissipated, revealing an expansive space. She began to suspect that this location might indeed be the very heart of the basement. A palpable scent of blood filled the air, causing Go Yaoxing to furrow her brow in discomfort, though she refrained from any further reaction. Her gaze slowly swept the surroundings, ultimately settling on a central area. Brutality, sanguinity, ferocity, each term fell short of capturing the entirety of this horrific tableau. Standing beside Yu Yan, Go Yaoxing remained motionless. Before them hung three individuals, their hands bound with coarse rope, suspended in midair. Their bodies were a grotesque tapestry of flesh and blood, every inch marred. Yet they strained to keep their eyes open, their gazes weakly cast downward. The thick stench of blood emanated from their forms. Before the trio stood several familiar bodyguards, including Chao Shui and Xie. Their expressions were devoid of emotion, as if the gruesome spectacle before them was merely an ordinary sight. Go Yaoxing instinctively greeted Chao Shui and Xie with a wave, chuckling lightly. What a coincidence. You are here too. Chao Shui and Xie replied, their voices flat. Not a coincidence. We are here waiting for you. Chao Shui pressed her lips together, unable to suppress her reaction despite her professional training. The two acknowledged Go Yaoxing in return. It was only then that Go Yaoxing scrutinized the three individuals, realizing their faces were unfamiliar to her. Yu Yan seemed to sense her confusion, his gaze darkening as a careless smile lingered in his eyes. Do you know who they are? Go Yaoxing shook her head honestly. She truly had never encountered them before. However, Yu Yan's expression darkened further. They are the accomplices in this pursuit of your life. Chapter 81. Further speculation. She would not become a mere tool. Go Yaoxing's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively glanced at the three figures. What had once appeared to be ordinary individuals now seemed to sprout fangs, their visages transformed into something far from human. Indeed, they resembled demons. Yu Yan observed her reaction with keen interest. Are you no longer afraid? Before Go Yaoxing could formulate a response, he continued, even if you were, it is too late. There is no escape for you now. Go Yaoxing found his words somewhat amusing. Have I boarded a pirate ship, with no means to take control of my fate? Yu Yan reached out, his fingers brushing through her hair in a soothing manner, his voice a low murmur, akin to that of a demon. I told you. I will not let you go. His declaration brooked no dissent as he led Go Yaoxing closer to the three individuals. The others regarded Yu Yan with the utmost deference. His attention shifted back to Go Yaoxing's face, scrutinizing her expression as if coaxing her to determine what course to take with them. Whatever you desire, you can achieve. Go Yaoxing suddenly lifted her gaze to him, instinctively furrowing her brow. Yu Yan, I find your approach disconcerting. These matters are for you to decide, while I prefer to observe in silence. This is the utmost concession she is capable of. Between this group and Yu Yan, there exists no binding constraint of a system. Their methods of resolution are independent of such regulations. Yet, she would not act in this manner. Yu Yan, sensing a flicker of anger within her, found his initial reaction not one of fury or a desire to compel her, but rather an unsettling sense of panic, fearful that Go Yaoxing might truly be upset. He gazed into her eyes and acquiesced. All right. This assurance brought her a measure of relief. These individuals are not the true masterminds behind the scenes. Yet they bear no innocence, having been involved in numerous cases, each time eluding the watchful eyes of the police, remaining at large to this day. Before these three still somewhat lucid figures, Yu Yan explained to Go Yaoxing, striving to alleviate her burdens. She nodded earnestly, her gaze fixed upon the three suspended in midair. Their bodies were grotesquely mangled, blood still fresh and flowing, their consciousness fading unevenly. Nevertheless, upon hearing a sound, one by one, they raised their heads. Upon recognizing the figure before them, their expressions morphed into that of sheer terror, eyes wide, voices hoarse and strained. Barely managing to utter a few words, Don't come closer. Yu Yan, will you not fear retribution for treating us thus? Spare me, and I promise I shall never appear before you again. Each of the three expressed their own sentiments. Suddenly, Yu Yan let out a cold laugh, his dark eyes reflecting a sinister cruelty devoid of any compassion. As for retribution and divine punishment, whether I shall suffer such fates remains uncertain. However, do you know where the last person who uttered such words to me is now? He did not genuinely wish to know, rather. He relished the terror etched upon their faces. He is dead. Yu Yan nonchalantly toyed with a jade ring on his thumb, his voice resonating like a hellish melody. I just fed you his ashes, and your wounds are now smeared with them. Even with their dulled minds and hazy awareness, the three could not suppress a shiver, their bodies feeling as if plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling dread seeping into their bones and minds. Yu Yan lifted his eyelids, glancing at the bodyguards standing by. Their faces impassive, numbed and accustomed to the scene before them. Yet there was not a trace of sympathy for these individuals. He parted his lips slightly, issuing a cold command. Continue, but do not kill them. Follow the previous steps, and allow them to fully experience this process. Yaoxing remained a silent observer throughout, trailing behind Yu Yan. Wherever he went, she followed. Before long, Yu Yan noticed her presence and could not help but allow a smile to grace his lips. Teasingly, he remarked, "Why are you so clingy?" Before Yaoxing could respond, he continued, his voice low and playful, "But I quite enjoy it." They did not linger below for long. It seemed that Yu Yan had brought Yaoxing here merely to allow her a moment to vent her frustrations. However, upon witnessing the torment inflicted upon these individuals, Yaoxing found no desire to continue to trample upon them. Her strikes bore no less weight than those of Zhao Shui and the others. As they strolled past the garden afterwards, the roses and a myriad of flowers, whose names escaped her, vied for attention in a splendid display. Yaoxing halted her steps and pondered, "Yu Yan, why is there only an accomplice and no principal perpetrator?" The three individuals we encountered were indeed accomplices. While their actions were despicable, it is the principal who embodies the utmost shamelessness. In that moment, it was clear that they truly wished to eliminate us. Thoughts of the events that transpired in the car flooded her mind, leading her to question whether this calamity diverged from the original narrative, perhaps a result of the butterfly effect instigated by her own actions. She remained uncertain. Yu Yan, sensing her turmoil, suppressed his own wrath and turned his gaze toward her, inadvertently overlooking her inner musings. He spoke softly, refraining from transferring his violent emotions to Yaoxing. "It's not insurmountable. I can devise a plan when the time comes." Yaoxing hesitated and inquired, "So, who is the principal perpetrator?" "Qin Mingyu and the elder of the Lung family," Yu Yan replied, his brow furrowing in cold disdain, his voice devoid of warmth. "They wish for my demise." Suddenly, Yaoxing recalled the incident in the restaurant. Could it be that such a trivial matter had ignited a murderous intent against Yu Yan? From the very beginning, she had never felt any affection for the male protagonist of this narrative, and his current actions only deepened her aversion. This further solidified her resolution to defy the plot. She would not become a mere instrument for advancing the storyline. Yaoxing fell into an eerie silence, her mind still lingering on the intricacies of this narrative. It was evident that Qin Mingyu had been the one pursued, so why had the focus shifted to Yu Yan in the end? She was uncertain of many things. Yet one thought crystallized in her mind. This predicament was undoubtedly a consequence of her presence. Perhaps it stemmed from the events at the restaurant, or perhaps her protagonist aura had inadvertently brought misfortune upon Yu Yan. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Was there a possibility that her proximity to Yu Yan would not bestow him with good fortune, but rather summon calamity? Her hands, which hung limply at her sides, slowly curled into tight fists. Upon returning to the bedroom, Yu Yan resumed attending to other matters. He was busy, a fact Yaoxing was well aware of. Hence she refrained from disturbing him during his important tasks. She took out her phone and scrolled through it for a while, ensuring everything was in order. When suddenly she remembered Pei Huai and quickly opened WeChat. Chapter 82. The Identity of the Hacker as Yaoxing opened WeChat. She noticed the first contact in her list, a cartoon pig with a soft pink hue. It was endearing, in stark contrast to his actual persona. "Do not be enamored, Ms. Go," he messaged. "Thank you for your call that alerted me at the time, but I must ask, how did you know of my situation?" "Not at all," came the reply. "When I accidentally dialed your number previously, I overheard you mention attending the Guzong's memorial. I received word that someone intended to target you, so I immediately sought to inform you, coincidentally as you were passing over that bridge." Yaoxing stared at his response for a moment, lost in thought. Though her response appeared unproblematic, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed her mind, prompting her to gently tap the screen with her finger. Moments later, she sent another message. "Do not be infatuated with Ms. Go." Then why, when I clearly did not initiate the call, did it connect automatically on your end? Perhaps you are mistaken? You accepted the call shortly after I dialed, allowing us to converse. On the other side, Pei Huai, who had just awakened and was sitting on his bed, immediately replied to Go Yaoxing's message, his gaze fixed on the phone screen, enveloped in silence. He resembled a frigid flower, beautiful yet untouchable. His expression darkened, lips pressed tightly together in contemplation. Would she suspect him? In his haste, he had merely seized control of her phone for a fleeting 2 seconds to connect the call, eager to relay all he knew. Fortunately, she had believed him at that time. Moreover, he had manipulated the central control system tracking Go Yaoxing and her companions' vehicles. Although he did not incapacitate their cars outright, he managed to slow their speed, granting them additional time. In the urgency of the moment, he had not considered that she might remember the details so clearly. A typical person might have thought they inadvertently tapped the screen due to the stress of the situation. Yet, Go Yaoxing's recent messages conveyed her certainty that she had not accepted the call. As she read his reply, her previous doubts began to resurface. Do not be infatuated with Miss Go. You manipulated my phone just to ensure I answered the call? The thought felt almost definitive. Pei Huai contemplated resisting further. Yet upon encountering Go Yaoxing's name, he found himself yielding entirely. In Pei Huai's bedroom, he remained seated on the bed, his eyes, shaped in a traditional manner, typically exuding an air of coldness and distance. At that moment, however, they betrayed a hint of frustration. His hair was tousled, and an uncommon agitation stirred within him. Yes. Will you be angry? Go Yaoxing was taken aback by his candid admission, pausing momentarily. Do not be infatuated with Miss Go. So, you are a hacker? Indeed. Do not be infatuated with Miss Go. I am not angry. There exists a type of hacker known as a white hat, a hero safeguarding network security. I understand your intentions were good. Had you not intervened, I would have indeed hung up. Do not be infatuated with Miss Go. Besides, you only did it that once. Thank you for considering my well-being. I truly admire your skill, as I am utterly clueless about computers. It is nothing. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Do not be infatuated with Miss Go. All right. Once he had sent the message, Pei Huai stared at her words for quite some time, his hand slowly reaching out to touch Go Yaoxing's avatar. Yet it was not merely a single instance. However, he would not disclose this to her, as it would only deepen her trepidation towards him. No one in his life was aware of who he truly was, nor would they ever learn that he was a hacker. He had never contemplated revealing to anyone that he was a hacker, yet in the presence of Go Yaoxing, he felt a disarming sense of ease, as if it mattered little even if she were to uncover all his secrets. He yearned for her to learn more about him. Go Yaoxing's response was merely a courtesy, but Pei Huai seemed to interpret it differently, already pondering how he might approach her next. He closed his phone and, barefoot, made his way to the living room, retrieving a carton of milk from the refrigerator. His usually cold and indifferent gaze appeared softened in this moment. Meanwhile, the character of Yu Yan, who had always been by Go Yaoxing's side, seemed to fade into the background of his thoughts. Later that evening, before Yu Yan returned, Go Yaoxing flipped open her notebook, perusing 2 pages of the current plot. After a moment of contemplation, she pondered how to extricate herself from the narrative's influence. Yet, her efforts yielded no results. Despite her prolonged stay, she had been unable to alter the course of any storyline. Each one persisted in a different form. Nevertheless, she remained resolute in her determination not to surrender. As she pondered, a faint scent of cedar wafted through the air, reminiscent of a delicate layer of snow, a crisp and refreshing presence. She had not only grown accustomed to this fragrance, but had come to cherish it. Raising her gaze, she beheld Yu Yan's visage, and her heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, gradually found solace. It seemed that his presence alone could ease her mind. She felt an innate trust that he could resolve any problem. Will you tell a story today? The corners of Yu Yan's eyes crinkled with a subtle smile, suggesting that any tale would suffice, as long as she was the one narrating it. Go Yaoxing stared at him, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that Yu Yan found solace in her protagonist aura? This notion had no basis in the novel, where Yu Yan scarcely interacted with the female lead, let alone had the opportunity to be lulled to sleep by her. Yet, upon sensing her unspoken thoughts, Yu Yan's brow furrowed, displeasure etched across his features. Grasping her chin, his somber gaze scanned her face, missing no flicker of emotion. His voice, laden with an ambiguous tone and an undercurrent of irritation, questioned her confidence in him. Do you truly doubt me? Go Yaoxing was taken aback by his seemingly cryptic remark. Blinking in confusion, unable to grasp his meaning, Yu Yan studied her intently but found no response that satisfied his curiosity. After a moment he sighed, his voice light and dismissive. Forget it. Gu Yaoxing remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, still unaware of the cause behind Yu Yan's sudden statement. Before she could ponder further, he closed the distance between them. Fresh from his bath, his skin was enveloped in a light mist, the scent of body wash lingering in the air. Instinctively, she inhaled deeply, finding the fragrance delightful. Yu Yan's voice, low and sultry, carried an enigmatic tone as he remarked, "Your other mouth is more honest." Gu Yaoxing's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the very antagonist from the novel, who had never known a woman in his life. And now he was uttering such audacious words. How astonishing. With deliberate intent, Yu Yan loosened the top 2 buttons of his silk robe, revealing his collarbone and hinting at the allure of his chest beneath. In a lower tone, he questioned, "Do you not like it?" Gu Yaoxing clenched her teeth, retorting, "You know full well what you're doing." Upon finishing her words, she recklessly lunged forward. Yu Yan found himself pinned beneath her, a smile dancing in his eyes as his long fingers rested upon her waist, making no move to resist her playful antics. In the first half of the night, Gu Yaoxing was exceedingly proactive, and in the latter half, her pleas for a halt fell on deaf ears. Gradually, the horizon began to blush with the dawn, and the morning star lost its brilliance. The two embraced in slumber. Chapter 83. A deteriorating situation. When Gu Yaoxing awoke this time, Yu Yan was by her side, still in the realm of dreams. It seemed she ought to remind him that there are no overworked oxen, only land that can be exhausted. Although circumstances appeared tolerable, her inner turmoil resembled a roller coaster, oscillating between peaks and valleys, leaving her somewhat unsettled. She reached out and pinched Yu Yan's still sleeping face. His alabaster skin was flawless, evoking envy in the hearts of many. How could someone so easily toppled before now exude an air of ferocity? She murmured softly, "Yu Yan, why have you become less endearing than before?" Yet, no sooner had the words escaped her lips than Yu Yan abruptly opened his eyes. His deep black irises devoid of the lingering haze of sleep, their clarity striking. Gu Yaoxing quickly realized that he had been awake all along. Yu Yan, however, showed no signs of guilt. "If I weren't awake, how would I know you were secretly belittling me?" "Belittling? How so?"
Yaoxing blinkade.
Her gaze fixed intently on him. "Weren't you the one who forbade me from praising your charm? Now that I say you are less charming, how is that belittling?" Yu Yan hesitated momentarily, then averted his gaze, his dark eyes deep and penetrating. With a hint of defiance, he declared, "I may not accept it, but I cannot be without it." "How can you be so unreasonable? Where did you learn that?"
"From you."
Gu Yaoxing was momentarily taken aback, only to grasp the meaning behind his words. Where did he learn it?
"From you."
Suddenly, she recalled a chaotic moment from the previous night when she had inadvertently glimpsed the monitoring device on the nightstand, noting that Yu Yan's heart rate had surged beyond normal limits. However, her mind had been in disarray, rendering her unable to think clearly at the time. Remembering this, she gazed earnestly at Yu Yan. "Yu Yan, perhaps we should maintain some distance. Otherwise, your body might not endure it." Yu Yan's eyes darkened considerably. His tongue pressed against his molars, a smirk playing on his lips. Who was it that first succumbed last night? Gu Yaoxing's resolve intensified, her expression earnest. "Do you not understand that no ox can be overworked without consequence, only land that can be exhausted?" Yu Yan nearly chuckled in disbelief. Yet he discerned the worry lurking in her gaze. In the novel she spoke of, his frail body was one of the causes of his demise, but not the sole reason. Just days prior, in Ningqing, their presence at Gu Zong's death anniversary was paramount not merely for remembrance, but for the antidote they desperately needed. Even in death, Gu Zong would not relinquish them, having controlled their bodies and minds through poison in life, and continuing to do so in death. This poison was incurable, and despite their investments of time, money, and resources, the results remained minimal. Each year on the anniversary of his passing, designated individuals would arrive to deliver the antidote to them. On that fateful day, he deliberately dismissed Gu Yaoxing and, together with the other 4, ingested the antidote, which improved his condition somewhat. Thus, Wei Jingqi, who had long been anxious about his heart rate and other matters, found himself indifferent, even without his existing ailment. He knew he would inevitably succumb to this poison. However, Gu Yaoxing was particularly concerned about this aspect. Her voice was low and serious. "Wei Jingqi, you are deceiving yourself. My illness is unrelated to this." Gu Yaoxing cast him a glance, appearing genuinely perplexed yet uncertain. She needed to observe further. Sensing her hesitance, Yu Yan remained unhurried. After a while, he rose at a leisurely pace, stating, "I must go to the company." You stay here obediently. If you desire anything, instruct the servants or Aunt Chen. They will procure it for you. All right, Go Yaoxing replied, feeling that time was ample and many of her questions remained unanswered. Little did she anticipate that Yu Yan would encounter an unforeseen incident that day. Around 3 in the afternoon, Chao Shui suddenly appeared with a grave expression, her steps betraying a sense of urgency. Upon entering the bedroom and catching sight of Go Yaoxing, she averted her gaze, attempting to mask her emotions.
Yaoxing.
Ever vigilant regarding such matters, queried, Sister, why have you returned so suddenly? Where is Yu Yan? Chao Shui hesitated, her tone cool. 7th Master is still at the company. He has entrusted me with an important item to retrieve. Go Yaoxing slowly withdrew her gaze. Very well, you may search for it. Uncertain whether she believed her or not, Chao Shui, wary of causing concern, feigned a search for documents, casually retrieving a bottle of medicine from the drawer before picking up a file. Found it. I shall return to the company now. She merely reported this, but Go Yaoxing did not even glance at her, stating in a low voice, Wait a moment. Chao Shui paused. Go Yaoxing, unhurried, inquired, What else did you take just now? Before Chao Shui could articulate her thoughts, Go Yaoxing's keen observation intensified under pressure. Chao Shui, you are concealing something from me. Go Yaoxing's tone was nearly certain, her gaze fixated on her. It pertains to Yu Yan, does it not? You do not wish to tell me. Has something happened to him? Chao Shui appeared momentarily stunned, her fingertips tightening around the file. The words of 7th Master echoed in her mind. Do not let Go Yaoxing find out. Go Yaoxing furrowed her brow. Is Yu Yan forbidding you from speaking? Has he fallen ill again? Or is it something else? She approached Chao Shui, halting before her, her gaze piercing. Chao Shui understood that dilly-dallying at this juncture would only further endanger 7th Master. Her voice grew urgent. 7th Master has coughed up blood at the company. It seems his old ailment has resurfaced. I returned to fetch medicine for him. A wave of panic surged within Go Yaoxing, yet her demeanor grew, increasingly composed. I will accompany you. Do not make excuses. Let us hurry. Chao Shui nodded, and the two swiftly departed for the company. Among the upper echelons of the Blue Line, only a select few were aware of Yu Yan's condition. The rest remained oblivious. The pair arrived at Yu Yan's office, and upon glimpsing his pallid visage, Go Yaoxing halted at the doorway, refraining from entering. She resolved to allow Yu Yan a moment to regain his composure before she stepped inside. She also brought along a watch, allowing her to clearly observe Yu Yan's heart rate, respiratory frequency, and body temperature, all elevated. Even though she knew such thoughts seemed absurd, she couldn't help but question whether her presence was contributing to Yu Yan's deteriorating health. As soon as his condition improved slightly, she knocked and entered. She was taken aback by his uncharacteristic demeanor, revealing a hint of vulnerability. His complexion was pale, devoid of any color, as if a gust of wind might whisk him away. Despite her reluctance to acknowledge it, she was starkly aware of a painful truth. Yu Yan's health was indeed declining. Upon catching sight of Go Yaoxing, Yu Yan's expression faltered. He then glanced at Chao Shui, his meaning unmistakable. Go Yaoxing immediately positioned herself in front of Chao Shui, asserting that it was not her fault. It was her own intuition that compelled her to follow. What's the matter, Yu Yan? Do you not wish to see me? She suppressed her concern for him, adopting a woefully innocent expression. Xia Qing, noticing the situation had improved, discreetly withdrew from the space. In Chapter 84, Sweetness, Go Yaoxing gently stroked Yu Yan's hair, soothing him with repeated caresses, seemingly attempting to alleviate his discomfort. She softly inquired, Does it hurt? However, the imagined scene where Yu Yan, strong and resolute, would declare he felt no pain did not materialize. Instead, he revealed a rare glimpse of vulnerability, affirmatively responding, It hurts. At that moment, she had no desire to ponder other matters, continuing to caress his hair with her eyes half-lidded. Standing beside Yu Yan, who sat upright in his executive chair, he did not resemble a patient at all. His already pale skin was now completely devoid of color, presenting a sickly appearance. Despite her unwillingness to admit it, she recognized a harsh reality. Yu Yan's condition was indeed worsening. Since her arrival, it seemed he had been on a continuous decline, without any improvement. Even his ability to sleep offered little consolation. Her voice was soft and gentle. Shall I make you fish soup when we return? Yu Yan readily acquiesced. Of course, I'll listen to you. This was her first visit to his company, and everything felt somewhat unfamiliar. She sat on the sofa in Yu Yan's office, admiring the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a glimpse of the entire cityscape. Her inner unease was gradually intensifying. As she observed the heart rate monitor, she noted that Yu Yan's heart rate had returned to normal, having previously exceeded the standard range. Yu Yan, aren't you going to take a break today? Despite being quite busy, Yu Yan lifted his eyelids upon hearing her question and directed his gaze toward Go Yaoxing, indicating he still had unfinished matters to attend to. Go Yaoxing curiously approached, scrutinizing the documents on his desk. Are they important?
Yes.
Yu Yan paused his work as she approached. Aren't you opposed to Qin Mingyu? The matters I need to handle today are related to him. What do you mean? At the mention of this subject, an imperceptible hint of hostility tinged Yu Yan's voice. Recently, someone had been protecting him, and his company had attracted a surge of investment, stabilizing its position and gaining notoriety in the business arena. Go Yaoxing was taken aback, completely unprepared for the rapid recovery of Qin Mingyu. It seems that the last contract did not affect him significantly. He is indeed the male lead, possessing admirable qualities aside from his lack of moral and legal understanding. However, Go Yaoxing exhibits a double standard. When it concerns Yu Yan, she feels indifferent. Yet when it involves Qin Mingyu, she imagines delivering a punch to his head. She reassures Yu Yan, saying it is all right. He has capable allies, and so do you. Yu Yan who? With unwavering confidence, she points to herself, her radiant smile illuminating her face. Of course, it is I. A hint of amusement sparkles in Yu Yan's eyes as they narrow, resting upon Go Yaoxing's visage. Seated in his chair, he draws her slender waist closer. His half-turned face gently rests against her abdomen, his nostrils filled with her unique fragrance, sweet and delightful, not overpowering, yet exceptionally pleasant. It appears he has grown fond of the scent. However, in the next moment, the young lady tenses slightly, instinctively sucking in her stomach. Earlier, he had not smiled, but now he cannot help but curve his lips in a grin. His breath caresses Go Yaoxing's abdomen, and even through the fabric, she senses a warmth and a ticklish sensation. She lowers her gaze and deliberately glares at Yu Yan, questioning, "What are you laughing at?" Yu Yan, unfazed, inquires, "Why are you holding your breath?" She pauses, her tone imbued with melancholy. These past few days, I've been indulging at home, and I might have overindulged a bit, resulting in a little extra flesh on my stomach. Upon hearing the word home, Yu Yan's heart abruptly halts. He realizes that even hearing her utter such a peculiar term still causes his heart to race uncontrollably. It seems that all the teachings he acquired on Mount Buzhou are utterly ineffective when it comes to her. He cannot rein in his heartbeat. He reaches out, gently pinching her little belly, offering his assessment. Very soft, yet not at all fat. Go Yaoxing, captivated by his earnest gaze, finds her own eyes drifting downward. They settle upon Yu Yan's lips, and she instinctively pauses. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Yu Yan hears her unspoken thoughts. It looks very soft. Very soft? He momentarily fails to grasp the implication of Go Yaoxing's words. Yet, in the next instant, she is fixated on his lips. Suddenly, she lowers her head, her delicate hand cradling his face, and kisses his lips. Indeed, they are very soft. Yu Yan's fingertips stir slightly, yearning for a deeper connection. But Go Yaoxing has already straightened up. With a tone that is both assured and cheerful, she declares, "You have taken your medicine. Your mouth must taste quite bitter. So I shall refrain from a French kiss." Yu Yan unexpectedly becomes considerably compliant, his dark eyes softening, his typically brooding gaze transforming into one of gentleness.
All right.
Even if she desires a French kiss, he would not acquiesce, fearing he might transmit his illness to her. Once Go Yaoxing rises, she does not hinder his work. Displaying remarkable understanding as she encourages, "You should continue working. Hurry and finish. I will wait for you to finish your shift. You must go to bed early tonight." Concerned for his health after his sudden illness today, she wishes for Yu Yan to experience a normal life, sleeping soundly until dawn, robust and free from ailments. As the potential primary antagonist in the early stages of the narrative, he was fated not to enjoy such fortune. Indeed, Yu Yan heeded her advice, bowing his head to continue addressing the events of the day. Qin Mingyu, perhaps aware of his temperament and fearing a retaliatory blow, had been systematically squeezing his company over the past few days. However, losing several hundred million in contracts hardly inflicted significant damage upon him. Go Yaoxing was seated on the sofa when her phone chimed, revealing a message from Xia Yan. "Xia Riki. Thank you, Go Yaoxing. My father believes that it was Seventh Master who took me. He trusted this when I went to retrieve my mother. He let both her and me go.
Now,
I have left the capital with my mother to live in a city where no one knows us." A smile suddenly graced Go Yaoxing's lips as she typed a response. "Do not be enamored with Ms. Go. No worries, I am delighted to assist a beautiful lady. Should you require anything in the future, do feel free to reach out. I am more than willing to help with such trifles. Xiao Riki replied, you can also seek me out for any matters. I will certainly assist you in any way I can. I am also grateful to Seventh Master. When my father inquired, he did not refute him, which solidified my father's belief. Go Yaoxing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising her gaze toward the engrossed Yu Yan. Her eyes sparkled with a soft, radiant joy, the warmth reminiscent of a gentle spring. Her gaze was so fervent that Yu Yan immediately sensed it, lifting his eyelids slightly. His expression, previously shrouded in gloom, softened considerably upon meeting her gaze, revealing a hint of vulnerability. The stark contrast of his pale skin against his dark eyes created a striking visual, both vivid and intense. Although she had seen this countless times, Go Yaoxing's heart skipped a beat. Her breath unconsciously slowed, as if to avoid disturbing the breathtaking scene before her, so exquisite and serene. A momentary impulse flickered through her mind, and she instinctively uttered, Yu Yan, thank you. Chapter 85. The Gossiping Hearts of the President's Office. Xia Yan's troubles as for what she was thanking him for, she could not immediately discern. Perhaps it was gratitude for his assistance to Xia Yan, or perhaps for his willingness to change. In the past, he would never have helped others, people who bore no relation to him and held no utility in his eyes. Yu Yan paused, raising an eyebrow. Thank for what? At that moment, Go Yaoxing regained her composure, her heartbeat gradually steadying. Thank you for helping Xia Yan. For not exposing her. However, Yu Yan's gaze was profound, his dark eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss that seemed to draw one in. It was evident that the woman named Xia had spoken to Go Yaoxing, and with an unhurried demeanor, he lowered his gaze, his voice low and alluring. She should be thanking you.
Huh? Why?
Because if it weren't for you, I would not have helped anyone. His tone was as flat as could be, not even needing to glance at her, as if this were a matter of the utmost ordinary nature in his mind. Go Yaoxing had suspected this might be the case. Yet hearing it directly from Yu Yan imbued the sentiment with an entirely different weight. At this moment, Yu Yan's pale fingers casually turned the page, and his gaze felt a chill as it landed upon the words. Go Yaoxing's eyes burned with intensity, impossible to disregard. Yu Yan withdrew his gaze. Meeting her eyes, once more, her inner thoughts echoed in his mind. I want the Sun Yu. His heart skipped a beat, and in a fluster, he lowered his head, focusing on the documents his assistant had brought, yet his mind was filled with Go Yaoxing's fervent musings. Each thought was strangely tantalizing, as if she could strip him bare, consuming him whole. Had it not been for the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows before them, had this not been his office, Yu Yan might have reasonably suspected that Go Yaoxing would leap forward in a fervor. Go Yaoxing, merely contemplating such thoughts, hastily averted her gaze, fearful of being discovered by Yu Yan. Little did she know, he was fully aware of all her subtle inclinations. There was no escape. Meanwhile, the attention of all the staff in the president's office was diverted from their duties. Each one craned their necks towards the president's office, nearly desperate to fly in and discern the situation unfolding within. What a rare occurrence. The president had indeed brought a woman here. Moreover, they had been inside for 2 hours. My goodness, how does our president possess such stamina? It's been so long without a resolution. This is unbearable. 2 hours without conclusion is exhausting. You're just envious. If your partner can last an hour, consider yourself lucky.
Damn.
How do you know that? My partner and I barely made it half an hour last time, and while my stamina isn't great, I hadn't even grasped what I was feeling before I found myself staring at him, asking, is it over? You all must be the Lich Kings. Listening to your words makes me feel as though I'm about to grow pointed ears. Despite these remarks, everyone's focus remained entirely on the office, each wishing they could develop the ability to see and hear from afar. It was a rare event, and their curiosity was insatiable. Suddenly, a short-haired girl hesitantly spoke up. The last time, the receptionist told me that the president overheard them discussing his bringing a woman to the banquet. They were all gossiping when he caught wind of it, and instead of punishing them or providing an explanation, he claimed it was voluntary. I would truly be grateful. When will I be assigned a high-quality man like our president? You're truly bold. Although I know the president is indeed impressive, I wouldn't dare accept such fortune. Just a glance from him makes me feel like my demise is imminent. I can't fathom how his girlfriend endures it. That is certainly true. Upon your words, my mind has instantaneously quieted. The aspirations of the modern woman, to live well. The soundproofing of the office was impeccable. and Go Yaoxing and Yu Yan remained oblivious to the discussions unfolding outside. Yu Yan, may you live a long and prosperous life. This world is vast. Yet the lifespans in novels are fleeting, insufficient for you to savor the beauty this world has to offer. Go Yaoxing furrowed her brow tightly, utterly at a loss as to how to extend Yu Yan's lifespan. Why was it that in the novels she had read, the female protagonists possessed golden fingers upon transmigrating? Her only advantage lies in her knowledge of the general storyline. Of course, Yu Yan should not be considered a true advantage. At best, he is merely a sturdy support. It suddenly occurred to her that she had yet to respond to Xia Yan. Do not adore Ms. Go. Yu Yan says no need to thank him. The reply came swiftly. Summer soda. But I have a small question I wish to ask you. If that is alright? Do not adore Ms. Go. What question? Summer soda. Not long ago, I met a man at the nightclub where I work. Initially, our interactions were strictly professional, with no words exchanged. However, he once saved me, and I am quite grateful to him. Do not adore Ms. Go. And then? And then? She had already set up her small stool, eagerly anticipating this gossip. Xia Yan lowered her head, feeling a bit shy, yet resolutely began to type. Summer soda. But one time, I got drunk and forced myself on him. I truly did not intend to. Nor did I ever imagine I would act that way while intoxicated. Summer soda. Afterward, he kept pursuing me, and I don't know what to do. You have seventh master. I thought you might understand this a bit. I haven't dared to tell anyone else, so I wanted to ask you. Go Yaoxing displayed a look of surprise. Upon seeing the words seventh master, she glanced at Yu Yan, contemplating for a moment before sending a message. Do not adore Ms. Go. A man's physical strength is certainly not something a drunken girl like you can contend with. Since he did not firmly push you away at that moment, it suggests he may have some interest in you. Let me ask, is he handsome?
What is his character like?
Summer soda. He is very handsome, the most handsome man I have ever seen. His character seems decent, otherwise, he wouldn't have saved me. Go Yaoxing felt otherwise, believing Yu Yan to be the most handsome, yet she continued to offer advice to Xia Yan. Do not adore Ms. Ge. Then what are you hesitating for? Offer yourself entirely and go for it. He must have some feelings for you. Summer soda. I suspect he does have a liking for me, but... Do not adore Ms. Ge. But what? Such a handsome man is hard to come by. Why not just seize the opportunity? Summer soda. But he is a gigolo. Xia Yan fell silent. Go Yaoxing also succumbed to silence. Chapter 86. Buenemo Go Yaoxing suddenly understood the crux of Xia Yan's dilemma. Do not adore Ms. Ge. So, he works as a gigolo at your part-time nightclub? Summer soda. Yes. Do not adore Ms. Ge. Listen to me. This industry is fraught with complexities. You are still naive. No matter how handsome this gigolo is, you must maintain your composure and not succumb to his sweet allure. While you have not yet fully fallen for him, it is best to sever ties quickly. The men in this line of work are too deep in their ways. You cannot navigate it. Go Yaoxing spoke with utmost sincerity. The most disheartening scenario is when a rogue returns, having had his fill, and one wonders if he might tire of the simple fare and wish to return. She did not express her thoughts harshly. Yet she had conveyed everything she wished to say. The man who frequents nightlife venues, even an ordinary man, could easily outplay a typical woman, let alone one who is a seasoned escort, often entertaining affluent elites, who could have foreseen that on that particular day he would leave her utterly bereft. Xia Yan's gaze was fixated on the lengthy message sent by Go Yaoxing, her heart heavy with melancholy. This moment could be aptly described as one where she was fully aware of the impending outcome, yet still yearned to glimpse the perspectives of others. However, she recognized the truth in Go Yaoxing's words. Each line was sincerely crafted with her best interests at heart. Xia Yan typed, "All right, I understand what I must do.
Thank you."
After sending the message, she exhaled a deep sigh, as if trying to expel the pent-up frustration within her chest. Yet, her determination began to solidify. Indeed, having lingered too long in that man's tender embrace, she had nearly forgotten that her mother had succumbed to the treachery of men. This had led to her current predicament, and she resolutely vowed never to follow in her mother's footsteps. Just as she solidified her resolve, a heated male form pressed against her from behind, the intoxicating scent of his masculine pheromones enveloping her senses. Xia Yan froze, Go Yaoxing's counsel still echoing in her mind, a flicker of aloofness flashing in her eyes as she sought to break free. However, the man's powerful arms ensnared her tightly. His gaze fell upon her phone screen, still illuminated, revealing its contents clearly. His expression darkened, tightening his grip around Xia Yan's waist, his voice sultry and seductive. What's this? Are you not planning to take responsibility for me? His breath deliberately brushed against her neck, a tantalizing warmth that was undeniably alluring. Xia Yan stumbled over her words. You've had so many women. Surely this one doesn't matter to you? With a provocative smile, he replied in a voice that was irresistibly captivating. How can you be so sure I don't care? Previously, it was all my choice. This time, you were the one who compelled me. Are you suggesting I should simply forget it? He had expertly grasped her innermost thoughts, aware of what frightened her the most. In previous encounters like this, Xia Yan had always found herself disarmed by his charm, just as Yaoxing had described. Clenching her fists, she resolved to push him away. Wenma, please refrain from using the tactics you've learned from others on me. I no longer wish to continue this. Can't you let me go? The amusement in his eyes faded, his alluring features tightening, his sensual lips pressed into a thin line. Sensing her emotional turmoil, he casually averted his gaze. His voice still dripping with suppressed rage yet maintaining its seductive allure. What if I refuse to let you go? Xia Yan bit her lip, desperation creeping in.
If it comes to that, I'll find a job.
I'll compensate you for the emotional distress from that night, along with a fair price. Just keep your distance, please. Wenma's strikingly handsome visage remained taut, his lips a firm line. Perceiving her escalating distress, he nonchalantly lowered his gaze, his tone unchanged. Very well. Xia Yan was taken aback, her eyes snapping up to meet his. You truly agree? Indeed. Wenma's smile was wickedly charming, however, as a form of compensation. How about you give me one last kiss? Xia Yan paused, hesitating for a moment as her gaze met Wenma's ambiguous, yet alluring smile. After a slight nod, she slowly approached him, and as he closed his eyes, she pressed her lips against his in a fleeting kiss, hastily attempting to retreat. However, the man seemed to anticipate this, abruptly opening his eyes, which sparkled with mischief. His enchanting, elongated eyes fixed intently on Xia Yan, his hands already encircling her waist, drawing her into a passionate kiss, leaving no room for resistance. My dear, how could you possibly know that I have been with so many women? Suddenly, Xia Yan's phone, which she had left aside, lit up. Wenma's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, immediately turned to the device, revealing the next message. Do not be infatuated with Ms. Go. Men like this tend to be quite captivating. A girl like you, lacking experience, will undoubtedly find it hard to resist. I advise you to avoid any opportunities to meet him. Wenma let out a cryptic chuckle.
Yaoxing.
The one Yu Yan is fond of? Quite the meddler. Meanwhile, Yaoxing, fearing that Xia Yan might waver and struggle to break free, sent her another message, but it fell into silence, receiving no response. Perhaps the young girl had just begun to awaken to her feelings, still reluctant to let go. However, it wouldn't be long before clarity would dawn upon her. As dusk settled outside, Yu Yan had yet to conclude his work. It was no wonder the CEO's health often faltered. The high-intensity demands of his office life were certainly taxing. Xia Yan waited patiently for Yu Yan in the office. Even though he had suggested she go out and enjoy herself, she remained steadfast. He was pouring his life into his work, and it would be utterly unethical for her to indulge in leisure. Thus, the following day, Yaoxing resolutely decided to accompany Yu Yan to work. Initially reluctant to allow her presence, Yu Yan's hesitation was met with Yaoxing's piercing gaze as she discerned his thoughts.
Yu Yan.
Do you secretly wish for no one to know you're taken? Yu Yan paused, his eyes dark and enigmatic. If it were up to him, he would want the world to acknowledge their inseparable bond. However, he reached out to tousle Yaoxing's hair, stating no. But it is perilous for you to be around me. The security system at the villa is the best in the country. You are safe here.
Yaoxing blinkade, pondering.
So you are concerned for my safety? Indeed. Suddenly, a realization struck Yaoxing, and her expression turned uncertain. So, all those times you took me to events were intentional? Yaoxing was often slow to piece together the truth, yet occasionally, her intuition was startlingly accurate, allowing her to grasp the essence of situations without much contemplation. As was the case now, she deduced that his previous ostentatious behavior might have been a ploy to draw someone out, undeterred by her safety. Yu Yan, unusually silent, averted his gaze, refraining from meeting her eyes or acknowledging her unspoken thoughts. He merely nodded, his voice low, yes. Yaoxing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yu Yan. Chapter 87. A shallow pursuit of love. Yaoxing's gaze darkened, her voice chillingly cold, resembling at times the demeanor of Yu Yan. She waved her hand dismissively, stating, enough, there is no need for explanations. I comprehend your thoughts. Yu Yan, rarely silent, felt his heart constrict upon hearing her words. The thought of Ge Yaoxing leaving him was unfathomable. In the beginning, had she chosen to depart, he might have considered resorting to cruel measures to end her life. However, now, if Ge Yaoxing were to leave him, everything around him would be engulfed in his wrath, including his own existence. Everything that could potentially retain Ge Yaoxing was a weapon in his arsenal. His jaw tightened, emotions oscillating precariously between lucidity and madness. Instinctively, he grasped Ge Yaoxing's hand, his voice hoarse and rough. "I have dispatched many to protect you in secret." Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, silence enveloped him. There had been a moment when he failed to safeguard her. He had never anticipated that Ge Yaoxing would hear his deliberate deceit aimed at the old man. He had not foreseen her immediate departure, nor that she would become lost and subsequently abducted by a group of unknown assailants.
Yet,
none of these circumstances could serve as an excuse for his actions. He had indeed failed to regard Ge Yaoxing's life with the gravity it deserved. She understood what Yu Yan was contemplating, and though her heart was stubbornly resistant to dialogue, she inquired, "What about the individuals who were supposed to protect me during my previous abduction?" Yu Yan's lips parted slightly, devoid of any emotion. "They are dead." Ge Yaoxing was taken aback by this unexpected conclusion. Her gaze faltered, her mind struggling to process the information. Her fingers curled slowly, trembling slightly. Her voice was strained as she questioned, why not directly punish them instead of granting them death? Yu Yan seemed devoid of any human sentiment. His pale visage reflecting no trace of emotion, his voice chillingly cold. "That is the punishment. They simply did not endure." Ge Yaoxing sensed an insurmountable barrier to communication with Yu Yan. In her belief, humanity could conquer destiny, while in Yu Yan's perspective, human life was as insignificant as grass. Yu Yan fixed his piercing gaze on Ge Yaoxing, pressing her with each word. "Do you wish to kill me?" His eyes blazed, suffocating her with intensity. Ge Yaoxing shook her head, her gaze firm as she retorted, "No, it was you at that time who wished to end my life." At this, Yu Yan found himself at a loss for words, experiencing an unfamiliar sensation. It felt as though a weight of countless stones pressed upon his chest, heavy and oppressive, his heart racing as if it might burst. Yet, he found himself devoid of any means to resolve this turmoil. His long fingers turned cold, instinctively reaching for Ge Yaoxing's hand, but as soon as he made contact, she pulled away. Yu Yan's eyes widened in shock, as if something was spiraling further from his control, gradually slipping away from him. Ge Yaoxing, feeling her thoughts in disarray, recognized that the best course of action was to part ways for a while, allowing each other the space to reflect and regain composure. This separation might prove beneficial, for she understood that she could never relinquish her feelings for Yu Yan. However, Yu Yan's voice was husky, akin to that of a trapped beast. "Are you leaving me?" Ge Yaoxing took a deep breath, her tone resolute. "Go ahead, you should head to the company first. We both need a moment to regain our composure." Her gaze fell, and she noticed the watch on her wrist, which had always adorned her arm, indicated that Yu Yan's heart rate had exceeded normal levels. Even though she herself had not yet calmed down, witnessing the scene rendered her incapable of suppressing her concern for him. "Yu Yan, your heart rate has surpassed the normal range. Please, take a moment to steady your emotions. If this is because of me, I can step away for a while." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a slight tug at the hem of her clothing. Following the long, pale hand upward, her eyes landed on Yu Yan's dark, almost pleading face. "Don't go," he implored. Ge Yaoxing pressed her lips together, fully aware that Yu Yan could not forego his duties at the company. The business had been quite demanding lately, and without his presence, the company might falter. She then turned to him, saying, "Let us get in the car. I'll drive you to the company."
all right.
Yu Yan observed that she had not released his hand, and he continued to grasp the corner of her garment. Yet he felt an inexplicable hesitation to press further, content merely to hold on to her and prevent her from departing. He also noticed something unsettling. He had not heard any of Ge Yaoxing's thoughts. Were it not for his ever-alert consciousness, he might even doubt whether the ability to hear her thoughts had been nothing more than a figment of his imagination.
Meanwhile,
The monitor on Ge Yaoxing's wrist displayed that Yu Yan's heart rate remained elevated. Could it be that during moments of heightened emotional turmoil, this telepathic ability faltered? Once inside the car, he continued to hold onto the corner of Ge Yaoxing's clothing, seemingly determined to maintain this connection as long as she did not reject him. Before long, they arrived at the company. News of Yu Yan's girlfriend visiting had already circulated throughout the office, even reaching the front desk. Some remained skeptical, as no one had witnessed them together. "If it hasn't he been seen, it doesn't he count." However, upon arriving at work today, everyone was distinctly aware that their president was behaving like a woeful little spouse, clutching the corner of his girlfriend's garment. The hand that typically signed billion-dollar deals now appeared remarkably humble, merely grasping a small portion of her clothing, daring not to extend beyond that. This hardly resembled the domineering CEO archetype from typical romance novels. It was more reminiscent of a doting younger partner in a sister-brother romance. The sight of the handsome couple together naturally captivated many, and the tale of the president resembling a forlorn little spouse spread like wildfire throughout the company. Even the cleaning lady couldn't help but express her surprise, never having imagined that their enigmatic president could possess such a tender demeanor. Yaoxing strode confidently into the company with Yu Yan, seemingly having forgotten his earlier concerns about her safety. Upon reaching the entrance of his office, she paused and turned to him. Yu Yan, you should get to work. As president, you mustn't allow anyone to criticize your performance. Yu Yan was taken aback, his heart sinking.
And you?
I'll wait here. I want to go in to see you work. In an effort to discern the truth behind her words, Yu Yan fixated intently on her eyes, unable to detect any signs of deceit. Nearby, the secretary, striving to diminish his presence, adjusted his spectacles, only to hear Yaoxing summon him. You've drawn Yu Yan into this. Hurry and let him address his work, he implored, trembling. Come on, brother. You must be joking. Who would dare act in this situation? I doubt he even knows how to write the words gruesome death. With a sigh, Yaoxing's gaze lingered on Yu Yan's hands. I want to leave. Is it acceptable for me to remain here? It was perplexing how Yu Yan had suddenly become so clingy. Once Yu Yan had entered his office, Yaoxing waited in the lounge, scrolling through her phone. After what felt like over an hour, thirst began to nag at her, yet she hesitated to drink water, instead yearning for a cup of milk tea to alleviate her boredom. Observing from outside the office, she noted Yu Yan still engrossed in his work, and opted not to disturb him as she turned to leave the company. Chapter 88. The frantic beast on the brink of madness. Shortly thereafter, Yu Yan instructed his secretary to check on Yaoxing in the lounge and inquire if she had any further needs. Acutely aware of his own culpability, he feared that Yaoxing might leave him, prompting him to refrain from using his location tracker, lest she discover it and feel even more inclined to depart. This inexplicable sense of anxiety was foreign to him, having not experienced it in quite some time, yet he was reluctant to confront it again. Before long, the secretary returned, his gaze evasive and unable to meet Yu Yan's eyes, speaking in a stuttering manner. At that moment, Yu Yan's unease reached a crescendo. His heart plummeted, as if plunged into an abyss of ice. A chilling numbness enveloped him, as though he were trapped in a frigid landscape, surrounded by a blinding expanse of snow, obscuring both the path ahead and the one behind. The world was shrouded in a silvery veil, rendering the horizon invisible. The turmoil within him could not be quelled. His heartbeat quickened, and his obsidian eyes darkened with a tempest of madness and obsession, a destructive fury that radiated a terrifying aura. His voice was chillingly cold, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast. What has happened to her? The secretary's heart turned cold as he trembled and stammered. Miss Go is not in the lounge. Other employees reported that she left alone not long ago and even lingered at the office door for a while. Before he could finish, the oppressive silence enveloped them. The greatest fear of Yu Yan's life had always been horror films, but now, the true terror eclipsing even the darkest of cinematic nightmares stood before him, his own president, with a visage of dread and madness. He would dedicate his life to healing the trauma of this moment. Go find her. Yu Yan's eyes, once dark, now brimmed with crimson veins. A terrifying and deranged countenance etched upon his face. His voice dripped with malice. Mobilize everyone in the company and bring her back. The secretary jolted, steeling himself as he replied in a grave tone, yes. Despite knowing how ill-advised this decision was, it was clear that their president had lost all semblance of rationality. However, before he could step out of the office, a low, hoarse voice suddenly echoed behind him. No need for you to get involved. No one is allowed in during this time. His eyes were as dark as the abyss, devoid of any vitality, resembling a lifeless doll, his complexion frighteningly pale. Even in normal circumstances, Yu Yan was intimidating enough, but at this moment, he was even more so. No sane person could endure his gaze for more than 3 seconds. The secretary promptly replied, yes, and without hesitation, exited, closing the door behind her. Upon reaching the president's office, she instructed others until Miss Go returns. No one is permitted to disturb the president. Although the staff in the president's office were clueless about the situation, They nodded in agreement upon seeing the secretary's terror-stricken expression. If even the secretary, accustomed to being near the president, was so frightened, the conditions inside must be dire. It was wise to keep their distance. Inside the office, Yuyan seemed to be scorched by the light, unable to tolerate even a glimmer. Before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, thick drapes gradually drew shut, sealing out the sunlight entirely. He resembled a dying fish, gasping for breath, his heart rate escalating. This reaction appeared akin to an allergy to light. Just moments ago, he had basked in the sun without discomfort. But such a state had only arisen after Yaoxing's arrival. Previously, he had favored all things shrouded in darkness. Even his heart was as black as night.
Yet now,
With Yaoxing gone, he seemed to revert to the former Yuyan, one who could only dwell in shadows. He retrieved his phone. The dim office illuminated solely by the soft glow of its screen, casting light upon his pallid face. His obsidian eyes fixated intently on the screen, tracking Yaoxing's location. Unwilling to divert his gaze for even a moment, he watched as that point receded from him, seemingly indifferent, hastening away from his side. Yaoxing, I feel as though I am on the brink of death. His breath remained unsteady, growing more frantic, his eyes veined with crimson. Madness engulfed him, leaving no trace of the calm he once possessed. His gaze fell upon the utility knife that had always rested on the desk. With his elongated, pale hand, he grasped it and slowly brought it to his wrist. The flawless white skin revealed prominent veins, all taut as if enduring immense agony. Yet, there was no trace of self-pity or fear in his expression. The sharp blade glided across, the chilling sensation fleeting. Pain surged towards him with unbridled intensity. Yet, he seemed oblivious, watching the crimson blood cascade down. His body had yet to recover, and now this act rendered his complexion even more ashen, resembling a mere specter. Devoid of color, a dense metallic scent rapidly permeated the office, a suffocating sensation enveloping him. However, he appeared unperturbed, slowly directing the phone's camera towards the wound on his wrist. Blood flowed freely, devoid of any intent to staunch the flow. He sent the photo to Yaoxing, his voice nearly pleading, "Please do not leave me." His typically aloof gaze shattered in that moment, and he continued with the next line, "Star baby, it hurts so much." He wished to employ such despicable means to evoke sympathy and affection within Yaoxing's heart. Regardless of the method, he was willing to resort to anything to retain her. Yaoxing, having just purchased her milk tea, glanced back at the path she had come from, where she could see the towering building of Lanxing from her vantage point. Counting the floors, she noted that the company had 50 in total, with Yuyan situated on the 49th. She could not discern what was occurring above, but instinctively imagined what Yuyan might be doing inside. Wondering if he had finished his work, the threads of thought she had aimed to untangle began to clarify gradually. She felt the need to take some time apart from Yuyan to reflect. She could not ascertain everything, but one thing was certain: she would never leave Yuyan. Suddenly, her gaze fell to her wrist, where she noticed Yuyan's heart rate and breathing frequency were escalating rapidly. She was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending what was happening. However, the next moment, her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Upon opening it, she discovered it was a message from Yuyan. As she clicked to view the image, her mind went blank, and only 2 words echoed in her thoughts. What the hell? She dared not linger, gripping her milk tea tightly as she sprinted toward the company. Opening the voice message, she heard the deep, obsessive timbre of his voice, reminiscent of a cornered beast. His voice trembled, as if he were on the brink of death. Ignoring everything else, she could only think of one thing. While running, she sent a voice message back, "Yuyan, are you insane?" It was her first time directly cursing at Yuyan, her mind a void as she raced back, nearly gasping for breath, almost collapsing on the way. Upon bursting into the office on the 49th floor, she was met with the gaze of all present, and with a forceful push, she swung open Yuyan's office door, only to close it behind her, isolating the interior from the outer world. Chapter 89. Role reversal. The office was now entirely different from the last time Yaoxing had visited. The room was suffused with light, yet all sources of illumination were thoroughly blocked, rendering it utterly devoid of brightness. Not even the lights were on. Unable to discern the situation within, Yaoxing turned her gaze towards a spot where she imagined Yuyan might be, only to be engulfed by a powerful, pungent scent of blood. It was unimaginable how much blood Yuyan had lost. She switched on the light and beheld him slumped in a chair, resembling a near-death figure, devoid of any will to live. Leaning at an angle against the backrest, his eyes were lifeless, dark, and devoid of vitality, lacking even a glimmer of light. His complexion was pale, drained of color. His arms hung limply at his sides, one of which bore the wound she had just seen in the photo. The injury on his wrist had yet to heal. The flow of blood had slowed, yet it continued to seep out gradually, trickling down his wrist, flowing across the back of his hand and palm, and slowly dripping from his fingertips onto the floor, creating small splatters reminiscent of the crimson blooms of the manjusaka. Enchanting and enigmatic. At last, a small pool of blood formed on that patch of ground. Yet, he seemed utterly oblivious, allowing the crimson liquid to stain his skin. That lifeless demeanor, akin to an invisible hand, clutched at Yaoxing's heart in an instant. Whether it was anguish or anger was unclear. Even the ponderings that had preoccupied her moments ago now felt utterly trivial. In comparison to Yu Yan, her concern was evidently more directed toward him. Upon catching sight of Yaoxing, a fleeting spark flickered in Yu Yan's eyes. His voice was raspy and strained. Yet he forced a faint smile at the corners of his lips. "You're back." Yaoxing's mind struggled to process anything coherent as she hurried over, her gaze landing on a utility knife stained with still fresh blood on the table. Her heart sank. The wound on Yu Yan was far from superficial, revealing a complete lack of mercy in his actions. It was as if this body did not belong to him. Regaining some composure, Yaoxing asked in a low voice, "Where is the medical kit?" Yu Yan attempted to reach out, but his hand was feeble, lifting only slightly as if more blood flowed forth. The sight of that wound was utterly shocking. Yaoxing quickly pressed down on his hand, insisting, "Don't move. The more you shift, the more blood will flow." "I'll get it." She could not afford to waste a single moment, swiftly retrieving the medical kit and rummaging for gauze and elastic bandages. After gently wiping away the blood from her hands, she proceeded to dress his wound. Though not particularly professional, she did what she could. Once bandaged, the blood soon soaked through the white fabric. She wrapped it several more times and secured it with the elastic bandage, hoping to enhance the clotting effect. Fortunately, the bleeding did indeed cease. A sigh of relief escaped Yaoxing as her body, which had been taut with tension, finally dared to relax. Throughout this ordeal, Yu Yan remained silent, perhaps sensing her unusual demeanor or fearing that her words might be unwelcome. His fingers hesitated, then slowly rose. However, in the next moment, Yaoxing pressed down on his arm, her tone serious. "Don't move. The bleeding has just stopped." He obediently kept his hand still. Then, he switched to the other hand, gently tugging at the hem of Yaoxing's garment, his voice still tinged with a raw, frantic rasp. "Don't be angry." Yaoxing gazed into his eyes, seemingly searching for answers. Regrettably, the depths of his dark irises revealed none of what she sought, only a hint of guilt. "Yu Yan." Yaoxing rose, crossing her arms, her gaze condescendingly fixed upon him. "What were you just doing? Did you cut your wrist with the utility knife?" She took the gauze she had used to wipe Yu Yan and began to clean the bloodstain on the floor. If it meant keeping Yaoxing by his side, Yu Yan would even resort to more despicable measures. His fingertips curled slightly, yearning to grasp her hand, yet he recoiled, fearing her revulsion. However, he was adept at concealing himself. His gaze remained dark and opaque, his voice hoarse and barely contained. "You want to leave me?" Just those few words made Yaoxing grasp his intent, yet she remained perplexed by his assumption. "I merely went to buy a cup of milk tea. How could I possibly leave?" Yu Yan slowly lowered his gaze, his long, raven-black eyelashes casting shadows over the enigmatic light in his eyes, the words escaping his lips. "Because I deceived you." Yaoxing gradually widened her eyes in disbelief. How could she possibly leave? After all, she perceived Yu Yan as her greatest support in this world. She could not simply abandon him over such matters. From the very beginning, she was aware that Yu Yan lacked a deep understanding of love. He seemed devoid of fundamental values and empathy. Thus, his actions, while surprising, did not astonish her entirely. She merely needed a moment to gather her thoughts. Yet, she refrained from voicing her feelings, instead observing the remorseful expression adorning Yu Yan's face. Having been in this world for quite some time, she had never witnessed such a humble demeanor in him. Although she felt a pang of sympathy, there was an undeniable sense of novelty in it. Yaoxing glanced at her watch, noting that his heart rate had subsided from its previous rapid pace, the tension within her easing gradually. "You have indeed deceived me, but my decision to leave will not be made so swiftly." A slow smile crept upon her lips. And despite knowing Yu Yan bore wounds, she could not resist teasing him. Yu Yan lifted his eyelids, his gaze fixed on her with an intensity that betrayed his vulnerability. As though silently pleading, "How can I retain you?" With a playful flick of her finger, she traced his jawline, her eyes wandering over his features inch by inch. An inexplicable urge to consume him surged within her. Suppressing her restless heart, she chuckled softly, her tone leisurely rising, "Please me." She then turned away, settling onto the sofa. The curtains were drawn tightly, the door securely locked. No one would witness the slightly peculiar scene unfolding within. In the shadowed angle where Yaoxing could not see him, Yuyan let out a faint chuckle, a fleeting smile gracing his lips before he returned to his previous demeanor, pale and fragile, embracing a role of humility. Approaching Yaoxing, he lowered his head slightly. His vision filled with her innocent, eager face. His heartbeat gradually steadied. The moment he beheld her, his rationality returned. Yet he did not resist. Rather, he reveled in the situation. Yaoxing leaned back innocently, sinking into the softness of the sofa, her gaze invitingly lingering on him. As if waiting for his next move, Yuyan slowly bent down, his eyes cast downwards, emanating a sense of submission. Then his soft, cool lips met Yaoxing's, and in that moment of contact, he craved her essence fiercely, seeking to reclaim the tranquility that had been disrupted by her earlier departure, longing to meld her into his very being. However, moments later, he felt her delicate hands resting against his chest, momentarily taken aback. He heard her playful voice, a gentle breath against his ear. "You are to please me, not yourself." Yuyan Chapter 90. Melting away past grievances, two treasures. Yuyan's body stiffened, realizing the earnestness in Yaoxing's words. It seemed that throughout this time, he had yet to truly attend to her in such moments. Yuyan's lips were slightly pressed together, inviting his master to savor him. Each word that slipped from his mouth was imbued with an enchanting allure. His voice low and magnetic. A blush gradually adorned his face, rendering him even more enticing, particularly after he uttered those words. Yaoxing instinctively licked her lips, suppressing her thoughts, deliberately remaining still in anticipation of Yuyan's next move. His fingertips were cool, long and delicately structured. As they glided slowly over every inch of Yaoxing, he intended to please her. Yaoxing's body instinctively curled, her fingers clutching tightly to the hem of Yuyan's clothing. Even in this moment, she was cautious to avoid his wounds, fearful of causing him to bleed again. She exhaled softly near his ear, brazenly, while continuing to revel in the secrecy of the office. When she regained consciousness, Yaoxing found herself in a secluded room within the office. This chamber was Yuyan's private sanctuary, accessible only through the office, a place whose existence was unknown to others. She felt a refreshing sensation coursing through her body and licked her slightly parched lips. Thus, she was certain she could not leave. Rising from the bed, she sensed a slight oddity, one that was easily disregarded. As she opened the door, she heard Yuyan's voice. He was on a call, his tone cold and devoid of emotion. However, Yaoxing keenly sensed a hint of impatience brewing within him, indicating his disdain for the caller. Listening intently, Yuyan caught sight of Yaoxing's gaze, but chose not to reveal his awareness. The caller bluntly inquired, "Where is Yaoxing?" To which Yuyan replied, "She is asleep. I am not inclined to concern myself with your matters right now. Is it possible for Yaoxing to cease her interactions with my beloved?" Yuyan's tone was nonchalant. "Whatever she wishes to do, I support her. You would do well to manage your own affairs." The caller, undeterred, warned, "Don't say I didn't warn you. I will never let go of Xiaoyan. Our matters do not require Yaoxing's interference. If she insists on meddling, do not blame me for being ungracious." At that moment, Yuyan's gaze turned icy, his dark eyes radiating a ruthless fury, gathering a tempestuous energy. His voice remained steady yet unyielding. "By Wenma, perhaps you are unaware that the consequences of provoking me differ vastly from those of inciting her." Yaoxing sensed the call had escalated to a tense standoff, realizing that she was the focal point of the conversation. Otherwise, Yuyan would not have reacted so intensely. Uncertain of what the caller continued to say, Yuyan lowered his gaze, his fingertips curling slightly as he rhythmically tapped on the desk, producing a steady sound. Before long, the call ended. Only then did Yaoxing emerge, approaching him slowly before speaking. "Was that person looking for me?" "Yes," Yuyan responded, his gaze softening upon seeing her. The bandage on his wrist had yet to be removed, but thankfully, there was no further bleeding. Yaoxing observed him for a moment before sighing in relief. Noticing the documents spread across Yuyan's desk, she realized he had been attending to work matters and inquired, "Is there still much to handle at the company?" Yuyan replied, "Yes. Are you bored?" She shook her head. Yuyan's gaze momentarily deepened, yet he still concealed the madness lurking beneath his eyes, unwilling to frighten her. His voice was low and somewhat erratic. "Have I succeeded in pleasing you this time?" Yaoxing regarded his peculiar yet obedient demeanor, perfectly complemented by a visage that aligned with her preferences. He appeared to possess an acute understanding of human emotions and knew precisely how to evoke her desires and attention. The white shirt beneath his suit was unbuttoned at the top 2 buttons, revealing his collarbone and well-defined muscles. His long, pale fingers casually brushed against the hem of Yaoxing's garment, gently tugging at it. With his gaze lowered slightly, Yaoxing could even discern the delicate eyelashes framing his eyes. She bit her lip, striving to salvage her composure, yet internally she could not suppress a scream. Oh heavens! This was utterly irresistible. She was indeed captivated. Even if 100 people came to invite her away, she would remain, resolute in her place. Clearing her throat softly, she quickly pressed a kiss to the corner of Yuyan's lips before pulling back slightly. Their breaths intertwined as Yuyan restrained the impulse to embrace her fully, clenching his fingers tightly. Unaware of the dark intensity in his gaze, Yaoxing chuckled lightly and said, "Have you forgotten what I previously mentioned? In this world, you are my favorite, making it difficult for me to leave your side. However, if such circumstances persist, that may no longer hold true." Qin Mingyu had acted similarly, continuously trampling upon her sincere affections while simultaneously using her blood to appease his beloved. Yuyan's hand gradually extended toward her, and as warmth returned to him, his body temperature normalized. His warm fingertip lightly brushed against Yaoxing's hand. Not sensing any resistance, he slowly placed his hand over the back of hers, then tightened his grip, gently pulling her into his embrace. Yaoxing found herself effortlessly seated on his lap, gazing at him in a daze. The CEO, who seldom ventured online, paused before inquiring slowly, "What is a white moonlight?" Yaoxing pondered for a moment, responding, "It refers to someone or something that is desirable yet unattainable, forever residing in one's heart but absent from one's life. It could also be considered the greatest love of one's life, a girl who can rival the moon in someone's heart." Upon hearing this, Yuyan's eyes shimmered with infatuation as he tenderly tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, leaning down to breathe in her scent with an almost reverent longing. His voice was husky and enchanting, enveloped in the deep hues of night, cool yet profoundly sensual. "We both adore the moon, yet I cherish only my star." The term star was a nickname for Yaoxing, a name used only by her mother, the dean. Years later, hearing this unfamiliar yet familiar appellation stirred something within her. Yaoxing instinctively paused, tilting her head back to meet his mesmerizing gaze, akin to the depths of night, where she perceived the suppressed madness of his ardor. It felt as though the person before her was indeed her one true love. Regaining her composure, she suppressed the thudding of her heart, striving to keep the sound within her chest from becoming too jarring. With a gentle smile, she said, "Then you must be Yuyan." Yuyan maintained his good temper, replying, "Well, it's all up to you." Yaoxing then remarked, "In that case, you must be my darling Yen." Yuyan's heart momentarily paused as he heard the young girl's cheerful voice so close. "I heard you calling me star darling before. You are also my treasure."